Chapter 1. The Supreme Warrior System. Qin Chen, a voice as thunderous as a storm, erupted beside his ear. Startled, Qin Chen jolted awake from his desk, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead, his eyes still reflecting terror. However, as he surveyed the surrounding individuals and the middle-aged woman at the podium, the fear in his eyes quickly transformed into confusion. With less than 100 days until the college entrance examination, I have often overlooked your behavior. But from this moment forth, no one is permitted to slumber in my classroom. The middle-aged woman, gazing at Qin Chen with a look of disappointment, spoke sternly, her words laced with frustration. That moment, Qin Chen was oblivious to her admonition, lost in a daze until, after a prolonged moment, realization struck him. I have traversed worlds, he thought in astonishment. This realm was a parallel universe, with the people around him, much like in his previous life, where his classmates, the middle-aged woman at the front, was his homeroom teacher. Yet, the backdrop of this world diverged significantly from his former existence. Here, technology was no longer the prevailing force. 3 centuries prior, this world underwent a monumental transformation, giving rise to a plethora of grotesque and terrifying monsters. The once proud weaponry of humanity had largely lost its efficacy. Perhaps under the immense pressure of potential extinction, humanity underwent a remarkable evolution. Certain individuals became acutely attuned to the elements of nature. Thus began the era of martial cultivation. To become a warrior was to earn respect. With strength came boundless wealth and even overwhelming power. The hierarchy of warriors ranged from 1 star to 9 stars, encompassing 9 distinct levels. However, to rise as a warrior, one must first possess the talent for cultivation and subsequently endure the body refinement phase. In his recollections, Qin Chen realized he lacked any cultivation aptitude. He was only sensitive to the fire element, with a sensitivity level of merely 0.9 insufficient for cultivation. Frustratingly, he was just shy of the requisite threshold by a mere 0.1. Beep. Host detected. Activating the Supreme Warrior System. Beep. System activation successful. System panel generated. You should be mindful of your actions. The homeroom teacher, seeing Qin Chen still in a stupor, could only shake her head in resignation. The other students had ceased to pay him any heed, save for a chubby classmate seated beside him, who whispered, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," Qin Chen replied, shaking his head. The chubby boy, named Wang Hai, resumed playing with his phone once he confirmed that Qin Chen was indeed fine. Meanwhile, Qin Chen turned his attention to the system panel. Name: Qin Chen. Fire sensitivity, 0.9. Combat power, 5. Beep. Host has not met the requirements for cultivation talent. A novice gift package has been awarded. Do you wish to forfeit? Taken aback by the system's prompt, Qin Chen muttered under his breath, "Forfeit? Nonsense." This system was certainly unconventional. Directly inquiring whether he wished to give up had he not been vigilant, he might have inadvertently acquiesced. "I choose to use it." A wave of anxiety washed over him, uncertain of the value of this novice gift package. If it failed to elevate his cultivation aptitude, he would truly be doomed. Without the ability to cultivate, he would remain an ordinary person, and life for the ordinary in this world was anything but easy. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a fire sensitivity enhancement pill. In an instant, Qin Chen beheld a fiery red elixir nestled within the confines of the system. Space. With a mere thought, the potion materialized in his hand, and without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed it whole. The elixir dissolved upon contact, and immediately, a warm current coursed through his body, relentlessly transforming him. He distinctly felt his sensitivity to the fire element soaring to unprecedented heights. Ding. Your sensitivity to fire has increased to 9. Ding. Your fire element talent has ascended to SSS level. Upon hearing the notifications, Qin Chen eagerly opened his status panel. Name: Qin Chen. Fire element talent, SSS. Combat power, 5. Indeed, Qin Chen could not suppress his elation. The enhancement was monumental, elevating him from mediocrity to extraordinary genius. It is known that talents are categorized into 9 levels, ranging from the lowest F to the highest SSS. The higher the level, the swifter the cultivation. He promptly activated the elemental insight technique and was pleasantly surprised to discover that his comprehension rate was remarkably rapid. Just as he prepared to delve deeper into his understanding, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the talent skill Devour. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a wind element sensitivity enhancement pill. More surprises. Qin Chen rejoiced, realizing there were additional treasures in his novice gift pack. Talent skills are supposed to awaken only after becoming a martial artist, aren't they? After regaining his composure, questions swirled within him. Humans, apart from mastering martial arts, also awaken talent skills, but traditionally, such awakenings occur only after reaching the rank of a one-star martial artist. He had never heard of anyone awakening a talent skill before beginning their physical training. He glanced at the system panel and noted a new line of information. Talent skill. Devour. The host can consume corresponding energy objects, converting them into personal abilities. Upon reading energy objects, Qin Chen's mind immediately raced to beast crystals. Certain magical beasts possess beast crystals within their bodies, which humans extract upon slaying them, subsequently forging them into weapons and equipment to augment their own strength. However, he recalled that consuming beast crystals could have severe repercussions on human cultivation, as the paths of humans and beasts diverge significantly. Thus, there exists a consensus among humans. No beast crystal should ever be consumed. Regardless, I'll just have to test it when the opportunity arises. Next, he seized a moment of privacy and swallowed the wind element sensitivity enhancement pill whole. The familiar sensation surged once again, and soon he felt his sensitivity to the wind element rapidly improving. Ding! Your wind sensitivity has increased to 7. Ding! Your wind element talent has risen to S level. Only S level? Qin Chen furrowed his brow. The host's original wind sensitivity was merely 0.7, thus limiting the enhancement to S level. The host may explore other methods for further improvement. The system chimed in, yet offered no specifics on potential methods. I see. Qin Chen nodded to himself, choosing not to dwell on it further. S level is still quite commendable in his memories. He recalled no one possessing an S level talent out of course. There may be those he was unaware of, but achieving S level status is undoubtedly a hallmark of exceptional genius. After school, Qin Chen exited the classroom and hurried towards the school gate. Qin Chen, I know a particularly delicious hot pot restaurant. Would you like to go? Ill treat, you let's enjoy a drink together. Wang Hai caught up with Qin Chen, placing a hand on his shoulder. I think he'll pass. I need to head home. Qin Chen replied, shaking his head. Wang Hai was one of his few friends, and they often gathered after school to share a drink. Wang Hai, being from a wealthy family and lacking exceptional talent in cultivation, often expressed his desire to savor life. In contrast, Qin Chen felt despondent about his future and had succumbed to a sense of despair. However, things had changed with the acquisition of a system. He understood the urgency of self-improvement. Chapter 2, The Enemy Returns, Mid-Stitch Body Refinement. Half an hour later, Qin Chen pushed open the door to his home, but he found his father, Qin De, seated on the sofa watching television, while his mother, Li Xiaofan, emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of freshly brewed medicine. Little Chun is back. His mother looked surprised and quickly added, Are you hungry? If so, he'll prepare a meal for you. Qin Chen shook his head, saying, No need to fuss. How have you been? He inquired. Looking at Qin De at a year prior, his father had sustained an injury and required medication every 3 days to manage his condition. Yet even so, his health continued to decline. Same as always. If you ask me, this illness is beyond cure, it's futile. Qin De responded, shaking his head. The family had been struggling due to his ailment, and he had held onto this belief, though Li Xiaofan vehemently disagreed. Stop talking nonsense. Are you just going to give up and watch yourself die? Li Xiaofan retorted sharply. If I have to die, then let it be the sooner, the better. Before you go, you should confront the Zhao family and demand compensation. Qin Chen observed their quarrel with a helpless shake of his head as he retreated to his room. Upon entering, he inadvertently glanced at the calendar and was struck with realization. March 18. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, he had died on March 25th. Although the backdrop of this world differed, the characters and the course of events bore striking resemblance. This implied that on March 25th, he was destined to meet the same fate. His previous death was no accident. He had been murdered. Similarly, in his previous life, his father, Qin De, had also fallen victim to foul play. The cause of his father's demise was an accident on his way home from work, where he had been struck by a vehicle driven by Zhao Quan, the scion of the Zhao family, in Rongqing. In this lifetime, Qin Chen recalled that his father had likewise been harmed by Zhao Quan. Originally, his father had been a soldier on the front lines, and during a confrontation with a monstrous beast, a captain had tragically lost his life. This captain, having no relatives, shared a close bond with Qin De. Before his passing, the captain entrusted Qin De with a precious beast crystal, a rare treasure from a formidable creature. In this world, beasts were categorized into fierce and demonic entities. Fierce beasts were akin to powerful human cultivators, divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Conversely, demonic beasts were classified into 9 ranks, ranging from the 1st to the 9th. Thus, this exquisite beast crystal, originating from a peak ferocious beast, is indeed a rare treasure. It was precisely due to this crystal that Zhao Quan's interest was piqued. Zhao Quan sought to purchase it, offering merely 1/10 of its market value, effectively attempting to swindle it away. Zhao Quan frequently engaged in such unscrupulous dealings. Qin De, however, would not part with the crystal. Its significance to him was immense. Even if the offered price exceeded market value, he would refuse to sell. Consequently, he incurred Zhao Quan's ire. Later, his father was tragically struck by a vehicle, and although there was no evidence linking Zhao Quan to the incident, Qin Chen was acutely aware that he was the mastermind behind it. Zhao Quan later privately admitted his involvement when Qin Chen confronted him that in his previous life, it was Zhao Quan himself who drove the car that harmed Qin De in this life. It was carried out by an accomplice, yet the essence of the perpetrator remained the same Zhao Quan that in his previous life. He had been slain by Zhao Quan, and it was inevitable that he would meet a similar fate in this life. The reasons behind it were inconsequential. Of course, he might be overthinking perhaps this world would alter its course due to his transmigration. Nonetheless, he would not entrust his life to such uncertainties. Furthermore, he was resolute in avenging his father's demise. Only 7 days remaining. He remarked while glancing at the calendar, to exact his revenge. He needed to survive beyond the 25th, which necessitated acquiring the means for self-preservation. In 7 days, I must not only attain the ability to protect myself, but also ensure my family's safety. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Merely possessing the capacity for self-defense was insufficient. He could not guarantee that Zhao Quan would refrain from targeting his family. The sole method to deter Zhao Quan from striking is to become a martial artist. A newfound determination flickered in Qin Chen's eyes. In this world, even a mere 1-star martial artist held an esteemed status akin to nobility. Each martial artist played a pivotal role in safeguarding humanity. Thus, upon attaining martial artist status, even a powerful clan like the Zhao family would hesitate to act against him. Furthermore, martial artist families would be afforded significant protection. After all, martial artists fought for the safety of humankind. Any harm befalling their loved ones was intolerable. Hence, incidents involving a martial artist family would be rigorously investigated. Should it be discovered that malice was afoot, all martial artists would unite against the perpetrator, regardless of their rank, unless they possessed the strength to disregard the martial community or obscured the truth. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Chen exited his room. "Father, where is that beast crystal of yours?" he inquired. He recalled that the captain had provided a fire-type crystal, and now he wished to test his innate abilities to see if he could absorb it and enhance his strength. The beast crystal? Qin De was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gestured toward his bedroom. "It's in the cabinet. That's not a secure place. It's better kept in my room," Qin Chen asserted as he made his way toward Qin De's bedroom. "You little rascal," Li Xiufan scolded him in exasperation. Since Qin De sustained his injury, the family's financial resources have dwindled significantly, and coupled with his condition, their situation has become quite dire. Consequently, she frequently suggested selling the beast crystal, yet Qin De consistently opposed this idea. When Qin Chen suddenly proposed to keep the beast crystal in his possession, she naturally perceived this as him attempting to prevent her from secretly selling it. Qin Chen swiftly took a wooden box and headed to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. Qin De smiled. "My son truly understands me." Qin Chen's ability to safeguard the beast crystal filled him with joy. Inside his bedroom, he opened the wooden box to discover a red beast crystal lying within, emanating waves of fiery energy. He reached out and took the crystal into his hands. Instantly, a message materialized in his mind. "Fierce beast crystal, fire element supreme, devourable." Upon reading this information, Qin Chen felt a surge of joy and his anxiety dissipated. He had considered taking a risk, knowing that a devouring beast crystal could significantly influence his future cultivation. However, the system's prompt alleviated any concerns. He harbored. Without further hesitation, he swallowed it whole. At that moment, his innate skill of Devour activated autonomously. The beast crystal rapidly dissolved within him, spreading throughout his entire body. Within mere seconds, he sensed the transformation occurring. His strength was steadily amplifying, and simultaneously, his 5 senses were increasingly sharpening. Ding! Devouring Fire Element Beast Crystal successful. Your physical fire elemental power has reached 60. This is the mid-stage of body refinement. Qin Chen's heart swelled with elation. Chapter 3. Martial Arts Association. 50,000 Reward the realm of body refinement. In essence, serves as the foundational stage preceding one's ascension to becoming a martial artist. The essence of a martial artist's capability is intertwined with the elemental forces utilized to temper the physical form during this phase. Typically, the method involves comprehending the elemental principles through mental cultivation, thereby facilitating the refinement of the body. However, Qin Chen's unique ability to directly absorb elements allows him to achieve this feat at an astonishingly accelerated pace, far surpassing traditional understanding. According to his estimations, even at the SSS level, achieving a 60 refinement would ordinarily require no less than 3 days. Yet, he could now accomplish it in less than 3 minutes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stepping into the threshold of cultivation. Task initiated. Qin Chen was taken aback and quickly examined the details. Task 1. Within 7 days. Reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Reward. 1 low-grade wind elemental beast crystal, normal mode. Task 2. Within 3 days, reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Reward. 1 low-grade wind elemental beast crystal and 1 mid-grade wind elemental beast crystal, hard mode. Task 3. Within 1 day, reach the pinnacle of body refinement. Reward. 1 premium wind elemental beast crystal and 1 ice sensitivity enhancement pill, hell mode. Ding! You may choose any task. Completing the task will yield rewards. Failure to do so will result in no rewards. Qin Chen scrutinized the tasks, recognizing that the hell mode was undoubtedly the most advantageous. Not only would it allow him to refine his body with wind elements once more, but it would also grant him the opportunity to cultivate ice elements. However, the constraint of merely 1 day posed a significant dilemma for him. The time frame was exceedingly brief. He pondered that to reach the pinnacle of body refinement, he required a high-grade fire elemental beast crystal. Reaching a full 100 refinement signifies the pinnacle of body refinement. Yet the market price for such a high-grade beast crystal hovers around 50,000. For his family, even 5,000 would be a considerable burden, as their limited finances were solely allocated for essential household expenditures. Should he opt for the hard mode? Qin Chen furrowed his brow. The 3-day duration would afford him sufficient time to devise a strategy. However, he felt a sense of reluctance. If it took 3 days to achieve the pinnacle of body refinement, then attaining the status of a martial artist within 7 days would be exceedingly arduous. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a smile illuminated his face. Without further hesitation, he selected Task 3. Ding! Task selection successful. He opened the door and stepped outside, exclaiming, "I'm heading out." Such a child. Li Xiufan sighed, watching Qin Chen depart with a sense of helplessness. "Let him be," Qin Dai remarked with a sigh. Throughout his life, he felt unable to provide Qin Chen with a prosperous existence, harboring a sense of guilt. Consequently, they had seldom intervened when Qin Chen returned home late from school. Upon exiting, Qin Chen hailed a taxi, directing it towards the Martial Arts Association situated in the city center. The Martial Arts Association serves as a dedicated institution for the certification of martial artists. Once one crosses the threshold of cultivation, they may pursue certification. Moreover, for individuals under the age of 18, successful certification is met with substantial rewards. Half an hour later, Qin Chen arrived at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association, completed the necessary identity registration, and swiftly made his way to the certification hall. The hall was bustling with individuals, though most appeared to be of an older age. "Sir, are you here for the martial artist certification?" A female staff member approached Qin Chen eagerly upon noticing his youthful appearance. The employees here receive commissions, and if Qin Chen had indeed entered the realm of cultivation at such a young age, her earnings would significantly increase upon successful certification. Certainly, Qin Chen nodded affirmatively. The staff member beamed with delight. "Sir, could you please show me your ID?" After Qin Chen presented his identification, she confirmed with astonishment that he was indeed under 18. "Right this way, please," she exclaimed, leading him directly to a certification window. "Is he exempt from queuing?" Someone in the crowd muttered in dissatisfaction. "Quiet down," another quickly interjected. "Those under 18 require no waiting for certification. They're all prodigies." Upon hearing this, the initial speaker's expression shifted, and he promptly fell silent, realizing the potential repercussions of offending a genius. At the certification window, the staff member produced a device. "Sir, please place your hand here and channel your elemental power." Without hesitation, Qin Chen placed his palm on the apparatus, and a flame emblem materialized on the screen. Initial stage of fire elemental refinement. The staff member's excitement was palpable. The certification had indeed succeeded. Although the fire element was relatively common, Qin Chen's youth ensured her commission was secure. She eagerly announced, "Congratulations, sir. You have successfully certified, and you will receive a reward of 20,000 yuan. Please provide your bank card, and I will process this immediately. Fund will arrive in mere minutes." Qin Chen produced his bank card. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the hall reacted with a mix of surprise, envy, and jealousy at Qin Chen's accomplishment. Just as the staff member prepared to report the result, Qin Chen called out to her, "I wish to certify once more." The staff member was taken aback. Without further explanation, Qin Chen placed his hand back on the device. 20,000 yuan was insufficient to purchase a high-grade beast crystal. He needed a greater reward. This time, he unleashed his full potential, and the device displayed 2 flame symbols. Mid-stage, the staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd's demeanor shifted noticeably. Many now regarded him with a sense of awe. When one excels, others may envy or resent them, but true talent that demonstrates significant potential commands respect and even admiration. "Surely, this warrants a larger reward?" Qin Chen inquired with a smile. The staff member quickly regained her composure. "Yes. However, it is stipulated that for those under 18, certification at mid-stage in elemental refinement qualifies for a reward of 50,000 yuan. Qin Chen smiled with satisfaction. 50,000 yuan would suffice. "Please proceed. I am in urgent need of funds," he encouraged. Of course, the staff member promptly turned and hurried away. Within minutes, Qin Chen received a notification on his phone confirming the deposit. After retrieving his bank card, he prepared to depart. "Allow me to accompany you, sir." The staff hurriedly followed. Qin Chen did not refuse. Once they exited the hall, he suddenly inquired, "Where can one purchase beast crystals in this vicinity?" Beast crystals? She felt a tinge of curiosity, but refrained from asking Qin Chen why he sought them. "My lord, we at the Martial Arts Association do offer beast crystals," the staff replied. "Oh," Qin Chen expressed surprise, for he had not previously heard of the Martial Arts Association selling beast crystals. The staff elaborated, "As you may know, there are counterfeit beast crystals circulating in the market. Many have fallen victim to such deceit in the past. Therefore, aside from official channels, the Martial Arts Association is among the few reliable sources. Although the prices here may not be the lowest, they are certainly fair and devoid of any fraudulent items. Purchasing here guarantees peace of mind." Qin Chen nodded. "Lead me to see." Chapter 4. Once again, the sale of beast crystals by the Martial Arts Association took place in another building not far away. After a mere 10 minutes, the two arrived at their destination. "Sir, the first floor is designated for the sale of savage beast crystals, while the upper floors cater to the sale of demonic beast crystals," explained the staff member. Qin Chen nodded, casting a glance to locate the area for fire-type beast crystals, and proceeded directly towards it. The prices and qualities of the beast crystals were clearly marked. He focused on a premium beast crystal, which astonishingly had a price tag of 50,000. "Would you like to purchase this beast crystal, sir?" the vendor inquired with a professional smile. At that moment, A staff member approached from behind Qin Chen, saying, "Xiao Zhou, the gentleman has just been certified as a martial artist, and he is eligible for a 20% discount." The vendor, Xiao Zhou, was taken aback. Those under the age of 18 who successfully obtained certification were granted discounts on beast crystals as a benefit for prodigies. Certification at the initial stage of body refinement would yield a 10% discount, while 20% indicated a mid-stage body refinement. "Sir," she quickly amended her statement, "if you purchase this beast crystal, it will only cost you 40,000. Qin Chen was surprised, but very pleased with the price. 40,000 was indeed below market value. "Pack it up for me," he instructed. "Certainly," Xiao Zhou replied with enthusiasm. After acquiring the beast crystal, Qin Chen exited the building and turned to the staff member. "Where's the restroom?" "Sir, it's just ahead," the staff member pointed. "Please wait for me here," Qin Chen said as he headed towards the restroom. However, he did not enter. Instead, he found a secluded spot, retrieved the beast crystal, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, that familiar sensation returned. Ding! Fire-type Savage Beast Crystal Absorption successful. Your physical body's fire elemental power refinement has reached 100. Peak of body refinement. Qin Chen rejoiced, directly surpassing the late stage and attaining the pinnacle. Ding! You have completed Task 3, Hell Mode. Rewards have been issued. He glanced at the system space, where a Wind-type Savage Beast Crystal and an Ice Element Sensitivity Enhancement Pill had materialized. With a swift motion, he summoned the Beast Crystal into his hand and, without hesitation, consumed it. Ding! Absorption successful. Your physical body's Wind elemental power refinement has reached 45. Only 45. It seemed this refinement level was indeed related to innate talent. His Wind-type talent was rated S, 2 levels lower than Fire, which affected the refinement progress. Nevertheless, the refinement progress had precisely reached the threshold for the mid-stage. Subsequently, he swallowed the Ice Element Sensitivity Enhancement Pill. Ding! Your Ice Element Sensitivity has increased to 8. Ding! Your Ice-type talent has been elevated to SS level. 3 systems achieved. Qin Chen smiled. Although he had yet to commence training in Ice, having the qualification to train was merely a matter of time. Next, he took a glance at his information panel. Name, Qin Chen Fire Realm. Peak of Body Refinement Wind Realm. Mid-stage Body Refinement. Refinement Progress 45. Ice Realm. None innate skills. Absorption Combat Power. 150's combat power had already surpassed the pinnacle of single-element body refinement. Qin Chen was filled with joy. Typically, practitioners are singularly inclined, with those possessing dual affinities being exceedingly rare. As for tri-affinity individuals, there are no recorded instances to date. A practitioner at the pinnacle of a single affinity typically achieves around 100 points, while one at the mid-stage of their training hovers around 25. In this case, with one at the peak and another at mid-stage, the combined total should ordinarily amount to 125. However, the current figures have surpassed this, indicating that the synergy of dual affinities does not adhere to a simplistic addition of 1-1. Furthermore, the wind affinity has yet to reach its zenith. Once it does, the combat prowess will be even more formidable. What is even more alarming is that he possesses 3 affinities. Should he further cultivate the ice affinity, his true combat strength may very well rival that of a 1-star warrior. The threshold for a 1-star warrior's power is 300, a feat entirely within reach. Upon contemplating this, he focused his thoughts, and the panel information transformed into details of his innate abilities. Fire affinity, SSS, wind affinity, S, ice affinity, SS. The ice affinity surpasses the wind affinity. Thus, the next objective is to strive for both realms to simultaneously attain their peaks. Qin Chen smiled, brimming with confidence. As for breaking through to a 1-star warrior, that can only be accomplished over the next 7 days, progressively. After all, to ascend to a 1-star warrior, one must condense their elemental imprint, a process that cannot be achieved instantaneously. My lord, a staff member observed Qin Chen approaching. The exit is this way. Allow me to drive you back. No need. What is your name? Qin Chen inquired. My name is Wu Fong. You may call me Xiao Fong. The staff member replied eagerly, her heart fluttering with delight. The fact that Qin Chen had asked for her name indicated that he had made a favorable impression upon her. Qin Chen nodded. Xiaofeng, what are the rewards for those under 18 who certify in the mid-stage of their training, and how much for reaching the peak? My lord, the reward for mid-stage certification is 100,000, while at the peak, it is 200,000. Wu Fang responded. If you return for certification before turning 18, you would again receive 100,000. She discerned that Qin Chen was not a wealthy young master and seemed to be in urgent need of funds. Although she found his purchase of beast crystals perplexing, she was certain there was a valid reason behind it. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the entire city of Rongqing. In our city, the young talent Zhao Quan has become a one-star warrior. He shall be rewarded with 1,000,000, and a second-grade martial art. At that moment, the citizens of Rongqing instinctively looked up, their faces filled with envy. The reward may not have been extraordinary, yet such an announcement elevated the individual's status significantly. Receiving accolades directly from the city lord is an honor in itself. Zhao Quan must be the same Zhao Quan from the Zhao family. They are truly remarkable. Having produced both Zhao Liang and now Zhao Quan, he must only be around 20. Wu Fang exclaimed in admiration upon hearing the announcement. Are you well acquainted with the Zhao family? Qin Chen asked. Zhao Quan is indeed his adversary, she replied. I do not know much about the Zhao family specifically, but I am familiar with the two brothers. Wu Fang had worked at the Warrior Association for several years and had encountered both of them during their certifications. 3 years ago, Zhao Liang certified as a 2-star warrior at the age of 23. At the tender age of 19, Zhao Quan had already attained the pinnacle of physical cultivation, a feat exceedingly rare in Rong City. His extraordinary talent for cultivation undoubtedly placed him in at least the A-grade category. Having engaged in certification work for many years, she possessed a considerable understanding of the prodigious individuals in Rong City. Let's proceed to the certification hall, Qin Chen declared. A 20-year-old first-star martial artist and a 19-year-old certified at the peak of physical cultivation. Was that not a remarkable talent? Wu Fang observed Qin Chen's retreating figure, somewhat perplexed, yet she hurriedly followed suit. Take me for another certification. But, my lord, should the certification fail, there will be a fee incurred, Wu Fang cautioned. She suspected that the recent citywide announcement had provoked Qin Chen's urgency. Bring the instrument, Qin Chen instructed, offering no further explanation. Wu Fang resigned. Retrieved the instrument from the staff at the window. At that moment, the onlookers in the hall, upon seeing Qin Chen return for certification, expressed their astonishment. He asked back, how intriguing. Could it be that he has broken through during his brief absence? One observer jested, though he himself found the notion hard to believe. Just then, Qin Chen's hand rested firmly upon the instrument. Chapter 5. Continuous Certification, stirring the director as Qin Chen's palm pressed against the instrument. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the display. The first flame emblem appeared instantaneously, followed closely by the second. The late stage of body refinement. When the third flame emblem emerged, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Qin Chen went out for a brief moment and returned, having achieved the late stage of body refinement. Could it be that he truly broke through during that short time? Nonsense. He must have concealed his strength before. Another person interjected. Beside Qin Chen, Wu Fang gazed at the instrument in astonishment, then turned her attention to him, my lord. Patience, Qin Chen replied with a smile, and then he fully unleashed his fire elemental force. At that moment, the fourth flame emblem appeared on the instrument. In that instant, the entire hall erupted in chaos. As each individual cast incredulous glances at Qin Chen, a peak body refinement practitioner before the age of 18. Who is he? Could he be the illegitimate son of the city lord? A chorus of awe and speculation filled the hall. Just then, a man in formal attire approached, reaching Qin Chen and extending his hand with warmth. Greetings, sir. I am a director here, Su Hua. Director Su. Qin Chen reciprocated the handshake. Sir, may I have a word with you in private? Su Hua asked with remarkable courtesy. Given his status, such politeness was rare, yet Qin Chen's presence inspired an unprecedented warmth. Qin Chen nodded in agreement. With a smile, Su Hua gestured, please this way. He then turned to Wu Fang. You may join us as well. Wu Fang, having been attending to Qin Chen, ensured that her presence would not seem out of place. Before long, the trio arrived in an unoccupied VIP room, and upon sitting down, Su Hua instructed, Wu Fang, please prepare a cup of tea for Mr. Qin. Wu Fang hurriedly moved to comply. Qin Chen smiled. Director Su, there is no need to address me as sir. Given his current status as a student, being called sir felt somewhat awkward. Moreover, he could discern that this individual was already a martial artist. Su Hua chuckled. Then I shall call you Brother Qin. The reason for addressing you as Brother Qin is simply that your recent continuous certifications entitle you to a reward of 300,000. This is no small sum. Hence I am here to facilitate the process. Of course, it will only take a few minutes. At that moment, Wu Fang placed the tea in front of Qin Chen. Upon hearing Su Hua's words, she cast a surprised glance at him. There are established procedures for disbursing rewards to martial artists. Once verified, even a sum of 300,000 does not typically require the director's personal involvement. Su Hua exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Fang. While he need not personally intervene, Qin Chen was certainly deserving of his attention, and such a prodigy naturally piqued his interest. Then I appreciate your assistance. Director Su. Qin Chen nodded. The sum of 300,000 was beyond his expectations, as it represented a combination of rewards for both late-stage and peak certifications. Su Hua smiled and quickly operated on the computer, prompting a notification of funds received on Qin Chen's phone. By the way, Brother Qin, you're still a senior in high school, right? Su Hua suddenly inquired. Yes, at Rongqing No. 1 High School. Qin Chen affirmed with a nod. What a coincidence. We are alumni. I'm also a graduate of No. 1 High School. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment. Suddenly, Qin Chen asked Director Su, if a dual-system individual were to be certified, would they receive additional rewards? At this, Su Hua was taken aback, while Wu Fang beside him was visibly startled, looking at Qin Chen with surprise. She had become somewhat familiar with Qin Chen's tactics. Typically, such a question indicated that he himself might be a dual-system practitioner. The dual system did not entail any special rewards. In fact, while rare, dual cultivation was exceedingly difficult and required a significant amount of time, which was why the authorities did not advocate for the simultaneous cultivation of two systems. Su Hua shook his head, explaining that dual practitioners needed to attune to different elements, thereby requiring double the time and considerably slowing their cultivation pace. Thus, it was generally recommended that one should first cultivate a single system and only consider the second upon reaching a bottleneck. This also explained why the authorities did not establish rewards for dual system certification. Brother Qin, are you a dual system practitioner? Su Hua suddenly realized and asked with astonishment. Qin Chen merely lifted his teacup and took a sip, offering no reply. With no rewards forthcoming, there was no need for him to reveal his status. It could serve as a trump card against the Zhao family in the future. Su Hua, unable to discern whether Qin Chen was indeed a dual system practitioner, chose not to dwell on it and began seeking common topics of conversation. After half an hour, Qin Chen stood up. Director Su, please keep my certification under wraps for now. Many people in the hall had witnessed this certification, but since they did not recognize him, even if word spread, it would only do so within a small circle. He did not wish for everyone to be aware of it just yet. Of course, but your information has already been uploaded to the computer system. The higher-ups in Rongqing will notice sooner or later. All certified individuals' information is ultimately compiled, akin to a personal dossier. That's fine. Qin Chen waved his hand dismissively and then departed. Wu Fang offered to see him off, but was politely declined. After Qin Chen left, Wu Fang could not help but exclaim, Master Qin is the most talented person I have ever encountered. Compared to him, Zhao Quan is simply insignificant. Su Huan nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. There were likely very few individuals in Rongqing who could match the peak of physical cultivation before turning 18. However, he cautioned, you must not speak of this outside. I understand, Director, Wu Fang replied. Master Qin has asked us to keep it confidential. I will certainly not speak recklessly. Yet, I sense that there may be some animosity between Master Qin and Zhao Quan. How so? Su Hua was startled. He was well aware of the Zhao family and knew better than to offend them lightly. He was familiar with the prominent families in Rongqing, and he noted that the Qin family was not among them. Given Qin Chen's attire, he doubted he was from a wealthy background. In this situation, he felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the animosity towards the Zhao family. Just moments ago, Lord Qin had completed his purchase of beast crystals and was preparing to depart when the city announcement unexpectedly resonated. Upon hearing Zhao Quan's name in the announcement, Lord Qin immediately altered his decision and returned to authenticate. Thus, I believe Lord Qin's exposure was instigated by Zhao Quan. He was unwilling to be outdone by him. She sensed that Qin Chen was an exceedingly low-profile individual. Had it not been for that announcement, he likely would not have come forward to authenticate. As it stood, everyone would assume he was merely at the mid-stage of body refinement. Of course, that was merely her overthinking. Qin Chen's primary objective remained the pursuit of wealth. After listening, Suhua also found this reasoning plausible. A glimmer of realization crossed his gaze. Did he truly have a vendetta against the Zhao family? If that were the case, he mused. Perhaps he could take a calculated risk. Xiaofeng, please find someone to investigate the exact nature of the animosity between Brother Qin and the Zhao family. The more detailed, the better. Remember to be discreet. Suhua suddenly interjected. Chapter 6. Practical Training. As Qin Chen exited the Martial Arts Association, the sky had already darkened. He hailed a cab and returned home. Upon entering, he noticed Qin Dai and Li Xiufen seated on the sofa, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Xiao Chun, there's something we need to discuss with you. Li Xiufen spoke first. Qin Chen settled into a chair, gazing at the two, anticipating their continuation. Xiao Chun, where have you placed the beast crystal? We have decided to sell it. An exquisite beast crystal could fetch around 80,000 yuan, which would allow us to purchase some supplements for you, aiming to help you reach the cultivation standard before the college entrance examination. Initially, they intended to handle this matter discreetly, planning to surprise Qin Chen with the supplements. However, upon searching his room, they only found an empty box. The beast crystal nowhere to be found. Qin Chen turned to Qin Dai. Weren't you adamant about not selling it? Sighing, Qin Dai replied, I was too stubborn before, failing to consider the family situation. When the captain gave me the beast crystal, he suggested selling it for some money, but I couldn't bring myself to do so. Now, I have come to understand. This past year has been increasingly difficult for our family, and I also know that your fire sensitivity has reached 0.9. Just a mere 0.1 shy. Perhaps with some special supplements, we could bridge that gap. If it truly allows you to qualify for cultivation, then it would all be worth it. With only 3 months left until the college entrance examination, the threshold for university admission is having the qualification for cultivation. As long as your sensitivity reaches 1, you can enter university. Any university, even the least prestigious, would suffice. Ultimately, you would be at the initial stage of body refinement, and things would turn out well. No sale. Qin Chen waved his hand dismissively. What is there to sell? I have consumed it all myself. What is left to sell? I might as well sell myself. The two exchanged puzzled glances at Qin Chen. Previously, during their disputes about this matter, he had neither supported nor opposed the idea. Why the sudden shift in attitude? It is absolutely impossible to sell. Do not worry about me. I can already cultivate, Qin Chen declared, no longer concealing the truth. For the past year, the two had been concerned about him, and it was time to alleviate their worries and bring them some joy. Can you cultivate? They stared at Qin Chen, momentarily dumbfounded. After a brief pause, Li Xiufen stood and approached Qin Chen, reaching out to touch his forehead. Xiao Chun, what has happened to you today? Understanding their disbelief, Qin Chen produced a certificate. Take a look at this. Li Xiufen took the certificate, her hands trembling as she read the words. Initial stage of body refinement certification. Let me see. Qin Dai, unable to move easily, shouted from the sofa. Li Xiufen walked over and handed him the certificate. Examining it, he exclaimed with excitement, it truly is the initial stage of body refinement. His expression was a complex blend of emotions. With only 3 months until the college entrance examination, achieving the initial stage of body refinement was something only top students could accomplish. Typically, students would only achieve true body refinement after entering university. Qin Chen observed the expressions of the two individuals and merely smiled. This time, he had acquired 4 certificates, and fortunately, he refrained from revealing the one for reaching the pinnacle of physical training. Otherwise, he feared they might faint from excitement. He rose and returned to his room. choosing not to disturb their exhilaration. The following day, in the classroom, the homeroom teacher approached the podium, surveying the crowd below. Today would entail a practical training session, serving as an assessment of your progress thus far. The college entrance examination looms near. I hope you all display your true capabilities. The school will document the results of this training, and exceptional students will undergo specialized cultivation in the time ahead. As we are in the critical phase of exam preparation, the school has established certain benchmarks. Therefore, the number of outstanding students produced by a school is not solely the responsibility of the students. It is also a reflection of the institution itself. Now, assemble at the practical training ground. This session involves the entire grade. Do not bring shame upon me. The homeroom teacher cast another glance at the crowd. The training ground was a mere 20 minutes away from the teaching building. Upon Qin Chen's arrival, he noted that over 1,000 individuals had already gathered. Soon, everyone was organized by class into 10 groups, with Qin Chen's class, Class 7, assigned to the second group. Each group was to be guided by a teacher. My name is Fong Lei, and I will be your instructor. Now, who will step forward first? Teacher, are we to fight you? One student inquired. Fong Lei chuckled. Fight me? I am at the pinnacle of physical training. If you wish to challenge me, by all means. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically upon hearing this. The pinnacle of physical training was a level no genius from the first high school could match. The first to step forward would be akin to a champion. What? Is no one bold enough? Fong Lei scanned the group. At that moment, a student rose and walked to the center of the arena. I am Liao Yang. Upon seeing Liao Yang, the surrounding students' faces transformed. Liao Yang was ranked 5th among the top 10 geniuses in the 3rd year at the first high school. Liao Yang has been assigned to our group. How can we possibly compete? Someone remarked in disbelief. The first to step up was indeed Liao Yang. For the others, it would only mean enduring a beating. Fong Lei, pleased by Liao Yang's presence, nodded approvingly, but upon noticing no one else daring to step forward, he began to call on individuals. There was no alternative. The goal was to assess the practical abilities of some exceptional students, and only through confrontation could he gauge their prowess. You, he pointed to a student. The student, pale with fear, reluctantly approached. Bang! The moment the match began, he was knocked to the ground. You, Fong Lei continued to call on students. As time passed, one after another fell before Liao Yang. Even the strongest among them could not withstand more than 3 moves. You, Fong Lei pointed again. Go, class monitor. Suddenly, the students of Class 7 shouted in encouragement. The chosen class monitor, with a wry smile, shook his head, fully aware he was no match for Liao Yang. As expected, after enduring 10 exchanges, he was defeated. Instantly, the students of Class 7 felt disheartened. Liao Yang is truly formidable. It borders on bullying. Some shook their heads in resignation. The surrounding girls gazed at Liao Yang with eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, he is impressive. Fong Lei also looked at Liao Yang, nodding in satisfaction. Liao Yang has undoubtedly crossed the threshold into the early stages of body refinement. He then surveyed the remaining individuals who had yet to fight. You, he pointed at Qin Chen. Qin Chen stood up, and beside him, Wang Hai tugged at him, warning, once you go up, don't get knocked down. Qin Chen nodded and stepped onto the stage, confidently declaring, I am Qin Chen. His demeanor exuded calmness, leaving his classmates astonished. He appeared utterly unfazed. There was no choice. Once called out, one must rise to the occasion, prepared for the inevitable confrontation. At this moment, Liao Yang, having vanquished so many opponents, felt a palpable sense of boredom. He turned to Qin Chen and nonchalantly asked, Are you ready? Ready, Qin Chen affirmed. Instantly, as Qin Chen's words fell, Liao Yang surged forward, eager to swiftly conclude this tedious battle. In that instant, he lunged forth like a cheetah, his speed reaching its zenith, closing the distance to Qin Chen in the blink of an eye. The surrounding girls could no longer contain their excitement, chanting, Liao Yang, Liao Yang. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Bang! A figure was sent flying backward. Chapter 7. A single blow, the principal's good intentions, Liao Yang. Liao Yang, Liao. Just as a few girls were enthusiastically calling out, they suddenly caught sight of the figure soaring through the air, and their voices abruptly choked, as if they had swallowed something foul. The entire arena fell into a hushed silence, with every gaze fixated on the scene before them. The once celebrated Liao Yang now lay on the ground, his complexion pale and his expression one of utter agony. Meanwhile, Qin Chen stood resolutely in the center, remaining in the same position. Everyone's minds were blank. The fifth-ranked prodigy, Liao Yang, had been dispatched in a single move, without even forcing Qin Chen to budge an inch. Qin Chen, Qin Chen. Wang Hai was the first to regain his composure, shouting out in disbelief. Qin Chen, Qin Chen. In that moment, the students of Class 7 began to call out as well. Feng Lei, too, was taken aback, his pupils dilating. Even he had failed to discern Qin Chen's true level in that fleeting instant. Quick, someone fetch 2 people to carry him to the infirmary. Feng Lei exclaimed, noticing Liao Yang's increasing distress. Once Liao Yang was taken away, Qin Chen turned to Feng Lei, who met his gaze. I'm a bit embarrassed, teacher. It was my first strike, and I couldn't hold back. Qin Chen admitted. Feng Lei waved his hand, about to respond when Qin Chen continued. Teacher, let's have another go. This time, I promise to end it decisively. The moment those words left his mouth, the faces of the surrounding students shifted dramatically. Feng Lei was momentarily stunned. How could they possibly continue when Liao Yang had been taken down in one blow? It was utterly pointless. Qin Chen, you need to come with me. Feng Lei then addressed the others. You all carry on with your sparring. I will return shortly. With that, he led Qin Chen in the direction of a specific area of the school, leaving a crowd of bewildered students behind, who soon erupted into hushed discussions. What level is Qin Chen at? He must be at the mid-stage of body refinement. In the entire first high, only the class leader, Wang Chong, has recently reached that level. Goodness, Qin Chen has been hiding his true prowess all along. In the midst of the crowd, Wang Hai found himself surrounded by curious classmates from Class 7, all aware of his close relationship with Qin Chen. I knew my brother's strength all along. Let me tell you, he is not at the mid-stage of body refinement, but the late stage. The chubby student boasted, though internally he was equally perplexed. Damn, that kid has been keeping secrets from me, secretly becoming a master. What? Late-stage body refinement? The surrounding students gasped in astonishment. A collective intake of breath echoed as they gazed at Qin Chen's retreating figure, their eyes filled with disbelief. At the martial arts building of the school, a place typically reserved for students to practice and hone their skills, Feng Lei regarded Qin Chen with a serious expression. Qin Chen, what is your current level? He inquired earnestly. Do not conceal anything. This will affect the school's arrangements for you moving forward. In the critical phase leading up to the college entrance examination, schools devised distinct arrangements for different students. At this juncture, concealing one's true capabilities would only result in personal detriment. Peak of body refinement. Qin Chen nodded in affirmation. While he would certainly refrain from disclosing matters pertaining to the 3 systems, the prowess of his body refinement was sufficiently astonishing. Indeed, it was the pinnacle of body refinement. Feng Lei was utterly exhilarated, seizing Qin Chen's arms with fervor. Would you mind allowing us to test your combat prowess? Teacher Feng, please calm down. Qin Chen responded with a hint of exasperation. Very well, let us proceed with the test. He was genuinely curious whether the results obtained from the apparatus would align with those indicated by the system. Suddenly, Feng Lei produced a phone and dialed a number. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 50s approached. Feng Lei, what is the urgency that necessitated my swift arrival? The man inquired, somewhat irked. Principal, it's a significant matter. We have a student ready to test his combat power. You must come and witness. Feng Lei exclaimed with enthusiasm. The principal was about to express his annoyance, questioning the importance of a mere student's test, when a thunderous sound interrupted him. He turned his gaze towards the apparatus, where the combat power readings fluctuated rapidly before ultimately stabilizing. He stared in disbelief at the final number, 150. Even Feng Lei, who was already aware of Qin Chen's peak body refinement status, widened his eyes in astonishment. This reading far exceeded the threshold of peak body refinement. While it was conceivable for some individuals with exceptional physical constitutions to surpass 100, achieving 150 was virtually impossible. Feng Lei, which school does this student belong to? The principal asked, glancing at Qin Chen, and upon confirming he did not recognize him, he directed his inquiry at Fong Lei with urgency. As principal, he was familiar with most students at his institution, especially the outstanding ones, and Qin Chen was not among those he knew. Principal, Qin Chen is indeed a student from our school, from class 7 of the 3rd year. What other reason could he have for being here to test? Fong Lei responded, somewhat incredulous after regaining his composure. Why would he bring a student from another school for testing? Only then did the principal scrutinize Qin Chen with newfound seriousness. As a student of his own institution, Qin Chen appeared increasingly impressive. Come here, Qin Chen. The principal beckoned, leading him aside to sit down. Tell me, are you a dual system student? He suddenly queried. With peak body refinement and a combat power of 150, there were only 2 possibilities, either an extraordinary prodigy or a dual system practitioner. Both scenarios were exceedingly rare, yet he believed the likelihood of the latter was greater, as Qin Chen did not possess the physique typically associated with a monstrous talent. Qin Chen nodded, neither confirming nor denying. While dual system practitioners were scarce, they certainly existed. Splendid. The principal laughed heartily. A dual system with a power level of 150 indicated that Qin Chen's other system was already at the mid-stage of body refinement, a training speed that was nothing short of terrifying. However, I would advise you to focus on the peak body refinement system, especially with the college entrance examination approaching. If you manage to become a 1-star warrior by the time of the exam, you will have your choice of any university in the Dragon Kingdom. The principal earnestly cautioned. Having worked at the first high school for such an extended period, he regarded Qin Chen as the most extraordinary talent he had ever encountered, one deserving of great attention. During the college entrance examination, he would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset. I understand, Qin Chen nodded, offering no further explanation. By the way, how do you wish the school to nurture your potential? The principal inquired suddenly. Although the school had previously devised targeted programs for cultivating exceptional students, Qin Chen's emergence transcended the mere category of excellence. The so-called geniuses within the school had been left far behind, rendering the existing cultivation plans unsuitable for Qin Chen. In truth, he had no particular demands. Qin Chen gently shook his head. The school's training regimen could never compare to his own system. It was entirely unnecessary. Principal, I have heard there is a special reward fund at the school? Qin Chen asked. Upon hearing this, the principal turned his gaze towards Qin Chen, impressed by the boy's straightforwardness. He nodded, confirming its existence, but noting that the highest reward was not substantial. How much? 100,000. That is quite generous. I would like to apply for this reward, as my family's circumstances may not be known to you. We are quite impoverished. Qin Chen stated earnestly. What a good child. The principal reflected inwardly, responding, I will advocate for your application and strive to have it processed within 3 days. The school's procedure for awarding bonuses followed a specific protocol, with a minimum processing time of 3 days. Thank you very much, Principal. Qin Chen smiled, with 100,000 added to the 42,000 already in his account. This sum was one that many families could scarcely accumulate in a lifetime. Chapter 8. The harmonious cultivation of the 3 systems and the limits of the human body. Are there any further requirements? The principal inquired. The reward should rightfully be bestowed upon the most outstanding students, and Qin Chen is certainly deserving of such recognition. I wish to have more freedom in my learning time. My cultivation methods are somewhat unconventional. Qin Chen pondered before responding. The current attendance at school felt rather inconsequential. He yearned to utilize his time more effectively to enhance his cultivation. Certainly, the principal replied without a hint of hesitation. Given that Qin Chen had only now revealed his prowess, it was evident that he had relied on his own cultivation methods prior. Thus, he certainly did not wish for the school's educational approach to hinder his progress. After leaving, Qin Chen chose not to attend the practical combat class and instead departed from school. He hailed a cab and made his way to the largest energy market in the city. This energy market, a place dedicated to the trade of beast crystals, beast pelts, corpses, and various elixirs, was owned by the government, allowing him to benefit from discounts. With 320,000, he could elevate his wind system cultivation to its pinnacle and formally commence his training in the ice system. A single premium beast crystal of the wind type would enhance his body refinement progress to 45%. Thus, to achieve 100%, he would require 2 premium beast crystals. Given that his wind system talent was merely rated S, the efficacy of high-grade beast crystals would be significantly diminished. And even 4 high-grade beast crystals might not suffice to elevate him to the peak. However, 2 premium beast crystals would undoubtedly do the trick. After discounts, the cost for the 2 premium beast crystals amounted to 160,000, leaving him with 160,000 remaining, sufficient to procure 2 premium ice system beast crystals as well. On the second floor of the market, designated for the sale of beast crystals, he quickly located the section for wind system beast crystals. 120,000? Qin Chen frowned upon inquiring about the price. Yes, sir. The crystals from wind-type ferocious beasts are more expensive than those from fire-type beasts, as these ferocious creatures are relatively rare, the vendor explained. It then dawned on Qin Chen that the prices varied among different types of ferocious beast crystals. I'll take 2, he declared, pulling out his body refinement peak certification. Upon examining the certificate, the vendor's expression shifted dramatically. And master, what is it? Qin Chen furrowed his brow. And nothing. I merely meant to inform you, master, that you qualify for a 60% discount. 60%? Qin Chen was momentarily taken aback before recollecting that during his time at the Martial Arts Association, he had received an 80% discount for being certified at the mid-stage of body refinement. Thus, it followed that the late stage would grant a 70% discount, while the peak stage would yield a 60% discount. Wrap it up for me. Qin Chen smiled. With a 60% discount, each crystal would only cost 72,000, a considerable benefit indeed. Why, yes. The vendor quickly complied, wrapping the items for Qin Chen. After receiving the beast crystals, Qin Chen glanced at the vendor and whispered, "Keep this confidential." The vendor nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Subsequently, Qin Chen proceeded to the section for ice system beast crystals, where he similarly purchased 2 premium ice system beast crystals. After these transactions, he calculated that he still had 32,000 left, intending to keep 2,000 for himself and allocate the remainder for family expenses, which would suffice for the time being. After waiting a few days for the school bonus to arrive, he planned to send it home, significantly improving his family's circumstances. Once everything was settled, he descended to the ground floor and made his way towards the mall entrance. Just as he reached the bottom, 2 individuals entered the mall, a man and a woman. Upon seeing Qin Chen, the man initially seemed taken aback. Then his expression soured upon noticing the item in Qin Chen's hand. "What's wrong, Quan?" the striking woman beside him asked, noticing his reaction. "I recognize him," Quan said, scrutinizing the approaching Qin Chen. Memories flooded back. This was the person who had sought him out not long ago. At that time, Qin Chen had confronted him about whether he was behind the harm that had come to Qin Day, to which Quan had unhesitatingly confessed. He was aware of Qin Chen's family situation, financially strained, but the sight of the object in Qin Chen's possession changed his demeanor. Could he have recorded our conversation and approached my family? His thoughts raced, although he couldn't discern the quality of the beast crystal that Qin Chen held. Purchasing 4 at once, even the most basic ones, was beyond what Qin Chen's family could afford. The only plausible explanation was that Qin Chen was using the recording to threaten his family. While Quan was assertive, he had not yet reached a point where he could disregard the rules. This man must be eliminated. A sudden ruthlessness overtook him. If Qin Chen possessed that recording, he was a ticking time bomb. While it might not bring the Zhao family to ruin, it would certainly cause considerable distress, especially since Qin Day was a retired soldier. How could Quan have such a friend? The woman remarked disdainfully, glancing at Qin Chen. He appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any sense of elegance in his attire. At that moment, Qin Chen also noticed Quan ahead. He merely glanced at him and chose to ignore him. Qin Chen. As he approached, Quan took the initiative to greet him. "It really is you," Quan exclaimed with feigned surprise. "Brother Qin, when you came to find me last time, I was in a rather foul mood. Do you have time now? If so, I would like to compensate you for that visit." Qin Chen regarded him. "And how do you intend to compensate me?" Hearing this, Quan's spirits lifted. "Let us discuss it in the car." Qin Chen smiled and did not refuse, following him outside the mall. "Brother Qin, I don't have cash on me, but I do have a villa in the suburbs where the money is. If you accompany me there, I will give you what you deserve. What do you say? Quan said with a beaming smile as they got into the car. Is that so? Qin Chen hesitated momentarily. Quan, sensing his urgency, reassured him, don't worry. Brother Qin, once we arrive, you can have as much as you want. Qin Chen feigned difficulty, but after a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, but we must return early. Haha, no problem. My car is quite fast. Quan laughed heartily. Get out, he suddenly commanded the woman, his expression turning cold. Reluctantly, she protested. Quan, I'm not unfamiliar with your villa. I would like to go as well. My villa is known only to me. No one else is aware of it. Zhao Quan's expression turned cold. What are you going to do? We agreed that if we were to part ways, there would be no entanglements. So it's best if you remain oblivious to the matters concerning the villa. The woman's face flushed with anger, about to retort, when Qin Chen interjected, It's fine, Quan. Let her go. It would be rather absurd for two grown men to be involved in this. Zhao, Quan hesitated. He initially intended to refuse. Yet the thought of Qin Chen opting out compelled him to acquiesce. Very well, he conceded. Without further delay, he pressed down on the accelerator, and the car sped swiftly toward the outskirts. After half an hour, they arrived at an increasingly desolate location, ultimately reaching a deserted path. As he surveyed the surroundings, it became evident that there were no houses in sight, not even a shadow of a soul. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a gradual stop. Zhao Quan announced, The road ahead is impassable. We shall proceed on foot. With that, he exited the car, and the woman, seemingly unperturbed, followed suit. Qin Chen smiled faintly, quickly retrieving 4 beast crystals and swallowing them whole before leisurely opening the car door. Ding! Absorption successful. Your physical body's progress in wind element refinement has reached 100. Ding! Absorption successful. Your physical body's progress in ice element refinement has reached 100. In that moment, Qin Chen felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his body. Name, Qin Chen Fire Element Realm. Peak Body Refinement Wind Element Realm. Peak Body Refinement Ice Element Realm. Peak Body Refinement Combat Power. 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host. With mastery over 3 elements, your physical refinement has reached the limits of human capacity. A divine level quest is now being initiated. Chapter 9. Divine Mission. A single blow to annihilate the foe, alas. Qin Chen was utterly astonished by the display of power before him. The very reason he dared to accompany Zhao Quan to this place was his belief that by devouring 2 supreme ice-type beast crystals, he could undoubtedly reach his zenith, especially considering his SS-level ice affinity. He also conjectured that his combat strength would surpass the threshold of a 1-star warrior, reaching at least a mark of 300, if not more. However, he never anticipated that it would exceed the 1-star warrior threshold by a staggering 200 points. Meanwhile, Zhao Quan had just recently become a 1-star warrior, and his combat prowess was unlikely to be significantly impressive. Tremble Zhao Quan. After disembarking, Qin Chen cast a smile toward Zhao Quan ahead of him. Beep. Divine mission successfully initiated. Task 1. Become a 1-star warrior within 6 months. Reward. 1 fire-type imprint fragment. Normal mode. Task 2. Become a 1-star warrior within 3 months. Reward. 1 fire-type and 1 wind-type imprint fragment. Hard mode. Task 3. Become a 1-star warrior within 1 month. Reward. 1 fire-type, 1 ice-type, and 1 wind-type imprint fragment. Along with a 2nd-tier martial art. Hell mode. Task 4. Become a 1-star warrior within 3 days. Reward. 2 random imprint fragments and a martial arts gift package. Divine mode. Qin Chen's attention was immediately drawn to Task 4, for it was a divine mission, and it was the divine that piqued his interest. The imprint fragments were, without a doubt, fragments of elemental imprints. To break through to a 1-star warrior, one must condense elemental imprints, and with his devouring talent, he only needed to consume enough imprint fragments to achieve that. Most importantly, the martial arts gift package was shrouded in mystery. He could not fathom what martial art it contained, but given that it was a divine mission, it must be extraordinary. This divine mission was exceedingly formidable. 3 days was an almost insurmountable challenge. Beep. Task acceptance time. 3 seconds. Should the host decline, a random passive task will be assigned. Countdown commencing. Damn it. Qin Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily accepted task 4. Brother Qin, hurry up. We are almost there. Zhao Quan called back to Qin Chen. Be quick, the woman exclaimed, her face marred by impatience and disdain. If only it were just her and Zhao Quan. How much better it would be. Qin Chen felt like a third wheel. I'm coming. Qin Chen no longer delayed and quickly caught up with them. Before long, they encountered an abandoned reservoir, surrounded by desolate woods. Young Master Quan, where's your villa? The woman inquired, surveying the area. Ahead stood a dilapidated hut, likely the residence of the caretaker during the reservoir's operational days. As for the villa, there was not a trace to be found. Suddenly, Zhao Quan whirled around and seized the woman's neck. A villa? This vast reservoir serves as your grave, far superior to any villa. The woman's expression paled, and as she attempted to speak, her voice was stifled by his grip. Zhao Quan showed no mercy with a twist of his hand. A sickening crack echoed as he broke her neck, and then he cast her aside. With a thud, her lifeless body was hurled into the reservoir. Qin Chen observed impassively as he executed the woman and discarded her lifeless body. He had previously consented to her presence, anticipating this very outcome. This woman had ties to Zhao Quan. Should she have refrained from attending, the Zhao family would undoubtedly trace her absence back to him with relative ease. With her demise, even after he eliminated Zhao Quan, the Zhao family would require time to connect the dots back to him. At this juncture, time was his most pressing scarcity. Zhao Quan turned to Qin Chen, incredulous. Aren't you fleeing? He presumed that witnessing the murder would instill fear in Qin Chen, prompting him to escape. Yet, to his astonishment, Qin Chen remained rooted in place, devoid of any reaction. Perhaps he was simply rendered speechless by shock. Zhao Quan advanced toward him, declaring, "Now, it is your turn." With that, he launched a punch, his fist glowing a fiery red, indicative of a fire element first-star martial artist. Qin Chen fixed his gaze on the approaching fist, neither flinching nor retreating. At the moment of impact, he unleashed a counterpunch of his own. A resounding crash echoed as Zhao Quan, initially brimming with pride, suddenly let out a harrowing scream, his body propelled backward with a thud against the ground. You have broken through to a martial artist?" His complexion turned ashen, terror etched across his features as he regarded Qin Chen. Despite having attained a battle power of 320 upon his ascension to a first-star martial artist, he found himself grievously injured by Qin Chen's single strike, an indication that Qin Chen had been a martial artist for a considerable duration. The realization left him in disbelief. In mere strides, Qin Chen stood before him, raising a hand to strike his forehead. "Prepare to meet your end." Sensing the impending doom, Zhao Quan's expression shifted dramatically. "No, I am of the Zhao family. You cannot kill me. The Zhao family will not spare you, nor will they spare your family." With a decisive blow, Qin Chen's palm connected with Zhao Quan's forehead without hesitation. Zhao Quan's eyes widened in terror, his body slackening as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Seizing his corpse, Qin Chen hurled it into the reservoir. Watching the two bodies gradually sink beneath the surface, he then turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved Zhao Quan's vehicle and submerged it in the reservoir as well, meticulously clearing the scene before departing. Everything was executed with remarkable efficiency. Upon returning home, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Qin Chen went straight to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing his cultivation. First, I must condense the fire elemental mark. A pulsating flame emerged in his palm, flickering with vibrant energy. The act of condensing a mark entails fully transforming elemental power into one's own insignia, thereby enabling control over elemental force. A first-star martial artist signifies the successful condensation of a single divine pattern mark. Qin Chen's affinity for fire elements was at an extraordinary SSS level, and at that moment he felt an alarming closeness to the fire elements. It was not until the following morning that he opened his eyes to assess the system. His fire elemental mark had reached a condensation progress of 2. Name: Qin Chen Fire Elemental Realm. Peak Body Refinement. Elemental Mark Progress 2. Wind Elemental Realm. Peak Body Refinement Ice Elemental Realm. Peak Body Refinement Battle Power 504. given this rate of progress. Breaking through to the first star would require 50 days. Qin Chen shook his head in contemplation. He possesses an SSS-level talent, and should he be of lesser ability, it would take years to quantify his worth. However, there exists a venue that could expedite the consolidation of his marks, albeit at an exorbitant cost. He recalls that within the Martial Arts Association, there is an elemental training room, where the elemental forces are abundant. Merely entering to cultivate would hasten the process of consolidation. Yet access requires a significant financial outlay. It is rumored that a single night could cost several $100,000, and the pricing varies among different elemental training rooms, determined by the type and intensity of the elements. Even if Qin Chen were to consider the shortest possible duration of 3 days, he would still need to expend over $1 million without any assurance of achieving a breakthrough within that time frame. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Qin Chen, come to the school," came the voice of the principal from the other end. Startled, Qin Chen replied, "Principal, I have the right to study freely." "I understand, but this matter is of utmost importance. Hurry." The principal's tone left no room for explanation, revealing a palpable urgency. After hanging up, Qin Chen set out, making his way swiftly to the school. Chapter 10. A kick that sends the car door flying. Principal, what brings you here in such a hurry? Upon arriving at school, Qin Chen made his way directly to the principal's office. Within the office, not only was the principal present, but the school director was also in attendance. "Gome, Gome, Gome." The principal greeted Qin Chen with a warm smile, inviting him to take a seat. "Have you heard of the Genius Training Camp?" Once Qin Chen settled in, the principal began to inquire. Qin Chen nodded. His memory served him well. The Genius Training Camp was a special program aimed at senior students preparing for the college entrance examination. Each year, prior to the exams, the program would be established, selecting the most outstanding student from every high school in the city to participate, based on previous year's timelines. It was nearly that time again. "This year, our school's chosen candidate is you," the principal said, his eyes filled with anticipation as he regarded Qin Chen. With over 150 high schools in Rongqing, each session of the Genius Training Camp involved a comparative evaluation among the schools. Historically, Rongqing one high school had never claimed a position in the top 10, yet with Qin Chen in this year's cohort, the principal felt confident that they could not only secure a spot in the top 10, but possibly contend for the top 3, or even first place, thereby enhancing the school's reputation. "What do you think? Are you interested?" the principal asked. The director, standing nearby, also glanced at Qin Chen, his expression a mix of complexity. In the past, students vying for a place in the Genius Training Camp had to endure intense competition, but now, it seemed as though the principal was imploring Qin Chen. Such a disparity was remarkable. "When does it begin?" "Immediately at noon." "That soon?" Qin Chen furrowed his brow. He found the Genius Training Camp quite intriguing, yet he needed to contemplate how to break through to a one-star warrior within 3 days. Entering the training camp would limit his freedom. Noticing Qin Chen's hesitation, the principal quickly added, "Qin Chen, once you join the Genius Training Camp, the city will award a talent bonus of 100,000. Furthermore, you will receive guidance from instructors, and if you possess the capability, you can access the Elemental Training Room." "The Elemental Training Room? The training camp has an Elemental Training Room?" Qin Chen was taken aback, his excitement palpable. What he needed most at that moment was indeed the Elemental Training Room. "Absolutely," the principal replied with a grin. Knowing that Qin Chen had achieved the pinnacle of body refinement, he anticipated that mentioning the Elemental Training Room would elicit an immediate agreement. Without waiting for Qin Chen to ask further, he continued, "Moreover, this Elemental Training Room is newly developed, allowing training at 15 times the external rate." 15 times? Qin Chen gasped. He recalled that the most advanced elemental training rooms currently available could only achieve a maximum of 13 times the training speed, and even that was rare, primarily found in the capital. With a 15-fold increase, calculating a 30% gain over a single night, it became evident that spending just 2 consecutive days in the training room could elevate his fire element proficiency to a 1-star warrior. "So, are you interested in participating?" the principal inquired once more. "Of course." Qin Chen nodded. With the prospect of the elemental training room, he had no reason to decline. "Haha, splendid." The principal laughed heartily. "Qin Chen, I assure you if you manage to secure first place in the Genius Training Camp this time. I will elevate the prize money to 150,000. The maximum award stipulated by the first high school is 100,000. But if Qin Chen truly achieves first place, the principal has decided to break this rule. Even if he cannot, he will personally contribute an additional 50,000. Thank you very much, Principal. Qin Chen replied with a smile. Money, after all, is always more welcome in larger amounts. The principal nodded, glanced at the time, and said, You may set off now. Now? Qin Chen asked, bewildered. Yes, right now. The original departure time for the training camp is today, with noon as the latest limit. I believe the selected candidates from other schools have already left. The principal explained. Where is it? Qin Chen inquired, puzzled. The principal shook his head. I do not know the exact location. You'll need to find it yourselves. You must arrive at the training camp before dark. If you're late, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. Such a game, Qin Chen muttered as he turned to leave. Watching Qin Chen hurriedly depart, both the principal and the director chuckled. This, in fact, is also a test, not only of strength but of wit. If, within a day, one cannot locate the training camp, they equally lack the qualifications to be a part of it. Do you think Qin Chen can secure first place? The director suddenly asked. Based on past experiences, it seems almost certain that Qin Chen will claim the top spot. However, we have learned that there are two other prodigies emerging this year. One from his 7th high school, another from the 9th high school. Those two are Qin Chen's greatest competitors and are said to have reached the peak of physical training. I don't know. Pressure can be beneficial. If there were no pressure, I wouldn't have recommended him, the principal remarked, shaking his head. Qin Chen had already exited the school, and, rather than leaving immediately, he took out his phone and opened the map. In Rong City, there are 3 locations that house elemental training facilities. He surveyed the 3 sites marked on the map. One is the Martial Arts Association, another is the City Sports Center, and the last is the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Each of these 3 locations is a possibility. As in previous years, the Genius Training Camp has been established at all 3 sites without a fixed venue. The 3 places lie in different directions. Qin Chen frowned as he examined the map. The distances between these 3 directions are considerable. If you were to visit them one by one, a single day would not suffice. He zoomed in on the map and located the addresses of every high school in the city, suddenly smiling. The high schools are distributed throughout various locations. Some are quite near the Martial Arts Association, while others are close to the City Sports Center. However, none are in close proximity to the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Even the nearest school would require over 3 hours to reach Ming Mountain, while the farthest would take nearly 6 hours. If fairness is to be ensured, Ming Mountain stands out as the best choice. It is highly probable that the training camp is indeed at the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Qin Chen cast his gaze directly upon the Ming Mountain Training Ground depicted on the map. It was the farthest point from him, estimating a journey of 5 to 6 hours to reach it. However, he did not resolve to head to the Ming Mountain Training Ground immediately. Instead, he directed his course towards the Martial Arts Association, which lay a mere half-hour away. A taxi suddenly halted beside him, and the driver leaned out, inquiring, "Young man, need a ride?" Qin Chen promptly opened the door to the passenger seat and replied, "To the Martial Arts Association." "Certainly." The driver pressed the accelerator and they sped off. "Are you heading for certification at the Martial Arts Association? It's quite impressive for someone so young." As they drove, the driver glanced at Qin Chen with a smile and asked, "I suppose so." Qin Chen nodded. "Are you perhaps single?" "I have a daughter." The driver continued to chatter, while Qin Chen responded intermittently. However, Qin Chen soon narrowed his eyes and said, "Master, this doesn't seem to be the route to the Martial Arts Association." He observed the road ahead, realizing that the driver had unwittingly made 2 turns, distancing them further from their destination. "Young man, I've been driving a taxi for 3 years. I assure you, this direction leads to the Martial Arts Association." Without uttering another word, Qin Chen forcefully kicked the car door open and leaped out. The driver's expression shifted, yet he did not halt, continuing to drive. He glanced into the rearview mirror, astonished to see Qin Chen standing firm behind him. Kicking the door open like that indicates at least mid-level physical training. Indeed, this generation of prodigies surpasses the last. He then retrieved his phone and dialed a number, reporting, "Number 37 has slipped from control. with at least mid-level physical cultivation. Chapter 11. Mountain climbing. As Qin Chen leapt from the taxi, he observed it continuing on its way without a hint of hesitation. A faint smile graced his lips. It appeared that the trials of the genius training camp had commenced. He promptly turned towards the direction of the Ming Mountain training camp. Meanwhile, the taxi came to a halt at the roadside, and the driver exited the vehicle. Upon noticing that Qin Chen had not proceeded to the Martial Arts Association, but instead departed, he was taken aback. He was, in fact, one of the instructors at the Genius Training Camp. Although the camp comprised the most gifted students selected from various schools, entry was not granted lightly. One had to discover the location of the training camp and arrive within the stipulated time to be deemed an official member. This instructor was among those tasked with creating challenges for the gifted, specifically monitoring Qin Chen. Qin Chen's designation was 37, a number that had originally belonged to Wang Chong from the first high school, assigned based on the performance of over 150 students. Now that Qin Chen had taken Wang Chong's place, the number had effectively become his. Unconventional, indeed. He gazed at Qin Chen's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. It was unexpected that Qin Chen could kick the car door away. But his choice to forego the Martial Arts Association in favor of the Ming Mountain Training Camp was even more surprising. Typically, one would assume that having thwarted Qin Chen's attempt to reach the Martial Arts Association, he would be compelled to find a way there. The more one resisted, the more determined he would become. However, Qin Chen's unwavering decision to abandon his original destination was something he had not anticipated. Shortly thereafter, Qin Chen hailed another taxi, meticulously ensuring it was en route to the Ming Mountain Training Camp before allowing himself to relax. After several hours, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, gazing upwards, unable to discern the summit. As he reached the base, he observed a boy and a girl fervently climbing amidst the forested slopes of Ming Mountain. This mountain is truly arduous to ascend. We haven't even completed a third of the journey, the girl gasped, anxiety creeping into her voice. If we fail to reach the top before nightfall, we will be ridiculed upon our return to school. The Ming Mountain, reputedly insurmountable for ordinary individuals, is indeed no easy feat, the boy replied, though he appeared less daunted than she, albeit his pace had noticeably slowed compared to when they first started their ascent. Xiaoyan, I cannot wait for you any longer. I must press on, the boy declared suddenly. The higher we climb, the more challenging it becomes, and I fear I may not make it myself. At his words, the girl named Xiaoyan's expression turned furious. Zhou, you intend to abandon me? And yet you wish to pursue me? Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had long admired Jin Xiaoyan, but forfeiting the opportunity to enter the genius training camp was a significant loss. What are you afraid of? Our schools are the closest to the Ming Mountain Training Camp, and we are among the first to ascend. If we cannot reach the top, surely no one else will either. If the Genius Training Camp has no participants, they will have no choice but to allow everyone in. They are the most exceptional individuals from their respective schools. Yet even they could not reach the summit of Ming Mountain within the allotted time. If those from other schools are struggling, it is likely they will be unable to ascend at all. If this training camp were not situated here, we would simply be unfortunate. However, if you choose to abandon me, do not speak to me again in the future, the girl asserted with unwavering determination. Zhou expression changed, and he inhaled deeply, about to speak, when suddenly he glanced down the mountain, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Xiaoyan, look quickly. Look? What am I supposed to look at? The girl replied, somewhat displeased, yet she could not help but turn her gaze downward. There a figure was swiftly ascending, moving with an astonishing speed. They had been climbing for an hour, covering nearly 1/3 of the distance. Yet this person's feet seemed to shorten the distance with incredible rapidity. It is important to note that Ming Mountain is not a tourist destination. It only has a training ground at the summit, specifically designed for the training of prodigies. Thus, the mountain lacks well-maintained paths, and the journey is fraught with dense forests, loose stones, and muddy terrain, making it quite arduous. However, for this individual, it was as if the ground were entirely level. The trees posed no obstruction, and the loose stones, which would typically roll under anyone else's weight, remained stable beneath this person's light touch, as if they were merely skimming the surface. This left the girl utterly astonished. Could it be a military instructor? Zhou pondered, though this was the only plausible explanation. Aside from instructors, only students preparing for training would ascend this mountain. Not instructor, the girl suddenly exclaimed. Zhou focused intently, and as he discerned Qin Chen's features, his expression shifted. He was far too young, appearing no different from them, merely a student. How could this be? He must be at least at the late stage of body refinement. How could a student of that caliber be entering the training camp alongside us? I had heard rumors of several prodigies emerging from this cohort. Could it be true? As the two remained in shock, the figure drew closer, until they could clearly see Qin Chen's visage. Classmate, which school do you belong to? Zhou could not restrain himself from inquiring as Qin Chen approached. In an instant, as soon as the boy's question escaped his lips, Qin Chen darted past them with remarkable speed. One high, Qin Chen's voice rang out. By the time they processed his words and looked up, Qin Chen was already 100 meters away. Wow, the boy exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. The speed was extraordinary. Their ascent was laborious, while Qin Chen seemed to fly. Wind element. He must be a late-stage body refinement practitioner of the wind element, the girl murmured. As Qin Chen swept past them, he felt as though he were a gust of wind. The body refinement stage is characterized by those who have yet to cultivate martial arts. Only those who harness the wind element can achieve such velocity. At that moment, Qin Chen continued his ascent, breathing evenly, appearing less like a climber and more like someone savoring the experience. Truly, this mountain, reputed to be insurmountable for ordinary individuals, made him feel as though his training was accelerating. Qin Chen marveled internally. It seems as though an ethereal energy, reminiscent of ancient legends, envelopes this place, making him feel that each breath he takes is an act of cultivation. If he were to remain here for an extended period, the benefits would undoubtedly surpass those of training at the foot of the mountain. Along the way, he encountered two individuals, realizing that he was the first to arrive. He looked up, and while the summit remained obscured, he understood that he had reached the mountainside, having ascended halfway. As he progressed upward, the ascent became increasingly arduous, yet his pace did not falter in the slightest. Initially, he harnessed the pinnacle of his wind-based powers, but as fatigue set in, he activated his fire-based energy, ultimately unlocking all three elemental forces by the journey's end. With a thunderous step, he finally set foot upon the summit of Ming Mountain. At that moment, his blood felt as if it were boiling, and only after a brief interlude did it gradually begin to settle. Chapter 12. Elimination rate exceeds 50%. Qin Chen exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him. To his surprise, after a single ascent, his three elemental marks had coalesced slightly. He glanced at the system, noting that his three elemental marks had condensed by an additional 2%. Consequently, his fire elemental mark now totaled 4%, and his combat power had risen to 516. Observing this transformation in himself, he felt immense satisfaction. Even before the genius training camp commenced, he had made some progress. Albeit modest, it was nonetheless a promising beginning. Ahead lay the training camp, he surmised. As he gazed forward, the summit of Ming Mountain revealed a vast platform, its full expanse beyond his immediate perception. Approximately 200 meters ahead, several structures came into view, including some towering buildings. He advanced step by step. Just as he was about to approach, two men clad in military uniforms emerged from within. One of the men glanced at his watch before looking up at Qin Chen. Not bad. You're the first to arrive, and it didn't take long. He inquired, which school are you from? Yizhong, Qin Chen replied, meeting their gaze. Yizhong? The two men were taken aback, scrutinizing Qin Chen up and down. One of them remarked, Is it truly Yizhong? There's no need to impersonate, is there? Qin Chen shrugged in response. The men continued to appraise him. One said, Yizhong is at least a 5-hour drive from here, implying you climbed the mountain in under 2 hours. The other added, their tone laced with astonishment. Qin Chen remained unperturbed by their comments. He had been assigned last minute, departing later than the others, and in truth, his climb had taken less than an hour. Impressive. Very impressive. Welcome to the Genius Training Camp. We are responsible for security here. The two began to introduce themselves. May I ask your name? One extended his hand. Speaking naturally, Qin Chen extended his hand in return. Qin Chen. Their hands clasped firmly, but soon Qin Chen furrowed his brow, sensing the other's grip tightening gradually. Qin Chen, not bad. The man nodded, yet showed no intention of releasing his grasp, the pressure continuing to escalate. Qin Chen maintained a calm demeanor, gradually increasing his own grip. The man's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated Qin Chen's counteraction and, without hesitation, applied even more force. Thus, the two engaged in a silent contest of strength, the pressure intensifying. When Qin Chen unleashed the full might of his peak physical conditioning, the man stared in shock. The bystander observed in astonishment, recognizing that their companion had exerted the peak of physical prowess. Yet Qin Chen's countenance bore no trace of discomfort. Peak physical conditioning, he thought, alarmed. The individual shaking hands with Qin Chen was equally taken aback, though he quickly regained composure. After all, Qin Chen had been the first to arrive, and achieving peak physical conditioning was entirely plausible. He offered a slight smile, once more amplifying his grip. Their task this time was straightforward, to instill a sense of humility in these prodigies, ensuring that upon entering the training camp, they would relinquish their arrogance, while simultaneously weeding out some individuals. However, his expression soon shifted. He felt the power emanating from his hand intensifying, matching his own strength with no discernible disparity. I refuse to believe this. Boom! He unleashed the might of a first-star warrior, calculating his combat power to at least 350. Yet in the next moment, as he prepared to revel in his superiority, his countenance abruptly changed. The same force surged towards his palm, even intensifying. A bead of sweat formed on his brow, sending a shiver down his spine. As the oncoming power continued to press against him, he found himself struggling to withstand it. "Student Qin, welcome to the Genius Training Camp," he hastily exclaimed, retracting his hand. Qin Chen smiled, releasing his grip. "Thank you for your trouble, gentlemen." "Not a bother at all." One of them laughed heartily, his voice trembling slightly. He then gestured toward the specific area. "Please proceed there. Once everyone arrives, we will gather there, and your instructor will be present as well." "Thank you." Qin Chen made his way towards the designated spot. "What has happened?" After Qin Chen departed, the other individual inquired with a puzzled expression. He had previously perceived that Qin Chen was evenly matched with his opponent, but was now somewhat bewildered. A first-star warrior. His strength has reached that of a first-star warrior, and he was even stronger than me. He nearly incapacitated me. The man shook his hand, still feeling the lingering shock. He had already surpassed the first-star warrior threshold, with a combat power around 350, yet the strength Qin Chen had just exhibited seemed to register at a minimum of 380. A combat power of 380 could only be achieved by someone with exceptional physical prowess. Otherwise, it would surely indicate a breakthrough beyond the first-star warrior level. With this realization, both men turned to observe Qin Chen's retreating figure, their hearts stirred. A first-star warrior of such caliber, not yet of age, was a rarity in the history of Rongqing. Should we report this? No need. After all, it was merely a covert test. Whether this young man has truly broken through to the first-star warrior level remains uncertain. Are you suggesting he could be dual element? Yes, thus it's best not to report it. Given our superior's temperament, if we were to misreport, we would face dire consequences. He recalled the formidable nature of his superior. Reporting uncertain information could lead to reprimands at best and severe penalties at worst, a risk not worth taking. The two decided to wait for the arrival of the other students. Meanwhile, Qin Chen had arrived at the designated location, a square that appeared to be a typical training ground, devoid of any remarkable features. After a while, others began to ascend the mountaintop. "Hold for 5 seconds without calling out to pass," a voice echoed. It was the same individual who had previously shaken hands with Qin Chen. Shortly thereafter, a student approached Qin Chen. It wasn't too long before a cry of despair pierced the air. "Eliminated." In the ensuing moments, the word eliminated echoed incessantly, with one individual being dismissed every few minutes. As dusk gradually enveloped the landscape, the number of individuals ascending the summit dwindled. At this juncture, a soldier clad in uniform approached from the distance. He scrutinized the assembly of individuals gathered in the square. Noting that only 72 remained, a significant improvement compared to the previous cohort. From this moment forth, anyone yet to arrive will be disqualified. Congratulations. You have officially entered the Genius Training Camp. My name is Ma Jun, and I am one of your instructors. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the square erupted in commotion. Over 150 had initially gathered, yet only 72 remained, resulting in a staggering elimination rate exceeding 50%. Moreover, Ma Yun proclaimed loudly, entering the training camp does not guarantee your permanence here. The program lasts for 2 months, during which your performance will be evaluated and assigned corresponding points. The individual with the least points each day will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. The prospect of daily eliminations suggested that by the end of the training camp, approximately 60 individuals would be dismissed. Chapter 13. The fearless strong who was the first to arrive? Step forward. Ma Jun suddenly inquired in a loud voice. The crowd began to glance around, and soon they spotted Qin Chen emerging from the throng, eliciting curiosity regarding his school affiliation. As Qin Chen approached, Ma Jun pulled out a list and asked, "Which school do you represent?" Reporting, "I am for number 1 high school." Qin Chen replied, "Number 1 high school?" The instructor raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. It was unexpected that a student from number 1 high school would be the first to arrive. Meanwhile, the other students regarded Qin Chen with a mix of astonishment, skepticism, and admiration. After all, number 1 high school was among the farthest from this location, and to arrive first attested to his capabilities. Ma Jun scanned the list and located the entry for number 1 high school. "Your name is Wang Chong?" Qin Chen was taken aback for a moment, but quickly comprehended the situation. He had replaced Wang Chong, and the principal had yet to inform anyone of the change, resulting in the information remaining unupdated here. "I am Qin Chen," he corrected. "Qin Chen? Has number 1 high school made a last-minute substitution?" Ma Jun's brow furrowed. Such last-minute changes had occurred in the past, often for complex reasons, predominantly due to connections. "Yes, I've been temporarily switched in," Qin Chen affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the expressions of students from other schools shifted dramatically. A connection? It makes sense now. No wonder he arrived first. He might have had an elder guiding him to success. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. The only one who remained silent was a boy who had previously encountered Qin Chen on the mountainside, accompanied by a girl who had evidently been eliminated while he had made it into the training camp. Hearing the discussions and recalling Qin Chen's astonishing speed during the ascent, he found the situation almost laughable. A bunch of fools. Soon you will realize just how formidable he truly is, he mused inwardly. Silence. Ma Jun's expression darkened as he shouted. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Number 1 high school, Qin Chen. He crossed out Wang Chong's name on the list and replaced it with Qin Chen's. He then produced a badge. "Since you have taken Wang Chong's place, this number is now yours. Take it and wait outside the entrance of Area 4. He gestured towards a distance. Qin Chen glanced over and noticed 10 distinct areas, each with a grand entrance marked with numbers. The first gate bore the numbers 1, 10, the second 11, 20, and so forth. Without hesitation, Qin Chen made his way over, though he remained conscious that this was certainly not a place for rest. The training camp accommodations consisted of single rooms, designed to prevent disturbances during individual cultivation. Thus, the purpose of these 10 areas must be something entirely different. Before long, everyone arrived at their designated rooms according to their numbers. Those with numbers exceeding 100 who had not been eliminated were automatically assigned to fill the vacancies. At that moment, Ma Jun approached again, announcing loudly, "You all have just undergone a day of entry assessments. You are all geniuses entering the training camp." Next, the first assessment of the point system commenced. Upon entering the grand gate, those who exited within half an hour would be eliminated, and ultimately, those with the least points would face expulsion. What? Upon hearing this, someone could not restrain their exclamation. Just moments ago, more than half had been eliminated, and now, yet another trial waited. With a sharp click, before the crowd could regain their composure, the gate swung open, revealing various rooms, each marked with a specific number. Gazing into the dimly lit interior, anxiety settled in the hearts of the onlookers, for the unknown is often the most terrifying. "Enter," commanded Ma Jun with authority. The crowd, deterred from hesitation, cautiously stepped inside. Among them was Qin Chen, who, upon crossing the threshold, was met with a chilling aura. Passing through several rooms, he soon found himself before room 37. At this moment, many others had also located their corresponding rooms, with some pressing their ears against the doors to listen for any signs of life within. We're supposed to stay here for half an hour? I thought it would be challenging, but this room seems devoid of anything. It's so quiet, remarked a burly man after listening intently and finding no abnormalities. It must be more complex than it appears. Do they really think this assessment would be so simple? Why don't we just wait here until time passes? Someone suddenly suggested. The crowd turned to him, their expressions incredulous, as if he were foolish. Surely, a genius training camp would not allow such loopholes. Moreover, if they did not enter the rooms, they would inevitably earn 0 points and face collective elimination. One should not underestimate the resolve of the camp's instructors. They would not hesitate to act. Who will be the first to open the door and see what lies inside? Someone inquired. At that moment, all eyes converged on Qin Chen. Brother Qin, you are the top candidate entering the camp. Your strength must be unparalleled. You should open the door and assess any anomalies, as you have the greatest assurance, suggested a tall, slender youth who appeared relatively handsome. Indeed, Qin, we are counting on you, chimed in a well-proportioned girl, though her looks were rather average. The others remained silent, yet no one opposed the idea. They all recognized that Qin Chen had gained entry through connections, and thus, sending him forth as a scout was met with approval. Qin Chen cast a calm glance at them and stepped forward, extending his hand towards the door's mechanism. I shall indeed open the door, but not as a mere pathfinder for you, he declared. The strong fear nothing. It is the weak who shrink back. With that, his finger pressed against the switch, and the door began to creak open. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered. The crowd, taken aback by Qin Chen's words, initially froze, before quickly realizing the implication. Did he just call us weak? Someone's face flushed with indignation. Forget about that. Let us see what's inside. As Qin Chen stepped in, the door began to close slowly, prompting the crowd to rush forward and peer inside. Was that a mechanical puppet? A change in expression swept across some faces. These mechanical puppets came in various forms, some resembling humans while others taking on the shape of mythical beasts. They were specifically crafted by humans to serve as sparring partners. Typically, the weakest among these mechanical puppets were at the initial stage of body refinement. Most importantly, these puppets represented a fusion of technology and martial arts. Each mechanical puppet contained a chip, which encapsulated the essence of human martial arts. A mechanical puppet at the initial stage of body refinement was undoubtedly superior to its human counterpart, as no individual could possibly rival the accumulated martial experience stored within the chip. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the room as Qin Chen sent one mechanical puppet flying with a single punch. At that moment, the door sealed shut. He truly propelled the mechanical puppet away? A gasp echoed among the crowd. How could that be? He was merely a beneficiary of connections, wasn't he? Could he actually have achieved this through his own abilities? In an instant, perceptions of Qin Chen began to shift. Perhaps he was not the figure they had initially assumed, but rather someone with genuine prowess. Suddenly, a hearty laughter pierced the tension. The tall, handsome youth from earlier remarked, "What genuine strength. I'm from secondary school too, which is not far from secondary school 1. Am I not familiar with their circumstances? The strongest, Wang Chong, has consistently held the top position from freshman to senior year. I'm well aware of this. Given the proximity between the two schools, he had indeed kept a close eye on the strongest individual from school 1, as Wang Chong was his rival. Therefore, he had always known of Wang Chong's reputation. I suspect that this mechanical puppet has yet to be equipped with a chip. At best, it is merely a semi-finished product, the youth declared with unshakable confidence. Do you doubt me? You are all the top students from your respective schools, and surely some of you have heard of the top student from school 1. Have you heard of the name Qin Chen? He sneered. Silence fell among the group. Indeed, none had heard of Qin Chen, although some were aware of Wang Chong. Chapter 14. Mechanized Puppets, 9 at a time. Well, it seems some individuals remain unconvinced. Allow me to demonstrate. Remember my name, Yang Shuai of Class 2. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Shuai returned to the door of his room. Without a moment's hesitation, He pressed the door's activation switch. The crowd hastily followed, witnessing him step inside. As the door began to close, his voice echoed, urging them to pay close attention. In an instant, he charged towards a mechanized puppet within the room. As he approached, a red light illuminated the puppet's form. A smirk graced Yang Shuai's lips as he realized the puppet had been triggered. He unleashed a powerful punch. Simultaneously, the puppet reacted with equal swiftness, striking back with its own blow. Boom! The collision reverberated as man and puppet clashed violently. The onlookers gasped, witnessing a figure being sent hurtling backwards. Those standing at the threshold quickly dodged aside as the figure shot out before the door could close. Goodness, this is no mere prototype. Yang Shuai's head tilted, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and moments later, 2 individuals entered, swiftly lifting the unconscious Yang Shuai and carrying him away. Within 5 minutes, he was the second to be eliminated. It was likely that half would soon follow. One of the onlookers whispered. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Their gazes turned towards room 37, eyes wide with astonishment. Bang! Inside room 37, Qin Chen delivered a punch that sent the mechanized puppet before him into a cloud of smoke, rendering it utterly incapacitated. Eliminations have already begun. Qin Chen approached the disabled puppet, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He had heard the alarm and surmised it signaled the elimination of a participant. These mechanized puppets are formidable opponents. Among the students ranked beyond 30, few have reached the mid-stage of physical refinement. Surviving without being eliminated will not be an easy feat. Having incapacitated one puppet, Qin Chen surveyed the area ahead where 9 more puppets awaited. It was improbable that each one would be at the initial stage of physical refinement. That would be far too simplistic, he mused. Mechanized puppets activate when an attacker approaches within 2 meters. He speculated that upon activation, regardless of whether they were harmed, surviving for half an hour would yield points. If they were all at the initial stage of physical refinement, activating just one would make it exceedingly simple to endure for half an hour. Moreover, as they fought one by one, many students could incapacitate them, making points unlikely to be easily acquired. He looked up and noticed several cameras within the room, a smile playing on his lips. Points are awarded by the instructors based on performance. Thus, to earn more, one must not only defeat more puppets, but also consider the manner of victory. With this thought in mind, he charged forward, positioning himself within 2 meters of one of the mechanized puppets without a moment's hesitation. As the mechanical puppet was activated with a flash of crimson light, it lunged towards Qin Chen. However, rather than engaging in combat, Qin Chen dashed towards another puppet. One by one, he activated all 9 mechanical puppets, causing the entire room to erupt in chaos. Simultaneously, alarms blared from other rooms, prompting the staff responsible for extracting participants to enter. Upon hearing the commotion emanating from Qin Chen's chamber, they exchanged bewildered glances. What could have caused such a ruckus? Had all the mechanical puppets been activated? Shaking his head, one staff member dismissed the notion, reasoning that if all the puppets were indeed activated, the students inside would have long since succumbed and been eliminated, rendering such noise improbable. Could it be that the puppets had gone rogue and were battling each other? His expression shifted with concern. Lacking the necessary clearance, he was unable to forcibly open the door once someone entered. Thus, he approached the door and peered through the peephole. To his astonishment, he gasped aloud. The scene within the room revealed 4 mechanical puppets sprawled on the floor, while a young figure effortlessly maneuvered amidst the onslaught of the remaining puppets. With each punch he delivered, akin to a battering ram, he obliterated a puppet. What manner of creature is this? He marveled. Even more alarming was the boy's utter ruthlessness. The mechanical puppets, though costly, were designed with superior defense rather than offense. During evaluations, they would cease their assault once sufficiently damaged to mitigate excessive loss. Yet, the boy's every strike rendered the puppets nearly obliterated, beyond the realm of repair. Simultaneously, a man clad in military attire approached a control room, carrying a stack of documents. Instructor Yang, here are the profiles of the individuals entering the training camp, he stated, placing the materials before a woman. Instructor Luo, have you reviewed these documents? Yang Shui did not hasten to examine them. instead casting a glance at the man. Luo Bin nodded, having perused the contents briefly. This cohort indeed surpassed the previous one, though none stood out remarkably. Did not two of them reach the pinnacle of physical refinement? Yang Shui inquired with a smile. Achieving the pinnacle prior to the college entrance examination indicates a strong chance of attaining the rank of a first-star warrior. Such talent is commendable, he replied. I acknowledge that in the past, those two would have impressed me. Yet now. Luo Bin shook his head. Are you referring to the inaugural stellar selection? Yang Sui asked. Luo Bin nodded. I have learned that some provinces in the Western Combat Zone have already produced first-star warriors. However, in Jiang Province, not only is there none in Rong City, but also in other cities. Thus, Jiang Province lacks any competitive edge in this first stellar selection, which is quite unfortunate. The Dragon Nation comprises several major combat zones, each encompassing multiple provinces. The Jiang Province belongs to the Western Theater, and this time, several major theaters are selecting a star general from within their respective regions. The selection criteria stipulate that candidates must be high school seniors who are under 18 and have not yet taken their college entrance examinations. As this is the inaugural event, it is of great significance to everyone involved, from the high-ranking officials of the theater to the instructors in training camps like theirs. If a star general emerges from their ranks, it would be a tremendous honor, and the theater would prioritize nurturing such talent, promising a future of limitless potential. For them, having taught such an individual would be a source of immense pride. Yang Shui refrained from speaking further and instead began to peruse the materials, first focusing on the profiles of the two peak body refinement students, Yu Yang and Su Fei. After glancing at their information, she suddenly instructed, "Bring up the video from their room." Chapter 15. The astonished instructors. All right. Luo Bin nodded, approaching the large screen, whereupon he enlarged the surveillance feeds from Room 1 and Room 2. Room 1 displayed Yu Yang, a student from the 7th middle school, who had reached the peak of physical refinement a month prior. Room 2 featured Su Fei, a student from the 9th middle school, who had attained the same milestone just 2 weeks ago, an accomplishment that had generated considerable excitement at the time. As Luo Bin observed the screen, he began to elucidate the situation. The monitor showcased both Yu Yang and Su Fei, each having incapacitated 3 mechanical puppets and now engaged in combat with a 4th, both clearly holding the advantage and likely to secure victory within minutes. The two had simultaneously activated 3 mechanical puppets, one of which was at the later stage of physical refinement, a commendable feat indeed. Quite impressive, Yang Shui concurred, though her expression remained largely unchanged. To her, while they demonstrated excellence, it was not astonishing. We should focus on nurturing these two further. Additionally, inform the training camps in other cities of Jiang Province to cultivate 1 or 2 promising individuals prior to the selection of the star candidates. Let them compete against each other. Whoever excels should be recommended for participation. We cannot allow Jiang Province to lose face by failing to secure a star candidate. Yang Shui articulated her thoughts, being the chief instructor responsible for this year's Jiang Province talent selection. If the candidates chosen performed poorly, it would reflect poorly on her. Understood. Luo Bin nodded. He then inquired, "Shall we review the conditions of the other rooms?" Yang Shui waved her hand dismissively. The number assignments have been based on the students' performances at school and their true cultivation levels. Any discrepancies would likely be minimal. She had little interest in others, as none were likely to have reached the peak of physical refinement. At that moment, a staff member hurried over. "Aren't you responsible for escorting the students who have been eliminated and have lost consciousness from the rooms? What are you doing here in such a fluster?" Luo Bin questioned sharply. The staff member, disregarding the reprimand, quickly replied, "Officers, there's been an incident." Luo Bin and Yang Shui exchanged alarmed glances. Did something happen to the students? They both recalled that in the talent training camps, some individuals entered by means of connections, possessing low cultivation levels, and, during assessments with the mechanical puppets, had suffered severe consequences, including fatalities in one instance. No, it's not the students. It's the mechanical puppets that are malfunctioning. The staff member clarified urgently. Yang Shui's expression darkened. These mechanical puppets are brand new. How could there be a problem? How did you inspect them upon procurement? The staff member, sensing her rising agitation, hastily responded, "Officers, you should view the surveillance footage. It's room 37. Luo Bin shot him a glance, shook his head, and began retrieving the footage from room 37. Upon the feed's appearance, his expression shifted dramatically. What on earth? Are all the mechanical puppets faulty? Yang Shui suddenly stood up, fixated on the figure standing at the center of the room, Qin Chen, taking a deep breath. Rewind, she commanded succinctly. Lobin also detected anomalies. The mechanism puppet lying on the ground clearly had not lost power due to malfunction, but rather had been rendered inoperative by force. He hurriedly rewound the surveillance footage. Soon, they witnessed Qin Chen's frenzied maneuvers as he activated 9 mechanism puppets simultaneously. Such formidable strength, observing his strikes imbued with fire attributes. It was evident that he had comprehended the fire element. Moreover, to unleash such intensity of attack, had he truly transcended the realm of a martial artist? Lobin gazed in astonishment at Qin Chen as he struck the mechanism puppets. Additionally, his agility was remarkable. Yang Shui interjected, prompting Lobin to realize that astonishingly, Qin Chen had evaded every assault from the 9 mechanism puppets without sustaining any damage. Each attack was deftly sidestepped. Fire attributes should not confer such remarkable agility. Furrowing his brow, Lobin turned to Yang Shui and inquired, could it be that he has mastered a martial technique of movement? Martial arts could only be learned after transcending the martial artist realm, and Qin Chen's prowess evidently indicated such a breakthrough. Look closely, Yang Shui urged, her expression intensely focused on the screen where the mechanism puppets continued to collapse before Qin Chen. As Lobin turned his gaze back, shock gradually reappeared in his eyes. Despite not having condensed elemental marks, he remained at the peak of body refinement. This is wind attributes. Yang Shui nodded in agreement. Dual attribute peak. No wonder he possesses the strength of a 1-star martial artist. Lobin comprehended. With a dual cultivation of wind and fire, both his strength and agility transcended the peak of body refinement, breaching the threshold of a 1-star martial artist. The footage concluded swiftly, lasting no more than 10 minutes. If only we had introduced a 1-star martial artist's mechanism puppet, Lobin lamented. In the room, there were 3 initial stage mechanism puppets, 3 mid-stage, 2 late-stage, and 2 at the peak. Such a trial was nearly insurmountable for those in the body refinement phase. However, for those who had reached martial artist strength, it became considerably easier. Yang Shui, it seems we can contend for this year's star generals, Lobin suddenly smiled. Yang Shui shot him a glance, cautioning him not to celebrate too soon. While dual attributes at their peak are impressive, there remains a gap compared to true martial artists. The cultivation of dual attributes is inherently time-consuming. Even if Qin Chen has attained the level of a 1-star martial artist now, advancing further will be a slow process. In other provinces, those who have already transcended the martial artist realm continue to progress, and at a faster pace. It's possible that someone may even break through to a 2-star martial artist. You make a valid point, but let us not forget that one of his attributes is fire, and here we have a fire element cultivation chamber. His talent is remarkable, having reached the peak of body refinement at such a young age. If we allow him access to the fire element cultivation chamber, it won't be long before he breaks through to become a fire element martial artist, thereby enhancing his strength. At that time, opportunities will abound. Lobin contemplated Qin Chen on the screen, already devising plans for his cultivation. Everything would proceed according to the established protocols, and additionally, Yu Yang and Su Fei would require focused nurturing. Yang Shui resumed her perusal of the materials in her hands. Do you intend to exert pressure on Su Fei and Yu Yang? Luo Bin instantly comprehended Yang Shui's intention. He understood her well. The more exceptional a person is, the more she tends to challenge them, striving to unleash their full potential. Yang Shui nodded in agreement, for without refinement, jade cannot become a gem. Although her aspirations for a stellar achievement remain slim, at the very least, our Jiang province would not find itself at the bottom of the rankings this time and could aim for a commendable outcome. My only concern is that this pressure might not yield the desired effect and instead break them. Luo Bin remarked with a smile. Yang Shui chose to disregard his comment, and instead turned to the information provided by the first middle school. Wang Chong, only at the late stage of body refinement. What sort of information is this? Her tone reflected dissatisfaction. Was this a mockery? Commander Yang, at that moment, a soldier interjected, he is not Wang Chong. The first middle school has made a last-minute change. His name is Qin Chen. The first middle school had just called to inform that he was at the pinnacle of body refinement. Yet they still did not clarify whether he was of dual-system peak capability. Chapter 16. In room 37 of Lounge 1, Qin Chen emerged. Ma Jun was already aware of Qin Chen's achievements, and he gazed at him with eyes filled with astonishment. Qin Chen, splendid. Your designation has now changed to number 1. Here is your key. You may return to Lounge 1 for rest, and tomorrow you shall receive your points. Ma Jun handed a key to Qin Chen, who accepted it and proceeded towards the lounge area. In the assessment room, within room 1, Yu Yang's face had turned pale after defeating 2 late-stage body refinement puppets. How careless of me. The puppets possessed chips, and their combat experience far surpasses mine. I am now greatly depleted. Defeating the peak body refinement is utterly impossible. However, this performance is sufficient. What I cannot conquer, others certainly cannot either. The highest score shall undoubtedly be mine. He contemplated this, and, relinquishing the notion of overcoming the peak body refinement puppets, opened the door and stepped outside. Simultaneously, in room 2, Su Fei found himself in a similar predicament. He too decided to abandon the pursuit of complete victory and turned to exit his room, mirroring Yu Yang's choice. The two opened their doors almost simultaneously, exchanging a glance filled with pride. I still have 2 peak body refinement puppets left unconquered. How about you? Yu Yang inquired. The same. How intriguing. However, the allocation of the lounges will be based on our performance this time. Starting from number 1, it will reveal who is favored by the instructor. Yu Yang smiled with confidence. Su Fei remained expressionless, disregarding Yu Yang's triumph. Soon, they exited the building and approached Ma Jun, who awaited them. Standing before him, both displayed expressions of anticipation. Ma Jun regarded them with a slight smile. Well done. Both of you have defeated 7 puppets. It is entirely normal to be unable to conquer the remaining 2 peak body refinement ones. You have both performed remarkably. You flatter us, instructor. They replied in unison, clearly exhilarated. However, you two share identical records, which complicates the lounge allocation. Ma Jun remarked suddenly. Instructor Ma, I was originally designated number 1. Simply assign it to me without further ado. Yu Yang interjected first. Just as Ma Jun was about to respond, Su Fei objected vehemently. Instructor Ma, although Yu Yang was initially number 1, the lounge allocations pertain to the quality of our resting environment. I too desire Lounge 1. The lounges are not equal. Lounge 1 boasts superior space, facilities, and soundproofing, an environment that anyone would covet. If I were to fall short in strength, so be it, but I believe I am on par with Yu Yang in this assessment. You want it? Defeat me next time, and I'll grant it to you. That won't suffice. I desire it now. The two began to argue. Upon witnessing the scene, Ma Jun raised his hand to interject the two, asking if they had concluded their discussion. The two immediately fell silent. Seemingly satisfied, Ma Jun nodded and declared, I have a few words to share. The coveted Room 1 is no longer available. It has been claimed. As for you, I have made my decision. Room 2 goes to Yu Yang, and Room 3 to Su Fei. At this proclamation, the expressions of both individuals stiffened, and after a prolonged moment of realization, they finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Room 1 was gone. Instructor Ma, I would like to know who has secured Room 1. They inquired, showing no concern for the allocations of Rooms 2 and 3. Historically, only champions are remembered. The second and third positions fade into obscurity. It is Qin Chen from First High, Ma Jun replied nonchalantly. The two were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend this revelation. Just as Yang was about to speak, Ma Jun's tone grew serious. Enough. Take your keys and proceed to your respective rooms. Now. Immediately. Reluctantly, they accepted their keys and headed towards the lounge, their eyes betraying a sense of indignation. Once they had distanced themselves, Yu Yang remarked, Qin Chen, the one who gained admission through connections? Indeed, but what exactly are those connections that allowed him to secure Room 1 in the training camp? Sufei questioned, puzzled. Room 1 not only offers a superior environment for rest, but also serves as a symbol of strength. The Genius Training Camp places immense value on talent. To gain entry through connections and be assigned Room 1 suggests an intimidatingly powerful background. Regardless of his connections, in the days to come within the training camp, he will ultimately have to rely on his own abilities. When faced with public scrutiny during assessments, I am eager to see how he manages to claim first place. Yuyang acertet defiantly. Currently, the evaluations shielded their performances from one another. However, future opportunities would abound, and if he were to falter while still securing first place, it would be quite the contradiction. Ma Jun observed the retreating figures of the two and smiled. This was precisely the reaction he sought. The following day, rumors circulated that an additional 38 individuals had been eliminated the previous night, leaving only 34 participants in the training camp. The prospect of daily eliminations was daunting. Early in the morning, the cafeteria buzzed with chatter. What is the big deal? Among the remaining 34, I've heard that over half are injured. I am one of them. My entire body aches from the mechanical puppets. They are truly formidable. Fortunately, I was clever enough to only activate the initial stage of body refinement. And yet I managed to pass the assessment. Ha ha. Clever, you say? I would wager that nearly everyone activated the puppets according to their abilities. Who among us single-handedly defeated 10 of them? That is nonsense. In our assessment area, there was a room where all the mechanical puppets were completely destroyed. A voice suddenly interjected. At this declaration, all eyes turned towards the speaker, who was recognized as someone from the room numbered 31 to 40. Their expressions shifted, gazing at him as if he were a fool. They all knew that neither Yu Yang nor Su Fei had fully vanquished the mechanical puppets. How could someone ranked beyond 30 possibly have done so? Believe what you will, the speaker attempted to argue, but ultimately conceded defeat. In this region, only he and Qin Chen had successfully passed the assessment, while all others had been eliminated, rendering it impossible to find anyone to vouch for his credibility. I believe in you. Suddenly, a young man approached him, speaking with unwavering conviction. Who are you? He inquired. My name is Zhou Lei, the young man elucidated. Greetings. I am Huang Jian. What leads you to believe so? Huang Jian responded, astonished. The notion of a single individual annihilating all mechanical puppets was so extraordinary that he could scarcely accept it himself, without witnessing it firsthand. Are you referring to number 37, the Qin Chen from the first high school? Su Lei whispered. Huang Jian nodded in surprise. Indeed, during the previous mountain climb, I witnessed his prowess. Ascending the mountain was as effortless for him as traversing level ground. Zhou Lei recalled the earlier sight of Qin Chen scaling the mountain. His heart stirred once more. There he was. Zhou Lei suddenly spotted Qin Chen entering the cafeteria. Observing Qin Chen as he served himself a meal and sat down, Zhou Lei rose and asked Huang Jian, shall we approach him? Huang Jian's expression shifted. No. Fear flickered in his eyes upon seeing Qin Chen. During the assessment, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of Qin Chen sending the mechanical puppets flying. Although he had been astonished at the time, he had dismissed it, considering them merely initial stage body refining puppets. However, after passing his assessment and stepping outside, he had noticed that Qin Chen's room had been utterly obliterated, instilling in him a sense of dread towards Qin Chen. He was excessively ruthless. Chapter 17. Acquiring a little brother. Hello, Qin Chen. Zhou Lei greeted courteously as he approached Qin Chen. Who are you? Qin Chen inquired, gazing at the stranger with a hint of confusion. Since entering the training camp, he had not conversed with any of the other students, and the sudden address took him by surprise. You might not remember, but I asked you which school you were from during the mountain climb. Zhou Lei chuckled. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chen nodded and took a piece of meat to his mouth. Is there something you need? Zhou Lei felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had intended merely to introduce himself to Qin Chen and was now at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he took a deep breath and looked at Qin Chen, who was eating, and said, I would like to be your little brother. With that confession, he lowered his gaze, unable to meet Qin Chen's eyes. Qin Chen looked up and smiled slightly. To be my little brother? I am considered a privileged individual in the eyes of others. Are you not concerned about what they might say? The other trainees held him in contempt, and now someone was approaching him, willingly offering to be his subordinate. If word got out, it would surely invite scorn from all. Zhou Lei initially thought Qin Chen would dismiss him, but to his surprise, Qin Chen responded. He quickly looked up and declared, "While others may be unaware, I certainly am. You rely solely on your own strength. Moreover, I'm not afraid of how others perceive me. Just like you, people may think you have connections, but you have never felt the need to explain yourself. Nor do you seem to care." Zhou Lei admired this quality in Qin Chen. Most would have felt compelled to defend themselves, but Qin Chen appeared indifferent, treating the opinions of others as mere jokes. "Your mindset is commendable," Qin Chen remarked, setting down his chopsticks with a smile. "Having a little brother isn't out of the question, but what benefits would it bring me?" Zhou Lei was momentarily taken aback. He believed that having someone as a little brother was inherently advantageous. Yet, Qin Chen seemed indifferent to such notions, leaving him feeling somewhat flustered. "I can gather any information you need," Zhou Lei finally proposed, ruminating on what he could offer. "Very well, I have a task for you. Find out what elemental training rooms exist in this camp, as well as any special training rooms, and who is in charge of this training session." Qin Chen instructed without hesitation. This was a matter of significant interest to him, as the elemental training rooms were crucial for his advancement as a warrior. The special training rooms pertained to his strength enhancement, while his curiosity about the camp's overseer was purely personal. I actually know that," Zhou Lei suddenly interjected. "Really?" Qin Chen exclaimed, surprised. "Well, I inquired about it last night," Zhou Lei admitted somewhat sheepishly. "I have a distant relative overseeing some affairs in this training camp, and he shared everything he knew with me." Lowering his voice, he continued, "There are 5 elemental training rooms in this camp, one for each of the 5 elements. This is indeed a fundamental configuration. Generally, elements beyond the 5 basic ones are referred to as special elements. Such training facilities are typically exclusive to Yang City." Upon hearing this, Qin Chen nodded. Yang City is known as the City of Technology, and the elemental training rooms in Jiang Province are primarily developed there. Special elemental training rooms are inherently scarce, and their development and updates are notably sluggish. Moreover, the training camp demands entirely new facilities. Thus, the absence of special elemental training rooms in this session is quite understandable. In addition, other training rooms, aside from the gravity and infrared rooms available in previous years, have now introduced a combat room, though its specific purpose remains unclear. Cela explained earnestly. The gravity room is straightforward, designed to enhance gravitational pressure, which serves to increase one's capacity to withstand stress. The infrared room, on the other hand, focuses on agility and body sensitivity. The combat room is a novel establishment. By its name, it suggests a space for battling opponents, but the particulars are yet to be defined. As for the person in charge you inquired about, her name is Yang Shui, and she is quite remarkable. Zhou Lei's enthusiasm grew as he spoke of Yang Shui, as if divulging gossip. She, too, emerged from the genius training camp, ranking first in her cohort. After graduating from university, she joined the Western Theater Command, and now, at just over 30, she holds the rank of colonel. Admiration was evident in Zhou Lei's eyes. Attaining the rank of colonel is not merely a matter of talent, but also requires significant achievements on the front lines. Indeed, this is commendable. Qin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He realized he needed to familiarize himself with these matters and had just saved some time. Everyone, arrive at the training camp square within 10 minutes. Latecomers will be eliminated. Suddenly, an announcement echoed from the cafeteria, prompting everyone to put down their chopsticks and hastily head towards the square. Qin Chen also rose, with Zhou Lei following closely behind. Within minutes, everyone had assembled in the square. Shortly after, a man and a woman clad in military uniforms approached the crowd. "I am Luo Bin." Upon arrival, Luo Bin spoke loudly, introducing the total commander of this training camp and your chief instructor, Colonel Yang Shui. "She will now address you." Without further ado, the crowd fell silent instantly. Yang Shui scanned the assembly and began, "First, congratulations to all of you for entering the training camp. Next, I will outline the training regulations. First, during your training, you will earn points which serve various purposes, one of which is the utilization of different training rooms. The other applications are for you to discover on your own. The methods to acquire points are quite simple, with only 2 options. First, based on your daily performance, or Colonel Luo Bin will assess you. Second, you may challenge those who possess points. If you win, the points are yours, but if you lose, the points go to the opponent. Each challenge will wager all your current points, and if your points reach 0, you will be eliminated from the training camp. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. The first method appeared rather enigmatic. No one could ascertain whether their performance would meet the approval of the two individuals, as there were no established criteria. The second option, however, posed a significant risk. Losing would result in elimination, a degree of cruelty that was quite extraordinary. Instructor Yang, are there any limitations to the challenges? One individual inquired suddenly, prompting serious expressions from all present. If such challenges were unrestricted, it would be unthinkable for someone at the pinnacle of physical cultivation to challenge those at the initial stage without the possibility of refusal. Those with lesser cultivation levels would likely be swiftly eliminated. An excellent question. Yang Shui responded with a smile. To ensure fairness, those with higher cultivation must first defeat two opponents of equal standing before challenging someone stronger. Conversely, those with lower cultivation may challenge those at a higher level without restriction. And the same applies to those of equal cultivation. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, particularly among those of lesser cultivation. This regulation meant that the more powerful individuals could not indiscriminately challenge them, as they had to first overcome two equally matched adversaries, a daunting prospect that would deter even the most audacious. For instance, those at the pinnacle of physical cultivation, like Yu Yang and Su Fei, found themselves without opportunities to challenge others, as they could not find two suitable opponents to face. Chapter 18. Should I challenge him? At this moment, Yang Shui finally announced the distribution of the student cards. Just then, Ma Jun approached the crowd and regarded everyone with a solemn expression. In light of your performances yesterday in the puppet room, both Instructor Yang and Instructor Luo have assigned scores, which have now been credited to your student cards. Upon receiving your cards, you may return to your rooms, where you will find machines to check your scores. Furthermore, the lounge numbers from yesterday do not hold true today. The numbers on your cards will designate your lounge assignments. Hence, some of you may find changes in your lounge arrangements. The previous day's assignments were merely provisional, while today's rankings are based on comprehensive surveillance reviewed by the two instructors. Upon hearing this, a portion of the group displayed eager anticipation, particularly Yu Yang and Su Fei, who felt that their chances of securing Lounge 1 had resurfaced. Who do you think will claim Lounge 1 this time? One inquired. I wager it will be Yu Yang. That is not certain. What if it's Qin Chen again? Unlikely, though. The public distribution of student cards is not so straightforward. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd subtly shifted. They were all astute individuals and quickly grasped the implications. The public issuance of cards meant that everyone would be aware of each other's numbers, which directly corresponded to their scores. The card numbered 1 would undoubtedly signify the highest score, while subsequent numbers would indicate lesser scores. This, in turn, would reflect their respective strengths, as the individual with the highest score would naturally be the most formidable. Even if there were variances in ability, they would likely be minimal. Moreover, Yang Shui had just declared the camp's rules, permitting participants to issue challenges to one another. Knowing the range of each other's scores inherently reveals their relative strengths, fostering an environment of competition. Thus, if Qin Chen were to hold the number 1 card, his score would be the highest. Yet if he were merely leveraging connections without corresponding prowess, he would likely find himself besieged by challenges. With keen interest, the group contemplated whether Qin Chen would dare to rely on his connections to secure the highest score once more. Number 34, Xiaoming. At that instant, Ma Jun commenced the distribution of student cards. Xiaoming stepped out from the throng to collect his card, internally relieved. Although he ranked last, likely perceived as the weakest performer by the instructors yesterday, his low score meant he would attract the least attention for challenges. After all, others might not regard such a meager score as worthy of their consideration. Additionally, as all were prodigies, it would be somewhat undignified for them to challenge the last place holder. Number 33. Number 32. Ma Jun continued to announce the names and numbers, and as more individuals received their student cards, the expressions of the onlookers began to shift once again. They gazed at Qin Chen in bewilderment, incredulous at his audacity to claim the top position. As the announcements reached the top 5, Qin Chen's name still had not been called. Number 4, Dewey. Number 3, Soufei. Soufei's gulp. He hurriedly retrieved his student ID card and returned to his position, a look of dissatisfaction etched on his face. It was one thing to lose to Yu Yang, given his undeniable prowess, but succumbing to Qin Chen left him feeling particularly uneasy. Fei Ge, whispered a fellow student beside him. Should I challenge him? Su Fei turned to the speaker, recalling that this individual, who had been eager to curry favor since entering the training camp yesterday, was named Mo Qing. He had grown accustomed to the flattery, having previously disregarded the other, but now an idea sparked within him. Very well, should you triumph over him, I shall forfeit my points. They will all belong to you. Moreover, in the future, should anyone challenge you in the training camp, you may invoke my name. Su Fei nodded. Initially, he had intended to confront Qin Chen himself, but with someone proactively seeking his approval, he found it quite fortuitous. Furthermore, if it became known that the one who defeated Qin Chen was his subordinate, it would further underscore his own understated strength and prowess. Thank you, Fei Ge. Mo Qing exclaimed joyfully. Currently ranked 17th, his standing was precarious, as there were certainly many who would seek to challenge him. With Su Fei's backing, those who dared to confront him would likely reconsider the consequences. Number 2, Yu Yang. Number 1, Qin Chen. Ma Jun continued to announce. Once Yu Yang returned with his student ID, Qin Chen stepped forward to approach Ma Jun. This training camp will differ from the previous ones in the coming days. Strive to grow stronger, Ma Jun said, patting Qin Chen on the shoulder with sincerity. Qin Chen nodded, pondering a little further. From here on, how each of you navigates the training camp is entirely up to you. Should you have any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to approach me. For matters I'm not versed in, you may consult Instructor Luo and Instructor Yang. However, do not expect unconditional guidance. Each inquiry will incur a corresponding deduction of points. Ma Jun's voice resonated, and the expressions of those present shifted as they grasped the significance of points. Even inquiries about cultivation would cost them. All right, dismissed. Ma Jun waved his hand. Instructor. Suddenly, a voice drew the attention of all present. Mo Qing, noticing the collective gaze upon him, raised his head and inquired. Instructor, the previous rules regarding challenges were not clearly articulated. I would like to know, can a person refuse a challenge? And how does one issue their own challenge? I apologize for not clarifying earlier. Yang Shui stepped forward with a smile. Aside from the rules I previously mentioned, if one issues a challenge, the person being challenged cannot refuse if it is their first challenge of the day. Upon hearing this, the group comprehended the implications. The meaning was straightforward. Within a single day, the first challenge could not be refused, and afterwards, acceptance would be at the individual's discretion. Of course, if one were to lose their first challenge, no one would continue to challenge them, as a loss would result in the forfeiture of all points. No one would dare challenge someone without points, who is on the brink of elimination. Furthermore, I would like to remind everyone that once your points reset to 0, you will be eliminated the following morning at 8 o'clock. Therefore, if you lose a challenge, it is advisable to devise a means to accumulate points within the stipulated time. Even if it is just a single point, it may allow you to remain in the competition. As for how to issue a challenge, it is quite simple. Do you see that over there? Yang Shui pointed into the distance. The crowd turned to gaze and beheld an arena. That arena has been specifically designated for your challenges. Beside it lies a gong. By striking the gong and declaring whom you wish to challenge, someone will be summoned to bring your opponent forth. Are there any questions? The crowd fell silent. Yang Shui waited for 3 seconds before departing with Luo Bin. Ma Jun waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. Qin Chen turned and headed toward his resting chamber, intent on checking his points and promptly proceeding to the fire element training room to condense his elemental mark. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a resounding clang echoed as the gong was struck. Instantly, the crowd, poised to leave, halted in their tracks. Even Wei Yun, who had already walked some distance away, turned with keen interest to observe. Chapter 19. It turns out he is not a beneficiary. I will challenge you. Qin Chen. Mo Qing declared, striking the gong. Upon uttering this proclamation, he noticed the collective gaze of the crowd turned towards him, a smirk of pride gracing his features. As the first to issue a challenge, he undoubtedly attracted the greatest attention. The most significant aspect was that he dared to confront Qin Chen, defying the powerful and aiming to eliminate this so-called beneficiary, ensuring that others would express their gratitude in due time. Let us go and have a look. Some voices murmured with intrigue. Many among them harbored the desire to challenge Qin Chen, yet hesitated to make a swift decision. Now that someone had taken the initiative, they were naturally eager to witness how a beneficiary was ousted. Is he a fool? Ma Jun glanced at the smug Mo Qing, his brow furrowing. He was well aware that many believed Qin Chen to be a beneficiary, a notion that had indeed existed in the past. However, since Qin Chen entered the training camp, he had consistently excelled, leading one to question whether his accomplishments were merely the result of connections. Moreover, with Yang Shui as the overall commander, it was evident that no beneficiary could ever be accepted. In the entire Rome city, anyone attempting to leverage connections to secure entry would find Yang Shui resolutely opposed. Endowed with talent but devoid of wisdom, he shook his head, choosing to depart, finding no interest in witnessing this challenge, which held no suspense whatsoever. At this moment, Qin Chen too turned his gaze towards Mo Qing at the arena, his eyes narrowing. Without waiting for an invitation, he strode directly towards the stage. "Are you certain you wish to challenge me?" he asked sternly as he approached Mo Qing. "Of course, you lack the authority to refuse," Mo Qing replied with a smile. Nodding, Qin Chen ascended the platform. If everyone believed him to be a beneficiary, so be it. He would seize this opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, rather than endure a barrage of attacks. At that moment, a man clad in military attire stepped onto the stage. "I shall serve as the referee for all your challenges. On this platform, aside from death, no other rules apply. Now, prepare for 3 seconds. Begin," the man announced loudly, leaving no room for unnecessary dialogue. The spectators below exhibited signs of tension. With no rules aside from the prohibition of death, the challenge was straightforward. As long as no one perished, it would proceed. Many felt an unsettling sense of brutality. "Qin Chen, we harbor no grievances, and we were previously unacquainted. Yet, the resources of the Genius Training Camp should be reserved for true talents. Therefore, you ought to withdraw." Mo Qing spoke matter-of-factly. With that, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, closing the distance between them. Impressive. Observing Mo Qing's speed and explosive force, several spectators' expressions shifted. "Why isn't Qin Chen moving?" someone noted, realizing Mo Qing had already approached within 5 meters, yet Qin Chen remained rooted in place. Still unable to react? Another shook his head. "React? My boss standing still could easily bring that kid down." Zhou Lei, amidst the crowd, could no longer contain himself as he overheard the murmurs doubting Qin Chen's abilities. "Huh, your boss? You acknowledge him as such? Were you drawn to his background?" The crowd directed their scornful gazes toward Zhou Lei. A prodigy, yet he sought favor from someone with connections. If that individual possessed genuine prowess, it might have been excusable. However, if they lacked strength, what value did their connections hold? They were geniuses, destined to forge their own paths and garner respect through merit, rendering such actions beneath them. Zhou Lei's expression darkened as he approached Huang Jian. For among all the students, it seemed only Huang Jian shared his sentiments. Ignoring their derision, he believed they would soon recognize his formidable nature. Huang Jian watched Qin Chen on stage with anticipation. Just as the spectators braced themselves for the moment of Qin Chen's defeat, Mo Qing was already a mere 2 meters away. He raised his fist, declaring, "This punch will send you to the hospital. Rest assured, you'll be discharged by the time of the college entrance examination." As he spoke, his fist surged toward Qin Chen's chest. With an expression of calm, Qin Chen reached out just as the punch arrived. Bang! The collision of fist against palm echoed through the arena. Mo Qing's body halted abruptly, his eyes widened in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated, and to the astonishment of the onlookers, Qin Chen lifted his arm, sending Mo Qing soaring before crashing down onto the stage. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, And then silence enveloped the scene. As the crowd regained their senses, they beheld the unconscious body of Mo Qin and the unperturbed figure of Qin Chen. Qin Chen wins. The referee's voice shattered the stillness. Ignoring everyone, Qin Chen descended from the stage. The points for your opponent will be credited to your student card within the hour, the referee remarked, his mind reeling. He understood that with Yang Shui as the overall commander this year, no connections could sway the results. Thus, he realized that Qin Chen was indeed the strongest contender, though he never anticipated such overwhelming power. "Thank you," Qin Chen said as he stepped down from the platform. To his surprise, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. With a composed demeanor, he declared, "Those wishing to challenge me, do so tomorrow. My schedule is tight. I do not accept more than one challenge in a day." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and complexity. Challenge? What ist? No one among them could match the display they had just witnessed, not even Yu Yang and Su Fei, who stared at Qin Chen's retreating figure in solemnity, unable to utter a word. Once Qin Chen had distanced himself, murmurs began to circulate. "Who dare to label him as having connections? Step forward," exclaimed one voice. That move he executed was terrifying. It was painful just to watch. The first to arrive at the training camp, the first to conquer the mechanical puppet, the first to secure a rest area. This was all a testament to his strength. At that moment, no one uttered another word about connections. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted through the air. As the crowd turned their gazes, they beheld a face radiating with unrestrained pride. I had proclaimed that my elder brother merely needed to remain stationary to effortlessly subdue his adversaries. Now, is there still anyone who harbors doubts? Zhou Lei surveyed the assembly with an air of superiority. Yet, no one dared to voice a contradiction. In fact, some gazes were tinged with a hint of envy. "Brother Zhou, could you possibly introduce me to your elder brother?" "Indeed, Brother Zhou, I am quite eager to meet classmate Qin." Some began to draw closer to Zhou Lei, although they were all prodigies. A few had already discerned the vast chasm separating them from Qin Chen. Despite all being practitioners of body refinement, the disparity at their age, be it in the early, middle, or peak stages, could not be encapsulated merely by a few minor realms. It signified the magnitude of their innate talent and potential. Of course, Zhou Lei replied with a cheerful grin. "Here I am, able to reign as the elder brother even within this talented training camp. I wonder if that old cadre at home will dare to claim I am unworthy again." He lifted his chin, basking in his own sense of triumph. Chapter 20. Zhou Lei's moment of glory, 10,000 points. Upon returning to the lounge to check his points, Qin Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. After yesterday's trials in the mechanical puppet chamber, he had anticipated a maximum of 10,000 points, which equated to a perfect score. As for the points earned from his recent victory over Mo Qin, he held no particular expectations. Knowing his point total, he wasted no time and promptly exited the lounge, making his way toward the training building. The training building housed both the elemental training rooms and various other specialized chambers. 10 minutes later, he arrived on the first floor of the building, where an office was located. To engage in any form of training, one must first register at the office. To train in the elemental room costs 2,000 points per session, while other training chambers demand 1,000 points each, an attendant explained to Qin Chen. Astonished, Qin Chen realized the point requirements for the training rooms exceeded his expectations. While 2,000 points may not seem excessive for him, it was a different story for others. He could confidently surmise that among the 30-plus students, likely no more than half could afford to train here. "I require access to the fire elemental training room," Qin Chen declared, presenting his student card. The attendant promptly took the card, glancing at the number 1 inscribed upon it. She couldn't help but look up at Qin Chen before scanning the card through a machine, deducting 2,000 points and returning it to him. The fire elemental training room is located on the first floor. Simply exit and turn left. There are 5 rooms available for your selection. Furthermore, your student card now grants you access to the training room, but it is limited to a single entry. If you exit and wish to re-enter, you will need to return here to have 2,000 points deducted again, the attendant cautioned. "Thank you." Qin Chen nodded appreciatively and turned to leave. Watching Qin Chen exit the office, the attendant turned to her colleagues and remarked, "The one has arrived. How long do you think he will last inside?" Based on past experiences, the longest anyone had remained was 3 hours. Given that this individual had reportedly completed all the mechanical puppets, it was likely he would last around the same duration. Another attendant speculated. In previous genius training camps, there have been instances of individuals defeating all mechanical puppets at the pinnacle of body refinement. I wager he could endure 5 hours. One person suddenly interjected. The others looked at him incredulously. Old Lee, 5 hours? Surely that's an exaggeration. Old Lee smiled. The elemental training room not only tests one's sensitivity to elements, but also their willpower. This young man exudes an aura of determination. I have faith in him. The group shook their heads, still unconvinced that Qin Chen could last 5 hours. Meanwhile, Qin Chen had arrived at the entrance of an elemental training room. He scanned his student card at the access panel, and with a click, the door swung open. A powerful wave of heat rushed forth. Such intense fire elements. 15 times the training speed. This is no exaggeration. Qin Chen marveled as he felt the heat envelop him. As he stepped into the chamber, his entire being was enveloped by the essence of fire. Yet inexplicably, the intense heat dissipated, replaced by a refreshing coolness that washed over him. Without hesitation, he seated himself, cross-legged, and began to cultivate the elemental comprehension technique. Immediately, the fire essence he had refined within himself began to undergo a remarkable transformation, harmonizing with the external fire essence. His hands rested upon his knees as he endeavored once more to condense the mark. Boom! 2 orbs of flame materialized simultaneously upon his palms, flickering and gradually shrinking in size. After continuous condensation, the flames transmuted into fire elemental energy, surging from his palms into his body. Within him, a mark was steadily taking shape, its formation progressing at a pace several times swifter than during his external cultivation. Time slipped by gradually. After an hour, the mark within Qin Chen had reached 80% completion, subtracting the previously condensed 40%. It meant he had achieved an additional 40% in just 1 hour. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form upon his forehead, and the temperature within the cultivation chamber rose slightly. It became evident that remaining here for an extended period would not be easy, as the heat would intensify until it became unbearable. Qin Chen finally comprehended the staff members' earlier advice to remain here as long as possible. This cultivation chamber was not a place one could simply linger indefinitely. After 2 hours, the perspiration upon his brow increased, and after 3 hours, sweat began to trickle down. Yet he felt no anguish. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration, for by this time, his elemental mark had reached 24% completion. As the temperature escalated, the rate of condensation accelerated. The claimed 15-fold speed was, in fact, a misnomer. It represented merely the initial speed. He was elated within. Unbeknownst to him, outside the cultivation chamber, a gathering of over 10 individuals had assembled, comprising both staff and fellow students, all eager to witness just how long Qin Chen could endure within. 3 hours had elapsed, matching the previous record. Impressive indeed. Earlier, some staff members had speculated that Qin Chen might last 3 hours, and now he had truly accomplished it. There's no rush. He hasn't emerged yet. I told you he could endure 5 hours. He surely can, Oldley declared confidently, as the crowd engaged in animated discussion. After 4 hours, astonishment spread among the onlookers, and by the 5th hour, their composure began to wane. I told you, 5 hours is definitely feasible. This young man exudes an air of stability. Everyone, step aside. Do not obstruct the entrance. When he emerges, we must cool him down immediately, Oldley urged, gently pushing those around him away. He should be coming out soon, he said, his gaze fixed anxiously on the door. Yet, time continued to drift by, and the door remained steadfast, showing no signs of movement. Could he truly remain inside for 6 hours? Some faces turned pale. 6 hours would be double the record. Do not panic. Perhaps he will emerge shortly, Oldley replied awkwardly. What are you worried about? My leader can easily endure 10 hours. Suddenly, a voice filled with pride rang out. As the crowd looked on, Jolet arrogantly inquired, What is the matter? Is 10 hours particularly long? There was a hint of uncertainty in his voice, for he had never set foot in the elemental training chamber. He merely believed that Qin Chen would surely manage. Young man, do you realize that after 10 hours, the temperature inside will reach an astonishing 60 degrees? Oldly directed his gaze toward Zhou. Moreover, this is equivalent to enduring direct exposure at 60 degrees without the respite of a breeze. Prior to this, he has already faced temperatures of 30, 40, and 50 degrees, each progressively escalating. Do you truly believe this is something a peak body refining practitioner can endure? Though he held faith in Qin Chen, the notion of 10 hours unsettled him. Even a novice martial artist would find it exceedingly arduous. The listeners, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of disbelief. And what of it? Zhou retorted defiantly, raising his head. By heavens! The crowd gazed at him as if he were a fool. Chapter 21. The Frenzied 12 Hours. The one-star warrior has reached his limit. Within the confines of the training chamber, Qin Chen was drenched in perspiration. His skin flushed a vibrant red, and veins protruding prominently from his forehead. An hour prior, he had nearly reached his threshold. This realization revealed to him that the pinnacle of physical refinement was indeed confined to that moment. Yet, with unwavering determination, he had persevered for an additional hour. 50%. Observing the mark he had managed to consolidate, a furrow formed upon his brow. He could choose to exit now, recuperate, and subsequently invest 2,000 points to re-enter, which would nearly guarantee the complete solidification of his mark and a breakthrough to the one-star warrior status. However, points were trivial. He was reluctant to squander more time. With this thought in mind, he exhaled softly wind. Instantly, it felt as though a gentle breeze swept through him, refreshing his already beleaguered body. The redness of his skin began to fade, and perspiration lessened. This was one of the advantages of being a multi-element warrior. A smile graced Qin Chen's lips as he resumed the consolidation of his mark. Outside, a gathering of spectators continued to speculate when Qin Chen would emerge. Yet even after 8 hours, the door remained ominously still. Hasn't he fainted in there, has he? A student whispered. Impossible. If someone inside were to lose consciousness, the room would trigger an alarm, a staff member replied, shaking his head. What if the alarm is malfunctioning? Upon hearing this, several staff members' expressions shifted uneasily. I told you my boss can endure 10 hours in there. It's still early, Zhou declared with pride. Let us wait a little longer. Oldly fixated on the door, ultimately voicing. The alarm malfunctioning is unlikely. This is a newly upgraded elemental training chamber that hasn't been utilized before, essentially brand new. As 2 more hours elapsed, Oldly's expression soured. 10 hours had passed. How do you know he can stay in there for 10 hours? Oldly turned to Zhou. Zhou appeared bewildered. He certainly did not know why, only held an unwavering admiration for Qin Chen. I just know, he asserted firmly. But why hasn't he come out yet? Oldly pressed further. He had come to believe Zhou's words, yet the door remained silent. Well, actually, 10 hours is just an estimate. My boss, if he truly pushes himself, could easily last another hour without any issue, Zhou added after a moment's contemplation. Not wanting to reveal his uncertainty, Oldly nodded, his face reflecting astonishment. The ability to endure 11 hours was something he had never witnessed, even after observing countless prodigies. The others also began to trust Zhou's words. After all, a genius willing to serve as a subordinate surely had insights into Qin Chen. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the door. Although they could not perceive the happenings within, admiration was evident on their faces. Seeing that no further inquiries were made, Zhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hoping fervently for Qin Chen's swift emergence, for he was at a loss for how to explain otherwise. Back in the training chamber, Qin Chen's body had once more reached its limit, yet his elemental mark had reached 90% completion. Ice! He let out a soft exclamation, and instantly, the temperature within and around his body plummeted sharply. Even the air surrounding him grew notably cooler. What a refreshing sensation! Qin Chen reveled in the comfort that followed the intense heat, the sudden chill bringing him immense delight. Meanwhile, the mark within him was gradually taking shape. Although the final stages of its condensation were the most arduous, the current pace showed no signs of slowing down. Why hasn't Tia emerged yet? Outside, after 11 hours had passed with no sign of movement from the door, the crowd's curiosity was rekindled. Could it be that the alarm system has truly malfunctioned? Oldley's expression shifted dramatically. 11 hours had drifted by, nearing 12, a duration that most one-star warriors would find unbearable. At this moment, he cast another glance at Zhou Lei, who replied, "Perhaps the alarm really is broken. Quickly, notify Commander Yang," Oldley shouted. In the elemental training room, entry was restricted to Yang Shui alone, ensuring that students could train without disruption. Suddenly, a student cried out, "Instructor Yang has arrived." The crowd turned to see Yang Shui and Luo Bin hastening towards them. "Commander Yang, quickly, open the door. Number 1 has been inside for nearly 12 hours. I suspect the alarm is malfunctioning," Oldley urged. "Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Yang Shui's tone was icy. 12 hours. This was a duration only a 2-star warrior could endure. Oldley trembled, at a loss for words, his gaze shifting to Zhou Lei, who was paralyzed with fear and dared not lift his head. Yang Shui, dismissing them, produced a key card and approached the door. Inside the room, a thunderous sound erupted. As Qin Chen's mark reached full completion, an immense power surged within him, escalating in intensity. A 1-star warrior, Qin Chen rose, feeling the formidable strength coursing through him. Name: Qin Chen, Fire Elemental Realm. 1-star warrior, 2nd Divine Pattern Progress. 0. Wind Elemental Realm. Peak Body Refinement, Ice Elemental Realm. Peak Body Refinement Combat Power, 704 upon becoming a warrior. Elemental marks manifest divine patterns. At this moment, within Qin Chen, the fire elemental mark bore a divine pattern, one that had formed spontaneously during his breakthrough to 1-star warrior. To advance to 2-star warrior, he would need to create another divine pattern. His combat power had directly surpassed the threshold for 2-star warriors. Qin Chen gazed at his combat power, astonished. The standard for 2-star warriors was 700, and he had just crossed that line. Although he could not claim to defeat a 2-star warrior, without a doubt, he would be invincible among 1-star warriors. Notification: you have completed Task 4, Divine Mode. Rewards have been issued. Qin Chen quickly glanced at the system space, and indeed, there lay 2 fragments of marks, one representing the wind element, and the other the ice element. The system had indicated a random reward, evidently tailored to his actual situation. He could have received one of each or 2 of the same element, either wind or ice. Moreover, there exists a peculiar box, which is presumably the martial arts gift package. As Qin Chen merely focuses his thoughts, the box would spring open. However, he refrained from doing so immediately. Instead, he tidied his attire and proceeded towards the door. It was evident that opening it here was inappropriate, as the temperature had escalated significantly, soon reaching the level of a 2nd-tier martial artist. Although this place could indeed hasten the process of condensing divine patterns, he discerned that the concepts of imprint condensation and divine pattern condensation were entirely distinct. Even in this environment, he felt that it would take at least half a month to manifest a 2nd divine pattern. It remains uncertain whether the elemental cultivation chamber imposes limitations on the speed of divine pattern condensation, or if the divine patterns themselves are exceedingly challenging to form. In any case, enduring a stay of half a month here was simply not feasible for him. Setting aside the question of whether he could withstand the rising temperature, a 1st-tier martial artist had not yet reached the threshold of going without sustenance for half a month. Upon reaching the door and preparing to open it, he was taken aback when, suddenly, with a click, the door swung open on its own, revealing Yang Shui standing outside. Chapter 22. The Art of Breathing. Mastery of Martial Arts. Yang Instructor, what brings you here? Qin Chen inquired, astonished as he gazed at Yang Shui. Meanwhile, outside the door, onlookers recoiled upon seeing Qin Chen, as if confronted by a specter, instinctively retreating. Yang Shui's gaze was fixed on Qin Chen. She noticed that his eyes flickered like twin flames. A warrior. A tremor coursed through her. Qin Chen had broken through to the 1st-star warrior level. With her experience, she could not be mistaken. No worries. I merely came to check if you were still alive, Yang Shui replied with a stoic expression. Before Qin Chen could respond, she turned towards the crowd. What are you all doing here? Disperse. Instantly, the crowd scattered, not daring to linger for a moment. She then cast a glance at Luo Bin. Let us go. Without further delay, they departed, leaving behind a once bustling scene, now reduced to Qin Chen alone. How perplexing. Qin Chen shook his head. Outside the building, Luo Bin followed closely behind Yang Shui, unable to contain his curiosity. Did he really break through? He had intended to ask Qin Chen, but with Yang Shui ordering everyone to leave, he felt it inappropriate to remain. Yang Shui nodded. He should have broken through. This kid is remarkable. He stayed in there for 12 hours, utterly abnormal, Luo Bin marveled. However, given that he possessed dual attributes, one being wind-related, it was reasonable to assume he could withstand some of the heat. 12 hours was still understandable. Perhaps they were neither fire-based nor dual-attribute warriors, making it difficult to fathom how Qin Chen endured such an ordeal for 12 hours. How's it going? Is he still feeling pressure from Yu Yang and Su Fei? Luo Bin chuckled. To break through to a first-star warrior on the second day of entering the genius training camp. How can anyone catch up now? This pressure might just break those two. Yang Shui shot him a glance, uninterested in his banter. Luo Bin shook his head and muttered, I bet he is over the moon. Yang Shui's demeanor was typically aloof, yet the more she feigned indifference, the greater the turmoil within her. What did you say? Yang Shui turned to inquire. Nothing. Luo Bin shuddered, hastily responding. In the number 1 lounge, Qin Chen placed the 2 shards of the imprint into his mouth. They bore no flavor whatsoever. The fragments melted upon contact, as if he had consumed nothing at all. However, once inside his body, he could feel the wind element imprint and ice element imprint beginning to coalesce. Ding! Successfully absorbed wind element imprint shard. Ding! Successfully absorbed ice element imprint shard. After a moment, Qin Chen glanced at the system interface, noting a change in the elemental information. Wind element realm. Peak body refinement, elemental imprint progress, 25. Ice element realm, peak body refinement, elemental imprint progress, 35. Observing the information, Qin Chen felt no surprise. The inferior talent of the wind element naturally led to a slight disadvantage. Time to unbox. He gazed at the martial arts package with anticipation. Divine level task. Please do not let me down. With a mere thought, the box vanished, and immediately, several beams of light appeared before his eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, these lights surged into his mind, transforming into a series of information that he swiftly absorbed. Breath of Fire. Martial Arts Introduction. 7th Tier Technique Upgradable. Exclusively for Fire Practitioners. Breath of Wind. Martial Arts Introduction. 7th Tier Technique Upgradable. Exclusively for Wind Practitioners. Breath of Ice. Martial Arts Introduction. 7th Tier Technique Upgradable. Exclusively for Ice Practitioners. In an instant, the information regarding these 3 techniques manifested in Qin Chen's mind. The descriptions were succinct, yet the mention of the 7th tier filled him with immense joy. Martial arts, much like the ranks of practitioners, are categorized by levels, one being star-rated, the other tiered. The 7th tier, often referred to as the master-level martial arts, is associated with the 7-star practitioners who are deemed masters. Master-level martial arts do not imply that they were created by masters. Rather, among all martial arts, these techniques are exceptionally formidable, worthy of being called the pinnacle of martial arts. It is noteworthy that, previously, in the announcement from Rong City, Zhou Quan, recognized as a genius, was rewarded with a mere 2nd-tier martial art. Moreover, 7th-tier martial arts techniques that a 1-star practitioner can cultivate are exceedingly rare. Such techniques are universally regarded as the finest within their respective tiers. To cultivate these arts, mere talent is insufficient. One must also contribute to humanity. Typically, individuals with talent akin to Qin Chen's would not have the opportunity to learn them. Only those who have earned military accolades are deemed worthy. Some may even enter the military as practitioners after the age of 30, yet they have sacrificed blood and life to earn the chance to study such martial arts. What thrilled Qin Chen most was the term upgradable, indicating that this technique could further ascend to higher tiers, a truly perfect martial art. Furthermore, he keenly noted the wind and ice breathing techniques, pleasantly surprised to discover that despite not having yet transcended into a practitioner of these elements, he could still cultivate them. Fiery Sun Fist. Martial Arts Introduction. 7th tier technique exclusively for fire practitioners. Once again, a master-level martial art emerged, eliciting Qin Chen's astonishment. The Fiery Sun Fist promised to significantly enhance his prowess. Subsequently, Qin Chen began to internalize these martial arts. Once he firmly engraved them in his mind, he stepped out of the resting room. Upon exiting, he made his way directly to the office area where Yang Shui was situated. Instructor Yang, I seek a leave of absence, Qin Chen stated directly upon encountering Yang Shui, revealing the purpose of his visit. Leave of absence? Yang Shui frowned. Today marks the 2nd day of the training camp. What necessitates your request for leave? Instructor, you may not be aware, but my family situation is somewhat complicated. I wish to bring my parents to reside in the martial artist family district as soon as possible, so I can focus on my training, Qin Chen explained briefly. Though he was exceptional, he did not expect someone of Yang Shui's caliber to take the initiative to resolve matters concerning the Zhao family. Thus, everything ultimately relies upon him alone. As long as he relocates his parents to a safe place, even if the Zhao family discovers that Zhao Quan was murdered, regardless of the tumultuous waves they may unleash, he can proceed step by step. Yang Shui gazed earnestly at Qin Chen and eventually nodded, inquiring, "How long will you need?" "I'm uncertain, perhaps around a week," Qin Chen replied, offering a rough estimate. This return involves certifying as a martial artist and moving. Undoubtedly a myriad of tasks await him. "I shall grant you 10 days. Endeavor to resolve your matters," Yang Shui stated without hesitation. Very well. Qin Chen was pleasantly surprised by her generosity. 10 days would suffice. After Qin Chen's departure, Yang Shui made a phone call, summoning Luo Binhe. Please investigate Qin Chen's family background, including all individuals associated with them. The more detailed, the better, Yang Shui instructed while organizing her documents. What's the matter? Luo Bin inquired, somewhat astonished, as it was the first time he witnessed Yang Shui showing such concern for a student. Yang Shui remained silent for a moment, not lifting her gaze, and replied, preparing for the selection of the general star. Upon hearing this, Luo Bin was taken aback. The selection indeed necessitated a thorough background check of the students, ensuring their records were immaculate. In this world, not all humanity is united, which is why anyone entering the military must undergo scrutiny of their background, especially for such a significant event as the general star selection. However, there remains ample time before the selection, and clarifying an individual's background could easily be accomplished within 2 days. There was no need for such early preparations, which seemed uncharacteristic of Yang Shui. Nevertheless, seeing her disinclination to elaborate, he nodded in agreement. Understood. Chapter 23. Descending the mountain, returning to the Martial Arts Association the following morning. As Qin Chen descended the mountain, he waited nearly half an hour for a taxi. At last, the driver pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. Young man, you seem somewhat familiar, the driver remarked after stealing a few glances at Qin Chen. Ah, I remember now. You were the one I took to the Martial Arts Association a few days ago. Qin Chen also glanced at the driver, but found no immediate recognition. Nevertheless, he replied, Master, your services extend quite far. Well, as a taxi driver, as long as there's a demand from the passengers, I must venture anywhere, the driver chuckled. Such determination. Qin Chen responded with a smile. By the way, young man, you were there to certify at the Martial Arts Association, weren't you? Did you fail? Returning so soon. Something like that. Qin Chen nodded, offering no further explanation. The driver noticed Qin Chen's downcast demeanor and offered a word of comfort. Ah, failure is but a stepping stone. What's crucial is not to give up after falling short. In my youth, I was just like you, and I failed the first time I sought certification. Qin Chen looked at him in surprise, realizing that the driver was also a practitioner. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, and what happened next? Taxi drivers often have much to say, and this one was no exception. Seeing Qin Chen's interest, he continued, I persevered. After each failure, I trained diligently in return for certification time and again. His pride was evident as he added, I firmly believe that perseverance leads to success. Qin Chen was momentarily speechless, having anticipated a dose of encouragement only to receive what felt like a bitter pill. Several hours later, the taxi gradually approached the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. Young man, this is your second certification attempt, correct? Remember my earlier words. Even if you fail again, do not surrender easily, the driver encouraged as they near the association. Soon, the vehicle halted at the entrance. And at that moment, several staff members from the association were seen hastily approaching, led by a man dressed in a sharp suit. I believe that's the director of the Martial Arts Association. What was his name again? The driver exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the man. Suhua. Qin Chen replied. Yes, Suhua. He is the second in command at the association. It seems he is here to greet some distinguished guest. The driver expressed his astonishment. The director of the Martial Arts Association rarely made public appearances. In all his years of driving, the driver had only encountered him a handful of times, although he had heard much about him. At that moment, Qin Chen opened the car door, and as soon as he stepped out, Suhua hurried over, exclaiming, Brother Qin, just in time, I'm glad I didn't arrive late. Suhua's tone was exceedingly courteous, and his voice resonated clearly enough for the taxi driver to hear. He shivered all over, pressed the accelerator, and with a swift whoosh, darted away, fearing even a moment's delay. What kind of monster have I summoned? The driver's face was a picture of astonishment. To have the director of the Martial Arts Association personally come out to greet someone in Chungrong. Even the son of the city lord couldn't achieve such a feat. There was only one possibility. His talent had reached a level that commanded the attention of the Martial Arts Association. Have taxis become this formidable nowadays? Suhua glanced at the taxi's tail lights, astonished. Qin Chen chuckled and deftly shifted the conversation, saying, I appreciate your personal reception, Director Su. It truly surprises me. Upon descending the mountain, he had called Suhua to inform him of his visit to the Martial Arts Association. The reason was simple. He sought a swift certification. Unlike the certification for physical training, which is straightforward, martial artist certification requires an appointment due to the high volume of applicants each day, and with his limited time, he had to trouble Suhua for assistance. Let's not stand on ceremony, Suhua replied with a grin. Before Qin Chen's arrival, he had received a call from him expressing his intention to certify as a martial artist, setting aside their prior acquaintance. To be certified as a formal martial artist before the age of 18 was an extraordinary feat, warranting Suhua's personal attention. It is worth noting that such prodigies had not graced Chungrong in quite some time. Although Qin Chen had yet to be formally certified, Suhua was confident that if he had any doubts, he would not have made the trip. The certification building had the first floor designated for physical training certifications, while the second floor and above catered to formal martial artist certifications. Upon entering the building, Suhua instructed the other staff members to disperse and led Qin Chen to the second floor. The second floor was where certifications for 1 to 3-star martial artists took place, while the third floor was for 4 to 6 stars, and the fourth floor and above were reserved for 7 stars and higher, though those levels were rarely utilized. Once on the second floor, Suhua provided an introduction to Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded. 7-star martial artists were indeed a rarity in Chungrong, making it understandable that such levels were seldom employed. As they arrived on the second floor, Qin Chen observed several individuals already awaiting certification. One of the officials responsible for certifications, upon spotting Suhua, hurried over to greet him. Director Su, what brings you here personally? Within the Martial Arts Association, Suhua held a significant position, typically refraining from attending to such matters himself. I'm just accompanying a friend, Suhua replied without further elaboration. However, upon hearing the word friend, the official's demeanor shifted, and his gaze towards Qin Chen changed. He could immediately discern Qin Chen's youth, and Suhua's reference to him as a friend rather than a junior or another term carried weight. Director Su, would you like to bypass the queue? Certification for martial artists required prior appointment and registration, which meant that those who registered first were served first. However, with Suhua's presence, it seemed inappropriate for Qin Chen to wait. Yet, the official refrained from directly addressing Qin Chen and instead inquired of Suhua, as he was unsure of Qin Chen's temperament. Some individuals relished such hierarchical privileges and would opt to skip the line, while others were more modest and adhered to propriety, disliking the notion of cutting in. No need. Let them come one by one, Qin Chen replied decisively. Very well, there are still 5 ahead. It won't take long. The official nodded swiftly, promptly returning to his duties. Ladies and gentlemen, the certification process will now proceed. Allow me to once again elucidate the method of certification. It is quite straightforward. First, your cultivation will be assessed, followed by an evaluation of your combat prowess. The 5 individuals waiting in line gazed at him in astonishment, for this method of certification had been previously discussed. Suddenly, one of them turned to look at Qin Chen, who was positioned at the back of the line. Realizing that this explanation was intended specifically for him, I just overheard the certifying officer refer to that individual as director. Could it be that he is a relative of the director? Someone murmured. The first participant, Zhang Xing, was declared with a certification level of a first-tier martial artist. Upon the announcement by the certifying officer, a man who appeared to be in his late 20s rose from the first bench in the resting area and approached the front. Place your hand upon the device and endeavor to channel your mastered elemental energy, the certifying officer instructed, pointing towards a nearby apparatus. The man approached the device, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his hand before placing it upon the machine. Chapter 24. Just normal combat power. Do not be anxious. Relax your mind and present your finest state. The certification officer immediately spoke upon noticing the man's tension. The man, with a solemn expression, placed his hand on the device and silently channeled his elemental energy. Soon, an imprint of the earth element materialized on the instrument, revealing a faint divine pattern. Certification of cultivation succeeded. The officer announced upon seeing the imprint. The man finally exhaled, lowering his hand. The certification of cultivation is rather straightforward. As long as one is not afflicted with any issues and does not come here solely to create chaos, there should be no complications. A man in line whispered. The certification process is inherently definitive. Those who have not attained at least a 1-star warrior status would not come for certification unless they are indeed here to cause trouble, in which case they would be apprehended. Next comes the combat power assessment. Do not be nervous. As long as your combat power reaches the threshold of 300, you will be recognized as a first-tier warrior by the authorities. Provided you do not engage in commerce, you will receive a monthly stipend of 10,000. The certification officer reiterated the benefits of becoming a warrior to encourage the man. This is also a welfare provision offered by the Dragon Kingdom to its warriors, albeit with certain prerequisites. Some individuals, upon becoming warriors, opt not to join the military or official organizations, instead choosing to establish martial arts schools. Such individuals primarily pursue their own interests and therefore do not receive stipends. Additionally, there are those who, after becoming warriors and receiving stipends, tend to live idly, prompting the authorities to conduct investigations. If confirmed, their stipends would be revoked. Strike the combat power device with full force. The officer instructed the man. The man prepared for 3 seconds before delivering a punch. Bang! A number appeared on the device and began to fluctuate. The man anxiously focused on the instrument, and ultimately, the number settled at 283. The officer's brow furrowed. Certification failed. No, this cannot be. I have clearly condensed the elemental imprint and become a 1-star warrior. The man's face paled in disbelief, filled with reluctance. Alas, this is a warrior likely built upon a foundation of special drugs, which the Martial Arts Association will not recognize. Someone shook their head. Some individuals, in their desperation to become warriors, consume excessive amounts of medication, which often carry severe side effects and results in inflated combat power. Hence, the authorities do not acknowledge them. The stipends are not as easily obtained as people imagine. The certification officer continued to call out names one by one. All of these individuals successfully passed certification. After all, only a minority, like Zhang Xing, rely on drugs. And many who do so are aware that they will not be recognized by the authorities. Thus, they refrain from subjecting themselves to such humiliation. The 5th, Lu Yun. Certification level, 2-star warrior. At last, a 2-star warrior has emerged. The earlier successful certifiers, aside from Zhang Xing, had not departed. There exists a natural curiosity among people, especially after achieving success in the assessment. They wish to see how the subsequent candidates fare, just like an ordinary person taking a driving test. Once the mindset is relaxed after passing, one tends to observe others with a comparative gaze. Liu Yun's cultivation certification posed no issues. Thereafter, he delivered a powerful punch against the strength testing apparatus. The number displayed was 710. A collective intake of breath resonated among the onlookers, for this signified that Liu Yun was now officially recognized as a 2-star warrior, entitled to a monthly stipend of 20,000. 20,000. To an ordinary individual, it would require an immense amount of labor to achieve such income, whereas becoming a warrior merely necessitated not living an idle life, which was considerably easier. The few individuals who had attained the 1-star warrior certification cast envious glances towards him, pondering how long it would take them to reach the 2-star level. Perhaps a lifetime would not suffice. The certifying officer nodded in acknowledgement towards Liu Yun. A 2-star warrior had indeed earned his respect. Next was Qin Chen, aiming for the 1-star warrior certification. The certifying officer regarded Qin Chen with anticipation. He was personally brought in by Su Hua, who referred to him as a friend, stirring curiosity within him. He was well aware that their director never offered preferential treatment based on familial ties, so this personal introduction was noteworthy. Not only was the certifying officer intrigued, but others were as well, albeit with differing motives. They were eager to see if this director's relative would embarrass himself. Qin Chen remained composed as he stood from his seat and approached the apparatus step by step. Without uttering a single word, he placed his hand upon it. A fiery elemental mark swiftly materialized. The cultivation certification was a success. The certifying officer cast a glance at Qin Chen and spoke earnestly. He had succeeded. The others turned their attention towards him, astonished. Qin Chen appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, yet had truly accomplished this feat. Qin Chen. I've never heard of that name. Is there a Qin family in Rongqing? Someone could not help but inquire. Such a prodigious talent would typically be associated with a prominent family's gifted offspring. Could it be that he has relied on drugs to achieve this? Another whispered. While there have been 17 or 18-year-old warriors, they were rare, and encountering one was indeed hard to believe, especially given that exceptional talents typically drew attention early on. At that moment, Su Hua beamed with joy upon witnessing Qin Chen's success. Although he anticipated no surprises, the reality of the achievement still stirred excitement within him. Establishing a good rapport had proven to be a wise decision, he mused inwardly. As the onlookers pondered their thoughts, Qin Chen stood before the strength testing apparatus, his breathing remarkably steady. He employed the breath of flame technique, and then unleashed a punch. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, awakening the crowd, who fixated on the rapidly fluctuating numbers. 780. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd, quickly followed by an uproar in the hall. Even Su Hua, standing a bit farther away, nearly leaped in astonishment. 780, did I see that correctly? Is it true that he is a relative of Director Su? Wasn't it said that he was merely a 1-star martial artist? Everyone fixated on that inexplicable number, their faces etched with disbelief. Is the machine malfunctioning? Even the certifying officials found themselves in a state of confusion. At this moment, Su Hua hastily approached. He glanced at the machine, which could not possibly be faulty. The Martial Arts Association would not make such a fundamental error. He turned to Qin Chen, Brother Qin this. He was at a loss for words. It was the first time he had encountered a first-level martial artist being directly rated with the combat power of a second-level martial artist. Qin Chen smiled. It's merely my normal combat power. Indeed, it is normal. He had previously absorbed fragments of wind and ice element imprints, which, although they did not lead to an actual breakthrough, had nonetheless enhanced his combat capabilities. Furthermore, the martial artist certification assessment evaluates regular combat power rather than explosive force. Thus, he could not employ martial techniques. He was limited to using breathing methods and did not utilize the Fierce Sun Fist. Had he done so, his explosive power could have soared above 1,000, a level characteristic of master-level martial arts. Normal combat power. The others regarded Qin Chen as if he were a monster. This was anything but normal. Chapter 25. The president of the association pays a visit examiner. Please make the announcement. Qin Chen, noticing the examiner's prolonged silence, felt compelled to prompt him. The certification officer finally emerged from his stupor. Qin Chen, certification. At this juncture, he abruptly recalled that Qin Chen was certified as a 1-star warrior. However, his combat prowess had directly ascended to that of a two-star warrior. To state outright that he was a one-star warrior would unfairly diminish Qin Chen's accomplishments, especially considering the distinct benefits afforded to two-star warriors. Furthermore, with Su Hua personally overseeing this matter, the prospect of incurring Qin Chen's displeasure by underselling his status was daunting. Yet, to declare him a two-star warrior seemed to contravene the established regulations. Unconsciously, he glanced at Su Hua, his eyes pleading for assistance, clearly indicating that he was unable to make this decision alone. Su Hua shot him a glare, pondering for a moment before addressing Qin Chen. Brother Qin, the certification process may require some time. The results will be available tomorrow. We will inform you directly then, if that is agreeable. Though somewhat bewildered himself, Su Hua was inclined to classify Qin Chen as a two-star warrior, fully aware of his familial circumstances. However, he lacked the authority to make the final determination, which necessitated escalation to the president. His sole recourse was to recommend to the president that Qin Chen be afforded the privileges of a two-star warrior. Then I shall trouble you, Director Su. A day's wait posed no urgency for Qin Chen. Not a trouble at all. Su Hua quickly waved his hand dismissively. Director Su, I shall take my leave now. You may continue with your tasks. After his words, Qin Chen did not linger and politely declined any offers of accompaniment. As the onlookers observed Qin Chen's retreating figure, those who had just passed their certification hesitated, desiring to approach him, but feeling somewhat intimidated. After all, such a prodigious talent might not regard them with any interest. In the presence of Qin Chen, they could not help but feel an innate sense of inferiority. Upon returning home, Qin Chen found Li Xiufen giving Qin Dai a massage. Xiao Chen, why are you back? Has the training camp concluded so swiftly? Both were puzzled at Qin Chen's early return, as it was expected that the elite training camp would not wrap up so quickly. I took a leave of absence. By the way, please gather the necessary items. We will be moving no later than the day after tomorrow. Moving? To where? Li Xiufen in Kidat Barplaksha. You will find out tomorrow. Qin Chen refrained from elaborating. Initially, Qin Dai was bewildered, but soon he regarded Qin Chen earnestly and deduced something. Quickly gather your things, he urged Li Xiufen. Despite his lingering skepticism, the seriousness in Qin Chen's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. A warrior? Could it be that my son has truly become a warrior? In families such as theirs, devoid of wealth and influence, a move could only signify one possibility, that someone had attained the status of a warrior and was relocating to the city center. You're out of your mind, Li Xiufen retorted to Qin Dai, entirely dismissing the notion of moving. Qin Dai offered a wry smile, fully aware that proclaiming his son had become a warrior would earn him a scolding from Li Xiufen. Qin Chen smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate further. Without a certificate for now, everything would be clarified once it was issued tomorrow. At this moment, he focused on condensing the ice element imprint. Throughout the night, Qin Chen did not succumb to slumber. Instead, he sat upon his bed, conjuring ice flowers in his hands, concentrating intently on completing the ice element imprint. His affinity for ice was superior to that of wind. Hence, it would be prudent to advance the ice element to the first star before delving into wind cultivation. Simultaneous training in both would only inflate the time investment. Additionally, he needed to keep pace with the fire element's divine patterns. To ascend as a first-star warrior in both wind and ice, he could not afford to pause his fire element training, striving towards the second star. It was no wonder that the dual affinity was not as revered as one might expect. Indeed, time was of the essence. Qin Chen shook his head. Dual affinity, while undeniably a powerful gift, paled in comparison to the esteem afforded to those prodigies who became warriors before the age of 18. Many dual affinity talents were often too proud to focus on one element, opting instead for simultaneous cultivation, which ultimately hindered their progress. Sister Xiufen, what a splendid day. Purchasing so many vegetables? Early in the morning, Li Xiufen returned with an armful of groceries, piquing the curiosity of her neighbor next door. My son's return is truly a hassle, Li Xiufen remarked, though her expression betrayed her joy. Little Chen is back? The neighbor inquired, taken aback. Didn't you say just yesterday that he had gone to that so-called genius training camp? How could he return so swiftly? The previous day, Li Xiufan had mentioned Qin Chen to several neighbors, having spread the news after he certified his body refinement. I didn't inquire, but if he yes back, he must have completed his training there. Li Xiufan responded uncertainly. She was unaware of the particulars of the genius training camp, only knowing that it involved the word genius, which meant her son was indeed exceptional. A prodigy's return warranted a celebratory feast. I heard that they eliminate participants at the genius training camp. A man suddenly interjected. This individual was another neighbor of Qin Chen's family, one of the wealthiest in the vicinity, named Zhou Yi, who typically dressed in a suit. Zhou Yi refrained from making such remarks. Other neighbors quickly cautioned upon noticing the change in Li Xiufan's demeanor. The Qin couple were generally well regarded, yet life had been challenging, particularly with Qin Day's poor health. Recently, they had been buoyed by Qin Chen's certification in body refinement, a fact well known among the neighbors. Any distress caused by Qin Chen's circumstances could further jeopardize Qin Day's already fragile health, which would spell trouble. What nonsense am I speaking? Zhou Yi retorted, displeased. In Yang City, a friend of mine has a classmate whose brother was selected for the genius training camp last year, only to be eliminated on the very same day. Zhou Yi appeared indifferent to the feelings of Qin Day and Li Xiufan. Previously, he had been the envy of the surrounding families. But since Qin Day and Li Xiufan showcased Qin Chen's initial body refinement certification, they garnered newfound camaraderie from the neighbors, leaving him feeling somewhat discontented. Even if Qin Chen has been eliminated, he remains a genius. A neighbor spoke on behalf of Li Xiufan. I understand, but perhaps Xiao Chen is feeling disheartened at the moment and does not wish for the adults to know. I merely informed Sister Xiufan of the facts so that she might comfort Xiao Chen and prevent him from bearing this burden alone, which would be detrimental. Zhou Yi remarked with apparent concern. However, inwardly, he felt a sense of joy. Although Qin Chen had been expelled, he was still regarded as a genius. Yet, in the eyes of the neighbors, this sudden contrast would surely diminish the envy they previously held for Li Xiufan and Qin Day. Thank you, Zhou Yi. Li Xiufan, with her simple-mindedness, remained oblivious to Zhou Yi's true intentions. After expressing her gratitude, she hurried back home. Just then, a blaring horn interrupted the moment, causing everyone to turn in surprise as an upscale vehicle slowly approached. Who is driving a car here? In this densely populated community, vehicles are typically parked in a lot, with entry restricted to special vehicles only. That's the vehicle of the Martial Arts Association, someone exclaimed upon noticing the character from Martial emblazoned on the car. The crowd, though ordinary citizens, recognized the significance of the Martial Arts Association. It serves as the governing body for martial practitioners in the city, arguably the most powerful institution in the area. Make way, Zhou Yi shouted as the car drew nearer, fully aware that he was the most knowledgeable about the Martial Arts Association in this vicinity. It was imperative to avoid any conflict with these individuals, as one might not even realize the danger until it was too late. When the vehicle stopped before the crowd, confusion spread among them. Soon, the car door opened, and an individual stepped out. Director Su. Zhou Yi gasped, his body trembling. However, he was soon even more astonished as Su Hua quickly moved to the other side of the car and slowly opened the door. Su Hua personally opening the door left Zhou Yi in a state of disbelief. Then, he beheld an elderly man in a long robe alighting from the vehicle, while Su Hua stood respectfully beside him. President, this is the place. Su Hua addressed the elder. Upon hearing Su Hua's voice, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the elder. The president of the Martial Arts Association. How could he possibly come to such a small place? Chapter 26. The 2-star warrior certification, is it here? The elderly man raised his gaze to the building beside him. The structure was ancient, only 7 stories high, devoid of an elevator, and appeared quite dilapidated from the outside. This is the place on the 3rd floor, Su Hua declared. After Qin Chen had been certified in body refinement, he had employed someone to investigate the situation surrounding Qin Chen's family, and he was now thoroughly informed about their circumstances. Are we heading into the building? Zhou Yi observed Su Hua and the elder preparing to enter, and a spark of intrigue ignited within him. He quickly stepped forward, eager to guide them. As he resided there and was well acquainted with the area, this was a chance to meet influential figures. However, before he could demonstrate his eagerness. Su Hua suddenly called out, "Ms. Li Xiufan?" Upon hearing her name, Li Xiufan was initially astonished that members of the Martial Arts Association would come to this place. Nevertheless, given the significance of the situation regarding Qin Chen, she refrained from lingering and prepared to ascend the stairs. Now, unexpectedly addressed, she turned with a puzzled expression. "Did you call for me?" "It is indeed Ms. Li," Su Hua responded, hastening toward her. In the process of understanding Qin Chen's family situation, Li Xiufan, along with Qin Dai, had been within their scope of inquiry, and Su Hua had naturally seen her photograph. "I am Su Hua," he introduced himself. "This is our president, Zhu." "Greetings, Ms. Li. You may call me Zhu Yuan," the president said as he approached her, his tone calm and reassuring. Hello, President Zhu. Is there something you need from me?" Li Xiufan inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Having lived a significant portion of her life, she found herself conversing with such a prominent figure for the very first time. "We are here to find Qin Chen. He should be home, correct?" Su Hua asked, recalling that Qin Chen had been instructed to wait for confirmation of his warrior level and the issuance of his certification that day. At the mention of Qin Chen, Li Xiufan's heart raced, especially in light of Zhou Yi's earlier remarks. Has he done something terribly wrong? He is still so young. If there is an issue, please do not involve him. I will take responsibility. Having been eliminated from the genius training camp, it was inevitable that Qin Chen had committed a serious error. And now the president of the Martial Arts Association had personally come to address it. This was indeed grave. Both Zhu Yuan and Su Hua exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Zhu Yuan chuckled. "You are mistaken. Qin Chen has not committed any wrongdoing. If there is an error to be noted, it is merely that he is astonishingly impressive." Li Xiufan appeared perplexed. Zhu Yuan smiled. "It seems he has not informed you of his accomplishments. He truly is a modest young man." He did not immediately elaborate, instead inviting Li Xiufan to lead him and Su Hua to meet Qin Chen at home. Meanwhile, all the neighbors were left in a state of bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend why the president of the Martial Arts Association sought out Qin Chen. Could it be that Qin Chen has caused a significant incident at that genius training camp? Someone suddenly speculated. Upon hearing this, the crowd found it plausible, as Qin Chen's sudden return surely indicated he had been eliminated, perhaps due to some mischief, and now the president had come to seek accountability. "Let us go and listen in," Zhou exclaimed suddenly. Driven by curiosity, many gathered outside Qin Chen's residence to eavesdrop. Inside the living room, Qin Chen was taken aback as he listened to Su Hua's introduction, glancing in astonishment at Zhu Yuan, who had unexpectedly come in person. Zhu Yuan produced a certificate, stating, "This is the authentication granted to you by the Martial Arts Association." Qin Chen accepted the certificate and opened it to find he was recognized as a 2-star martial artist. Qin Dai and Li Xiufan eagerly leaned in to see, and upon discovering the 2-star martial artist certification, they were momentarily rendered speechless, gazing at Qin Chen as if they were meeting their son for the first time. "Thank you, President," Qin Chen exclaimed, pleasantly surprised. His initial intent for this leave was to acquire the 1-star martial artist certification. Thus, the 2-star recognition felt like a delightful surprise from the Martial Arts Association. "This is all you deserve." Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, your sudden return is primarily for the move, aside from the certification, correct?" he inquired abruptly. Qin Chen nodded. "The sooner, the better." The Zhao family could discover Zhao Quan's death at any moment and would swiftly uncover that he was the perpetrator. Once they realized this, they would likely take immediate action. With the Zhao family's power, it would be exceedingly simple to make ordinary families disappear without a trace. "I am already aware of your father's situation," Zhu Yuan remarked, glancing at Qin Dai, who was still engrossed in discussion with Li Xiufan over the certification, oblivious to the conversation between him and Qin Chen. "I have already arranged for your move. As for the other troubles, you must handle them on your own." Zhu Yuan had contemplated directly resolving the conflict between the Zhao family and Qin Chen, but ultimately believed that Qin Chen would not easily relinquish the matter. Moreover, it was a personal issue for Qin Chen, and he felt it inappropriate to interfere excessively. "Are you prepared?" Qin Chen asked, astonished. He had intended to resolve the Zhao family's issues independently. having no significant connections, the only somewhat influential acquaintance being Su Hua. However, the identity of the Martial Arts Association member inherently precluded him from meddling in such affairs. Even if intervention were possible, it would merely be conciliatory. Direct resolution of the Zhao family's issues was out of the question. "You will know soon enough," Zhu Yuan replied with a smile. Outside, a group of neighbors craned their necks, pressing their ears against the door to eavesdrop. "Can you hear anything?" Zhou inquired. The voices inside were too faint for him to discern what the president of the Martial Arts Association and Qin Chen were discussing. "I think I heard something about a two-star martial artist," someone suddenly interjected. "A two-star martial artist? Did Qin Chen offend a two-star martial artist at the genius training camp?" However, even if he had, it seemed improbable that the president of the association would personally come to seek retribution. The crowd was filled with confusion, and the notion that Qin Chen was certified as a two-star martial artist had not crossed their minds. After all, for someone under 18, attaining recognition as a pinnacle body-refining practitioner was already remarkable, let alone as a two-star martial artist. Announcement from Rongqing, local genius, Qin Chen for number 1 high school. Certified as a two-star martial artist, hereby rewarded with a property in Qinghe Garden, a monetary prize of 2 million, and a 4th-grade martial art. A voice resonated across the city, prompting many citizens of Rongqing to instinctively look up, followed by a wave of discussions throughout the city. The city announcements, issued by various official departments throughout the metropolis, resonate loudly, ensuring that nearly every individual within the urban expanse can hear them. Qin Chen. Which Qin Chen? The neighbors outside his residence appeared somewhat bewildered. Isn't he from the first high school? Just moments ago, someone overheard the president mention a two-star martial artist. The crowd swiftly grasped that the city announcement pertained to their clandestine eavesdropping, who claimed he was eliminated due to a mistake. As the words were uttered, everyone turned in unison to gaze at Zhou Yi. In an instant, Zhou Yi's complexion drained of color. He pivoted and fled, his body trembling uncontrollably, his steps unsteady. "Quickly, move!" The crowd dispersed in haste, no one daring to linger and eavesdrop any longer. Chapter 27. A new task, a property secured in the room. Qin Dai and Li Xiufan were filled with excitement upon hearing the city announcement. Within the heart of Rong City, there exist numerous residential complexes specifically constructed for the families of martial artists. These complexes are of high caliber, yet there are distinctions among them. Qinghe Garden stands as the most prestigious among them all, excelling in both its environment and various other aspects, with rumors suggesting that even the security personnel are martial artists. "Thank you, President." Qin Chen expressed his gratitude to Zhu Yuan. Just moments ago, the latter had mentioned that arrangements were in place, and the announcement followed promptly, clearly timed with precision. "I have stated before, this is well-deserved. Moreover, I merely relayed your situation to the City Lord's mansion. The issuance of this announcement is not the responsibility of the Martial Arts Association," Zhu Yuan replied with a smile. Qin Chen chuckled, refraining from being overly sentimental. He understood well that the Martial Arts Association had informed the City Lord's mansion about his circumstances and the Zhao family. Consequently, this reward included property, facilitating a swift relocation. Otherwise, the reward would likely have consisted solely of monetary compensation and martial arts resources, leaving him to procure a residence independently. Acquiring a property in Qinghe Garden would indeed pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, there is something I must convey to you. Zhu Yuan's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Reflecting a grave tone, Qin Chen remained silent, awaiting his words. "Are you aware of the Star General Selection?" Zhu Yuan began. "The Star General Selection?" Qin Chen shook his head, yet his heart stirred. The name alone conveyed a sense of prestige. It appeared that their instructor had not yet disclosed this matter. The Star General is a concept introduced by our Dragon Nation, wherein this year, each of the 4 war zones will select 1 Star General. Those who enter the military thereafter will receive significant cultivation and training, Zhu Yuan elucidated. Given your enmity with the Zhao family, merely becoming a certified martial artist ensures your family's safety. However, if you wish to resolve the matter entirely, becoming a Star General might be a viable option. Qin Chen's interest was piqued, albeit with a hint of skepticism. The Zhao family, after all, boasted 4-star martial artists. It was surprising to think that merely becoming a star general could eradicate the issue. Zhu Yuan smiled and explained, once you attain the status of a star general, the military will immediately confer upon you the rank of Major General. Of course, before you truly enter the military, this rank is merely a title devoid of actual authority. Yet possessing such a title guarantees that there will be means to address the Zhao family. Qin Chen grasped his implication instantly. Even a rank without real power would attract numerous individuals eager to curry favor. There were countless methods to deal with the Zhao family. Is there a process for the star general selection? Qin Chen inquired, intrigued. To be honest, he could afford to take his time with the Zhao family, resolving the matter once his strength was sufficient. However, he was reluctant to wait long. If a swift resolution was possible, he would prefer it to happen immediately. Seeing Qin Chen's interest, Zhu Yuan smiled, as his primary purpose for visiting today was to inform Qin Chen of this opportunity. Even though it was uncertain whether Qin Chen would be selected for the star general position. However, there remains an opportunity. Should he be elected as the president of the Rongqing Martial Arts Association, numerous advantages would ensue. To secure the position of star general, one must first attain the top rank in the Rongqing Genius Training Camp. Ding! The star general selection task has commenced. Task Phase 1. Achieve first place in the Rongqing Genius Training Camp. Task rewards: 1 fragment of the Wind Element Mark, 1 fragment of the Ice Element Mark. Martial Arts. Volume 1 of the Stellar Body Refinement Technique. The sudden emergence of this system task left Qin Chen momentarily stunned. Was this task a no-brainer? Qin Chen gazed at the task, filled with confusion. With his current strength, he could easily defeat both Yu Yang and Su Fei with a single punch, leaving no room for competition. It seemed improbable. Based on the difficulty of previous tasks, the system would not offer such a gift without challenge. Nevertheless, he could not dwell on it for long and decided to accept the task. Furthermore, he needed to secure the top position among all genius training camps in Jiang Province. Ultimately, achieving first place among all talents in the Western Theater Command would designate him as the inaugural star general. Zhu Yuan observed Qin Chen deep in thought and slowly remarked, to attain the title of star general, one must navigate a treacherous path, as the competition is composed of prodigies. Securing first in Rongqing is a certainty, and even in Jiang Province, it is highly probable. However, the entire Western Theater Command presents a formidable challenge, with numerous provinces and hundreds of cities brimming with talent. After a brief discussion, Zhu Yuan rose to his feet. I shall not intrude any longer. Additionally, Su Hua will arrange for the moving company to assist you. You can relocate to Qinghe Garden today. Xiao Chun, see off the president. Qin De urged as he noticed Zhu Yuan preparing to depart. Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No need, just focus on packing your things. With that, he exited with remarkable decisiveness. 2 hours later, the moving company arrived downstairs. At that moment, Qin Chen received a phone call from the principal of the school, requesting his presence. The principal informed him that the bonuses had been released, not only the school's reward but also the 2 million from the city lord's mansion, which had been deposited into the high school's account and would be given to him collectively. After contemplating briefly, Qin Chen resolved to go immediately. After all, during the move, his personal involvement was scarcely required. Director Su, I would appreciate it if you could escort me. Qin Chen addressed Su Hua. Upon arriving at Qinghe Garden, they would still need to verify his identity, and with Su Hua as the director of the Martial Arts Association, there would be no issues. Not a bother at all. You attend to your matters. Su Hua readily offered his assistance, eager to cultivate a closer relationship with a talent like Qin Chen. Qin Chen wasted no time. Half an hour later, he arrived at the school. You rascal. You returned without a word. Had it not been for the city announcement, I would have thought you were still laboring in the genius training camp. Principal Luo Jianhui exclaimed upon seeing Qin Chen. The recent city announcement had nearly startled him. Qin Chen had returned quietly and had even obtained a 2-star martial artist certification. Had the city lord's mansion not called later, he would have doubted his own hearing. I've been busy, you know. The high school is my alma mater, and of course, I intended to return. I simply hadn't found the time before you called. Qin Chen replied. Were it not for the allure of wealth, would you exhibit such enthusiasm? The principal, unimpressed, retorted with a hint of irritation. Very well, provide me with your card number, and I shall instruct the finance department to transfer the funds to you. Approximately 10 minutes later, Qin Chen received a notification on his phone. 2,250,000. He glanced at the principal, surprised that the latter had indeed granted him a bonus of 150,000. Of this total, 2 million originated from the city lord's office, essentially an official reward. An additional 100,000 was designated for his enrollment in the Genius Training Camp, also an official accolade. The final 150,000 was the school's reward, originally capped at 100,000. The principal had generously supplemented Qin Chen's amount with an extra 50,000 from his own pocket. While 50,000 may not seem substantial, the principal's swift approval of the school's bonus demonstrates his consideration for Qin Chen. The principal waved his hand, observing Qin Chen's expression. Do not be moved. It is not that I am touched. Rather, I wonder if it is somewhat insufficient, Qin Chen replied with a smile. The principal shot him a glare. 50,000 is equivalent to several months of my salary. Furthermore, the 4th grade martial arts manual awarded to you will be directly mailed to your residence. 4th grade martial arts, young man, practice diligently. If you can master it to perfection with your current strength, you will be a standout among 2nd grade warriors. The principal advised. Qin Chen had certified as a 2-star warrior, even at the lowest tier of 2-star. Coupled with the 4th grade martial arts, he would surpass many 2-star warriors. Typically, 2nd grade warriors do not possess 4th grade martial arts. However, it is contingent upon Qin Chen's dedication to training. Even prodigies require relentless effort to grow. Many a once promising genius has fallen into obscurity due to arrogance and complacency. Chapter 28. The conclusion of high school principal. I wish to attend one more class, Qin Chen suddenly expressed. A class? You can simply go. You haven't graduated yet and may attend at any time. The principal waved his hand dismissively. Qin Chen shook his head. I wish to attend a class taught by our homeroom teacher. He recalled that, at this moment, it was not the homeroom teacher's lesson. The principal looked at him quizzically, aware that the homeroom teacher of Class 7 had a rather peculiar temperament, earning her the nickname Lady Yama among the students. Qin Chen chuckled softly, offering no further explanation. Although the homeroom teacher had maintained a poor impression of him, he believed that she was not at fault. In fact, she was quite responsible, her eccentric demeanor notwithstanding. She treated all students equally and never targeted those with lesser academic performance, a rarity indeed. In truth, Qin Chen harbored a sense of gratitude towards her. When his father faced a dire situation and their family fell into hardship, she rallied the class to donate funds and never pressured him for tuition fees. Otherwise, he would have long since dropped out, despite his lack of diligence in studies and his frequent slumber in class. The homeroom teacher often engaged him in conversation without uttering harsh words, instead offering patient guidance. Moreover, this was likely his last opportunity to be at school. Regardless of whether he would participate in the star selection, the conclusion of the training camp would soon lead to the college entrance examinations. Previously, he had departed for the Genius Training Camp in haste, and now he yearned to attend one final class to have a proper closure. Go ahead. I will call your homeroom teacher, the principal declared, pulling out his mobile phone. Qin Chen's homeroom teacher, a middle-aged woman named Wang Su, was not particularly attractive and was somewhat plump. She typically wore a stern expression, causing her students to feel a sense of trepidation upon encountering her. However, as she emerged from her office now, a hint of excitement graced her face. She hurried towards the classroom of Class 7, coinciding with the ringing of the dismissal bell. The next lesson was physical education, and many students were preparing to head to the playground. At that moment, Wang Su entered the classroom directly. Everyone, please be quiet. Upon her arrival, the expressions of all the students shifted. Even the class monitor became anxious and was the first to speak. Teacher Wang. The PE teacher, ISN, again? Is she? This excuse had been exhausted by the school, as the PE teacher was perpetually the least healthy among all the instructors. You guessed correctly. I'll be taking next class, so everyone, be prepared. At once, the students' spirits plummeted. Wang Su observed their reactions and smiled, refraining from immediate explanation. Teacher Wang is smiling. Someone noted in astonishment. What has happened today? I suddenly feel that Teacher Wang is different from usual. If it were before, she would have quieted us down immediately. Hearing their discussions, Wang Su waited until the chatter subsided before speaking earnestly. It is not my intention to commandeer your physical education class. Rather, it is because someone will be joining you today. At her words, the students fell into a daze, and someone suddenly had an inkling, though uncertainty lingered. Particularly, Wang Hai's eyes sparkled with immense anticipation. Wang Su offered no explanation, but turned her gaze toward the classroom door. The students, filled with curiosity, wondered who could evoke such solemnity and excitement from their homeroom teacher. Soon, a youth appeared before them, and at the sight of him, one student leapt from his seat. It was Qin Chen. Qin Chen had returned. Truly, it was Qin Chen. Oh, my idol is back. A 2-star warrior, recently certified and under 18, a fellow student from Class 7. A signature. I must have a signature. The classroom erupted in fervor. When Qin Chen had left without a word, they later learned he had gone to a genius training camp. This revelation filled them with immense pride as his classmates. Just recently, the city had announced Qin Chen's certification as a 2-star warrior, further fueling their excitement. Even those who were not directly connected felt a sense of honor simply by being part of Class 7. He is back. My brother is back. Little chubby Wang Hai watched as Qin Chen approached the classroom, equally filled with elation. During Qin Chen's absence, he had contemplated reaching out, yet hesitated, fearing he might intrude, so he refrained from any contact. Upon entering the classroom, Qin Chen first acknowledged Wang Su at the podium. Hello, Teacher Wang. Good. It's wonderful to have you back. Wang Su beamed, displaying a smile never seen before. Qin Chen turned to face his classmates. Everyone, for this lesson, I would like to attend Teacher Wang's class, thus encroaching upon your physical education period. I hope you won't mind. Of course not. The class monitor was the first to respond. Why will we complain? We adore attending Teacher Wang's classes. To share a class with a warrior, this is the first and likely the last time in our lives. What an honor. Others will surely envy us. The students chimed in, their thoughts of physical education forgotten. Deep down, they understood this might be their final lesson with Qin Chen, yet no one dared to voice this unspoken truth. Class is in session, Wang Su declared as the bell rang. In an instant, she transformed back into the stern, no-nonsense homeroom teacher. Qin Chen listened attentively, occasionally glancing at his classmates. This was his last lesson, and for many here, it might also be their final farewell. After the college entrance examination, they would each pursue their own paths. The world may be small, but the chance of meeting again would depend on fate. 45 minutes passed with unprecedented attentiveness from the students, not due to Wang Su, but because of Qin Chen. Time flew, and when the bell rang again, Wang Su reluctantly uttered the words, "Class dismissed." Yet, no student moved immediately. They remained seated, their eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance. Wang Su took out her phone and captured a photograph of the class, glancing at Qin Chen before stepping out of the classroom. Qin Chen, please sign. The class monitor produced a beautifully crafted notepad and was the first to approach Qin Chen. I want a signature too. I too desire. One by one, the classmates approached Qin Chen. I have them all. Qin Chen remarked with a smile. He vowed that this was the moment in his life when he penned the most words at once, repeatedly inscribing his name. Yet, it was also the most joyous occasion of writing he had ever experienced. Farewell, dear classmates. After signing, Qin Chen made his way to the classroom door, uttering a parting phrase before turning to exit. In that instant, everyone, as if choreographed, rushed out of the classroom, gazing at Qin Chen until his silhouette vanished from view. Chapter 29. The Zhao family's reaction. Qin Chen. Upon exiting the school, Wang Hai hurried after him. What is the matter? Are you off to drink again? You've really let yourself go, Qin Chen remarked, gazing at Wang Hai with a smile. Drink? I quit long ago. Really? Indeed. Ever since that day you sent Liao Tao flying with a single punch, I decided to quit, Wang Hai replied earnestly. That day during the practical class, Qin Chen had astonished all his classmates. As his best friend, Wang Hai had contemplated for a long time and ultimately resolved to abandon his indulgent habits. I came to find you for a serious matter, Wang Hai suddenly declared. Noticing his serious demeanor, Qin Chen felt a mix of surprise and happiness, nodding in encouragement. Go on. Wang Hai gathered his thoughts. You know, my family runs a martial arts school. In the past, I couldn't train, so I indulged myself. However, just yesterday, I qualified to begin training. That is great news. Qin Chen nodded. Achieving training eligibility before the college entrance examination was indeed a positive development. It meant he could at least attend university. It is good news, but I don't plan to attend university. After my father learned I could train, he encouraged me to skip college and take over the martial arts school, with him supporting me from behind. Wan Hai et Lai. Qin Chen nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in this path. Although he could now train, attending an average university might not be as beneficial as managing a martial arts school. After all, even the smallest school would be his own, with all resources devoted to his personal growth. I support you, Qin Chen encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. Really? Wang Hai beamed with joy, quickly adding, since you're sincerely supporting me, how about you take a nominal position at my Shanghai martial arts school? Just to be clear, you have money and skills now, but there won't be any salary. A cunning glint appeared in Wang Hai's eyes as he spoke. Qin Chen looked at him in astonishment, realizing that this fellow was trying to rope him in. How about it? Wang Hai asked, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Chen. He knew that Qin Chen was destined for great achievements, and having him associated with the school would be immensely beneficial. The reason he proposed this was their strong friendship. Yet Qin Chen had every right to decline. It was not his obligation. Observing Wang Hai's enthusiasm, Qin Chen decided not to refuse. You could just add my name. The purpose of such an honorary title was simply to attract business through the reputation of a named individual. Hence, after being associated, he would not be required to do anything at the school, making it a reasonable request on both emotional and logical grounds. You're a true brother. Wan Hai et Galim, seizing Qin Chen's hand. Come on, I'll treat you, since I quit drinking and it's not after school yet. Next time you come to Shanghai Martial Arts School, I'll have Wang Shanghai treat you. Let us get a class. Qin Chen laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Before long, he arrived at Qinghe Garden. It must be said that Su Hua's efficiency is remarkable. By the time Qin Chen returned, he had already departed, and his new residence was entirely arranged. The city lord's manor not only provided a house, but also furnished it with an array of essential furniture. The concerns regarding his parents' safety had been addressed, and now the focus shifted to becoming a stellar warrior, ultimately resolving the Zhao family's affairs. It was time to return to the training camp, Qin Chen mused. Initially, he had taken a 10-day leave, expecting that moving would consume considerable time. However, the City Lord's Manor and the Martial Arts Association had made all necessary arrangements, completing the process in just 2 days. Subsequently, Qin Chen spent an additional 3 days with his parents, bringing his total time away from the mountains to 5 days. On the 6th day, early in the morning, he hailed a taxi and set off for the training camp. Meanwhile, within the Zhao family's great hall, a lifeless body lay in the center, none other than Zhao Quan, the young master who had been struck down by Qin Chen's fist days prior. Wanshi, you must avenge Quan, a woman lamented, her face etched with sorrow and traces of tears in her eyes. Have you found anything? Zhao Wanshi inquired coldly, surveying the hall. Head of the family, we have discovered something, a subordinate replied. Surveillance footage reveals that young Master Quan's last appearance was at the energy market, where he was seen departing in a vehicle with a woman and a young man. Before Zhao Wanshi could press for further details, the subordinate continued. The woman is now deceased, but the young man is still alive. Who is he? A young man in the hall quickly asked. The subordinate cast a respectful glance at the youth and answered, in response to young Master Liang. The young man's name is Qin Chen. Qin Chen, Zhao Yang, and Zhao Wanshi furrowed their brows, the name resonating with familiarity. Is he the Qin Chen mentioned in the recent city announcement? Zhao Yang suddenly realized, his expression shifting. Indeed. Furthermore, this Qin Chen has grievances with our Zhao family. The individual whom young Master Quan had previously arranged to collide with was Qin Chen's father. The subordinate recounted the findings in detail. Zhao Wanshi and Zhao Liang's expressions darkened. They were aware of young Master Quan's actions against Qin Dai. However, at the time, it had drawn little attention, as Qin Dai was merely an ordinary man. It now appeared that the one responsible for his brother's death was none other than Qin Chen. Zhao Yang's brow knitted in contemplation. Qin Chen had recently attained the rank of a two-star martial artist, possessing the requisite strength. And with such a deep-seated enmity toward Zhao Quan, he had ample motive. It was unexpected that a family they had deemed inconsequential would produce such a prodigious talent, one that had even captured the city lord's attention. The disparity between this city announcement and the previous one concerning Zhao Quan was profoundly evident. The importance placed on Qin Chen by the city lord's manner was palpable. Additionally, Qin Chen had only undergone his martial arts certification the day prior, and a notice was issued early that morning, indicating that the Martial Arts Association was also exerting influence. I care not who he is, he must perish. Not only must he die, but I desire the demise of his entire family, the woman suddenly proclaimed. Such is the folly of a sentimental woman. Zhao Wanshi glared at her, his voice laced with cold disdain. Zhao Wanshi, he is also your son, and now he has been slain. Do you not seek vengeance for him? The woman gazed at Zhao Wanshi, her eyes reddened with grief. Who says I will not avenge him? My son, Zhao Wanshi, did not die in vain. Zhao Wanshi replied coldly. When has the Zhao family ever suffered such humiliation? However, at this moment, Qin Chen has just garnered the attention of the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Artists Association. To act now would undoubtedly entail the greatest risk. He was convinced that both the City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association were already aware of the enmity between Qin Chen and his Zhao family. Should they kill Qin Chen, and it were to be discovered, the Zhao family would surely be uprooted entirely. Thus, acting now is not the opportune moment. They must await a chance, an infallible opportunity that leaves no trace of evidence. Father, allow me to handle this matter, Zhao Liang volunteered. You? Zhao Wanshi furrowed his brow. Zhao Liang, though a third-tier martial artist, is his only son, the hope of the Zhao family. Should anything happen to him, the Zhao family would truly lose any prospect of growth and would only decline gradually. Rest assured, I shall not act personally, yet I possess a means to eliminate him, Zhao Liang declared confidently. In the end, Zhao Wanshi nodded in agreement. He felt reassured by Zhao Liang's capability. Chapter 30. The boss is coming out. I can't hold on any longer at the Ming Mountain Training Ground. Only 30 trainees remained. In the days since Qin Chen's departure, several more had been eliminated. Fortunately, it seemed that the remaining participants had developed a sense of camaraderie, refraining from unnecessary challenges against one another. Otherwise, the number of eliminations would have been even greater. Currently, most trainees were dedicating their efforts to the gravity chamber and the infrared room for training. As for the combat chamber, it was filled with mechanical puppets, adjustable to match the trainees' respective levels. This setup emphasized practical combat. However, everyone felt it unnecessary to expend points on it for the time being, as they had yet to face their college entrance examinations. True practical training would commence only after entering university, making the enhancement of one's abilities the priority. Have you heard? Yu Yang has already broken through to the first star. This news was common knowledge, causing quite a stir. It was said that he could now endure 4 times the normal gravity in the gravity chamber. Su Fei had also made progress, though he had not yet become a martial artist. Do not underestimate Su Fei. He had been diligently honing his agility, fully aware that he could not yet break through to become a martial artist. Yet, refusing to concede defeat, he had devoted considerable effort to his agility training. It was rumored that he had adjusted the infrared level to 3 in the infrared room and was close to passing it. Upon entering the training camp, everyone realized that what they once considered genius was merely a drop in the ocean of talent. There were countless prodigies in this world. Without hard work, one would quickly be left behind. Thus, in recent days, everyone had been fervently training, especially Yu Yang and Su Fei, who were secretly vying against each other. Even after his breakthrough to the first star, Yu Yang showed no signs of easing up, spending every day immersed in the gravity chamber. Have you noticed how absent Qin Chen has been lately? It's been days since we last saw him, one curious individual suddenly inquired. Since Qin Chen had emerged from the elemental training room, the others had not seen him again, which initially puzzled everyone. However, after Yu Yang's breakthrough to the first star garnered everyone's attention, they had momentarily forgotten about Qin Chen. Hearing the mention of him now piqued their interest. No one knew what he had been up to. He had previously shown astonishing dedication, spending an unprecedented 12 hours in the elemental training room, but had now seemingly vanished. Do you think he dares to come out now? After all, Yu Yang has broken through, and Su Fei has made considerable progress as well. They could surpass him at any moment. Speaking of Qin Chen, many believed he had likely been outpaced by these two. Ha, are you all foolish? Is my boss so easily surpassed? You are all too weak. He feels no pressure at all. My boss is simply waiting for someone to catch up. Have you heard the saying? I give you time to chase until you can no longer see me. That is precisely the state my boss is in. Zhou Lei, who had been listening from a distance, turned and exclaimed loudly. As the crowd caught sight of Zhou Lei, their expressions subtly shifted. Over the past few days, Zhou Lei had been exceedingly ostentatious, prompting numerous individuals to challenge him. Yet, upon recalling that he was a subordinate of Qin Chen, they ultimately refrained. However, his incessant admiration for Qin Chen was utterly irksome, as he relentlessly extolled his virtues, causing their ears to grow weary. Rest assured, my elder brother will return shortly, and then you shall tremble in fear. Zhou Lei chuckled before turning on his heel and departing, as if his sole purpose for being there was to deliver those words to the assembly. Once he had left, Zhou Lei swiftly retreated to his chamber, finally exhaling in relief. Oh, elder brother, please manifest soon. I am nearing my breaking point. In recent days, due to the advancements of Yu Yang and Su Fei, many had nearly forgotten about Qin Chen, often considering him inferior to the latter two. Yet, Zhou Lei would occasionally whisper in their ears about Qin Chen, striving to maintain his authority. Of course, it was also for his own sake. Should Qin Chen truly fall from grace, it would be a significant blow to him as well. In a gravity chamber, a youth stood within, his upper body bare, exhibiting remarkably solid muscle definition. At that moment, he was experiencing a gravitational force of 1 times. He moved effortlessly, delivering punches with no signs of discomfort, adjusting the gravity to 2 times. He continued to strike with fluidity. As the gravity increased to 3 times, his body exhibited slight disarray, yet he quickly recalibrated and gradually adapted. Upon activating 4 times the gravity, he felt a mild compression in his stance, though he remained capable of movement. He recognized that he was still a bit short of freely executing punches under 4 times the gravity, yet he held confidence that within 3 days he would fully acclimate. After enduring the 4-fold gravity for a spell, the youth opened the door. Young Master Yang, Instructor Yang is looking for you, an academy member exclaimed upon witnessing Yu Yang's emergence. The admiration in a member's gaze was palpable. Yu Yang had only just broken through 2 days prior and was already nearing adaptation to 4 times the gravity, an astonishing rate of progress, truly befitting a paragon among the many prodigies. Instructor Yang is seeking me? Yu Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Over the past few days, Luo Bin and Yang Shui had also sought him out several times, primarily to inquire if he required any guidance. He felt that since his breakthrough to a 1-star warrior, the instructors had begun to treat him with considerable esteem, an entirely different level of regard. A few minutes later, Yu Yang arrived at the command room, where he found Yang Shui and Luo Bin. Instructor Yang, Instructor Luo, he greeted softly. We have summoned you today to assign you a task, Yang Shui stated succinctly, cutting straight to the chase. I will certainly fulfill the task. Yang promptly responded, standing tall. Luo Bin chuckled. No need to agree so hastily. We do not expect you to complete the task in its entirety. We merely require you to execute it. And, as for the outcome, there will be neither punishment nor reward. Yu Yang displayed a look of surprise. It was his first time hearing of such an unusual task that did not demand completion. Without further ado, Luo Bin continued. Having broken through to a 1-star warrior, you are now entitled to be informed of certain matter. In the Western Theater, a selection for the esteemed title of General Star will soon be held. Luo Bin elaborated on the details of this selection, and, as Yu Yang listened, excitement gradually illuminated his face. The title of General Star was something he yearned to pursue. Instructor, is my mission to represent Jiang Province in the General Star selection? He inquired. To represent Jiang Province, one must be recognized as the foremost talent of the current cohort, and he believed he possessed that qualification after becoming a martial artist. Luo Bin smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, and we are planning to conduct a competition in half a month. At that time, we will select the strongest participant from this training camp, who will then compete in the province-wide talent competition." Half a month. Yu Yang was taken aback. This duration was ample. By then, they would have been in the training camp for nearly a month. If he did not secure the top position by then, the chances of achieving it afterward would be slim. Thus, the selection for the Rongqing Talent Training Camp would be determined in half a month. Instructor, I do not believe that half a month is too brief. Yu Yang declared confidently, "I'm already the best here. Half a month feels excessively lengthy. In this time, I shall only grow stronger, and the gap between myself and others will widen." Initially, he thought there was no need to wait for the competition, but upon reflection, he concluded that this might be advantageous, allowing him to further distance himself from his peers. Confidence is commendable. Luo Bin nodded. "Now go and prepare." Once Yu Yang departed, Luo Bin turned to Yang Shui, questioning, "Is this truly effective?" Yu Yang's training speed surpasses that of Qin Chen. Yang Shui responded, "Are you suggesting we use Yu Yang to pressure Qin Chen into temporarily abandoning his wind element cultivation?" Luo Bin quickly grasped her intent. He often perceived Qin Chen's immense ambition to cultivate both elemental paths simultaneously. However, this could potentially hinder his progress in fire element training. Yang Shui aimed to instill pressure on Qin Chen through Yu Yang, compelling him to focus on fire element cultivation. But what if this ultimately undermines Yu Yang's confidence? Luo Bin expressed his concern. If Qin Chen could indeed cultivate both elements to their peak simultaneously, he might swiftly break through in wind element cultivation, leaving Yu Yang with no chance whatsoever. Yang Shui remained silent. A true genius should be able to withstand setbacks, and she felt no need to elaborate further. Chapter 31. The return of Qin Chen within the infrared chamber. As a figure deftly evaded the final sweep of the infrared beams, the entire interior was enveloped in darkness. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the examination of the third level of body technique," a mechanical voice intoned. Su Fei, drenched in sweat, broke into a smile. "The fourth level of body technique. Once I recover, I shall see just how challenging it truly is." He strode directly towards the door of the training room. The classification of body techniques is determined according to the levels established within the infrared chamber, rather than a standardized system. For the first level of body technique, 3 infrared beams are activated. One must endure a certain duration without being struck to pass. In contrast, the fourth level entails the presence of 15 beams. A feat he certainly could not accomplish at present, and would only attempt again upon full recovery. "Congratulations, Brother Fei, on passing the third level of body technique. You have tied the record." As soon as Su Fei emerged, a fellow student hurried forward to speak. In the Rongqing Genius Training Camp, only 7 individuals had ever achieved the third level in body techniques, and Su Fei now became the 8th to reach this milestone. As for the 4th level, it remained unbroken. "I am of the wind element, which grants me an advantage," Su Fei humbly replied. "Brother Fei, you are too modest. Tying the record is still an achievement, and the wind element is indeed your inherent talent." The student flattered. Despite the rarity of challenges among peers these days, some students remained apprehensive about the possibility of being challenged. Consequently, many sought to curry favor with Yu Yang and Su Fei, believing that as long as they could remain in the genius training camp, they would save face. Being eliminated and returning to school would only invite ridicule. Upon hearing the student's words, Su Fei smiled, finding the praise quite gratifying. He too believed that the wind element was indeed his natural gift, and there was nothing unfair about it. "Have there been any significant events during my training?" Su Fei suddenly inquired. The flattering student quickly responded, "Nothing major. Just that Yu Yang has been summoned by the 2 instructors once again." "Summoned again?" Su Fei's brow furrowed. In recent days, the 2 instructors had repeatedly called Yu Yang to the command room, which stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. "Brother Fei, do not worry with your current body technique. Even against Yu Yang, he may not be able to best you. Once you break through to a 1-star warrior, you will certainly surpass him," the student continued to flatter. While the crowd extolled the virtues of Yu Yang and Su Fei, nearly forgetting about Qin Chen, a figure was swiftly advancing up the mountainside. His speed was not only rapid, but remarkably steady, exhibiting no fluctuations. His chest heaved rhythmically, and his breathing was utterly natural. The breathing technique, combined with the unique conditions of mountain climbing, significantly accelerated his training effectiveness. With each inhalation and exhalation, Qin Chen seamlessly alternated between the wind-breathing technique and the ice-breathing technique, while the marks within him coalesced at an accelerated pace, as though each breath was a step in his cultivation. Boom! Upon reaching the summit of the mountain, he halted, where he glanced at the system. The wind element mark had coalesced to 40, while the ice element mark had reached an impressive 45. His combat power had reached an impressive 830, and if he unleashed the solar fist, he could potentially surge to a staggering 1200. At this rate, once he completed the task and consumed 2 fragments of the seal, he might be able to simultaneously break through the realms of wind and ice. At that moment, a single punch from him could easily vanquish a 2-star warrior. How utterly unfair. He chuckled to himself and turned his gaze towards the training camp. Now, he was determined not to waste a moment. After hesitating for merely 2 seconds, he resolved against reporting to Yang Shui, knowing that she would eventually learn of his return. He strode directly towards the training facility, each step appearing mundane. Yet to the discerning eye, it was evident that he moved with remarkable lightness, as if treading upon the very air itself. The gravity chamber and infrared room were located on the 2nd floor of the training building. Since Yu Yang had only just exited, many individuals were queuing to enter. If Yu Yang were inside, they would have to wait a considerable time, making this a peak period for attendance. Sigh, Yu Yang has already reached 4 times gravity. I wonder when I will achieve such a feat. He is already a warrior, and here I am, still struggling under 1 times gravity. They murmured among themselves as they waited in line. Just then, a student turned his head to speak, only to be taken aback by a figure appearing at the staircase. Qin Chen. The crowd, hearing the exclamation, simultaneously turned to see Qin Chen's silhouette, their expressions shifting dramatically. It truly was him. Had he finally emerged? They wondered in hushed tones about his current strength and whether he had made any progress. At that moment, the door to the gravity chamber creaked open, yet curiously, no one rushed inside. All eyes were fixated upon Qin Chen. The individual who had just exited noticed Qin Chen approaching and quickly stepped aside, eager not to obstruct his path. Fellow classmates, may I enter first? Qin Chen inquired with a friendly smile, exuding an air of harmony. The crowd nodded in agreement. Although many believed that Yu Yang and Su Fei had surpassed Qin Chen, they still felt themselves far behind and dared not object. Seeing their unanimous consent, Qin Chen confidently stepped into the gravity chamber. Once inside, he began to survey the interior. It was fundamentally similar to the elemental training room, the only distinction being that one was filled with gravity, while the other brimmed with elemental energy. Without any delay, he turned his attention to the nearby control panel, which boasted numerous buttons inscribed with varying numbers. Let us start with 1 times gravity. He did not wish to overestimate his abilities, as it was his first visit. He intended to acclimate gradually and observe how his body responded to different gravitational forces. With that thought, he pressed the button labeled 1. Outside, the onlookers witnessed the number 1 illuminate above the doorway, signifying that Qin Chen had activated 1 times gravity. How many times do you think he can endure? 3 times. As Instructor Yang once remarked, the pinnacle of physical training allows for a maximum multiplier of 3. For first-star warrior, without the cultivation of physical martial arts, the upper limit is 5 times. Twice already. Suddenly, someone glanced at the numbers on the door and exclaimed, "So soon?" A shift in expression was evident on another face. Those who had entered the gravity chamber were taken aback. They understood the terrifying nature of the chamber. Inside, it presents the ultimate test for both the body and the internal organs. Entering the gravity chamber, wherein the gravity is doubled, requires time for gradual acclimatization. Otherwise, a sudden increase in weight could inflict grave harm upon the body. Qin Chen's ability to adapt to the doubled gravity is astonishingly rapid, indicating that this level of gravity has virtually no adverse effect on him. Indeed, he remains exceptionally formidable. One wonders how long it will take him to adjust to 3 times the gravity. 3 times already. The individual's words were abruptly interrupted by a gasp of astonishment. Chapter 32. Sixfold Gravity. Astonishing everyone. Has he lost his mind? Indeed, he has. Even if he could withstand threefold gravity, there was no need to escalate so rapidly. As they beheld the numeral 3 on the door, the crowd felt a surge of astonishment, not due to the magnitude of the number, but rather because of the swiftness of the transformation. 4. It has reached fourfold. Suddenly, they witnessed the numeral 3 instantaneously morph into 4, which startled them. He has truly gone mad. Could it be that he is recklessly experimenting following Yu Yang's breakthrough as a martial artist? Step aside, step aside. At that moment, Zhou Lei dashed forward, pushing past several individuals to reach the front. I heard my elder brother has returned, and indeed, fourfold gravity is certainly insufficient. My elder brother can achieve 6. No, sevenfold gravity. Zhou Lei initially intended to assert sixfold, but reconsidered, fearing he might be proven wrong, and thus hastily amended it to sevenfold. Quickly, make a call to inform Yu Yang. Someone has equaled his record. One individual promptly produced a phone to dial Yu Yang, entirely disregarding Zhou Lei's remarks, viewing the idea of sevenfold gravity as mere jest. It is crucial to understand that the gravity chamber does not incrementally raise temperature like the elemental training room. Rather, it escalates directly one fold at a time. The strain on the body is exceedingly formidable. In a corner of the training ground, after exiting from conversation with Yang Shui, Yu Yang arrived here, a favored resting spot post-training. He preferred this location over the lounge because his designated lounge was room 2, while he longed for room 1. At this moment, 2 other students were seated beside Yu Yang. Young Master Yang, you should have no issues with the Star General Selection, right? One inquired. Indeed, young Master Yang. You are currently the top of the training camp, and considering that Rong City has always excelled within Jiang Province, it is likely that other cities lack students who have successfully become martial artists. The 2 students, having just discussed the Star General Selection, spoke up. Yu Yang shook his head. I'm confident about Jiang Province. However, when it comes to the final selection for the entire Western Combat Zone, it may not be as straightforward, for there are many prodigies in our Dragon Country. Enough of this chatter. I merely felt a bit stifled and wished to share my thoughts. As he spoke, he rose, feeling sufficiently recovered and preparing to return to the gravity chamber for further training. Knowing the Star General Selection was imminent, he needed to seize every moment to enhance his capabilities. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Speak. Upon seeing the caller ID belonging to a fellow student, he answered promptly. Young Master Yang, there has been an incident. You must hurry to the gravity chamber. A tense voice emanated from the other end of the line. Yu Yang frowned. I was about to train. What could possibly be amiss in the gravity chamber? Has there been a malfunction? The gravity chamber is singular, unlike the elemental training rooms, which are numerous. While the points earned in the gravity chamber may not match those of the elemental training rooms, it is vital to note that the gravity chamber does not discriminate based on the element one has mastered. Everyone can train there. In consideration of everyone, the points charged are indeed lower than those for the elemental training room. However, its significance far surpasses that of the elemental training room. Should any issues arise within the gravity chamber, they may find themselves unable to train there for an extended period, consequently hindering their training progress. It is not the gravity chamber that has encountered a problem, but rather Qin Chen has entered the training room. He has already activated 4 times the gravity. A voice came through the phone. Qin Chen, 4 times the gravity? Yu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately hung up the phone and hastily made his way to the classroom building. The other 2 students, observing his urgency, were initially puzzled, but they soon realized that Yu Yang had begun to run. In an instant, they understood that something significant was occurring and hurriedly followed suit. Within the gravity chamber, Qin Chen stood upright in the room, and soon his fists began to move. 4 times the gravity had indeed surpassed the limits of the peak of single-element body refining. Qin Chen felt the immense gravitational force acting upon his body, constantly assessing the situation in his mind. However, given his current physical strength, the fourfold gravity only initially posed a slight impact. He quickly acclimated to it. Shaking his head, he pressed the button marked 5. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of pressure surged. enveloping his entire being, causing his body to sink heavily. With each increment, the pressure would surely intensify. Qin Chen slightly bent forward, then gradually straightened himself. Following this, he attempted to raise his hand, then began to walk, and subsequently started to throw punches. Outside, as the number on the door changed from 4 to 5, everyone was taken aback, some nearly leaping in astonishment. Instructor Yang had mentioned that 5 times the gravity represented the limit for a first-star martial artist who had not trained in any body-refining martial arts. How was Qin Chen able to achieve this? Could it be that he has already broken through to a first-star martial artist? Someone suddenly remarked. The crowd began to ponder. Perhaps Qin Chen had indeed transcended to martial artist status during his last session in the Fire Element training room. Yet, even if he had broken through to a first-star martial artist, it had only been a few days, and it seemed implausible that he could reach such limits so swiftly. Skepticism arose among many. Indeed, numerous gazes turned towards Yu Yang, who had also just broken through to a first-star martial artist. However, he was merely capable of enduring 4 times the gravity, while 5 times would require gradual acclimatization. There was no way he could continuously increase as Qin Chen had. 5 times. Yu Yang stared at the number on the door, his complexion paling. How could this be? After breaking through to a first-star martial artist, he had firmly believed he had surpassed Qin Chen, but now, reflecting on it, it seemed like a joke. Perhaps Qin Chen had truly become a martial artist, and a formidable one at that, following his breakthrough. What if Qin Chen was now pinned down? A student suddenly suggested. Everyone was taken aback, and Yu Yang shuddered. This scenario was not impossible, for only upon losing consciousness would the room's alarm sound. Yes, he must have been overwhelmed. Were I in his place, I could also activate 5 times the gravity, yet I would be rendered immobile. It does not imply he is stronger than I am. Yu Yang's confidence surged unexpectedly. As long as Qin Chen does not surpass him, he remains the foremost in the training camp. 6 times. However, a trembling voice abruptly shattered his beautiful dream. The onlookers beheld the numbers on the door, which had now transformed to 6. Is he a monster? Someone could not help but exclaim. The alteration in the digits confirmed that Qin Chen could still move under 5 times the gravity, and it was not overly excruciating. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to increase the gravity. Suddenly, a booming laughter resonated. I had foretold that when my boss made his appearance, you would tremble in astonishment, did I not? 6 times indeed. Do you now believe my words? Jolie laughed unabashedly. Reveling in the astonished expressions of the crowd, he was utterly delighted, for this was the outcome he had yearned to witness. A portion of the onlookers glared at him, itching to strike. This insufferable brat was too annoying, as everyone was captivated by the formidable prowess of Qin Chen while he chose to mock them. Chapter 33. Sevenfold Gravity. Testing the body technique within the gravity chamber, Qin Chen felt as if an immense weight pressed down upon him, rendering his body incredibly heavy. He could even sense that his internal organs were bearing an unbearable burden. This, however, was not my limit. Slowly, Qin Chen raised his hand. He could still move, albeit with difficulty, yet was not beyond his endurance. I can gradually adapt and then attempt to reach my true limits. Time passed slowly as Qin Chen continued to move, eventually trying to throw a punch. Under the immense pressure, his 3 breathing techniques began to operate simultaneously, unbeknownst to him. Each breath he exhaled resonated clearly in the air. At that moment, the condensation speed of the ice and wind elemental marks within him accelerated significantly. It was as if the pressure was propelling him forward. Even the second divine pattern on the fire elemental mark was steadily taking shape. The gravity chamber possesses such an effect. No wonder Yu Yang managed to break through to a first-star warrior. Qin Chen gazed in astonishment at the rapidly condensing marks. He had always believed that the gravity chamber was merely a tool for enhancing physical strength. However, it was not an infinite acceleration. As he began to adapt, he noticed that the condensation speed gradually slowed down. After an hour, although he still moved with difficulty, the pressure had eased considerably, and the condensation speed returned to normal. At that moment, he glanced at the button marked 7, hesitating for 2 seconds before pressing it. Outside the gravity chamber, an hour had passed. Was he still human? Just how strong was he? By now, a crowd had gathered. All the trainees had come, including the staff on the first floor. To endure six-fold gravity for such a duration was something only a second-star warrior could achieve. Old Lee stared blankly at the number on the door, utterly bewildered. How could Qin Chen possibly withstand six-fold gravity for this long? He could not comprehend it. If one were to claim Qin Chen was a second-star warrior, he would never believe it. A second-star warrior under 18 would have already made headlines, and their training camp would surely be aware. The threshold of a second-star warrior. Upon hearing Old Lee's words, Yu Yang trembled all over. He had just broken through to a first-star warrior and was brimming with confidence, but now, that confidence began to crumble. 7. Suddenly, a trainee pointed at the number on the door, speechless in disbelief. The crowd looked up, and a collective gasp filled the air, their minds blank. He could still move to press the sevenfold button. This was outrageous. Yu Yang, on the other hand, stumbled backward, his face pale. I have been defeated. He silently roared within, filled with reluctance. Yet he had to acknowledge that if he were in Qin Chen's position, he would have been crushed under the weight. Not to mention, Qin Chen, who was currently in the gravity chamber, had already collapsed onto the ground. This sevenfold gravity is terrifying. Qin Chen's face was a mask of shock. At this moment, his body was utterly immobilized, with only his fingers able to move. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Just as his fingers pressed down on the sevenfold gravity, they halted instantaneously at the button to deactivate the gravity. Now, a mere flick of his finger would allow him to turn it off entirely. However, he refrained from doing so immediately. Although the pressure rendered his entire body numb, he discerned that the condensation speed of the mark within him had accelerated. He could endure for one more minute. He sensed that exceeding this time would result in his internal organs being completely crushed by the relentless pressure. Before long, the minute elapsed. With a swift movement of his finger, he pressed the button, and instantly his body relaxed. Ah, what a relief! A wave of ease washed over him. Even more astonishing was the progress of his elemental marks. The wind element had reached 45, and the ice element had attained 52. Additionally, the second divine pattern of the fire element mark had reached 5. It appeared that before the selection for the Stellar Warriors, he would not only enable the wind and ice to surpass the martial artist level, but might also elevate the fire element to the 2-star rank. Qin Chen felt a surge of confidence. Though under six-fold gravity, the condensation speed of his marks and divine patterns had ceased to increase. He could still gradually adapt to sevenfold gravity, which would provide him with substantial advancement. Is he about to emerge? Suddenly, a fellow student noticed that the numbers on the gravity chamber door had vanished. Everyone instinctively began to retreat, creating space for Qin Chen. With a click, the door opened, and the crowd beheld Qin Chen stepping out, drenched in sweat and appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet, no one truly perceived him as such. Rather, they regarded him with awe. To withstand a minute under sevenfold gravity was undoubtedly an achievement reserved for 2-star martial artists. Here you go, boss. Zhou Lei was the first to react, promptly handing Qin Chen a towel he had prepared. Not bad. Qin Chen smiled, appreciating this little brother. He felt he had made a wise choice. Indeed, being a subordinate entails having the awareness of subordinate. By the way, I accurately predicted you could activate sevenfold gravity, while they remained skeptical. Zhou Lei remarked with pride, glancing at the others. He felt fortunate to have exaggerated by a factor of 2, finally able to hold his head high. Upon hearing Zhou Lei's words, the crowd wished to scold him. Was it necessary to be so blunt? Moreover, who would believe in sevenfold gravity unless they witnessed it firsthand? Qin Chen chuckled, not wishing to elaborate further. Instead, he cast a glance toward the far end of the corridor and made his way there. Is he heading to the infrared room? Someone exclaimed, astonished by Qin Chen's direction. Quick, let us follow him. The crowd immediately became excited, eager to witness whether Qin Chen's agility matched his formidable prowess. In an instant, only Yu Yang remained behind, watching Qin Chen's retreating figure, his expression fluctuating. 1 minute under sevenfold gravity, he should not yet be able to adapt to it immediately. I still have a chance to catch up with him. Perhaps even surpass him. Determination gradually surfaced on Yu Yang's face. Yang Shui had mentioned that there was still some time before the actual selection. Upon contemplating this, he turned and stepped in the gravity chamber. However, this time, his performance was devoid of an audience. After arriving at the infrared room, Qin Chen entered without hesitation. As the door closed behind him, the onlookers fixated their gazes upon it, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the numbers. Among them was one individual whose expression was somewhat grim, Su Fei. The infrared room could be considered his personal domain. Previously, he paid little heed when others entered. Yet now, with Qin Chen's entry, a sense of unease crept into his heart. Inside the chamber, Qin Chen first surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere was akin to that of the gravity chamber, but the walls were adorned with numerous infrared sensors. Fixing his gaze upon button 1, he pressed it without the slightest hesitation. Instantly, 3 of the infrared sensors activated, followed by 3 red beams shooting forth. As his body reacted, he swiftly evaded the oncoming lines, which in tandem with his movements, pursued him relentlessly. Chapter 34. I have long since become a martial artist. The first level of agility is not difficult at all. Qin Chen effortlessly evaded 3 red laser beams, experiencing no strength whatsoever. Soon, he gracefully maneuvered towards the button and pressed the 1 for the second level of agility. In an instant, the number of red beams increased from 3 to 6. Qin Chen's feet danced swiftly as the beams began to crisscross and sweep toward him. At that moment, he executed a horizontal leap into the air. 3 minutes later, the beams ceased their motion. Congratulations, you have passed the second level of agility. A mechanical voice resonated in the room. It was clear that the test for agility lasted 3 minutes, and Qin Chen quickly comprehended this. He then approached the button for the third level of agility and pressed it decisively. Outside, as the number on the door transitioned from 2 to 3, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Having passed the second level, he was now facing the third. If he succeeded here as well, he would equal Su Fei's record. Do you think he will break Su Fei's record just as he shattered Yang's? The murmurs of the spectators filled the air. Upon hearing these remarks, Su Fei felt a pang of anxiety, fixating his gaze on the number displayed on the door. As time passed gradually, 3 minutes later, he widened his eyes in disbelief as the 3 transformed into a 4. Boom! A wave of heat surged through his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. Once he regained his composure, he muttered, "How is this possible? I am of the wind element, while he is of the fire element. I should have the advantage." Moreover, he was acutely aware that the levels of agility in the infrared room were of utmost significance. The third level represented the pinnacle of basic agility, while the fourth level necessitated a mastery of nuanced techniques. In martial cultivation, whether it pertains to agility or martial arts, there exists a hierarchy of mastery, from the foundational to the nuanced, and subsequently to perfection. Mastery encompasses both the martial discipline and one's own capabilities. Regardless of the path, each advancement is fraught with immense difficulty. He could not fathom how Qin Chen had achieved this. Inside the room, the moment Qin Chen activated the fourth level of agility, 15 laser beams surged toward him in an instant, nearly leading to his failure. At that juncture, he had already employed the breath of wind technique, enhancing his agility significantly. Nevertheless, with each movement, he teetered on the brink of failure. The fourth level of agility not only increased the number of beams, but also accelerated their speed considerably. Qin Chen finally grasped the challenge posed by the fourth level of agility. No wonder Su Fei struggled to pass. Even he found it exceedingly taxing, where one misstep could lead to failure. However, to his astonishment, amid this intense concentration and movement, his wind element imprint began to accelerate its condensation. 41, 42. Boom! Suddenly, he felt his agility break through at that moment, as his form naturally began to evade the red beams. Nuanced mastery. Qin Chen rejoiced, realizing that his agility had reached the nuanced level. At that moment, he noticed that his wind element imprint had surged to 50, surpassing even that of the ice element. When it came to the wind element alone, its efficacy exceeded that of the gravity chamber. Regrettably, upon reaching the pinnacle of subtlety, the fourth level body technique ceased to exert any pressure upon him, causing the speed of his imprint condensation to diminish once more. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards the 5th level body technique button. The 5th level technique remained a trial of subtlety, yet it belonged to the intermediate stage of this mastery. Although it was unattainable, he felt compelled to attempt it. Without further hesitation, he pressed the button decisively. In that very moment, as he did so, he caught a glimpse of those infrared sensors and was astonished to see more than a dozen activating simultaneously. Goodness! In an instant, a staggering 30 red lines shot forth. My word! Outside, upon witnessing the number on the door transform into 5, someone exclaimed in shock. This is outrageous. Many were left in a state of numbness. Qin Chen was simply unfathomable. The gravity and agility he displayed led them to question whether he was indeed a carbon-based life form. I concede defeat. Su Fei's face turned ashen. He recognized that body techniques were not merely about cultivation. Even if he were to break through as a martial artist, he could not possibly pass the 4th level body technique directly. To overcome the 4th level, one must first master the body technique with subtlety. He calculated that he would need at least over a month. However, over that month, Qin Chen would also be advancing, and with the training camp nearing its conclusion, surpassing him seemed impossible. Inside the room, Qin Chen was evading at the limits of his speed, drenched in sweat. I have reached my limit. Even at the 5th level, I cannot completely pass. He shook his head inwardly. The wind element imprint had coalesced to 52, but he could no longer endure. Nevertheless, even if I cannot succeed, I shall conclude this myself. As he dodged, he moved toward the switch. Bang! Just as one of the red lines was about to sweep across him, he pressed the off button. Click! The door swung open, and Qin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the expressions of the onlookers. At that moment, everyone gazed at Qin Chen in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with an eerie quietude, their eyes regarding him as if he were a monster. Boss! Zhou Lei was the first to react. Typically boisterous, he had always viewed Qin Chen as an omnipotent figure. Thus, while the 5th level body technique astonished him, it felt reasonable. Qin Chen, I am in awe. Su Fei approached Qin Chen, extending his hand and sincerely expressing his admiration. Even when Yu Yang had broken through as a martial artist, Su Fei felt no perturbation, believing himself equal to the challenge. Yet now, facing Qin Chen, he felt genuine admiration, the kind that left no room for denial. Qin Chen smiled and replied, "You are impressive too." After shaking hands, Su Fei spoke again. "You are the most talented individual I have ever encountered. However, I, Su Fei, will strive diligently to catch up. There will surely come a day when I surpass you." He did not feel despair in the face of Qin Chen's might. Rather, a surge of determination welled within him. Qin Chen did not seek to dishearten him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "I believe in you. Keep pushing forward." With that, he made his way towards the staircase. The gravity room and the infrared room were singular in number, and thus, the training camp stipulated that each could only be used once a day. Indeed, this is not solely a matter of fairness, but also a means to prevent certain students from being overly audacious. Although the training chamber is beneficial, one cannot enter it consecutively, as it may lead to physical discomfort and pose potential hazards. Qin Chen. Suddenly, Su Fei turned to the departing Qin Chen and called out loudly, "Have you become a warrior?" Upon uttering these words, curiosity sparked among the crowd. They had always believed that Qin Chen was merely at the pinnacle of body refinement. Yet after a series of astonishing events, they had begun to suspect that he had already ascended to the status of a warrior. Qin Chen halted his steps and then turned to respond, "I have long since become a warrior. Furthermore, during my absence these past few days, I have gone down the mountain to authenticate my status as a warrior, and the result has emerged. 2 stars. Boom." As his words resonated, everyone was taken aback in unison. Though they had contemplated that Qin Chen might be a warrior, they had never dared to imagine him as a 2-star warrior. Chapter 35. Zhao Yang prepares to strike with a gravity of 7 times, an exquisite agility, and a certification as a 2-star warrior. How much strength does Qin Chen truly conceal? In the command room, Luo Bin, having just concluded his briefing, expressed his astonishment. At that moment, Yang Shui was engaged in a phone call. After hanging up, she confirmed that the 2-star warrior certification was indeed completed, with a combat power of 780. 780! Luo Bin exclaimed in surprise once more. This figure surpassed the majority of newly anointed 2-star warriors. Can we then ascertain that the candidate for the star selection from this training camp is undoubtedly him? He continued. The prowess of a 2-star warrior would make it impossible for Yu Yang and Su Fei to catch up in the time remaining. Yang Shui pondered for a moment before shaking her head. There's no rush. We shall adhere to the original plan. I have already arranged for a batch of exotic beasts to be transported from the war zone, and they are likely already en route. It would be inappropriate to cancel the selections for others at this juncture. Upon hearing this, Luo Bin nodded in agreement. If the exotic beasts were indeed on their way, it was indeed best to proceed with the selections, providing the students with a valuable opportunity for practical experience. In the ensuing days, the students of the training camp, perhaps spurred by the presence of Qin Chen, became incredibly zealous in their training. Previously, they had considered themselves geniuses, allowing themselves some leeway. However, with the emergence of such a prodigy as Qin Chen, they realized how laughable their self-perceptions had been. Consequently, each individual seemed to harbor a burning desire within, compelling them to relentlessly strive to unlock their utmost potential. Meanwhile, during these days, Qin Chen remained industrious, visiting the gravity chamber and infrared room daily. Although the previously attained gravity levels and agility training had not expedited his progress in consolidating his marks, the adaptation to 7 times gravity and training in 5th-level agility still yielded significant advancement. In the second lounge, Yu Yang had been fervently training, even to the point of recklessness. He could now stand steadily under 5 times gravity, yet he still struggled with fluid motion. The more he experienced, the more he comprehended the true terror of Qin Chen. Just as he felt a moment of recovery, he promptly rose, preparing to venture out once more. At that moment, the phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he frowned slightly, but answered nonetheless. Yu Yang, congratulations on breaking through to warrior status. A voice exclaimed from the other end. Zhao Gu, please get to the point. I am pressed for time with my training. Yu Yang replied curtly, uninterested in any pleasantries. Very well, I shall be direct. When does your training camp conclude? This is crucial for me. The voice insisted. Yu Yang, not dwelling on the specifics, replied. I am not certain how much longer will last, but review will take place in 3 days. After that, it should not be long before this training concludes. In your training camp, there should be someone named Qin Chen. I would like to ask for your assistance during the assessment process. Find a way to eliminate him for me. I will provide you with appropriate compensation. Rest assured, if discovered, I will leverage the Zhao family's connections to ensure you face no repercussions. On the phone, Zhao Yang expressed all his thoughts in one breath. Yu Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he took a deep breath and responded calmly. Brother Zhao, I'm afraid I cannot assist you with this. He outright rejected the request, not only because he knew he was no match for Qin Chen, but even if he could carry out such an act, he would not do so. Zhao Yang's sweet words about the Zhao family's connections were mere empty promises, aside from his own family, who would truly care about his fate. After a brief silence on the other end, a voice finally spoke. Brother Yu, you must be aware that Qin Chen recently achieved the rank of a 2-star martial artist. In the entire training camp, he likely has the upper hand over you. If he were to perish, you would rise to the top. Zhao Yang had been investigating the situation in the training camp for some time and was well acquainted with the dynamics among the trainees, particularly the rivalry between Yu Yang and Qin Chen, with the latter consistently overshadowing the former. I must clarify that Qin Chen is my rival, not my enemy. While we are competitors, we harbor no hatred. I am unaware of any grievances between you two, nor do I wish to know. I cannot assist you with this. After saying this, Yu Yang prepared to hang up. Yu Yang, the voice on the other end suddenly turned cold. I must inform you that should you refuse, the Yu family will completely lose its business dealings with the Zhao family. The consequences are beyond what you can bear. Yu Yang stared at the phone, his expression darkening, yet he resolutely hung up. Subsequently, he retrieved a number and dialed. Dad, once the call connected, Yu Yang recounted the events. Xiao Yang, focus on your cultivation. The Yu family will not starve without the Zhao family, his father replied. Dad, we know the Zhao family may take action against Qin Chen. If anything were to happen to him, the Zhao family would surely turn against us. Please be cautious, Yu Yang warned. He was all too familiar with the Zhao family's modus operandi. After ending the call, he opened Qin Chen's contact information, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to send a message before exiting the training camp. In the lounge, upon receiving the message, Qin Chen's expression altered slightly. The Zhao family. He had anticipated their potential intervention, but had not expected them to contact Yu Yang, planning to act within the training camp. One couldn't help but acknowledge the audacity of their intentions. Young Master Liang, did he refuse? A subordinate of Zhao Liang, noticing his expression, inquired with surprise. Yu Yang's rejection of Zhao Yang's request was utterly unexpected, considering the deep business ties between the Yu and Zhao families. Should the Zhao family cease their collaboration, the Yu family's business would plummet drastically. Cease all collaborations with the Yu family and find a way to subdue Yu Yang. We shall address everything once the matter with Qin Chen is resolved. Furthermore, investigate the format of the assessments at the Genius Training Camp, Zhao Liang stated calmly. Upon hearing this, his subordinate nodded. Young Master Liang, Yu Yang has declined. Who shall we employ for this task? It is exceedingly difficult to deal with Qin Chen now. Firstly, due to his prodigious talent, both the Martial Arts Association and the City Lord's Mansion are already vigilant. Secondly, Qin Chen has attained the rank of a 2-star warrior, and attempting to strike during the Genius Training Camp assessment carries significant risk. No one is willing to take such a chance. I shall take matters into my own hands. Zhao Yang replied with composure. Since Yu Yang has rebuffed him and seeking assistance from others proves futile, he resolved to act himself. This, his subordinate exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Liang, I fear that Yu Yang may have already conveyed your intentions to Qin Chen. If that is the case, it will be difficult to eliminate him. If Qin Chen is forewarned, Zhao Yang could find himself in peril. What are you worried about? I will assess the situation. If I cannot succeed this time, there will be another opportunity. I shall not take unnecessary risks. Additionally, remember this. If I do indeed take action, I will also attempt to eliminate Yu Yang. As for Yu Yang, that responsibility will fall upon you. Zhao Liang cautioned. He was uncertain whether Yu Yang had recorded their conversation today. If he were to kill Qin Chen and Yu Yang possessed such evidence to threaten him, it would indeed lead to complications. Should the opportunity arise, he would not leave any loose ends. Furthermore, with Yu Yang's demise, his father, Yu Liang, would inevitably follow suit. Chapter 36. The grand assessment commences 3 days later at the training ground of Ming Mountain. A total of 25 trainees stood assembled. Before them were dozens of peculiar iron cages, each housing a distinct exotic beast. Among these, 2 had reached the status of first-level demon beasts, while the remainder were all ferocious creatures at the body-refining stage, predominantly in their early to mid stages, with around 10 in the late stage and 5 at their peak. At this moment, Yang Shui and Luo Bin stood solemnly beside the cages, scrutinizing the assembly. Attention, everyone! Luo Bin suddenly proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Today marks your inaugural collective assessment in the training camp. The objective of this evaluation is straightforward: to identify the most exceptional individual who will subsequently participate in the stellar selection. A hush fell over the crowd as they listened intently. They had heard whispers of the stellar selection, yet understood it bore little relevance to them personally. Observing the lack of discourse among the group, Luo Bin's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. I recognize that many of you may believe this assessment does not pertain to you, as it seeks to find the most outstanding among you. However, I must emphasize that this examination is profoundly significant for each and every one of you. He gestured toward the several cages. Do you see those beasts? During this assessment, all of these exotic creatures will be released into Ming Mountain, and you are all required to venture into the forest until the following day. I expect you to take this seriously. Otherwise, there will be fatalities. The weight of his words echoed ominously. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the trainees shifted dramatically as the realization dawned upon them that this assessment could very well be a survival game, necessitating their endurance amidst a multitude of exotic beasts until dawn. If you have the opportunity to slay these creatures, do so. This is a chance for a real combat experience, an advantage you will carry into university. Luo Bin continued. While universities do offer combat training, it is scarce, and those who have tasted blood before entering have already surpassed 99% of their peers. However, do not overestimate yourselves. If you find yourselves outmatched by a beast, fleeing is not cowardice but rather a prudent choice. I permit you to escape from any formidable beast, whether ascending to the mountain peak or descending. Both options are viable. We have stationed personnel at the base to prevent these creatures from descending and harming civilians. Should you encounter an insurmountable threat, do not hesitate to seek assistance. In that moment, the trainees appeared profoundly serious, their earlier notions of disconnection from the assessment dissipating. Furthermore, aside from the first place, we will reward each individual based on their performance, so strive earnestly, young ones. Luo Bin declared with renewed vigor. Soon after, the assembly witnessed a contingent of soldiers clad in military attire emerge, lifting the iron cages and transporting them to the mountain's edge. One by one, the cages were opened, unleashing all the exotic beasts. The instant they were freed, sensing the danger at the summit, the creatures bolted downward, disappearing into the thickets. Once all the exotic beasts were released, Luo Bin raised his wrist to check the time. After a minute, he looked up at the crowd and wished them good luck. All the trainees dispersed, making their way to the edges of the mountaintops, and one by one descended into the jungle. After watching all the trainees vanish, Yang Shui and Luo Bin entered the command room. At that moment, the large screen in the command room displayed the figures of various exotic beasts. Prior to their arrival in the battleground, each beast was equipped with a miniature camera, which also harbored a significant explosive device. Although Luo Bin had previously mentioned the possibility of fatalities, they had nonetheless taken precautionary measures. Should any trainee be killed by a beast, they would control the corresponding camera switch and detonate the device. After all, these were prodigies. While they could sustain injuries and confront harsh realities if death were to occur, it was preferable to do so on the battlefield. Boss, I beg you, let me follow you. I can assist you, Zhou Lei pleaded, trailing behind Qin Chen. No need, Qin Chen replied, attentively surveying his surroundings. The Ming Mountain was neither too large nor too small. With dozens of exotic beasts released, encountering them was not guaranteed. Hence this assessment was not particularly perilous. With a stroke of luck, one might even complete the assessment without encountering a single beast. However, should misfortune strike and they cross paths with the two one-star monsters, aside from him and Yu Yang, it was likely that the others would meet grim fates. Even Su Fei would only have the option to flee. Please, boss, I still have some use. We will be here for 24 hours, and I can keep watch for you at night so you can sleep well. Wouldn't that be splendid? Zhou Lei persisted, refusing to give up as he followed closely behind Qin Chen. Qin Chen halted and turned to face him. Following me is perilous. Zhou Lei was taken aback, naturally skeptical of Qin Chen's assertion. If anyone was safe to follow, it would surely be Qin Chen himself. I will follow despite the danger. I'm your little brother. If I abandon you out of fear, that would be utterly unfaithful, Zhou Lei proclaimed earnestly. Suit yourself. Qin Chen shook his head and turned to walk away. Zhou Lei's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly kept pace with him. Zhao Yang, did you come alone? Or did you bring someone with you? Qin Chen remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. While he was indifferent to the exotic beasts, he had to be cautious of the Zhao family's potential intervention. If Zhao Yang had come alone, it would pose a significant threat, albeit merely a threat. After this period of training, his wind element mark had reached 80, while the ice element was at 82. Furthermore, the progress of his second fire divine pattern had reached 10. His combat power had escalated to 1100, coupled with the solar fist. Even if Zhao Yang was a 3-star warrior, he would not be able to kill him, as long as he remained unharmed. He could leverage the training camp to have Yang Shui and Luo Bin eliminate Zhao Yang. It was important to note that if Zhao Yang truly entered, even if Yang Shui were to eliminate him on the spot, the Zhao family would not dare to make a sound. It all hinged on whether he possessed the audacity. If you do not come, next time I shall strike you down with a single punch, once he has simultaneously broken through the realms of ice and wind. Even a newly ascended 3-star warrior would fall before him. Suddenly, a beast emerged ahead, halting before the two and fixing its fierce gaze upon them. It was a blood wolf. Zhou Lei gasped in surprise. They had often studied such creatures in their cultural classes. The blood wolf is renowned among beasts for its remarkable speed, its body covered in crimson fur, resembling a normal wolf but significantly larger in size. Mid-stage body refinement. "Let me take this one," he declared, feeling the need to demonstrate his worth alongside Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded. During their time at the training camp, Zhou Lei had also advanced to the late stage of body refinement, so he should manage well. In a flash, Zhou Lei charged forward with an imposing demeanor. However, as the blood wolf let out a deafening roar and lunged at him, he instinctively yelped and darted behind a nearby tree, using it as a shield while he sought an opportunity to strike, adopting a rather cunning approach. Qin Chen observed for a moment, noting that this fellow was exceptionally cautious. There were times when he clearly had a 90% chance of hitting the blood wolf, yet he would retreat, insisting on 100% certainty before he would make his move. Consequently, despite the pressure of their respective realms, the battle extended for a full half-hour before reaching its conclusion. Chapter 37. The Appearance of Zhaoyang Boss. How did I perform? Zhou Lei inquired as he dragged the corpse of the blood wolf towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded in approval. Not bad, though somewhat lewd. Lewd? Zhou Lei was taken aback. Isn't it? With a 90% certainty, why not take action? Qin Chen questioned. Regarding that, I believe a 90% certainty is not much different from courting death, Zhou Lei replied earnestly. Qin Chen paused, scrutinizing him closely. Realizing that the young man was genuinely convinced of his viewpoint, he patted Zhou Lei on the shoulder. Good, maintain that attitude. Such a disposition has its merits. At least it significantly enhances your survival capability. Unfortunately, this blood wolf lacks a beast crystal. Zhou Lei sliced open the blood wolf's skull, only to find no beast crystal within, which left him quite disappointed. After handling the blood wolf's remains, the two continued their trek through the jungle. Meanwhile, at the hillside where Qin Chen was heading, a makeshift tent stood. Inside, Zhao Liang was resting, having awaited here for a full day and night. Over 20 hours ago, upon discovering the nature of the training camp's assessment, he had seized the opportunity to arrive here before anyone could guard the base below. Suddenly, a fierce beast lunged into the tent, attacking him directly. Zhao Liang's expression hardened as he threw a punch. Bang! The beast's head exploded upon impact, showering the tent with a mist of blood. Clearly, the assessment had commenced. Surveying the beheaded carcass, he retrieved the computer from his backpack. Upon opening it, countless small screens materialized, displaying scenes from various locations around Ming Mountain. I spent over 10 hours setting up these wireless cameras. I hope they prove useful. He fixated on each scene, though the clarity was not exceptional and each area depicted was limited in scope. Nonetheless, should Qin Chen traverse these locations, he would be able to detect him at once. Before long, he noticed figures appearing on some of the screens, yet none were Qin Chen's, which he disregarded entirely. Even when he spotted Yu Yang's silhouette, he remained unmoved, for his objective was to eliminate Qin Chen first, with any opportunity to dispatch Yu Yang to follow. Time passed slowly as Zhao Liang remained fixated on the screens, his body motionless, exhibiting remarkable patience. Finally, after several hours, two figures simultaneously appeared on one of the small screens. Upon closer examination, one of them was indeed the Qin Chen he sought, while he completely overlooked the other. Soon, Qin Chen vanished from the screen, yet Zhao Liang did not rush. Instead, he meticulously observed the surrounding scenes and terrain, slowly recalling details in his mind. After a brief moment, a surprising smile crept across his face, so close. While setting up the surveillance, he had mentally noted the distinctive features of each location. The spot where Qin Chen had just appeared was less than a kilometer from him, and the direction Qin Chen was heading was directly towards him. Is it my good fortune, or is it your demise? He closed his laptop and, without any hesitation, strode out of the tent, heading directly towards the location of Qin Chen. At that moment, Qin Chen and Zhou Lei had come to a halt, with a low-level beast in the early stages of body refinement lying beneath their feet. "There's a beast crystal," Zhou Lei exclaimed. as he sliced open the creature's head in astonishment. "Boss, this is for you." After extracting the crystal and ensuring its cleanliness, he handed it to Qin Chen. "Keep it for yourself." Qin Chen waved his hand dismissively. At this juncture, a low-level fierce beast crystal held no immediate value for him. Zhou chuckled and, without further protest, stowed it away. Suddenly, a massive tree ahead shook violently and then crashed to the ground. A fiery, long-haired beast fixed its gaze on Qin Chen and Zhou, its eyes brimming with a fierce, murderous intent. Beneath its feet lay a few dry leaves, which were beginning to smolder. "Fire Cloud Tiger." Zhou expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing the creature. This was a first-level fire-type demon beast. One of the two first-level beasts in this assessment. "What extraordinary luck I have." Zhou couldn't help but exclaim. If he were alone at that moment, he would surely be left with no choice but to flee, and whether he could escape was another question entirely. "Boss, let me handle this," Zhou insisted. "Are you seeking death?" Qin Chen queried. "Of course not. With you here, if I can't manage, you can always save me." Boom! Before Zhou could finish his sentence, the fire cloud tiger lunged forward. Zhou face paled as he instantly sensed the threat of death looming over him. "Save me," he cried, darting behind Qin Chen. As the fire cloud tiger charged, Qin Chen unleashed a punch at the oncoming beast. The creature's massive body was instantly sent flying, crashing into a tree with a resounding thud. It landed motionless on the ground, in a command room of the Ming Mountain Training Ground. The first-level demon beast posed no threat to him whatsoever. Luo Bin shook his head upon witnessing the fire cloud tiger being dispatched with a single blow. Such an assessment was mere child-esque play for Qin Chen. His current punch must have approached a combat strength of nearly 1,000. Yang Shui began to speak as she observed Qin Chen on the screen. 1,000? Dual type, one at the peak of body refinement, and one breaking through to first star. Could his combat strength truly reach 1,000? Luo Bin queried, puzzled. The threshold for the second star is 700. This far exceeds second star capabilities. "I'm not dual type, so I wouldn't know," Yang Shui replied, shaking her head. Luo Bin fell silent. Indeed, neither of them were dual type, and they had no acquaintance with such individuals, leaving them in the dark. Yet, the fact that Qin Chen had achieved such a level was undeniable. "Who is that?" Suddenly, Yang Shui's expression shifted as she glanced at the screen displaying Qin Chen. Luo Bin followed her gaze. Noticing a stranger approaching Qin Chen through the camera, focused on the fire cloud tiger's corpse. "Not a student, nor one of our people," Luo Bin observed, furrowing his brow. "Zoom in and connect to the computer." Yang Shui's voice turned icy. Luo Bin swiftly took action, and in no time, the image was retrieved and compared on the computer. Within mere seconds, another picture appeared on the screen. Zhao Yang. Luo Bin's expression changed dramatically. Had the Zhao family gone mad? Previously, they had uncovered the enmity between the Zhao family and Qin Chen, yet they had paid little heed, considering that Qin Chen was now a warrior and his family was safe. Moreover, Qin Chen was currently in a training camp. However, it was utterly unexpected that Zhao Yang would be so deranged as to come here to commit murder. Even if Zhao Yang were to kill Qin Chen, they possessed the video evidence that would inevitably spell disaster for the Zhao family. "Qin Chen must not die. You must go at once and eliminate him." Yang Shui's gaze was icy. Without a word, Luo Bin turned and charged out, the door of the command room shattering upon impact, his figure showing no sign of hesitation as he raced towards the mountain's edge. Chapter 38. The Blazing Sun, a single punch to obliterate in the heart of the jungle. Zhao Yang's sudden appearance startled Zhou. "Who are you?" Zhou complexion shifted dramatically. Even the emergence of a first level would not have elicited such a response from him. Zhao Yang exuded an aura of danger that was unmistakably malevolent. He paid no heed to Zhou, instead fixing his gaze upon Qin Chen. With a single punch, you dispatched a first-level fire cloud tiger. Now, I'm even more convinced that you killed Zhao Quan. Qin Chen's earlier display of power had indeed taken Zhao Liang by surprise. You possess no evidence that I committed murder, yet you have come here to kill me? Qin Chen inquired calmly, meeting his gaze. Zhao Yang shook his head, asserting the absence of evidence is inconsequential. As long as I am aware that you are the one responsible, that suffices. Seeking evidence is a tedious endeavor, and the Zhao family despises complications above all else. Although direct evidence linking Qin Chen to Zhao Quan's demise was lacking, the surveillance footage, existing grievances, and Qin Chen's formidable prowess were sufficient to draw conclusions. I am curious, Zhao Liang queried, regarding Qin Chen with a condescending air. Did you ever contemplate the repercussions of your actions when you murdered Zhao Quan? Though the Zhao family was not the most prestigious clan in Rong City, few dared to provoke them. Qin Chen's father had encountered misfortune a year prior, and for that entire year, the Qin family had endured in silence. The sudden assertiveness of Qin Chen caught Zhao Liang off guard. Shall I escort you down to inquire of him whether he ever considered the possibility of being slain by me when he orchestrated the collision that befell my father? Qin Chen responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang did not react with anger. Instead, he laughed. Your bravado is commendable. I wonder if your strength is as resilient as your tongue. With that, he lunged forward with the ferocity of a beast, his blade sweeping towards Qin Chen as he closed the distance. Qin Chen deftly evaded, his body a blur, while the mighty tree behind him was cleaved in two. The sound of the tree crashing down echoed through the forest, its severed edge smooth as a mirror, causing Zhou Lei, who had retreated to a distance, to pale in shock. How powerful! Is he a second or third-star warrior? Panic surged within him as he hastily retrieved his phone to make a call. At that moment, Qin Chen, having dodged, retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Zhao Yang's head. Zhao Yang's reaction was swift. He blocked the attack with his blade. The clash reverberated through the air, sending him staggering back. Once he regained his footing and fixed his gaze on Qin Chen, bewilderment flickered in his eyes. You were concealing your strength? The ability to repel him with a single punch indicated that Qin Chen's prowess far exceeded what he had uncovered. It seems you have discerned my battle prowess during my Martial Arts Association certification, Qin Chen mused, realizing that Zhao Liang likely believed his strength to be a mere 780. Perhaps he assumed that, even with the passage of time, Qin Chen's cultivation had not advanced significantly. Unfortunately, he had grossly underestimated the rate of Qin Chen's progress. Your strength disappoints me. A third-star warrior built up through pharmaceuticals is nothing but trash, Qin Chen declared suddenly. Though they had only exchanged blows a couple of times, he had swiftly concluded that Zhao Yang was not a typical third-star warrior. The threshold for a legitimate third-star martial artist was a battle prowess of 2,000. According to his investigation of the Zhao family, Zhao Yang had ascended to the status of a third-tier warrior for some time. However, his combat prowess merely approached that level, which was quite abnormal. Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, Zhao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He had indeed relied on drugs to achieve his current standing, as had Zhao Quan, but they had merely managed to circumvent the certification process by bribing the officials at a great cost. The Zhao family needed to maintain the image of a prominent clan in Rong City, and it was insufficient for solely his father to uphold that stature. Thus, both brothers had resorted to drugs to break through to the rank of warrior. To outsiders, it appeared that the Zhao family not only had the 4-star Zhao Wanshi, but also prodigies like Zhao Quan and himself, thus solidifying their position immensely. Yet, relying on drugs mattered little. What truly counted was the ability to eliminate opponents. Zhao Yang gripped his blade and charged at Qin Chen once more. Observing the approaching Zhao Yang, Qin Chen remained rooted in place, unprepared to evade, and calmly uttered, I once believed you could pose a significant threat to me, yet you proved to be utterly worthless. Thus, you shall perish. At that moment, Qin Chen clenched his fist. Boom! A massive conflagration erupted atop his fist. However, this flame did not resemble a roaring inferno, but rather appeared as ethereal wisps of fire. In the distance, Zhou Lei gazed toward Qin Chen, who seemed enveloped in this immense flame, causing a sharp sting in his eyes. In the jungle, a figure raced toward this direction, suddenly lifting his gaze to the horizon, as if he had glimpsed the sun. What is this? Luo Bin's expression changed, and his speed intensified. In the command room, Yang Shui observed Qin Chen forcing Zhao Liang back, feeling a slight sense of relief. Yet her expression remained tense. She understood that Zhao Yang had merely acted out of desperation, and his true strength had yet to be revealed. When Zhao Yang struck again, her heart raced. However, the next moment, she witnessed Qin Chen clenching his fist, the entire screen engulfed in blinding light, rendering the specifics unclear. What martial art is this? She stood up abruptly. It did not surprise her that Qin Chen could learn martial arts, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from this technique, even through the screen, was palpable. Death. Zhao Yang's blade descended toward Qin's head. However, as Qin Chen unleashed his punch, Zhao Yang found himself momentarily blinded. In the next instant, he heard a shattering sound as the blade in his hand crumbled to pieces, and the fiery fist struck mercilessly against his chest. Boom! Zhao Yang felt an immense force surge into his body. Hearing the ominous sound of his own heart fracturing, his eyes bulging, and his complexion turning ashen. Bang! His body was sent flying, crashing through several trees before finally collapsing, unable to move. Qin Chen approached step by step, declaring, "A third-tier warrior is merely trash. No amount of drugs can truly elevate one to the threshold of a genuine third tier." Zhao Yang gazed at the advancing Qin Chen in disbelief, unable to fathom that he had been defeated by a single punch. Simultaneously, in his eyes burned with hatred, not directed at Zhao Quan, but rather at himself. He was unwilling to accept that he was not a worthy opponent for Qin Chen, although he had ascended to the third rank through the aid of drugs. His true strength lay only at the second rank, albeit at its pinnacle. What right did a mere youth, not yet 18 and devoid of any familial influence, have to surpass him? Do you seem unconvinced? Approaching Zhao Yang, he squatted down and remarked with indifference. Zhao Yang attempted to speak, yet he discovered that his internal organs had been ravaged to the point where no sound could escape his lips. Unable to articulate a word. "Allow me to grant you release." Qin Chen raised his palm, aiming for his head. "Qin Chen." At that moment, a loud voice cried out, "Do not kill." However, Qin Chen's hand showed no sign of hesitation. Bang! Chapter 39. Phase 2 Task. 3 systems and 1 star. Is this truly your strength? In the command room, Yang Shui stood in shock before the screen, motionless as she gazed at Qin Chen. At that moment, after vanquishing Zhao Yang, Qin Chen turned to the arriving Luo Bin and flashed a faint smile. "Instructor Luo, you arrived quite swiftly." Luo Bin glanced at the lifeless body on the ground, then fixed his gaze on Qin Chen's composed demeanor, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Qin Chen had indeed slain the third-tier Zhao Yang, nearly with a single punch. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe, even considering Qin Chen's recent extraordinary displays. Well, it is done. Luo Bin calmed himself and waved his hand dismissively. After a moment's thought, he continued, "I initially intended to leave a survivor. If he had divulged the Zhao family's transgressions against your father, and that Zhao Wanshi was also involved in the plot against you, it would have allowed us to convict Zhao Wanshi as well. Now that Zhao Liang is dead, Zhao Wanshi will certainly claim ignorance, distancing himself from any culpability." "Thank you, instructor. However, mere conviction is insufficient." Qin Chen shook his head. "Conviction? Who can ascertain the nature of the charges? As long as they live, there will always be a chance for them to emerge again. I do not wish to leave any future threats behind, even if those threats appear as mere ants in my eyes. As long as you have a plan." Luo Bin regarded Qin Chen earnestly. He had not anticipated that Qin Chen would be so decisive in both taking lives and showing no mercy to potential foes. "Let this assessment conclude here," Luo Bin declared. Originally, they had intended for Qin Chen to experience actual combat through this evaluation, yet he had effortlessly slain a third-tier warrior without so much as a change in expression. Continuing the assessment would serve no purpose. "Additionally, I hereby announce you as the first," Luo Bin added. "Beep. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the stellar selection task. Beep. Rewards have been distributed. Commencing the second phase of the task content, obtain the title of Jiang Province's foremost prodigy. Task rewards: 1 Earth Sensitivity Enhancement Pill, 3 Talent Enhancement Pills, and a martial arts gift pack." The system's voice echoed, and upon learning of the new task rewards, Qin Chen felt a surge of joy. The Earth Cultivation talent had arrived. He was filled with anticipation. Among his three systems, fire was his primary offense. Wind enhanced his speed, while ice, though less potent in attack than fire, provided a defensive capability inferior to earth, striking a balance between offense and defense. Therefore, should he commence training in the earth system, his defenses would ascend to a new echelon, significantly augmenting his strength. Moreover, with 3 talent enhancement pills, he could elevate his cultivation talents in both ice and wind elements, consequently accelerating his future training speed. Very well, return to the training camp. I will handle matters here. Zhao Yang's demise was due to his unauthorized intrusion, and no one will trouble you, Luo Bin stated, then approached Zhao Yang's corpse. And what about me? Zhou Lei finally reacted, hastily inquiring. You carry on. Luo Bin glanced at him and spoke nonchalantly. Zhou Lei initially intended to forego the assessment, but upon noticing Luo Bin's indifference towards him, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings and discreetly made his exit. Qin Chen, however, did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached the corpse of the fire cloud tiger. Upon breaking open its skull, he unexpectedly discovered a beast crystal. Beast crystal, fire element, level 1 consumable. The notification from the system filled Qin Chen with immense joy. The ferocious beast crystal could accelerate body tempering. Thus, the beast crystal of this demon was likely to expedite the condensation of divine patterns. Instructor Luo, what is the value of this beast crystal? Qin Chen could not help but inquire. Luo Bin turned a glance at the level 1 fire elemental beast crystal and remarked in surprise, this fire cloud tiger actually possesses a beast crystal. The price for a level 1 beast crystal is approximately 500,000. You are indeed fortunate. 500,000? Qin Chen exclaimed, taken aback by the steep price. After all, a prime ferocious beast crystal was only about 100,000, making this one 5 times more expensive. 500,000 is not exorbitant. Luo Bin replied earnestly L-Y. It is not guaranteed that 10 demon beasts will yield even a single beast crystal. Moreover, one must understand that each beast crystal may have been acquired at the cost of a frontline warrior's life. All official sales of beast crystals originate from the frontline, and once sold, the officials deduct their operational costs, with the remaining amount returned to the frontline warriors. Therefore, the actual amount a warrior receives for a level 1 beast crystal is less than 500,000. Qin Chen nodded. I shall take my leave now. Without further delay, he ascended towards the peak of the mountain. Half an hour later, he returned to his resting chamber. At that moment, he turned his attention to the system space. With a flick of his hand, 2 fragments of imprint appeared, and without hesitation, he swallowed them whole. Ding! Successfully devoured wind element imprint fragment. Your progress in condensing the wind element imprint has reached perfection. Ding! Successfully devoured ice element imprint fragment. Your progress in condensing the ice element imprint has reached perfection. Boom! In that instant, Qin Chen felt an explosive surge of wind and ice elemental power within him. The next moment, he sensed a remarkable transformation within himself. A dual breakthrough. Now, I am truly a tri-elemental warrior. Qin Chen clenched his fist, reveling in his newfound strength. After a brief moment, he glanced at another reward in the space. A unique tome lay within, and with a mere thought, the tome began to flip open autonomously. Subsequently, waves of information flooded into his mind, and once he absorbed it all, the tome vanished on its own. Volume 1 of the Star Refinement Body Technique Martial Arts Introduction. Viewing the Human Body as the Universe. Volume 1, Star Body, a 9th rank martial art. The description was quite simple, yet Qin Chen found it anything but trivial. The terms universe and 9th rank left him in awe. The concept of the universe was easily comprehensible. The space he inhabited, this world, was indeed a part of the universe. However, the name of the martial art, Star Refinement Body Technique, evidently related to the stars within the cosmos. According to the information he received, completing the first volume of Cultivation would allow one to embody the star body, rendering the body akin to a celestial star. The 9th rank is beyond comparison. According to his understanding, the pinnacle of martial arts for humanity is currently the 9th rank. This is merely the first volume. One wonders if the second volume will reach even greater heights. Qin Chen felt a surge of excitement within. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on mastering the first volume. This martial art seems tailor-made for him, as most practitioners would struggle to withstand the immense power it imparts. Yet, having cultivated various elemental affinities and undergone the tempering of different elements, he found it entirely manageable. At last, Qin Chen produced the beast crystal of the fire element and swallowed it whole. As the crystal entered his body, it began to be rapidly digested. He promptly seated himself and commenced the consolidation of his divine patterns. Soon, he discovered that the energy from the beast crystal was coalescing into fire element divine patterns. Name: Qin Chen Fire Element Rank. 1-star Warrior, Progress of Second Divine Pattern. 20. Wind Element Rank. 1-star Warrior, Progress of Second Divine Pattern. 0. Ice Element Rank. 1-star Warrior, Progress of Second Divine Pattern. 0. Combat Power, 2,150,000. Gone. Observing that the second fire element divine pattern had reached 20% completion, Qin Chen felt a mixture of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from his ability to consume beast crystals to consolidate divine patterns, while the concern arose from his dire financial situation. Each beast crystal costs 50,000. He had thought that with over 200,000, he would be in a comfortable position, but alas, he found himself still impoverished. Chapter 40. Entering the combat room, Qin Chen diligently practiced the star refinement body technique in the resting chamber until the following morning, when a knock on the door signaled the end of his training. After nearly 20 hours of focused effort, he felt he had made initial progress in the technique, sensing a notable increase in his physical strength. Upon opening the door, he encountered a soldier who informed him, "Qin Chen, Commander Yang requests your presence in the command room." "Let's go." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Chen proceeded without surprise. The previous day, Luo Bin had officially announced his victory, marking the conclusion of his time in the training camp. He anticipated a swift transition to competing for the final qualification in the stellar selection against the prodigies of Jiang Province. Several minutes later, Qin Chen entered the command room for the first time, finding it starkly different from his expectations. He had envisioned a lavish office befitting the chief instructor. It was met with a rather austere setting, merely a desk, a few stools, and a large screen on the wall, with little else to speak of. "Commander Yang." Qin Chen greeted Yang Shui, seated before the desk. Upon closer inspection, he noted Yang Shui's appealing appearance, one that grew increasingly captivating the more one looked. "Please, take a seat." Yang Shui gestured to a nearby stool. Once Qin Chen was settled, she continued, "Luo Bin has informed you that you are the designated first place for this assessment?" Qin Chen nodded in affirmation. "I brought you here primarily to discuss the stellar selection. As you likely know, you have the option to remain in the training camp for further practice over the next 3 days or return home to spend time with your parents. In 3 days, we will head to Yang City, where the Jiang Province election will take place," Yang Shui explained. "Understood," Qin Chen replied. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui faced him again. "Would you mind testing your combat prowess? Your explosive strength?" Previously, she had witnessed Qin Chen's formidable punch on the screen, but the brilliance had obscured the details. Additionally, she learned that Zhao Yang's strength had been artificially enhanced through medication, leaving her unable to gauge the true power behind Qin Chen's strike. While the Jiang Province selection posed little concern, she remained uncertain about the exceptionally gifted individuals from the entire Western theater. Gaining insight into Qin Chen's immense capabilities would provide her with a clearer understanding before inquiring about the talents in other provinces. "Young instructor, I intend to descend the mountain tomorrow," Qin Chen declared earnestly. Yang Shui looked puzzled, questioning the relation between descending the mountain and testing his combat ability, especially since the latter would only take a few minutes. With a smile, Qin Chen explained, "Since arriving at the training camp, I have yet to enter the combat room. How about we visit it before I leave?" Understanding his intent, Yang Shui realized that the combat room housed mechanical puppets ranging from body refiners to 3-star warriors. Qin Chen aimed to engage in a high-pressure, real-world combat scenario against a 3-star opponent to assess his true strength. "Very well." Yang Shui did not refuse, but cautioned, "I advise you not to destroy the mechanical puppets. If you must, I can accept the destruction of those rated 3 stars or below. However, I believe you cannot dismantle a 3-star puppet." Qin Chen reassured her, "Rest assured, I am not that violent." Yang Shui cast a sidelong glance at him, saying nothing, yet inwardly scoffing at his words. He had already incapacitated 10 puppets upon entering the training camp. Just yesterday, he had coldly eliminated Zhao Yang. He had clearly transcended the behavior of a typical high school student. Haha, I'm back. I passed the assessment. At that moment, a loud laughter resonated from outside. The first student had returned to the mountain's peak. Subsequently, more students arrived in succession. As Qin Chen stepped out of the command room, he observed the returning students. Some appeared mentally exhausted, others were filled with excitement, and a few bore various injuries. After about an hour, all the students had returned with no casualties, marking a successful assessment. Silence. Luo Bin appeared, gazing at the crowd and shouting. Once everyone quieted down, he continued, "You all performed admirably in this assessment. There were no significant incidents, nor did anyone flee down the mountain for assistance. This is your first assessment, and tomorrow, we will rank you based on your performance. After the training camp concludes, there will be one final assessment, and if you surpass your current rankings, there will be substantial rewards." Upon hearing this, the students were visibly excited. "Now, I announce the top performer of this assessment, Qin Chen," Luo Bin declared solemnly as he looked toward Qin Chen. Everyone turned to Qin Chen, their gazes filled with admiration. There was no envy, nor jealousy. When someone surpasses you by such a margin, envy simply dissipates. The only exception was Wei Yang, whose gaze toward Qin Chen was complex, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Soon after Luo Bin announced the dismissal, the students hurried back to their respective rest areas. After a day and night of rigorous assessment, everyone needed to cleanse themselves and rest adequately. Meanwhile, Qin Chen headed toward the building of the training rooms, aiming for the combat room. Upon entering the combat room, he found it to be significantly larger than both the gravity and infrared rooms, several times so. At the far end of the chamber stood a row of mechanical puppets, each inscribed with their corresponding cultivation levels. Furthermore, the puppets of martial artist rank were subdivided into finer classifications. For instance, a 1-star martial artist could be categorized into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Among the row of puppets, the highest ranked was an upper 3-star martial artist. Unlike the initial mechanical puppets he had encountered, he noticed a series of buttons lining the left wall, each corresponding to a specific puppet. When he first entered the training camp, the puppets had activated autonomously within a 2-meter range. Here, however, activation was achieved through these switches. Qin Chen approached the control panel and activated the mechanism of the 2-star automaton. With a resounding bang, the automaton sprang to life, charging directly towards him. In an instant, Qin Chen turned to face the oncoming threat and delivered a powerful punch. The automaton erupted in a cloud of black smoke, rendered completely inoperative. Such was the strength of his casual strike, capable of surpassing the threshold of a 3-star warrior. Qin Chen felt immense satisfaction with this display of power, as the terrifying potential of his tripartite cultivation was now fully revealed. A 1-star warrior, equivalent to a 3-star, was an unprecedented phenomenon in his recollection. The destruction of the automaton was of no concern to him. He recalled Yang Shui's words as he regarded the wreckage on the ground. Yet, he was compelled by curiosity to ascertain the extent of his casual punch's capabilities. If he were to directly face a 3-star opponent, the true measure might remain elusive. Subsequently, he pressed the button corresponding to the 3-star warrior. Chapter 41. The transformation of Yu Yang in the command room of the Shanghai Martial Arts School. Yang Shui glanced at the standing Yu Yang and slowly spoke. "If there is something to discuss, please proceed." "Instructor, I have made significant progress recently, and during yesterday's assessment, I defeated a 1st-tier demon beast. I believe I can compete with Qin Chen for another opportunity in the upcoming star selection," Yu Yang stated without hesitation, expressing his thoughts candidly. "Quite confident," Yang Shui acknowledged with a hint of admiration, then added with a touch of coolness, "Are you dissatisfied with my decision?" Yu Yang's expression changed, and he quickly replied, "Not at all." After that, he fell silent, his mind preoccupied with the singular desire to face Qin Chen once more. Even in defeat, he wished to lose with honor. Yang Shui nodded. "Watch this video." If you still hold the same opinion after viewing it, I shall allow you to compete with Qin Chen again. With that, she activated the large screen mounted on the wall. Yu Yang looked on with curiosity. Is this the footage from the assessment? As he observed the scenes unfolding on the screen, he recognized the location as the Ming Mountain Forest. Suddenly, Yang Shui selected a particular frame and accelerated the playback. To his astonishment, he soon beheld Qin Chen on the screen. His pupils contracted as a familiar face appeared opposite Qin Chen. He truly has come. Yu Yang's heart surged with emotion. Zhao Yang had indeed infiltrated their assessment site with the intent to eliminate Qin Chen. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted. Zhao Yang was a third-tier martial artist, and now that Qin Chen had returned, it implied that Zhao Yang was either long gone or dead. He glanced at Yang Shui, pondering whether it was Instructor Luo or Instructor Yang who had intervened. Just then, the footage showed Qin Chen and Zhao Yang exchanging 2 blows. What followed was a scene that would leave Yu Yang trembling and etched in his memory forever. On the screen, Qin Chen appeared to transform into a blazing sun, enveloping the entire frame. When the image returned to clarity, Zhao Yang lay motionless on the ground, akin to a lifeless dog. As the footage concluded, he remained in a daze. Zhao Yang was no stranger. Their families had frequent business dealings, often sharing meals together, and both were prodigies who regularly discussed martial arts. Yet, this time, the other party's demands had been excessively unreasonable, which led to his refusal. However, that did not diminish Zhao Yang's formidable strength. Was this truly the extent of his capabilities? At that moment, Yu Yang's mind was flooded with the final image of Qin Chen, and his heart quaked. Did he still wish to compete with him? Yang Shui inquired, observing him closely. I concede. Yu Yang gradually regained his composure and murmured. After uttering those words, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Letting go of one's obsessions is indeed a blessing. Yang Sui, content to see that Yu Yang had not succumbed to despair, nodded approvingly. She had refrained from disclosing this information earlier, fearing it might shatter his resolve and lead him astray. The path of a warrior, once the heart is tainted by darkness, leads to either irrevocable severance or a descent into malevolence. Yu Yang, a remarkable talent in his own right, would have undoubtedly claimed the title of the best were it not for the extraordinary Qin Chen. Thus, Yang Shui harbors no desire for him to encounter any misfortune. Instructor Yang, I shall take my leave, Yu Yang announced, turning to exit the command room. Qin Chen, to be my contemporary, is both a blessing and a curse. I eagerly anticipate the day I witness you standing at the pinnacle of success. He inhaled deeply, sensing a change in the very air around him. Suddenly, he spotted a soldier hastily approaching from a distance. Just as he was about to speak, the soldier rushed past him and entered the command room. Qin Chen. He then heard Yang Shui's furious voice emanating from within. What has he done now? Yu Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Master, Qinghe Courtyard. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Chen hailed a taxi. With my current strength, I can shatter a 3-star mechanism with the solar fist, but against a mid-tier 3-star, I still fall short. Reflecting on his recent sparring session, he gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities. The combat power threshold for a 3-star warrior is 2,000, while a 4-star warrior requires 10,000, leaving an immense gap of 8,000 between them. The explosive force of his solar fist merely matched that of a 3-star within the ranks. Obliterating a mid-tier 3-star mechanism was beyond his reach. Nevertheless, he had managed to dismantle 2 mechanisms, which were of far greater value than the 10 he had destroyed upon entering the training camp. Thus, he had made a hasty exit, lest Yang Shui decide to flay him alive. Qinghe Courtyard? Once inside the vehicle, the driver scrutinized Qin Chen and exclaimed in astonishment. You are Qin Chen? Qin Chen touched his own face, surprised at the recognition. Am I truly that famous? Indeed, it is you. I can't believe I picked up the prodigy of Rong City. The driver, upon realizing Qin Chen's identity, became animated. Without allowing Qin Chen to respond, he continued. Of course you're famous. Following the city announcement, who in Rong City hasn't heard of you? I see you're so young and heading to Qinghe Courtyard. And I heard this year's talent training camp is at Ming Mountain, so I guess that must be you. You must give me your autograph later. The driver was so thrilled that his grip on the steering wheel faltered, causing Qin Chen to feel a twinge of anxiety. Throughout the journey, the driver chattered incessantly, while Qin Chen occasionally interjected, mainly because he found it challenging to interpose a remark. As they entered the city, Qin Chen kept his gaze fixed outside. Qinghe Courtyard was a new address, and he was uncertain of the exact route. Shortly thereafter, he sensed the vehicle decelerating. Have we arrived? Not yet. Ahead lies the street of martial arts. It has been somewhat turbulent lately, so we must proceed with caution to avoid any mishaps. The driver quickly explained. What happened? Qin Chen inquired, curiosity piqued. The street of martial arts is typically quite peaceful, as it is frequented by practitioners who are primarily engaged in commerce. However, should a conflict arise, the consequences can be dire. Recently, a newcomer has arrived in Yangcheng, intending to establish a martial arts school. While the establishment of a martial arts academy itself is unremarkable, this individual has resorted to challenging existing schools to enhance his notoriety and attract clientele. Consequently, a considerable number of spectators gather daily, and it appears that, in recent days, there have been instances of injuries, some quite severe, as explained by the driver. Qin Chen furrowed his brow, surprised by the arrival from Yangcheng. The street is lined with private martial arts schools, predominantly operated within their own cities, with few venturing to open branches elsewhere. After all, in unfamiliar territory, one risks being bullied by local establishments, leaving little recourse. This individual, however, has audaciously chosen to challenge others upon arrival, demonstrating either naivety or remarkable skill. Doesn't anyone here stand a chance against him? Qin Chen pondered. The driver shook his head, noting that the leaders of such private schools are typically first-star martial artists, with the occasional second star among them. I have heard that the newcomer has recently advanced to a third star and has since monopolized business from the private schools in Yangcheng. It seems he now intends to seize the market in Rongqing as well. Qin Chen nodded. It is quite common to engage in business rivalry. By the way, when you mentioned that a martial arts practitioner was injured, do you know which school they belong to? Qin Chen inquired, intrigued by the unfortunate soul who had been harmed. Generally, challenges result in defeat rather than injury. It appears to be the Shanghai Martial Arts School, the driver replied. Qin Chen's expression shifted. Chapter 42. The presence of a master, uncertain in height at this moment. The Shanghai Martial Arts School stood in disarray, its sign having been torn down and trampled into fragments. The courtyard of the school lay in a state of chaos. Within the hall, a crowd clad in martial arts attire surrounded two opposing factions, each adorned with inscriptions that signified their respective schools. Qin Chen entered the throng unnoticed, choosing to remain silent as he observed the confrontation at its center. One group donned uniforms emblazoned with the character Shanghai, representing the Shanghai Martial Arts School. Strikingly, the leader of this assembly was not the school's head, Wang Shanhai, but rather Qin's classmate and friend, Wang Hai. At this moment, Wang Hai bore a grim expression, his attire disheveled, suggesting he had recently endured a beating. The opposing faction was identifiable by their uniforms marked with the characters Longhu. Qin Chen could not recall any martial arts school by that name on this street, indicating that these individuals had come from Yangcheng. Their leader, a middle-aged man with a thick beard and a square jaw, regarded Wang Hai with an air of authority, looking down upon him with disdain. Is this how the most prosperous martial arts school in Rongqing conducts its affairs? You dare to confront us today? The square-faced man remarked coldly. And I must say, it is quite disappointing that none of your schools can put up a fight. His gaze swept over the onlookers, leaving them speechless with indignation. The members of various martial arts schools present had all been challenged, arriving with intentions to confer, yet the opposition had shown them no respect, launching an unprovoked attack on Wang Hai to assert dominance before taking a seat. Wang Tianhu, you've already caused enough trouble. My father lies bedridden due to your actions. We haven't demanded that you close your school, so what more do you want? Wang Hai confronted the square-faced man, his expression darkening. As Qin Chen observed Wang Hai from the crowd, he recognized the transformation in him. During his speech, the disciples of Shanghai Martial Arts School appeared to rally behind him. I have long suggested that you summon Qin Chen and transfer the Shanghai Martial Arts School to my Longhu School. It is as simple as that, Tianhu responded nonchalantly. Wang Hai's face turned ashen. The intentions of the opposition had become clear to many. Since Qin Chen's association with the Shanghai Martial Arts School, its popularity had surged, with new students enrolling daily. Thus, the adversaries sought to defeat Qin Chen to gain recognition. They also aimed to rename the Shanghai Martial Arts School to Longhu, which would not only elevate their status, but also retain the original location, achieving dual benefits. However, Wang Hai could not possibly seek out Qin Chen for such a matter. Even if Qin Chen were available, it would not resolve the situation. Considering Tian, who is already a third-tier martial artist, it appears you remain reluctant. Tian, who observed Wang Hai with a smirk. No matter. Your refusal will only prolong the challenges until he arrives. Furthermore, all martial arts schools on this street will face daily confrontations until he shows up. Tianhu, your behavior is utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing Tianhu's words, those surrounding the martial arts school could not contain their fury. Tianhu cast a glance at them, asserting that once one establishes a martial arts school, one must be prepared for challenges. How am I being unreasonable? If one lacks the strength, then one should not open a martial arts school. It is as simple as that. The expressions of all present darkened. What? Shall we confront you together? Do you dare? Tianhu chuckled, unfazed by their indignation. Should they rush at him, perhaps he would not be their adversary. It will be the last time they could ever run a martial arts school again. Every martial arts school has its own rules. Being challenged is a normal occurrence. But for individuals from different schools to gang up on a challenger is a clear violation of those rules. I'll call for help. At that moment, Wang Hai retrieved his phone. Xiao Hai. Suddenly, a voice resonated from a room at the back of the hall, and shortly thereafter, a disciple from the Shanghai Martial Arts School emerged, supporting a man. Dad! Wang Hai exclaimed, rushing forward to assist. At that moment, Wang Shanhai's face was ashen. Xiao Hai, do not make that call. If you summon Xiao Chen, it would be playing into his hands. We can simply close our school. Wang Shanhai coughed several times, speaking weakly. Dad, I'm calling Qin Chen, not to resolve the issue, but to inform him that we will not associate our name with his. At this juncture, the survival of the Shanghai Martial Arts School was inconsequential. He did not wish to implicate the other schools on this street. If the school were to close, it would naturally cease to bear his name. Wang Shanhai shook his head. That cannot be allowed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Wang Hai's expression shifted. What do you intend to do? Before he could finish his thought, he sensed something amiss and turned to see Qin Chen stepping out from the crowd. Qin Chen. He was taken aback. Everyone looked at Qin Chen in astonishment. Is he truly Qin Chen? The under-18, two-star martial artist, the most talented individual in Rongqing. Qin Chen's unexpected arrival caught everyone off guard. What brings you here? Wang Hai murmured, anxiety etched on his face. With Qin Chen's sudden appearance, the day's events were unlikely to resolve easily. Qin Chen smiled. You claim you will not associate my name with your school. Yet you're the one who initially made that claim. Have you ever considered my thoughts as the party involved? Donotist. Wang Hai replied sternly. You are Qin Chen. At that moment, Tian who spoke up. What? Do I not resemble him? Qin Chen turned, glancing at the personnel information of the Shanghai Martial Arts School displayed on the wall. His photo was prominently placed alongside Wang Shanhai's, easily visible. Tian who also glanced at it, nodding. Indeed, you are quite a remarkable individual. Yet, how could such a talent be associated with such a disreputable school? As he spoke, he shook his head. Tianhu, what exactly do you intend to do? Wang Hai, seeing Tianhu's relentless demeanor, inquired angrily. Tianhu disregarded him entirely, continuing to gaze at Qin Chen. Initially, his intention in visiting this place was to recruit Qin Chen into his martial arts school. However, after some contemplation, he concluded that defeating him would yield far greater excitement. Enrolling Qin Chen would undoubtedly attract business to his school. Yet defeating him would likely draw even more attention once the news spread. How do you intend to defeat me? Qin Chen inquired with an air of nonchalance. Tianhu chuckled. I am aware that you are esteemed by certain influential figures in Rong City. Nevertheless, I challenge you in my capacity as the head of the martial arts school against your honorary martial artist title. I believe that even if I were to injure you, no one would utter a word of dissent. Are you ready? Before he could finish speaking, his pupils constricted as he witnessed Qin Chen vanish from his position, rushing towards him, seeking death. Tianhu scoffed, stepping forward and launching a punch aimed at Qin Chen's chest. However, in the next instant, A hand seized his fist with an iron grip. A surge of formidable strength coursed through his arm, prompting his other hand to clench into a fist. Yet, before he could retaliate, a sharp crack echoed as the bones in his wrist shattered. Ah! Tianhu cried out in agony, one hand caught firmly by Qin Chen, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. How do you intend to defeat me, head of the Longhu martial arts school? Qin Chen reiterated. Tianhu's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. Qin Chen continued, I have heard that the Longhu martial arts school dominates in Yang City. Coincidentally, I will be visiting Yang City in 2 days. At that time, I shall seek your guidance. You will regret going. Tianhu struggled to articulate. It seems there are indeed formidable individuals. I wonder just how formidable they truly are. With that thought, Qin Chen delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Tianhu's body was hurled out of the hall, crashing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Get out of here! Qin Chen coldly directed his gaze at the other disciples of the Longhu martial arts school. The group trembled, hastily exiting the hall, lifting Tianhu before fleeing through the doors of the martial arts school without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 43. Journey to Yang City. On the train, as the crowd witnessed the members of the Longhu martial arts school leave in disgrace, realization dawned upon them. All eyes turned to Qin Chen, their expressions filled with disbelief. Wasn't he a mere 2-star martial artist? The city announcement could not possibly be mistaken. Yet it remained a fact that Tianhu was a 3-star martial artist. Those present had all faced Tianhu's challenge and were acutely aware of his prowess. Although he had recently ascended to 3-star status, 3 stars indeed meant a combat power surpassing the 2,000 threshold. Yet now, Qin Chen had bested him in an instant, leaving them perplexed and bewildered. Wang Hai gazed at Qin Chen, initially lost in confusion, but quickly regained his composure. My brother, even the strongest cannot be underestimated. He recalled the recent transformations in Qin Chen. 3 stars were not invincible. Qin Chen regarded Wang Hai, pondering whether the martial arts school could remain open now. Of course, with a brother like you around, who would dare suggest closing it? Wang Hai's voice suddenly rose in excitement. To know Qin Chen in this lifetime was indeed worthwhile. Everyone, the commotion has subsided. You may disperse now. Qin Chen addressed the remaining martial arts school members. Thank you, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin. The various school leaders bowed in gratitude. Had it not been for Qin Chen today, it was likely that not only the Shanghai Martial Arts School would have suffered. Given the domineering nature of the Longhu Martial Arts School, it would not be long before all the schools on this street would be renamed the Longhu Martial Arts School. Qin Chen nodded to the crowd. Once they had all departed, he turned to Wang Shanhai. Uncle Wang, is your injury severe? Fortunately, it's not a major issue, but I will need a few months to recuperate. In fact, this might be a blessing in disguise, allowing Xiao Hai to manage the school independently. Wang Shanhai replied with a smile. He had witnessed Wang Hai's growth during this period. Although Wang Hai had only just begun his training, it did not hinder his ability to learn management. I have entered the initial stage of body refinement. My talent is quite promising. Wang Hai beamed with pride. By the way, stay here for dinner today. I promised to treat you last time, but it didn't happen. Today is perfect. Qin Chen waved his hand, glancing around the martial arts school. Let someone handle the school first. We can have dinner anytime. The operation of the school is paramount. I'm merely passing through and need to return home soon. Wang Shanhai and Wang Hai nodded in agreement. Next time, we must enjoy a proper drink together. Wang Hai called out as he watched Qin Chen exit the doors of the martial arts school. Upon returning home, Qin Dai and Li Xiufen expressed their joy. Qin Dai's injuries had begun to improve, thanks to the ample nourishment he had received. This brought Qin Chen great happiness, and he transferred an additional 2 million from his card, leaving himself only a small remainder. The supplements and medicines necessary for healing old injuries were not inexpensive. Yet every penny spent was worthwhile. As for the beast crystals that would enable him to condense divine patterns, he temporarily relinquished the idea of purchasing them. Even 2 million would not suffice to elevate him by half a level. For the next 3 days, Qin Chen remained at home, not venturing outside even once. On the train from Rome City to Yang City, Qin Chen occupied a window seat. Opposite her sat 2 young women, one of whom possessed a delicate and graceful appearance. while the other was slightly plump with a few freckles adorning her face. Beside her was a young man, stylishly dressed with long hair, who made a conscious effort to distance himself from Qin Chen, seemingly harboring a sense of disdain. "Did you hear about it yesterday? The head of the Longhu Martial Arts Hall in Yang City got beaten up," the young man whispered to the two girls. Yes. I heard it was that genius. Qin Chen, who did it?" the freckled girl exclaimed, her interest piqued, nodding eagerly and appearing to relish the gossip. The other girl, however, remained silent, stealing glances at Qin Chen, who was gazing out the window. Although she found him not conventionally handsome, he exuded a distinct aura that gradually captivated her. His eyes seemed to possess an enchanting quality, instilling in her an inexplicable sense of confidence and unwavering conviction, as if his mere presence enveloped her in security. "I don't even know him." Zhou Hui shook her head, attempting to dispel her errant thoughts. "It's unlikely that Qin Chen could have done that. You may not pay attention, but I know that Tian, who had just broken through to a 3-star martial artist before coming to Rome City. Do you really think a high school student could defeat a 3-star martial artist? Moreover, I heard he was taken out in an instant. It must have been a formidable fighter from Rome City," the young man replied, his tone laced with skepticism. While he acknowledged Qin Chen's surprising reputation, he remained unconvinced that he could best Tian Hu. Such rumors tend to grow more exaggerated with each retelling. "Is that so?" The freckled girl finally grasped the situation. "Of course." The young man nodded before turning to Zhou Hui. "What do you think, Hui? You could just call me by my name." Zhou Hui, irritated by the interruption while observing Qin Chen, shot a disdainful look at the young man, her voice inadvertently rising in pitch. At that moment, Qin Chen, who had been admiring the scenery outside, suddenly turned his head. "Sorry for interrupting you, classmate." Zhou Hui realized her voice had been too loud and quickly apologized, anxiety flickering in her eyes at the prospect of Qin Chen noticing her. "It's all right," Qin Chen replied nonchalantly, turning his attention back to the window. The young man frowned upon witnessing Zhou Hui apologize to Qin Chen and displaying such an expression. Unbeknownst to them, not far away in another row of seats, a few individuals from the Longhu Martial Arts Hall were also present, having overheard their conversation quite clearly. "Make them quiet," Tian Hu said, his expression grim. His body still ached from the injuries, and after spending 3 days recuperating in Rome City, he had almost managed to put the incident out of his mind. However, hearing others discuss it again instantly soured his mood. Several disciples immediately rose to their feet and made their way towards Zhou Hui, tall and imposing. Each of them was a practitioner, exuding an undeniable aura that drew the attention of many onlookers. The freckled girl was the first to notice their approach, silencing the boy who was about to speak. As he turned to face them, his expression shifted dramatically. "How could they be here? Did they overhear my words?" Anxiety gripped him, prompting him to lower his gaze. The disciples from the Longhu Martial Arts School halted beside their seats. "Weren't you just discussing matters pertaining to our Longhu Martial Arts School? Why the sudden silence?" The freckled girl turned pale with fear. The 4 of them had just begun their journey into cultivation, but in comparison to these disciples, they were utterly outmatched. Not everyone is a prodigy. They were merely at the initial stage of physical refinement, while these martial arts disciples were in their 20s or 30s, boasting at least an intermediate level of cultivation. Observing their silence, one of the disciples spoke up, "I shall not make things difficult for you. The 4 of you should go and apologize to our school leader, and we shall consider this matter resolved." "Chapter 44, are you talking about me?" The young man exhaled a sigh of relief. Apologizing was not a significant matter, considering they were all from Yang City. Offending the head of the Longhu Martial Arts School could bring trouble their way after they disembarked the train. Despite any constraints during the journey, he was well aware of the power of the Longhu Martial Arts School, which was not solely under the leadership of Tian Hu, but also had Tian Long, who had broken through to the 3rd star some time ago. Since his advancement, Tian Long had largely distanced himself from the affairs of the school. Nevertheless, regardless of his involvement, he remained the founder of the Longhu Martial Arts School, and more importantly, he was Tian Hu's brother. Tian Hu's request for them to apologize was already a considerable act of leniency. The girl with freckles also stood up, preparing to offer her apology. But why should she apologize? Yet, Zhou Hui remained seated, showing no intention of rising. Hmm? The members of the martial arts school frowned at her, their eyes filled with hostility. Zhou Hui, however, was undaunted. She resolutely questioned whether their words bore any truth. Moreover, she had said nothing at all. Just moments ago, she had been focused on Qin Chen, not uttering a word about the Longhu martial arts school. To succumb to fear and offer an apology would be a betrayal of her principles. Hey, the young man hurriedly attempted to prevent her from speaking harshly. Zhou Hui ignored him entirely, instead glancing at Qin Chen. She noted that he had not spoken a word, nor had he even turned his head, remaining serenely gazing out the window, as if lost in his own world, oblivious to everything around him. Seeing Zhou Hui disregard him, the young man's expression darkened. If it were not for his affection for her, he would have promptly distanced himself from the situation. The members of the Longhu martial arts school observed Zhou Hui's resolute demeanor with cold expressions, secretly hoping she would maintain her stance. Afterward, their gaze shifted to Qin Chen, who had yet to acknowledge them. Do you share her temperament? Are you referring to me? Qin Chen furrowed his brow, slowly turning his head. He had initially intended to ignore them. After all, one of his plans for visiting Yang City was to go to the Longhu martial arts school, anticipating an encounter. He expected these individuals to become so brazen. Upon seeing Qin Chen's expression, the countenance of the martial arts members changed dramatically. One of them nearly swayed unsteadily. What are you doing? Suddenly, a trained safety officer approached, having noticed the group's unsettling atmosphere. Realizing the officer's presence, the members of the Longhu martial arts school clung to him like a lifeline, hastily nodding, We're leaving right now. They dared not linger. Swiftly turning to depart, casting a fearful glance back at Qin Chen as they exited. Once the safety officer observed their departure, he finally turned away. The young man and the freckled girl breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the safety officer arrived. Otherwise, apologizing in front of everyone would have been utterly humiliating. The young man remarked, still shaken. Indeed, she replied, but it's surprising how intimidated those martial artists were by the officer. The girl with freckles cast a glance at the few members of the Longhu martial arts school who had returned to their seats and whispered softly. The boy smiled, assuring her that it was normal. Despite the security personnel appearing unimposing, they were official staff. If these individuals were to disregard the security officer's instructions, they would surely face repercussions once reported, and upon arrival, formidable officials would likely apprehend them, potentially jeopardizing the martial arts school's business. Nodding in understanding, the freckled girl seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the boy turned his gaze to Zhou Hui, remarking, You were too impulsive just now. Was I wrong? Zhou Hui, who had never held a fondness for the boy, felt her disdain intensify. That's not what I meant. Noticing her displeasure, the boy hurriedly attempted to clarify his statement. He then glanced at Qin Chen, hoping to shift the blame onto him. However, Qin Chen merely shot him a cold stare, causing him to swallow his words. Zhou Hui too looked at Qin Chen, sensing that the reason the martial arts personnel had hastily departed was not merely due to the security officer, but rather because of him. Hello, I'm Zhou Hui. She introduced herself to Qin Chen, almost as if compelled by some unseen force. Immediately after, her face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Chen turned to her and replied, Hello. Upon hearing his response, Zhou Hui sighed in relief, summoning her courage to ask, Could you tell me your name? Qin Chen. Qin Chen, you are indeed Qin Chen? Zhou Hui exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. The freckled girl also widened her eyes, realizing he was truly Qin Chen. Over the past few days in Rong City, they had heard his name spoken with on numerous occasions. Meanwhile, the boy, witnessing Zhou Hui initiate a conversation with Qin Chen, felt a surge of anger. You are Qin Chen. He feigned surprise, looking at Qin Chen. I heard that just a few days ago, you injured Director Tian. Those members of Longhu Martial Arts School seemed unfamiliar to you? His sarcastic tone caused Zhou Hui to frown. Indeed, I do not recognize them. Qin Chen affirmed with a nod. They were merely apprentices from various martial arts schools, and he hadn't even bothered to remember their faces. Huh, the boy chuckled, choosing silence thereafter. He clearly disbelieved such nonsense. Having injured the school's director, how could one not recognize the individuals involved? After a little over 10 minutes, The announcement of their destination resonated, signaling their arrival at Yang City as the train gradually slowed to a halt. Moments later, they disembarked, followed closely by the members of Longhu Martial Arts School. Qin Chen, without looking back, could sense Tian Hu's murderous glare. He maintained a calm demeanor as he walked toward the exit. The boy, noticing Qin Chen's departure, hurried after him, calling out, "Qin Chen, wait up." He deliberately emphasized Qin Chen's name. Zhou Hui frowned but quickly followed, contemplating how to obtain his contact information. The freckled girl, seeing both of them trailing behind, had no choice but to follow as well. At the rear, the members of Longhu Martial Arts School hastened their steps, supporting Tian Hu, who spoke in a low tone. "Did you make the call?" Having disembarked, Director Long should now be at the station exit, one disciple remarked. Qin Chen, closely followed by a boy like a shadow, soon arrived at the exit. As they emerged, they spotted a crowd not far away, with a figure at the forefront strikingly resembling Tian Hu. "Brother." At that moment, Tian Hu shouted from behind, "That's the one. He is the one who injured me." He pointed accusingly at Qin Chen. Tian Long also focused his attention on Qin Chen, advancing step by step. "So you are the one who harmed Tian Hu?" At this juncture, the boy trailing Qin Chen was paralyzed by fear. Glancing at Qin Chen in terror, instinctively distancing himself, afraid of being associated with him. The freckled girl gazed at Qin Chen as if she had discovered a new world, her eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui stared blankly at Qin Chen, finally convinced that her previous instinct had been correct. It was indeed Qin Chen who had caused the martial arts disciples to flee in a panic, not the security personnel. "It was I who struck him," Qin Chen affirmed with a nod. "You possess quite the audacity, injuring someone and still daring to come to Yangcheng, even sharing a vehicle with Tian Hu." Tian Long regarded Qin Chen with a cold glare, feeling that Qin Chen's audacity was beyond reckoning. "Not too bad," Qin Chen responded, continuing to nod. Tian Long, witnessing Qin Chen's nonchalant demeanor, was infuriated. He waved his hand, ordering his companions to restrain Qin Chen. After that, he menacingly approached Qin Chen, stating, "Since you are here, you shall lie low for a few months." Qin Chen met Tian Long's advance without a hint of retreat, just as the two were poised to clash. A piercing screech of brakes echoed, followed by the arrival of an off-road vehicle sliding into view. Chapter 45. I do not acknowledge him. As the off-road vehicle glided into view, both individuals' expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to retreat. Tian Long was on the verge of losing his temper, but upon noticing the military license plate, he instantly fell silent, his face revealing astonishment. Military credentials. His heart tightened. Soon after, the car door swung open, and a figure clad in military attire, exuding confidence and poise, descended. She cast a glance at Tian Long before turning her attention to Qin Chen. "What are you doing here?" "Instructor Yang," Qin Chen exclaimed upon recognizing her, a smile breaking across his face. "It's nothing much, just running into an acquaintance and preparing for a hug to say hello, but alas, you've interrupted that." Yang Shui displayed an expression of undeniable disinterest, opting not to engage further. "We'll save the greetings for next time. For now, you need to come with me to where you ought to be." With that, she turned and climbed back into the vehicle. Qin Chen glanced at Tian Long, shrugged his shoulders, and obediently followed suit. Just as he settled into the car, a sudden thought struck him. He looked at the three individuals who had been apprehended and addressed Yang Shui. "I have two friends. Could you possibly take them along?" Yang Shui furrowed her brow, but eventually nodded. Qin Chen waved at Zhou Hui, who, upon noticing, began to struggle. The personnel from the martial arts school, seeing Yang Shui's attention shift, hastily released her. Once Zhou Hui was freed, she pulled the freckled girl out as well and dashed towards the off-road vehicle. The moment they entered, Yang Shui pressed the accelerator and surged forward. "What about me? I don't know him," came Qin Chen's voice from within the vehicle. The young man watched in sheer terror as the off-road vehicle sped away. "Get him in the car," Tian Long shouted. "No, I don't know him. I don't know him," the young man cried out. "You don't know him? Yet you were seated together on the train and disembarked together, coming all this way?" Tian Hu retorted, delivering a sharp slap. Inside the vehicle, Qin Chen caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of the martial arts school's personnel restraining the young man and dragging him into a van, which then drove off into the distance. In the back, Zhou Hui and the freckled girl appeared ashen, relieved they had not been taken for otherwise. Severe injuries and hospitalization would have been inevitable. After traveling 2 kilometers, the off-road vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. Qin Chen turned to Zhou Hui and the freckled girl. "I shall drop you off here." Zhou Hui nodded, her gaze lingering on Qin Chen, hesitating to speak. As the vehicle prepared to depart, she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Could I have your contact information?" She understood the vast differences between them. If she did not inquire, chances of meeting again seemed slim, and she did not wish to regret her timidity. Qin Chen regarded her thoughtfully. "Perhaps fate will bring us together again." After this, the off-road vehicle pulled away. He glanced in the rearview mirror, noticing Zhou Hui still standing there, staring at the vehicle with a forlorn expression, but he merely shook his head and chuckled softly. "You are rather decisive," Yang Shui remarked suddenly. Qin Chen smiled. "One must be decisive. A person as exceptional as I will undoubtedly encounter such situations frequently in the future, and one must act resolutely." Upon hearing this, Yang Shui remained silent, her expression betraying a hint of disdain. "By the way, where are we headed?" Qin Chen queried, puzzled. Yangqing Sports Center, where all participants of the star selection gathered, was abuzz with anticipation. "Are we ready to commence the selection?" Yang Shui nodded, explaining that although the selection was initially scheduled to begin in 2 days, recent anomalies at the front lines necessitated an earlier start. Upon the conclusion of this selection, they would promptly engage in the final contest for the stars. Qin Chen felt a sudden jolt. Matters at the front were never trivial. "Is it severe?" he inquired. Yang Shui shook her head, indicating the issue was not grave, but it was likely that a level 4 beast riot would occur soon. Although classified as a level 4, which is moderate and not catastrophic, it was prudent to prepare thoroughly, hence the decision to expedite the selection. Hearing about the level 4 riot, Qin Chen nodded. He recalled from his cultural studies that beast riots were categorized into 10 levels, with level 10 being the most severe. Thus, level 4 was relatively insignificant. Nevertheless, every riot, regardless of its classification, demanded utmost vigilance, which is why the combat zone opted for an earlier selection. Otherwise, they would have to wait until after the college entrance examination. However, post-examination, each student's results would be transparent, and at that time, the competition for talent would not solely be from the combat zone. In Longhua, there exists a regulation prohibiting any factions from recruiting students before their college entrance exams. Yet the military is an exception. Each year, the military dispatches personnel to serve as instructors at the Genius Training Camp. Furthermore, as protectors of national security, the military makes significant sacrifices, thus affording them this advantage. Nonetheless, even with the military's preferential recruitment rights, it remains largely tentative. Students must still pursue higher education, and even if recruited, there is no guarantee of joining the military post-graduation. The advantage exists, yet it is not absolute. Approximately half an hour later, the two arrived at the sports center, where over a dozen students, both male and female, had already gathered for the selection. Arriving this early, Qin Chen surveyed the crowd, realizing he was indeed the last to arrive. "Do you think everyone is like you?" Yang Shui cast a disapproving glance at Qin Chen. She had previously informed him that the selection was in 3 days, expecting him to arrive early, yet he had made her wait until the 4th day, necessitating her trip to the train station. "Is it beneficial to take this seriously?" Qin Chen chuckled. "Are you quite confident? With this motley crew, I could take them all down with a single punch." Qin Chen eyed the group. It was not arrogance on his part. While some among them might have progressed to warriors after training at the Genius Training Camp, the majority were likely at the peak of body refinement. Competing alongside them felt rather like bullying. "Do not be complacent. This assessment is somewhat different," Yang Shui cautioned. "What makes it different?" Qin Chen asked, taken aback. "You will find out soon enough. Just do not capsize," she replied, offering little further explanation. Yang Shui was well aware of Qin Chen's capabilities. He could almost dispatch Zhao Liang with a single blow. However, he later conducted a meticulous analysis of the video, revealing that Zhao Liang had relied on pharmaceuticals to enhance his abilities, while Qin Chen had achieved the threshold of 3 stars through martial arts. Without the use of martial arts, he would likely rank just above 1,000. Under normal circumstances, Qin Chen would have faced no challenges in this assessment, effortlessly defeating a child with a single punch. Yet, the format of the evaluation had unexpectedly changed. Qin Chen cast a glance at Yang Shui, sensing an undercurrent of conspiracy. Soon, he arrived on the field, immediately capturing the attention of all present. Observing their expressions, Qin Chen was convinced that this assessment was fraught with treachery, specifically aimed at him. Before long, more than a dozen individuals clad in military uniforms approached, standing before the crowd. These individuals were the instructors from every genius training camp, with Yang Shui among them. Qin Chen noted their ranks, realizing that Yang Shui held the highest position, while the others were on par with Luo Bin. Attention everyone! Yang Shui was the first to step forward, addressing the assembly. Initially, we planned to conduct various forms of assessments over the course of a week. However, due to unforeseen circumstances at the front lines, we are proceeding ahead of schedule, and the format will be singular. A free-for-all. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen instantly grasped the reason Yang Shui had previously cautioned him not to let his guard down. He surveyed the dozen or so individuals around him, noting their lack of surprise. Clearly, they had been privy to the nature of this assessment long before. At that moment, he realized that others were casting glances in his direction, seemingly preparing to gang up on him. A faint smile crept across his lips. Chapter 46. A team must stand united in battle. Qin Chen smiled faintly. He surmised that Yang Shui had undoubtedly conferred with the instructors regarding the incident of him slaying Zhao Liang. In an effort to prevent him from easily claiming the top spot in the selection process, the instructors had altered the assessment format to a free-for-all. When he dispatched Zhao Liang, his combat power was indeed just above 1,000. Although utilizing the solar fist had propelled his strength significantly, it was impractical to employ such a technique during the assessment, as it was not a life-and-death struggle. Thus, with a combat power slightly exceeding 1,000, being besieged by these individuals would certainly pose a challenge. However, Qin Chen was confident, smiling to himself, for he was no longer at his previous level of strength. Now, I shall announce the rules for this assessment. Yang Shui continued. First, it will be a free-for-all, and injuries are inevitable. However, one may concede defeat, and once one has done so, others must cease their attacks. Second, your arena will be this lawn. Stepping off the lawn will result in disqualification. Third, there is no time limit for this assessment. It will continue until only one person remains victorious. Is that clear? Understood. The crowd responded loudly. Yang Shui and the many instructors observed the fervor of the participants with smiles before turning and exiting the lawn, making their way to the track. One instructor produced a starting pistol and, with a resounding bang, pulled the trigger. The assessment officially commenced. Yet, the participants did not immediately engage. Instead, they exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their eyes on Qin Chen. With a smile, he swiftly knocked one of the individuals beside him unconscious with a single punch. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigned supreme. What are you all waiting for? Having seen through their hesitation, someone suddenly bellowed, "Let us all go at once." Ha! Qin Chen laughed heartily. If he hadn't discerned their little act, it would have been a true embarrassment. As a dozen individuals charged toward him, he remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to evade. Instructors! Qin Chen suddenly shouted. The instructors turned their puzzled gazes toward him. A smile gradually spread across his lips as he proclaimed, "You understand me well. This is precisely the assessment format I desire." With that, he focused on the individual at the forefront of the charge and unleashed a powerful punch. The student, racing ahead, was taken aback by the force of Qin Chen's blow. Even before the fist made contact, he felt a wave of heat, as though propelled by the wind, bearing down upon him with tremendous pressure. Suppressing his fear, he raised his hands in an attempt to block the incoming strike. However, as he lifted his arms, the punch seemed to accelerate, breaching his defense before he could fully position himself, striking him squarely in the chest. Bang! The sheer force sent him crashing backward, toppling several others behind him to the ground, while he himself succumbed to unconsciousness. Thud! At that moment, Qin Chen advanced. taking several steps forward to confront the group. The assembled individuals hesitated, encircling him, yet they appeared timid and reluctant. Do not fear. It's merely a matter of a single punch. With a swift movement, Qin Chen appeared before a man, accompanied by a gust of wind that heralded his arrival. In the man's eyes, filled with terror, Qin Chen unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Another opponent fell unconscious. Everyone, charge at once. Don't let him defeat us one by one. With Qin Chen having already incapacitated 3, the remaining 14 could no longer remain passive. Someone shouted loudly, "If we continue to cower like this, soon all of us will be knocked out." Instantly, the crowd gritted their teeth and surged towards Qin Chen. Now, this is exciting. At that moment, Qin Chen swung his fist. Bang! The first adversary collapsed, following closely with the second and third. With each strike, another student fell, never to rise again. Suddenly, a fist struck Qin Chen's back with a resounding thud. "Ha! I hit him. I actually hit him." A triumphant voice boomed from behind him. Qin Chen turned to face the boastful individual. Not bad, but your strength could use some improvement. Keep it up." He then swiftly slapped the man on the head, causing him to lose consciousness, still wearing a smug expression. At this moment, only 3 opponents remained standing, encircling Qin Chen from different angles. Yet, their bodies seemed unresponsive, taking a step forward only to retreat too. What a terrifying presence. The 3 felt paralyzed with fear. In less than 10 minutes since the assessment began, they were the only ones left standing among a group of over a dozen. Among those who had fallen, several were 1-star warriors, while these 3 were merely at the peak of physical training. How could they possibly contend? Outside the field, a dozen instructors were equally stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't it said that his combat power was just over 1,000 points? One of them glanced at Yang Shui. The others followed suit, filled with confusion. If his combat power truly hovered around 1,000 points, the situation could not possibly be as it was now. Even if Qin Chen were to ultimately win, it would not be in such a sweeping manner. His prowess was like a force of nature, unstoppable and overwhelming. He has grown stronger. Yang Shui could only utter. She, too, was bewildered. Qin Chen's display of strength, while not explicitly surpassing 3 stars, was undoubtedly pushing the boundaries of that level. And this was his regular strength, not the explosive power derived from martial arts. He has become stronger? So quickly? The instructors were astonished. It had only been 3 days. Yang Shui remained silent, unsure whether Qin Chen had concealed his strength before or had experienced a breakthrough in those 3 days. Regardless of which scenario it was astonishingly remarkable. In the arena, Qin Chen faced the 3 remaining opponents. "Come at me together." However, as soon as his words left his mouth, the 3 turned and fled without hesitation. Qin Chen was taken aback momentarily before pursuing one of them. A team should move in unison. Bang! The man barely had time to escape a few steps before he fell in terror. Qin Chen then fixed his gaze on another individual. Upon noticing Qin Chen's attention, that man's face paled dramatically. "I surrender," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Surrendering is quite embarrassing," Qin Chen called out as he continued his pursuit. "No, conceding defeat is not shameful." The individual sprinted with all his might. "No, I must not give in." The instructor stated that it was permissible to surrender. The person was on the brink of madness. He had already admitted defeat, yet Qin Chen continued to pursue him. The instructor did not mention it. "No, the instructor did say it." "Instructor, I concede." The individual turned to face the instructor's position, shouting loudly. He noticed one of the instructors was about to speak, and a surge of hope filled him. However, in the next moment, Qin Chen's assault landed. With an eye roll, he felt his consciousness plunge into darkness. "What a pity. You were so close to success." Qin Chen shook his head and turned his attention to the last remaining contestant. That individual was already on the verge of escaping the grass field. Once out, disqualification would ensue. In the next instant, he unleashed his agility, pursuing with utmost speed. "I have succeeded. I have succeeded." The last female contestant beheld the track within reach, her heart brimming with joy, as she sensed the 2 others had been knocked unconscious. As long as she stepped off the grass and onto the track, she would be disqualified, yet she remained the only one still conscious. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Classmate, what brings you such amusement? Suddenly, a voice pierced her thoughts, causing her to shudder. I. Bang! A tremendous force struck her, her body weakened, and she began to topple. In that moment, she vowed she had never felt such despair. Chapter 47. The martial saint of the Dragon Kingdom and Qin Chen's mysterious master. The ensuing events were quite straightforward. Qin Chen naturally claimed the first position, while the others had been taken away for treatment. In a spacious room, over 10 instructors gazed at Qin Chen as if he were a curious specimen. There's no need to stare at me like that. Qin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Tell me, what is your true strength? Yang Shui inquired earnestly. Presently, she found herself utterly unable to gauge Qin Chen's power. Was a dual system really that formidable? I am a one-star warrior, Qin Chen replied candidly. Honestly? Yang Shui shot him a skeptical glance. A one-star warrior? I've never encountered one so extraordinary. A dual-system one-star warrior. Qin Chen, seeing their disbelief, could only respond with resignation. He refrained from mentioning his three-system status. While dual-system warriors were indeed rare, they did exist within the Dragon Kingdom. And there have been instances of dual-system breakthroughs in the past. Both systems have been mastered? No wonder. At that moment, one of the oldest instructors spoke up. The others turned their attention to him. This individual, named Xie Jun, was the eldest among them and had been the first to enter the military. His knowledge undoubtedly surpassed theirs. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Xie Jun did not explain immediately but stated, "This matter is confidential." As elite members of the military, knowing it is not particularly problematic. However, Qin Chen, if you wish to hear it, consider joining the military afterward. If not, forget everything said today. Of course. Qin Chen nodded. He certainly intended to join the military. Beast crystals would enable him to rapidly enhance his strength. And the only way to acquire a substantial amount of them was by entering the military and going to the front lines. Otherwise, he would need a vast sum of money to purchase them, which he did not possess. Seeing his agreement, Xie Jun nodded and continued. You are all aware that our Dragon Kingdom has 4 great martial saints. The crowd nodded. Warriors above 9 stars were referred to as martial saints. The Dragon Kingdom boasted a total of 4, one of whom was the founder of the military, revered by the military personnel as the war god, Xian. Actually, our war god Xia is not above 9 stars, but is a 9-star dual-system warrior. Xie Jun's words landed like a depth charge, sending tremors through the crowd. They had never encountered Xian, but in their minds, he was an invincible martial saint, a being far above the ordinary. Yet, the revelation was almost beyond their comprehension. To be called a martial saint, to possess the title of saint, signified immense power, and to think that a mere 9-star could also be regarded as such was unfathomable. Dual-system prowess is truly terrifying. Many instructors exclaimed in awe. Thus, I believe that achieving breakthroughs in both systems simultaneously is not excessive. Sie glänzt Qin Chen. Qin Chen hastily responded, Indeed, Instructor Xie seems to possess vast knowledge. He had not anticipated that the instructor would voluntarily elucidate the matter for him. However, what was said was somewhat inaccurate. He was a 3-system warrior, which explained his current prowess, while a dual-system warrior would not possess his level of strength. This is also because Xie Jun is not a dual-system practitioner. This comparison is drawn with Xian. However, he overlooks the fact that Xian is a 9-star practitioner, and the mastery of multiple systems becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, requiring substantial time investment, thereby becoming stronger in the later stages. Well, everyone is now aware of Qin Chen's true prowess. However, when submitting Qin Chen's information, it will be stated that he is a 1-star warrior. Yang Suisu Denli Chuklet. The other instructors also wore mischievous smiles, indicating their agreement. Being from Jiang province, they naturally hoped that the next star warrior would emerge from their region, and concealing information about Qin Chen could catch others off guard. Soon, the other instructors left the room, leaving only Qin Chen and Yang Shui. Yang Shui looked at Qin Chen, mentioning that there were rewards for this assessment. If he desired money, there was 4 million available. If he preferred martial arts or similar, it could be equivalently converted. So much? Qin Chen exclaimed in surprise. While he was not shocked by the presence of rewards, as they were customary. The direct offering of 4 million was indeed unexpected. Yang Shui calmly remarked, 4 million is not an excessive amount. This is a reward for the top achiever in the entire Jiang province. Although our military department is financially strained, it never hesitates in nurturing talent. The military is arguably the entity in the entire Dragon Kingdom that most requires geniuses. Aren't you afraid I want to join the military in the future? You may choose not to join, but you will certainly have to repay the money. Yang Shui smiled. The military is not naive and would not be so generous. The reason for such a substantial reward now is to foster a sense of gratitude in the talented individuals being recruited, enhancing their inclination to join the military in the future. That makes perfect sense. Qin Chen nodded. So, have you made up your mind? Do you want money, martial arts, or perhaps weapons? Yang Shui inquired. Qin Chen shook his head. None of those. I seek beast crystals, specifically first-grade beast crystals. Yang Shui was taken aback, studying Qin Chen earnestly before saying, what do you need beast crystals for? I advise you to opt for something that can directly enhance your strength. Beast crystals can only be used to forge specialized equipment, which is very time-consuming. If you need equipment, you can simply request it. Qin Chen pondered for a moment and slowly replied, Instructor Yang may not be aware, but the reason I have achieved this level is actually what is it? Yang Shui quickly asked. She had always been curious about how Qin Chen had progressed so swiftly, but some matters are personal secrets, and she felt it inappropriate to pry. It was the first time Qin Chen had seen her so inquisitive. He smiled and continued, Instructor Yang, please do not disclose this to anyone. Rest assured. Yang Shui nodded eagerly, feeling that Qin Chen was being overly verbose. Qin Chen proceeded, in truth, I have a master who has been guiding me, which is why my progress has been so rapid. The reason I seek beast crystals is that my master requires them. He has a profound fascination with researching beast crystals, claiming that through them, he aims to induce certain transformations in warriors, enhancing their strength. Alternatively, he seeks to study unique martial arts to empower warriors further. Upon hearing these words, Yang Shui felt a jolt within her heart, involuntarily displaying a hint of admiration. Your master. My master is merely a martial artist devoted to research, desiring to keep his existence concealed. However, he has stated that when his research reaches fruition, he will undoubtedly share it with the world. Qin Chen quickly interrupted Yang Shui, taking the initiative to speak. At this moment, Yang Shui's expression grew complex, and after a considerable pause, she remarked, Your master is truly remarkable. She understood that within the Dragon Kingdom, there existed martial artists who dedicated themselves to research in obscurity, yet they had made immense contributions to the nation. Take the current martial artists, for instance. Many martial arts originated from the hands of such individuals. Moreover, the emergence of dual-element martial artists is not solely a matter of innate talent. Decades ago, there was a master martial artist who, through self-exploration, developed a unique potion that could potentially grant individuals dual-element aptitude. This concept parallels the sensitivity enhancement elixir Qin Chen acquired from the system. However, the success rate of this potion is quite low, which is why dual-element martial artists remain scarce. Nonetheless, some have triumphed. Yang Shui was aware that the master martial artist and his disciple were currently engaged in research on a potion with a higher success rate in a location unknown to the public. My master primarily focuses on the study of tri-elements. Qin Chen suddenly added. He believed he could prepare for the eventual revelation of multi-element capabilities. Yang Shui gazed at Qin Chen in astonishment before eventually nodding in agreement. In that case, I will convert your reward into the corresponding level 1 beast crystal. Yang Shui offered, proactively extending her assistance. Qin Chen's heart swelled with joy as he promptly replied, Thank you, Instructor Yang. My master is also of the fire element, so it would be best if it were related to fire. Chapter 48. The two-star fire warrior journeyed to the Martial Arts Academy upon returning to his designated accommodation. Qin Chen turned his gaze towards the system. The rewards for the second phase of the star selection had already been deposited into the system's space. Furthermore, the task for the third phase had been initiated. Task content: obtain the star title of the Western Theater Command. Task reward: Earth Element Fragment X3. Qin Chen surveyed the task reward with a sense of satisfaction. Although it merely consisted of 3 earth element fragments, their value was substantial, as they would elevate his earth elemental realm to a 1-star level, thus saving him considerable time. Shaking his head, he flipped his palm, revealing an earth sensitivity enhancement pill. After swallowing it in one go, he instantly felt an intimate connection with the earth elements that permeated the world around him. Beep. Your earth sensitivity has increased, reaching level 8. Beep. Your earth elemental talent has risen to SS. Without pausing, he conjured 3 more pills, which were talent enhancement pills. As he held them, he distinctly sensed the presence of wind, ice, and earth elemental energies. Without any hesitation, he consumed them. Beep. Your wind elemental talent has elevated to SSS. Beep. Your ice elemental talent has elevated to SSS. Beep. Your earth elemental talent has elevated to SSS. In an instant, all 3 talents reached their zenith, filling him with elation. While his cultivation could be augmented by devouring beast crystals, the mastery of martial arts required personal effort. A heightened talent not only accelerated the growth of his cultivation, but also significantly enhanced his comprehension of various martial arts. Thus, the elevation of his talent represented a tremendous advantage. Time to open another mystery box. Casting his gaze towards the martial arts box in the system space, anticipation surged within Qin Chen once more. With a thought, the box opened, and soon, a stream of information flooded into his mind. Ice Finger. Martial Arts Introduction. A 7th-tier martial art, extinguishing foes with a finger, exclusively for ice warriors. The introduction remained succinct, yet it was still a master-level martial art. Additionally, the distinction was that Ice Finger did not indicate it could be upgraded, thereby categorizing it as a master martial art. Nevertheless, even in its current form, it could save Qin Chen considerable time, providing formidable combat strength at least until he reached mastery. Presently, apart from the 4th-tier martial art gifted by the City Lord's Mansion, all of Qin Chen's martial arts were 7th tier or above. He was exceedingly pleased with his current training. As for the martial art bestowed by the City Lord's Mansion, it was also fire-based, but he had refrained from practicing it, deeming it unnecessary to invest time in a technique that did not align with his diverse elemental focus. He could not afford to squander time. In the ensuing hours, Qin Chen immersed himself in the study of Ice Finger, as time gradually slipped away, until the following day, when a knock on his door interrupted his concentration. Upon opening it, he found a messenger from Yang Shui, holding a wooden box containing the fire element beast crystals he required. Please thank Instructor Yang for me, Qin Chen expressed to the soldier delivering the package. Yang Shui's speed was remarkable. She had only spoken of it yesterday, yet arrived early this morning. One must admit, she is genuinely invested, and her enigmatic master proves to be quite effective. I can do it. The soldier nodded before departing. Once Qin Chen brought the wooden box inside, he slowly opened it. 9. Qin Chen gazed at the quantity of beast crystals within the box, taken aback. According to the reward of 400,000, there should only be 8. Upon closer inspection of the 9 beast crystals, all of which were fire-type and without any flaws, one in particular caught his eye. This is a 2nd-tier beast crystal. Qin Chen was somewhat astonished. As he picked it up, he discovered a small note beneath the crystal. After reading its contents, a peculiar expression emerged on his face. This was left by Yang Shui, and its message was quite straightforward. The beast crystal was purchased by her and was a gift for Qin Chen's master, as a gesture of respect. Qin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Yang Shui often appeared cold and aloof, yet unexpectedly, she possessed a certain endearing simplicity. However, the absence of information regarding the 2nd-tier beast crystal in the system puzzled him. Could it be that since his fire attribute is currently at 1 star, he cannot absorb a 2-star crystal? Qin Chen mused. He promptly set down the beast crystal and picked up a 1st-tier one. The system immediately displayed the absorption information. Without further delay, he swallowed it whole. Soon, the familiar sensation returned. Ding! Absorption of 1st-tier beast crystal successful. Your progress towards the 2nd fire attribute divine pattern has reached 30%. As the system's voice resonated, Qin Chen felt a notable change within the mark inside him. He then began to absorb the 2nd, 3rd, until all 8 beast crystals were consumed. Ding! Your progress towards the second fire attribute divine pattern has reached completion. Boom! At that moment, it felt as though a powerful gust of air had inflated his clothing. The entire room was filled with intense heat. An invisible fire element danced in the air. Once everything stabilized, Qin Chen sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. Combat power, 3,800. Staring at the combat power information in the system, he was taken aback. Although fire elements contribute the most to combat power, an increase of over 1,000, nearly 2,000, was still surprising. By this calculation, even if other attributes did not reach 4 stars, they would be exceedingly close. The wind attribute may not visibly enhance combat power, yet its contribution to his agility was an intangible strength. He then turned his attention once more to the second-tier beast crystal. Holding it in his hand, the system finally provided information. Second-tier fire-type beast crystal can be absorbed. Without hesitation, he consumed it. Soon, the third divine pattern on his fire element mark began to coalesce. After digesting all the energy from the beast crystals, progress reached 10%. His combat power experienced yet another increase. I wonder if I can defeat that Tianlong without relying on martial arts. Qin Chen pondered. Tianlong surpasses Tianhu in strength. He has been a member of the 3 stars for nearly a year. However, for someone approaching 40, becoming a 3-star warrior indicates that his innate talent is rather limited. After a year, he is unlikely to be considered among the formidable individuals within 3 stars. With the final selection at the military district imminent, it is time to visit the Longhu Martial Arts Hall. Qin Chen stepped out of his room and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the street lined with martial arts halls in Yang City. This street is largely devoid of other businesses, resulting in a tranquil atmosphere. Upon reaching the street corner, Qin Chen exited the vehicle and ventured onto the street. He observed that both sides were adorned with signs of the Longhu Martial Arts Hall. Rather than entering immediately, he continued walking forward. The entire street stretches approximately 1 kilometer and hosts around 30 martial arts halls, yet only one bears a name that is not affiliated with Longhu. This particular hall, located at the very end of the street, was in the process of changing its sign, suggesting it had recently been taken over. The previous sign had been destroyed. As Qin Chen approached, he looked at the new sign being installed, the Destroying Tiger Martial Arts Hall. What a fine name, Qin Chen remarked. The man replacing the sign turned to him in response. Chapter 49, Slaying Dragons and Tigers. Challenging the academy upon seeing the youth, the man smiled. The name was one he had recently conceived, for it had not always been so. Are you the head of the academy? Qin Chen inquired. The man nodded while affixing a sign, responding, Indeed, but at present, I am merely a figurehead. Though his tone was casual, Qin Chen discerned an undercurrent of resignation in his words. It became evident that this street had been commandeered by the Dragon and Tiger Martial Academy, and his establishment had not been spared from its scrutiny. Curiosity piqued, Qin Chen asked. I observed that the other martial academies on this street have all succumbed to the Dragon and Tiger Martial Academy. Why do you persist? While the Dragon and Tiger Academy was indeed domineering, the coercive annexation of other academies necessitated the presence of martial masters. Most of the original heads would likely remain, thus enabling them to still practice as martial artists. Conversely, if one resisted the transformation, they would end up like this man. Though the academy still stood, it had no students, the sign often vandalized, rendering it incapable of functioning normally. Given time, survival itself would become a challenge. After a moment of silence, the man seemed to grapple with the words he had long suppressed and finally spoke. This academy was bequeathed to me by my father. He raised me from a young age. I have contemplated relinquishing it, yet when he departed, he entrusted me with the duty to elevate the academy. I cannot abandon it. Though my skills are modest, I still possess a semblance of pride. Realizing his thoughts had wandered, he suddenly asked, Are you here to study martial arts? Indeed, Qin Chen affirmed. Are you truly intent on learning? The man was taken aback. While the pursuit of martial arts was not unusual, the choice to come to his academy instead of the Dragon and Tiger Academy was unexpected. Though others had visited recently, without exception, they had vanished the following day, likely having been intimidated by the Dragon and Tiger's enforcers. Absolutely, Qin Chen replied earnestly. To challenge the academy, one must possess a certain status. I might currently hold the title of Martial Master at the Mountain and Sea Academy, but it is merely nominal. A nominal martial master can engage when others challenge. Yet initiating a challenge is beyond my reach. Of course, I could force a challenge, but that would equate to a duel among martial artists, which others may decline. What I seek is a challenge that no one from the Dragon and Tiger Academy can refuse. Thus, I require an affiliation with an academy, even if it is that of a mere student. The academy has opened its doors. You wouldn't forsake business, would you? Qin Chen queried. Of course not. Seeing the seriousness in Qin Chen's demeanor, the man hastily secured the sign and descended the ladder. Eom Shengong. Let me guide you through the registration process. From now on, you shall be my student. As for tuition, I propose we observe for a day before discussing tuition. Qin Chen interjected quickly. Shengong nodded. Very well. The times are not what they once were. Having a single student is already a blessing, and I dare not demand immediate payment. Soon, he led Qin Chen into the martial arts school, where he registered him on the computer. If you truly wish to stay and learn martial arts, I will impart my unique skill, the Iron Mountain Lean, to you. After completing the registration, Shun Gang painted a grand vision for Qin Chen. Qin Chen chuckled, dismissing it lightly, and remarked, Master Shun, I believe our martial arts school's name lacks a certain ferocity. Oh, Shun Gang was taken aback. He felt that the name Tiger Slayer Martial Arts School was a bold choice, symbolizing the aspiration to defeat the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. And its very title exuded a sense of strength. What do you think it should be called? Shun Gang inquired. Dragon slaying, tiger slaying. Qin Chen responded nonchalantly. Shun Gang's expression shifted. He realized that Qin Chen seemed even more determined to vanquish the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School than he was. Very well. Let me dragon slaying, tiger slaying. Ha. Shun Gang suddenly laughed heartily, declaring, I shall go change the sign this very moment. Qin Chen quickly interjected. Allow me to handle it. With that, he strode out of the martial arts school. Shun Gang watched his retreating figure, sensing something amiss. Once outside, instead of creating a sign, Qin Chen sought out a martial arts school specializing in crafting uniforms and procured a full set of martial attire. He then returned to the entrance of the Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School. Gazing up at the sign, he leapt lightly and grasped it in his hand. Subsequently, he entered through the school's doors. Upon entering, he flung the sign away with force. Bang! The sign crashed onto the front desk, shattering into fragments. Immediately, the people in the lobby turned their heads in astonishment. Students of Dragon Slaying, Tiger Slaying Martial Arts School have come to challenge. Silence. Qin Chen surveyed the room, observing the lack of response, and calmly stated, Is there no one willing to fight? As his words hung in the air, realization dawned upon the crowd. Someone had come to challenge them, and their gazes turned fierce. I will. With a thunderous roar, a student charged forward without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, as the opponent reached him, Qin Chen delivered a punch, and with a resounding thud, the individual was sent flying, crashing onto a table and losing consciousness. Pathetic. Qin Chen scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. The expressions of the others changed dramatically as they exchanged glances, hesitant to approach. The recently defeated student, like them, was at the mid-stage of body refinement and had been knocked out with a single blow. Any one of them would meet the same fate if they dared to step forward. The Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts School reigned supreme on the street of martial arts schools in Yang City, even venturing to challenge schools in Rong City. Yet they found themselves in such a predicament now. Observing their cowardice, Qin Chen shook his head. I permit you all to come at me together. He advanced step by step towards them. Come on, together, one of them shouted, unable to contain himself. However, before he could finish his sentence, a fist struck him fiercely. Bang! His body crashed heavily to the ground, immobilized. The others' expressions shifted wildly. They had not even noticed how Qin Chen had closed the distance. If I don't go, then I will. Qin Chen advanced with determination, his fists already poised to strike. Halt! A thunderous voice echoed. Soon after, 3 figures approached, accompanied by more than a dozen disciples. Master Luo, Master Zhang, Master Zhao. The students exclaimed upon seeing them. The trio merely nodded with indifference, then turned their gaze toward Qin Chen. You wish to challenge us? State your affiliation. I am but a new disciple of the Dragon Slayer and Tiger Extinguisher martial arts school, Qin Chen replied, his eyes unwaveringly calm. The Dragon Slayer and Tiger Extinguisher martial arts school? The expressions of the three masters darkened. In their recollection, such a school had never existed. Its very name seemed a direct affront to the Tiger and Dragon martial arts school. I overheard that Shun Gang was changing the sign. It's called the Tiger Extinguisher martial arts school, a disciple whispered. Is that so? The three masters turned their attention back to Qin Chen. One of them coldly inquired, Are you a new disciple of Shun Gang? One could say that. Qin Chen acknowledged with a nod. Excellent. You have chosen to come to us, sparing us the trouble of seeking you out. If you wish to challenge us, then let it be on the martial arena. With that, the trio turned and made their way toward the martial arena of the school. Chapter 50. The Demise of the Tiger in the Arena of the Longhu Martial Arts Academy. Qin Chen stood alone on one side, while dozens gathered on the opposite end. Yet, he exhibited no change in expression, remaining composed and at ease. Will you approach one by one, or all at once? His voice was calm and unperturbed. Arrogance. The crowd erupted in anger, and Master Luo, in particular, bellowed, vanishing from sight in an instant as he launched his attack against Qin Chen. His steps were rapid, and, as he advanced, he extended a hand, fanning the air with a force that resonated audibly. Today, I shall see what audacity allows a mere child to challenge our academy. As he spoke, Master Luo closed the distance to Qin Chen, his palm swiftly striking out. Qin Chen, however, focused intently on the incoming attack, and in a mere instant, his body flickered and vanished from sight. Master Luo's pupils constricted, and suddenly a voice echoed beside him. Your speed is lacking. A resounding slap landed, causing his head to buzz with confusion. You! Master Luo stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing with a thud. At that moment, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, especially the two masters, who realized that Qin Chen was far from the simple figure he appeared to be. You are Qin Chen? Master Zhao inquired, astonished. While some students might be unaware of Tian Hu's incident, these masters were acutely aware. Such power at such a young age. And to come specifically to challenge the academy, it could only be Qin Chen. How astute you are. Will you continue to accept my challenge, or shall I summon your superior? Qin Chen regarded the remaining two masters with a dispassionate gaze. No need for them to call. A voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see two figures approaching. Director Long, Director Hu. As they drew near, the students and the two masters of the Longhu Martial Arts Academy respectfully greeted them. Tian Long and Tian Hu nodded, then turned their attention to Qin Chen. Tian Hu's eyes were filled with animosity, while Tian Long bore an expression of keen interest. I did not expect you to actually come. Qin Chen's arrival genuinely surprised him. Since the last encounter at the station, he had assumed that Qin Chen had been taken away by military personnel and would not return. He had prepared to endure this silent humiliation. After all, the presence of military figures made it risky to act against them. Yet here was Qin Chen, returning to challenge the academy, which meant that any retaliation from him would not provoke military repercussions. If you hadn't come, I fear that the next time you heard my name, you would hesitate to show yourself, Qin Chen remarked casually. Observing Qin Chen's continued calm demeanor, Tian Hu, standing alongside Tian Long, could not restrain himself. Qin Chen, you are a prodigy, a truly formidable genius. However, it is precisely this talent that has inflated your ego to such heights. Have you considered that by coming here as a student of the Martial Arts Academy, you may never leave again? Tian Hu's eyes glinted with malice. It was not uncommon for fatalities to occur during challenges between academies. It is merely a routine matter. Everyone has refrained from taking extreme measures. However, with Qin Chen's audacity to arrive, they're determined to ensure he remains here indefinitely. Despite Qin Chen's significance to the military, it is unlikely that the military would intervene on their behalf. The military adheres to its own protocols, just as the Martial Arts Academy follows its own rules. The military's regulations were established by the martial sage, and similarly, the Academy's rules were also set forth by him. In the Dragon Nation, all martial arts academies fall under the auspices of the Chongqing Martial Academy, whose founder, like that of the military, is the martial sage. Private martial academies can apply for membership in the Chongqing Martial Academy as long as their headmaster attains the status of a 4-star martial artist. Even if they have not yet reached that level, they remain as provisional members of the Chongqing Martial Academy. Thus, the military would not jeopardize their academy's regulations for the sake of one Qin Chen. So, how do you wish to engage in battle? Qin Chen expressed a keen interest. Quite simply, Tian, who replied coldly, "It will determine both rank and life and death. Perfectly aligned with my intentions. Go." Without further ado, Tian, who waved his hand, signaling the dozens of students to engage. He had no intention of confronting Qin Chen one-on-one. If a collective assault could be executed, he would not hesitate. The students' expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing Tian, whose command. One student, gritting his teeth, charged forward first. In response, Qin Chen took a step and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The impact caused the student's body to bend, his face paling instantly. Spurt! A mouthful of blood erupted as his eyes bulged with fear and resentment before he slowly collapsed, lifeless. As the other students prepared to advance, their expressions changed drastically upon witnessing the death, and they froze in place. Qin Chen's cold gaze fixed upon them. If life and death were to be determined, they must be ready to embrace death. Now, whoever steps forward will be regarded as my opponent in this challenge, with life and death at stake. Upon hearing this, none of the students dared to advance. Instead, they began to retreat incessantly. They had come merely to learn martial arts. Having paid their tuition, dying here would be utterly worthless, and they bore no obligation to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the Longhu Martial Academy. A bunch of cowards, Tian Long scoffed, taking matters into his own hands. He moved swiftly, closing in on Qin Chen. "Tian, who you join in as well." With that declaration, his palm began to glow with a crimson hue, resembling two glowing chunks of iron. "Qin Chen, you shall perish beneath my innate technique, the blood iron palm." Buzz! Tian Long's palm struck out, causing the air to erupt with a deafening crack. Noticing Tian Long unleashing his innate skill, Tian, who was momentarily taken aback, but quickly joined the fray. Innate skills awaken upon becoming a martial artist, and Tian Long had only awakened his at the 3-star level. However, once employed, innate skills significantly enhance one's combat prowess. Unlike martial arts, which only provide a brief surge of explosive power and are highly taxing when used repeatedly, innate skills maintain a formidable combat state persistently. Thus, upon witnessing Tian Long unleash his innate skill, Tian, who understood that this was a decisive strike, aimed at Qin Chen. He, too, held nothing back, maneuvering to Qin Chen's side and launching an all-out assault. Qin Chen fixed his gaze upon the descending palm, perceiving it as an ominous force hurtling towards him, its size magnifying to several times that of a normal hand. He could sense the terrifying power emanating from it, even feeling a trace of oppressive pressure. Yet, it was merely a whisper of dread. Boom! His fist clenched tightly, and in the eyes of all onlookers, a myriad of flames ignited. In that moment, he appeared as a radiant sun, poised to unleash an overwhelming force. His combat strength soared to unprecedented heights. As the colossal palm approached, his fist surged forth. In the subsequent heartbeat, the fist and palm collided. Qin Chen's body swayed slightly, but his fist remained as steadfast as a mountain. Tian Long's expression shifted dramatically as the blood-red hand bore cracks. Bang! Suddenly, the vast palm shattered like glass. Ah! Tian Long let out a cry of anguish, horrified to witness his hand vanish. It was then that Qin Chen swiftly evaded Tian Hu's attack, sidestepping to his flank, remarking, "Your speed is woefully inadequate." With that, Qin Chen grasped forcefully, and with a sharp crack, Tian Hu was rendered powerless as his neck was twisted. After casting him aside, Qin Chen turned his attention to Tian Long, whose face had turned ashen with dread. Chapter 51. Slaying the Dragon, proceeding to the military district silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Witnessing the pale visage of Tian Long, who had lost his hand, sent tremors through the hearts of all present. Merely gazing upon him evoked a visceral pain that was difficult to endure. Turning their eyes towards Qin Chen, they perceived him as a devil. a devil still in the bloom of youth. Qin Chen approached Tianlong with a calm demeanor. Tianlong trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "Qin Chen, spare me." Yet, Qin Chen shook his head, asserting, "This is a matter of fate and consequence that you have set in motion. I have no affection for those who retract their words." With that, he raised a finger and gently pressed it against Tianlong's forehead. In an instant, Tianlong's eyes widened in horror as an icy chill coursed through his being, rendering him utterly frigid. This chill swiftly penetrated his body, encasing his internal organs in a layer of frost. "You are ice," Tianlong gasped, at last grasping the reason for Qin Chen's formidable strength. Previously, he had investigated Qin Chen, discovering him to be a dual-element genius, yet it was believed that he wielded only fire and wind. Now, as Qin Chen employed ice-based martial arts to vanquish him, he comprehended the truth. Qin Chen possessed mastery over ice as well. However, amid his fear, he was also engulfed in confusion. How could one person command three elements? Bang! Before he could contemplate further, his body collapsed, succumbing to complete demise. The ice finger, one strike to obliterate the dragon. Regarding the lifeless forms of Tianlong and Tianhu, Qin Chen's expression remained devoid of emotion as he turned to exit the martial arts hall. After a few steps, he halted abruptly, glancing back to command, "You handle this." "Yes, yes, yes." The martial arts students quaked, hastily nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Miehun Martial Arts Hall, Shun Gang, having awaited Qin Chen's return for what felt like an eternity, grew concerned that Qin Chen might struggle to locate the sign-making establishment. Thus, he ventured outside the hall. Upon stepping out, he immediately spotted Qin Chen emerging from the Longhun Martial Arts Hall, heading in a different direction. Shun Gang rushed forward, intending to inform him that the sign-making place was not in that direction. However, he soon discerned something amiss at the Longhun Martial Arts Hall. Surprised, he approached the entrance, witnessing the students inside in a state of panic. Shortly thereafter, he beheld students carrying out lifeless bodies. Upon closer inspection, his expression shifted dramatically. Turning once more to the already distant figure of Qin Chen, he recalled the words spoken, slaying the dragon and extinguishing the tiger. He had indeed slain the dragon and vanquished the tiger. Taking a deep breath, Shun Gang pivoted and swiftly made his way to a sign-making shop. The sign he commissioned bore the bold title, "Slaying the Dragon, Extinguishing the Tiger." While it may not have sounded particularly imposing and perhaps even somewhat juvenile, he resolutely chose this name. Unbeknownst to him, this very sign would lead to a flourishing business and a reputation that would echo throughout the martial arts community. After departing from the martial arts hall, Qin Chen visited an energy marketplace, procuring 3 top-tier earth element beast crystals before finally returning to his residence. In his room, after Qin Chen swallowed the 3 beast crystals, his mastery of the earth element began to ascend continuously with the digestion of the crystal's energy. In no time, his earth element realm surged directly to the pinnacle of body refinement. Unfortunately, the process of condensing the imprint required patience. While Yang City possessed an earth element training chamber, time was not necessarily on his side, nor did he have the funds for it. Qin Chen shook his head. He had spent a full 12 hours in the fire element training room to completely condense the imprint, and that was after he had already practiced the fire element. Thus, to solidify the earth element imprint, he would require at least another 12 hours. Presently, Yang Shui had him on standby, as they might depart at any moment for the final selection of the stellar generals. Most critically, training in the elemental chambers was exorbitantly priced. It was not like the training camp, which was free. The cost of a single visit could suffice to purchase a level 1 beast crystal. The following day, early in the morning, Qin Chen was startled awake by a resounding roar. Upon stepping outside, he was confronted by a military vehicle. "Get in." A head emerged, looking at Qin Chen and calling out loudly. "Is Yang Shui not coming?" Qin Chen inquired, surprised to see that the person was an instructor from another province. "She is a colonel and has already left," the individual replied. "A high rank indeed." Qin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The instructor eyed Qin Chen and introduced himself. "You can call me Yin Jie. Yin as in strict, Jie as in outstanding." Qin Chen looked at him, bemused. Clearly, This man was quite the chatterbox. Yin Jie continued. The outbreak of the alien beasts may occur sooner than expected, so we need to expedite our pace. With that, he slammed down on the accelerator. Qin Chen was taken aback. Was there new information regarding the beast uprising? Previously, it had been stated that there was still some time before it would happen. But now it seemed to be imminent. Yin Jie nodded. If all goes as anticipated, it will be within these few days, so we must conduct your selection promptly. Will I be able to observe? Qin Chen tentatively asked, hoping to slay some alien beasts to enhance his strength. Of course not. Yin Jie shot him a glance. Not only are you still underage, but even if you were of age, you would first have to train in the new recruits camp. There are no precedents for directly entering the battlefield. Don't even think about it. Yin Jie understood that Qin Chen's inquiry was not a mere curiosity, and thus his tone was resolute. Qin Chen nodded helplessly. All right, I was just asking. Yin Jie laughed, choosing not to pursue the topic further, instead stating, this time we are headed to the 9th district, where you will undergo the final assessment. Furthermore, those who secure a place in the top 3 will receive immensely generous rewards. Even I find it enticing. He continued, if you achieve first place, the reward will be the highest, and you will be recognized as the inaugural Stellar General of the Western Theater, officially entering the military as a major, commanding thousands of soldiers. At this point, he glanced at Qin Chen. Are you intrigued? Quite intrigued. Qin Chen nodded. Yin Jie was momentarily speechless. He truly could not discern any sign of excitement from Qin Chen. He shook his head before saying, well, let me tell you about our adversaries this time. There are a total of 18 participants in the selection, each one a martial artist, and among them are several 2-star warriors. The specifics of their combat abilities remain unclear even to me. After finishing his words, he scrutinized Qin Chen's expression, only to find that there was not the slightest change. Not even a flicker in his gaze. Please, do not underestimate the situation. I am aware that both of your dual affinities have reached 1 star, and your strength has attained the threshold of 3 stars. However, the individuals we face this time are all prodigies, especially those who have entered the 2-star rank. Their prowess is likely to be on par with the 3-star threshold. He earnestly cautioned. In this world, Qin Chen is not the sole genius, for what I gather. Some have been at the 2-star level for quite some time, and such talents undoubtedly possess strength that rivals the 3-star level. Chapter 52, Dual Talent, Thunder System. I understand, and I will take it very seriously. Qin Chen nodded. Yin Jie, seeing his nonchalance, felt somewhat helpless and ultimately decided not to press the matter further. Which subwar zone are we heading to this time? Qin Chen suddenly inquired. After the great upheaval in the world, void fissures emerged across various regions, and all 4 directions of the Dragon Kingdom were affected. Thus, the so-called front lines do not refer to the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, but rather to the locations of these void fissures. In the Western War Zone, a total of 9 fissures appeared, scattered across different cities. Consequently, the Western War Zone was initially divided into 9 subzones. However, after years of combat, 2 of these fissures were completely eradicated by humanity, transforming the Western War Zone into 7 subzones. To maintain caution, military personnel continue to be stationed at the sites of the 2 cleared fissures, as these voids cannot be repaired, and no one can predict whether any unforeseen events might occur. Fortunately, over the years, no anomalies have been reported. This time, we're going to Bin City, Yin Jie remarked, noticing Qin Chen's interest in their destination. What is there to assess there? Qin Chen expressed some disappointment. As one of the cleared fissures was located in Bin City, you will understand once you arrive. I cannot elaborate further. In any case, this assessment will definitely be related to the exotic beasts. Otherwise, there would be no reason for you to go to Bin City. Yin Jie offered a brief reminder. Qin Chen nodded, acknowledging the logic behind it. Although the fissure had been cleared, Bin City had once been a battlefield, providing an opportunity for these prodigies to gain some preliminary experience. After what seemed like an eternity, the vehicle began to approach Bin City. As he glanced outside, he beheld towering city walls, rising over 100 meters, impressively thick and robust. Numerous buildings adorned both the inner and outer perimeters of the city. Upon closer inspection through the grand entrance, the structures within the city appeared equally formidable, clearly constructed from special materials. The buildings outside were somewhat ordinary, but still far sturdier than those in the rear. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Yin Jie commented, looking down. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Qin Chen nodded, as this was his first glimpse of a military district, vastly different from his prior imaginings. Do you see the fissure in the center of the city? Yin Jie pointed towards the heart of the city. Qin Chen focused intently, and soon noticed a massive fissure there, measuring at least several hundred meters in length. However, its color was akin to that of the surrounding space, making it almost indistinguishable unless closely observed. How can it be so large? Qin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. In his cultural studies, void fissures had not been specifically described. He had always assumed they were merely small gaps. Now he realized that this was no mere fissure, but could truly be termed a void cavern. What did you expect? Otherwise, we could simply guard the fissure and slay a few exotic beasts as they emerge, Yin Jie replied, shaking his head. Only then did Qin Chen grasp the situation. If the fissure is small, the aberrant beasts emerging from it would appear one by one, or perhaps in small groups. With the formidable human warriors stationed outside the rift, they could gradually vanquish all the aberrations. However, with such a massive fissure, thousands can emerge at once, making it exceedingly difficult to guard the entrance. This city, which was constructed at an enormous cost, is one of 40 similar fortifications across the Dragon Kingdom, with 9 located in the Western War Zone. The purpose of these constructions was to trap aberrant beasts and prevent them from infiltrating the cities behind. Over the years, we have successfully kept these beasts confined within the city walls. Do you see those buildings? They serve as resting places for the warriors. Yin Jie continuously introduced these details to Qin Chen, showcasing his loquacious nature. It seemed Yang Shui had arranged this to alleviate his boredom. Before long, the vehicle entered the city. As the doors swung open, the two descended, and at that moment, Luo Bin approached them with a smile. You finally made it. Everyone else is already here. Luo Bin directed his gaze at Qin Chen and, without waiting for a response, continued. This time, we have 3 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and 1 general overseeing the assessment. Do you feel confident? It's hard to say, Qin Chen replied, shaking his head. Such humility? Luo Bin remarked in surprise. Yang Shui had spoken highly of Qin Chen's performance in Yang City, so it was unexpected for him to downplay his prowess. What if they're S.A. hidden boss? Qin Chen pondered aloud, thus, I believe my confidence is not absolute. Luo Bin's eyes widened, feeling as though he had been tricked. If it wasn't absolute, it was nearly so, with only the final competition results pending. Forget it. Conversing with you is infuriating, Luo Bin sighed. Let me take you to the resting area. Soon, Luo Bin led Qin Chen to a designated resting place within the city. As they walked, a similarly attired lieutenant colonel approached them, accompanied by a young boy. Lieutenant Colonel Luo, is this the genius from Jiang Province? Song de Peo, your voice is still as loud as ever. With your peculiar tone, Luo Bin retorted without reservation. Song Li laughed nonchalantly, a loud voice is fitting for a soldier. He then turned his attention to Qin Chen. This genius from Jiang Province seems rather unassuming, almost like a scholar. Upon hearing this, Luo Bin's expression darkened, but quickly reverted to neutrality as he glanced at the boy behind Song Li. So, this is your genius from Chongshan Province? Doesn't he seem like much? Luo Bin countered. The boy appeared indifferent, not particularly tall, and did not exhibit anything extraordinary. Song Li, not one to dispute, simply looked at the boy. You look show Lieutenant Colonel Luo your abilities. Upon hearing this, the boy stepped forward and extended his hands. Boom, boom. In an instant, flames erupted from one palm, while sparks of lightning danced from the other. Luo Bin's pupils constricted at the sight. Once the boy withdrew his hands, Luo Bin, now visibly perturbed, said, Song de Peo, are you playing tricks? The information regarding the talented individuals participating in the selection from the Western Theater has been compiled and shared among the provinces. Consequently, everyone has had the opportunity to review each other's profiles. The prodigy from the Heavy Mountain Province has also been examined. It was not disclosed that he possesses dual attributes. How cunning! The information I submitted clearly states that Yu Lu is a 1-star warrior, and indeed, he is a 1-star. Song Li laughed heartily before departing with him. Luo Bin's expression darkened considerably. Qin Chen turned in astonishment to gaze at Yu Li's retreating figure, realizing he possessed dual attributes, both having transcended to 1-star, a talent that is formidable indeed. Intriguing. Intriguing? Luo Bin's eyes widened in disbelief. The information he acquired from Yang Shui indicated that Qin Chen's dual attributes had also surpassed 1-star. However, there remains a significant disparity between the two. While the fire attribute is universally acknowledged, Yu Lu wields the lightning attribute, a potent offensive element, even surpassing the fire in terms of attack strength. In contrast, Qin Chen's affinity lies with the wind, which is characterized by agility. When it comes to combat prowess, he cannot match his counterpart. Chapter 53. Initial ranking 11th now. What is your confidence level? Luo Bin inquired curiously. Not even close to 10%. Qin Chen chuckled. Dual elements? As long as the assessment dares to engage in direct combat, I can easily knock him unconscious with a single punch. Never mind, just keep an eye on him. Additionally, there is another 2-star named Zhang Chong. He is the strongest among this batch of 2-stars. It is said that just a few days after entering the genius training camp, he had already subdued the others. Luo Bin continued to advise. As they spoke, the two arrived at a building. This is your resting room. Prepare well. After saying this, he hurriedly turned and left, evidently eager to relay the recent events to Yang Shui. Qin Chen carefully examined the room, noticing countless claw marks on the walls, remnants of previous breaches when the otherworldly beast had emerged and attacked. Upon entering, he observed several bunk beds, a table, and a cabinet divided into compartments. Nothing else of note. Approaching one wall, he struck it with a punch, but the structure remained entirely unscathed, not even a scratch. Judging by the room's sturdiness, Qin Chen estimated it could withstand the assault of a level 6 beast. Although the room was robust, he could imagine that the soldiers who had once slept here must have felt quite uneasy. After a brief survey, he chose a bunk and lay down. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he settled in, there was a knock at the door. Rising to open it, he found a youth of similar age, looking quite spirited. Hello. The instructor told me to rest in this room, Li Yun said, somewhat bashfully. He was perplexed. Despite the abundance of rooms, which could easily accommodate everyone alone, they were still paired. Come in. Qin Chen gestured. Li Yun hurriedly stepped inside. Observing Qin Chen, he nervously asked, Classmate, my name is Li Yun. What is yours? Sensing Qin Chen's aloof demeanor and an inexplicable pressure emanating from him, anxiety welled up within him. Qin Chen, he replied casually. Qin Chen? Li Yun pondered for a moment. You are ranked 11th. Qin Chen turned, puzzled. Li Yun explained, all participants' data was submitted by their instructors for this assessment, and based on that information, an initial ranking was established for the 18 of us. I just saw the list. Your name is 11th, while I am 16th. 11th, huh? Not bad. Qin Chen nodded. Yes, indeed. You're a 1-star warrior, right? Among the 18, there are 9 2-star warriors, all ranked in the top 9. The 10th is someone named Yu Lu, who is said to be of the lightning element. Being ranked 11th makes you the second strongest among the 1-star warriors, Li Yun remarked, admiration evident in his gaze. He was also a 1-star warrior, and indeed the strongest in their province, with strength nearing that of a 2nd-star warrior. Initially, he believed he could dominate among 1st-star warriors. However, upon arriving here, he discovered he was ranked 16th, with 6 other 1st-stars surpassing him. Who holds the first position? Qin Chen inquired with curiosity. Li Yun did not respond directly. Instead, he took out his phone, navigated to his photo gallery, and produced a picture with a smile. I capture the rankings. Take a look. Qin Chen took the phone and gazed at the rankings displayed in the photograph. First place, Zhang Chong, Fire Element, 2nd-star Warrior. Second place, Bai Tao, Ice Element, 2nd-star Warrior. After a brief glance, Qin Chen noted his own ranking. Indeed, it was 11th Fire Element 1st-star Warrior. Quite accurate. Qin Chen returned the phone to Li Yun and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I find it accurate as well. I even inquired about Zhang Chong. It is said he is on the verge of breaking through to 3rd-star status, his strength nearly touching that threshold. Coupled with his martial arts skills, his combat power undoubtedly surpasses the 3rd-star barrier, Li Yun remarked, his expression reflecting astonishment. 3rd-star, truly a formidable talent. By the time he enters university, he will surely surpass that level, making him unmatched even against some second-year students. Indeed, quite impressive. Qin Chen agreed with a nod. Don't be disheartened. While Zhang Chong is strong, we are not without merit either. At least, we are among the most gifted in the province, Li Yun consoled Qin Chen. Qin Chen smiled and lay back to rest. Li Yun shook his head and began to rest as well. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 1:30 in the afternoon. Qin Chen and Li Yun exited their room, and 10 minutes later, they arrived before the massive fissure. As Qin Chen gazed at the fissure ahead, a solemn expression crossed his face. It was only upon reaching this point that he truly comprehended the enormity of the rift. Within the fissure lay an abyss of darkness, seemingly shrouded in a swirling black mist, evoking an instinctive trepidation in the heart. A sense of fear of the unknown arose within him. Once all 18 individuals had assembled, they began to scrutinize one another. Only one among them, clad in a white garment, stood at the forefront, exuding an air of tranquility as he gazed upward at the void fissure, showing no interest in the others. This individual was Zhang Chong. Li Yun spoke to Qin Chen beside him. At that moment, a female officer in military attire approached, holding a list in her hand. She surveyed the assembly before addressing them. I will explain the rules for this assessment. You are required to enter the fissure, where we have placed exotic beasts. The assessment duration is limited to 3 hours. Furthermore, should you feel overwhelmed upon entry, retreating will ensure your safety. I will call out the names. Those selected should step forward and enter the fissure. Your assessment will commence officially upon entry. The female officer glanced down at the list in her hand, preparing to speak, when suddenly, one of the participants raised a hand and shouted, "Instructor, I have a question. Why do we not enter together? If we enter one by one, the first to enter is not the one who initiates the assessment. Thus, those entering later will inevitably suffer a disadvantage." The student spoke with great seriousness. Others nodded in silent agreement. Although the time difference between entering the fissure may be negligible, the gap between the first and last entrance could be merely a few minutes. Yet, for these prodigies, even a few minutes could determine their rankings. While it is stated that only the top 3 will receive rewards, even those who do not receive prizes wish to engage in competition among themselves. Upon hearing this, the female officer nodded and expressed her delight at their insightful inquiry. However, you need not worry. The void fissure has already been modified by the war god. Although you will enter the same fissure, you will not encounter one another, as each will have their own individual assessment space. Ultimately, your final scores will be discussed among us to establish the final rankings. Furthermore, should anyone contest the rankings, they may voice their concerns. Upon hearing this last statement, the crowd had no further questions. Now, as I call your names, you may enter the fissure. Zhang Chong. The white-clad youth at the front promptly approached the fissure, stepping in without hesitation, his movements decisive and fluid. Simultaneously, in a vast command room within the military base, 4 screens were present, one large screen accompanied by 3 smaller ones. The large screen displayed the scene within the fissure. How are the safety measures holding up? A man adorned with 3 stars in rank inquired softly from the forefront. Returning to the commander, the safety aspect is largely under control. Should anyone face danger, they need only retreat. Once they exit their current space, the beasts will cease pursuit. Moreover, we have prepared personnel who will promptly enter the fissure should any anomalies arise, minimizing potential casualties. A major quickly responded. The man nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Zhang Chong appeared on the screen, and all fell silent. Chapter 54. Who is this? Upon entering the fissure, Qin Chen immediately beheld 3 peak-level beasts of body refinement before him. However, these creatures did not charge at him right away. Instead, they regarded him with caution. Qin Chen, undeterred by their presence, began to scrutinize his surroundings. He discovered that this place resembled a miniature space. Originally, the spatial fissure had served as a conduit. He speculated that on the other end of this passage lay another unknown world. The beasts had traversed from this other world into their own through this very portal. Yet now, it seemed as though the spatial corridor had been partitioned into distinct, smaller realms. Upon his entrance, he noted the absence of others. Clearly, the female officer's directive for them to enter one by one was intended to segregate them into these various small spaces. To his astonishment, he realized that a martial saint could alter the passage within the spatial fissure. If the military deity of the army did not possess mastery over spatial elements, Qin Chen could hardly fathom the true strength of a martial saint. Roar! At that moment, the three beasts, perceiving Qin Chen lost in thought, charged towards him. With a slight smile, Qin Chen advanced rather than retreating, stepping forward and unleashing a simultaneous barrage of punches. In the blink of an eye, the three beasts lay defeated at his feet. After inspecting the carcasses and finding no beast crystals, he proceeded towards the spatial wall ahead. Arriving at the wall, he collided with it directly. However, his figure merely flickered and vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he found himself in yet another small space. He pondered how many segments the spatial corridor had been divided into by Xian and Tian. Would he be able to glimpse the other side of the world once he traversed all the segments? Curiosity piqued. He tempered his expectations, recognizing that this was an assessment, not a death sentence. 3 peak-level beasts and 1 first-tier demon beast. Qin Chen gazed at the 4 beasts in the second layer of space, slightly taken aback. The appearance of a first-tier demon beast alongside 3 ferocious body refinement beasts in this layer suggested that an ordinary first-star warrior would struggle to pass through. The 4 beasts, upon noticing Qin Chen's presence, swiftly charged at him. Maintaining an expression of calm, within less than a minute, the 4 beasts lay vanquished at his feet. In the command room, numerous officers intently observed the large screen before them. The screen was divided into 18 segments, each corresponding to the visual feeds of the 18 assessment participants. Adjacent to these were 3 smaller screens, which remained devoid of imagery, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, one of the segments on the large screen flickered out, and shortly thereafter, one of the 3 small screens illuminated. The vanished segment reappeared on the small screen. Someone had successfully navigated through the 3rd layer. Once a participant passed through the 3rd layer, their image would automatically manifest on one of the adjacent small screens. This was specially arranged for the top 3 participants, allowing for enhanced scrutiny of their performances. General Su, this is Zhang Chong, a 2-star warrior who is on the cusp of advancing to 3 stars. His strength has fully reached the threshold of 3 stars, making him one of the most distinguished students I have ever mentored. One of the lieutenant colonels spoke up. He is the instructor of the Genius Training Camp where Zhang Chong is enrolled. With a fire affinity, his attacks are remarkably decisive, impressive. Su Pengfei nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, another split screen vanished, and a small display illuminated. Everyone turned their gaze to a young boy clad in black, whose palms struck with relentless force. Each blow rendered the beast before him as if frozen, instantly immobilized. Seizing this opportunity, the boy unleashed a powerful punch, utterly annihilating the beast. From Dongning Province, we have Bai Tao, an ice element 2-star warrior, whose cultivation is also nearing 3 stars, another lieutenant colonel interjected. He is indeed the instructor at this Dongning Genius Training Camp. Su Pengfei paused momentarily, nodding at Bai Tao. Suddenly, before the crowd could divert their attention from Bai Tao, a 3rd figure emerged on the 3rd small screen. He wielded fire and lightning attacks simultaneously, instantly captivating the audience's attention. A dual-element 1-star warrior. Upon witnessing Yu Li's performance, many expressions of astonishment surfaced. Achieving dual-element proficiency at 1 star, his talent is certainly comparable to that of Zhang Chong and Bai Tao. Ha! Suddenly Song DePeo burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is my student. I had no idea this kid was dual-element. I was completely deceived." In response, the crowd exhibited expressions of disdain. It is foolhardy to believe. Surely, Song DePeo has concealed information. Quite right. Su Pengfei affirmed with a nod. Song DePeo, brimming with pride, remarked, "Chief, these 3 should secure the top 3 positions. Now, it remains to be seen who will earn the title of General Star." Su Pengfei nodded, and the attention of the crowd became predominantly fixated on these 3 small screens. At that moment, numbers appeared in the upper right corner of each small screen. Zhang Chong displayed a 1, Bai Tao a 2, and Yulu a 3. These numbers represented their respective progress rankings. Although all 3 were currently in the 4th layer of space, data analysis had provided them with specific rankings. As time elapsed, 1 minute later, the three individuals on the small screens successfully traversed the fourth layer and entered the fifth layer. Suddenly, the number representing Yu Lu's ranking changed to 2, while Bai Tao's dropped to 3. Yu Li's fire attacks must be surpassing his lightning abilities. He is on the brink of breaking through to 2 stars. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Fire and lightning both belong to pure offensive categories, yet typically, lightning attacks possess greater strength. However, at this moment, Yu Li's fire affinity has evidently outstripped his lightning prowess. The sole explanation is that his fire element is on the verge of a breakthrough. Furthermore, due to this, his strength surpasses Bai Tao's by a significant margin. This young man shows great promise. Should he achieve the title of General Star, the military could devote substantial resources to cultivate his dual-element abilities. Even if he does not attain the title, as long as he joins the military, we can endeavor to provide him with ample resources, a major general remarked. The might of the dual system is exemplified by the military deity. Hence, their ambition is to cultivate another military god, which would truly empower the military. Although the military appears formidable at present, the absence of a martial saint is a glaring deficiency. While the current military god, Xia, possesses the strength of a martial saint, the extent of his power remains an enigma. The military has long aspired to nurture a genuine martial saint, alleviating their concerns of being overshadowed by rival factions. However, achieving the status of a martial saint is exceedingly arduous. That final step is akin to an insurmountable chasm. In contrast, with sufficient resources, the dual system 9 stars can significantly reduce the time required for advancement, as attaining the 9 stars is merely a matter of time, regardless of whether one follows a single or dual system. Beyond the 9 stars lies a realm that is both elusive and rare. Others nodded in agreement, and a certain major general spoke up. Indeed, while Zhang Chong may possess slightly greater strength, his current performance suggests that the prospect of him becoming a martial saint is bleak. Conversely, Yu Lu demonstrates potential for becoming a dual system 9. Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, the screen where Bai Tao appeared flickered, and his figure vanished, replaced by that of another young man. This youth, surrounded by monstrous beasts in the 5th layer of space, exhibited no signs of panic. He moved effortlessly among the beasts. With each punch he unleashed, a beast fell, never striking the same beast twice, whether they were formidable body-refining beasts or demon beasts. Who is this? Su Pengfei observed, captivated by the young man's formidable punches and exquisite footwork. Chapter 55. Witnessing history, who is this? Not only was Su Pengfei perplexed, but others also inquired with equal curiosity. They had perused the materials, yet their primary focus remained on the top contenders. The sudden emergence of Yu Lu had already taken them by surprise. And now another enigma appeared. The youth's strikes were executed with such precision that it left them in awe. This agility is extraordinary, one of the middle-ranking generals remarked. Only a skillful mastery could allow such freedom amidst these exotic beasts. Moreover, this individual's movements were infused with elemental wind, and his attacks, did you observe them? Though fire-based, were even more formidable. Another general scrutinized the youth's maneuvers, analyzing intently. The crowd could not help but compare him to Yu Lu, clearly noting that Qin Chen's fire-based attacks were superior, lacking any martial arts yet demonstrating vastly different power. A 2-star fire warrior. Su Pengfei exclaimed suddenly, his tone laced with astonishment. He could discern that the youth's wind element had surpassed 1 star, and the fire element had escalated to 2 stars. Being dual elemental, his rank exceeded that of Yu Lu, a 2-star fire warrior. Even Yang Shui was taken aback, recalling that he had only been a 1-star previously in Yang City. Meanwhile, Song DePeo turned abruptly to his companion, Luo Bin. Damn it, you've concealed the information about your students, and so much of it at that, he exclaimed in frustration. The revelation that Qin Chen was not merely a 1-star, but a 2-star dual elemental warrior was even more astonishing than the information he had hidden about Yu Lu. At that moment, Luo Bin was equally stunned, but he quickly regained his composure. Is it only permissible for you to conceal? Am I not allowed to do the same? He retorted, then turned to Su Pengfei. Commander, This individual hails from Rome City and is a student of both Instructor Yang and myself, named Qin Chen. He added swiftly, he's certified as a 2-star warrior of the day after achieving 1 star. All eyes were riveted on the screen depicting Qin Chen, and upon hearing Luo Bin's remarks, expressions of astonishment spread among them. Just then, the image of Qin Chen shifted, the number changing to 2, closely followed by Yuli's screen displaying a 3. Both Zhang Chong and Qin Chen had entered the 6th layer of space, facing 5 peak body refinement warriors, 3 first-level beasts, and 1 second-level beast. As Zhang Chong confronted these creatures, his approach became more cautious, no longer as reckless as before. This Zhang Chong is quite astute, his instructor commented. However, no one responded, for all attention was fixed on Qin Chen's display. Calmly, Qin Chen advanced, as if the beasts before him were no different from those previously encountered. He proceeded steadily, allowing them to charge. Bang! Bang! With relentless fists, he struck each beast down effortlessly. Even as the second-level beast rushed at him, his attack remained unchanged. With a sudden shift, Qin Chen's ranking ascended to 1st, and he continued onward to the next layer of space, while Zhang Chong was just beginning to slay the peak body refinement beast. In a command room, a series of gasps echoed as Qin Chen swiftly dispatched the exotic beasts, as effortlessly as one might crush an ant. The second-tier demon beast exhibited no capacity for resistance. Was the strength after breaking through to the 2nd star truly this formidable? Some questioned this phenomenon. Yu Lu, also a dual-element user, though he had not yet ascended to the 2nd star, possessed dual offensive elements, with his fire element nearing that threshold. Nevertheless, the disparity was undeniably vast. Su Pengfei furrowed his brow, unable to arrive at a definitive conclusion. His thoughts diverged from those of the previous instructor. Now an 8-star warrior, he understood the arduous journey of ascending through the ranks, recognizing the terrifying increase in power that accompanied each level gained. Thus, while he believed that a dual 9-star could rival a martial saint, the likelihood of a dual 1-star matching a 3-star seemed slim. Could the wind element also be at the 2nd star? He pondered, scrutinizing the footage of Qin Chen with heightened attention. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Qin Chen, while Yu Lu and Zhang Chong had been entirely overlooked. Within the rift space, upon entering the 7th layer, Qin Chen confronted 3 first-tier demon beasts, 2 second-tier, and 1 third-tier. The 7th layer represented a significant threshold. The examiners likely intended for all participants to falter at this point. However, a smile crept across his face. The 2nd-tier beast in the 6th layer had reached an impressive strength. A typical 2-star warrior would struggle to defeat it. Coupled with a 1st-tier beast and several peak body refinement warriors, even Zhang Chong would find the challenge daunting. Yet, Qin Chen felt remarkably at ease, capable of dispatching them without the need for any martial arts. However, the 7th layer posed a chasm that could not be traversed without martial prowess. The faint aura emanating from the 3rd-tier beast suggested it was among the stronger entities of its tier, with combat power likely exceeding 5,000. Gazing at the ferocious beast before him, he suddenly looked up, offering a subtle smile towards the specialized surveillance. At this moment, his true battle was just beginning. He resolved to no longer conceal his 3rd element, the ice element. Previously, he had hinted at his capabilities to Yang Shui, all for this moment. He aimed to let the military recognize his value, thereby securing greater rewards upon obtaining the Star of Command. The challenge of mastering multiple elements was formidable. Even with his system, he felt time was insufficient, since direct engagement at the front lines was currently unfeasible. Now was the opportune moment to request additional beast crystals from the military. Prepare to witness history. At this instant, Qin Chen seemed transformed, his aura unprecedentedly potent. In the command room, the onlookers were captivated as they witnessed Qin Chen lift his head, his expression resolute. Especially Yang Shui, who had never seen him so earnest before. Suddenly, the small screen illuminated with a spectacle as a layer of flames enveloped Qin Chen, while winds swirled around the outer edge of the fire. Immediately following, an astonishing occurrence took place as frost gradually manifested in the outer layers of the wind. Fire, wind, and ice were not perceived in their usual substantial forms. but rather emerged in a visible elemental state. This, however, epitomized the mark of a warrior: fire representing the fire warriors, and ice signifying the ice warriors. The three elements. In the command room, one officer after another rose, incredulously gazing at the screen displaying Qin Chen. Even Su Pengfei, in an instant, stood rigidly, his hands clenching involuntarily. Three elements. How could it possibly be three elements? Moreover, a 3-star level. He slowly began to speak. "Commander, should we halt the assessment immediately?" A major general promptly inquired. "Halt what?" "Forget everything regarding the three elements. Continue observing the assessment." Su Pengfei yedmanist. The atmosphere turned serious, and no one raised any objections. At that moment, Qin Chen on the screen sprang into action, akin to a ferocious beast, charging forth first. Subsequently, he unleashed the solar fist and, with a single blow, obliterated the 3 first-tier demonic beasts at the forefront. The spectators then witnessed Qin Chen raise one hand high, extending a finger, as if to declare to all that he truly possessed the 3 elements. Immediately afterward, his finger transformed into ice, swiftly pointing left and right, directly striking 2 second-tier demonic beasts. Accompanied by 2 agonizing cries, the beasts trembled and collapsed. Instantly, the scene was left with only 1 warrior and 1 beast, locked in a standoff. Chapter 56. Each with their own intentions, the military gods challenge exotic beasts in their myriad forms, number in the millions. Yet akin to humans, they are categorized by their abilities into offensive, defensive, agile types, and more. Before Qin Chen stood a formidable 3rd-tier demon beast, its coat a deep black, eyes gleaming with crimson, and limbs robust. This creature, known as the Shadow Leopard, was infamous among its kind for its terrifying prowess in both attack and agility. Typically, a human warrior encountering such a beast would find themselves in dire straits, easily torn to shreds by a single misstep. However, the Shadow Leopard now regarded Qin Chen with a ferocity that belied its instinctive retreat. This 3rd-tier beast had developed a modicum of intelligence, recognizing the threat before it. Qin Chen remained composed, suddenly stepping forward, prompting the Shadow Leopard to instinctively withdraw. Thus, one advanced while the other receded, a dance of predator and prey. After retreating a considerable distance, the Shadow Leopard found itself cornered, unable to breach the spatial barrier. Realizing that it must eliminate the human before it to survive, it charged at Qin Chen. Yet at that moment, its prideful speed failed to secure victory, as Qin Chen deftly evaded the assault. More astonishingly, the youth dared to engage the beast head-on. The lethal claws of the Shadow Leopard clashed with Qin Chen's strike, failing to inflict any harm. Understanding the beast's strength, Qin Chen declared, "Now, allow me to send you to your demise." He unleashed the Sunfire Fist. Boom! His fist collided with the Shadow Leopard's paw, sending it flying. Before the beast could land, Qin Chen advanced swiftly, landing a precise strike to its abdomen. With a chilling rush, ice surged into the creature's body, rendering it rigid and freezing its vital organs. Thud! The lifeless body hit the ground. Qin Chen, with a serene demeanor, crouched to examine the remains of the exotic beast. Inside the command room, silence reigned. Is this what the 3rd tier entails? Witnessing Qin Chen's near-instantaneous dispatch of the beast left everyone in awe. Some officers wore expressions of disbelief, unable to recover from the shock. Yang Shui, observing Qin Chen as he inspected the beast's corpse, felt a tremor course through her body. My master's research focuses on the 3 systems. She recalled Qin Chen's words and finally understood the source of his formidable strength and confidence in this assessment. She had misconstrued his abilities. He was not merely dual system, but tri-system. All 3 systems had merged into his martial prowess, with the fire system even reaching 2 stars. Could he be a monster? A major general finally voiced the thoughts that had been swirling in his mind. The breakthrough of all 3 systems, along with a 2-star ranking, was unprecedented, especially in someone yet to reach 18. It was unfathomable, given the insufficient time for training. Suddenly, a sigh broke the tension. Luo Bin spoke. You have no idea how hard this individual has worked. During the training camp, I observed his cultivation closely. Aside from the time spent in the training room, he never truly rested in the lounge. Apart from meals and basic recuperation, he hardly squandered a moment. His prodigious talent is undoubtedly a result of his relentless efforts. Upon hearing Luo Bin's words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Luo Bin, noting their expressions, felt a sense of relief as he gazed at the screen. Young man, this is where my assistance concludes. He was unaware of how Qin Chen cultivated, yet this explanation seemed the most plausible. He articulated it to prevent any unfounded speculation, which could potentially disadvantage Qin Chen. Even if the military personnel remained united and refrained from harboring ill intentions towards Qin Chen, he feared that someone's insatiable curiosity might lead them to pry too deeply into Qin Chen's affairs, thereby disrupting his cultivation. This young man is a definite asset for our military. No matter the cost, we must ensure he joins us, Su Pengfei finally declared. The dual-element cultivation is challenging, and tri-element cultivation even more so, yet what of it? If we can elevate Qin Chen to the status of a tri-element 9-star, our military will undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost power in Long Country. Hearing Su Pengfei's proclamation, Yang Shui and Luo Bin chuckled, while Song DePeo wore a pallid expression. He glanced once more at the figure of Yu Lu on the screen and suddenly found him rather unremarkable. On the second screen, Zhang Chong finally vanquished the second-tier monster, sporting several wounds that did little to dampen his exhilaration. Who could snatch the title of star from my grasp? He thought with pride. To have slain a second-tier beast amidst the interference of 3 peak-body refining ferocious beasts and 2 first-tier monsters, one must possess strength that nearly approaches the 3-star threshold. Indeed, one must exceed that threshold in explosive power to succeed. On the third screen, Yu Lu wielded fire in one hand and lightning in the other, ultimately dispatching the final second-tier monster. His complexion was pale, and his injuries were even more severe than Zhang Chong's. His body swayed unsteadily. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his performance. Though the trial was arduous, I have ultimately prevailed. Judging by the current strength, Zhang Chong may very well succeed. As for Bai Tao, with caution, he too might pass, but even if he does, it might cost him dearly. Regardless, I have a fair chance at first place. At the very least, I will settle for second. With this thought, he lifted his gaze towards the special monitor and offered a faint smile. On the large screen, Bai Tao had eliminated all the aberrant creatures before him, yet he found himself half kneeling on the ground, his face ashen and blood continuously oozing from his wounds. Although he had cleared the trial, he could no longer proceed to the next stage. He gazed towards the spatial barrier with a sense of regret. Knowing he must endure his injuries and make his way towards the fissure, he needed to seek treatment swiftly, lest he perish here. Nevertheless, he felt quite content with his performance. This time, a chance at first place was within reach. Second place was a certainty. Every participant in the assessment harbors their own thoughts. Those in the upper ranks aspire to secure their positions among the top 3, perhaps even striving for first place. Meanwhile, those who initially lag behind yearn to improve their standings, unwilling to settle for trailing behind others. Yet, within the command room, the observers exhibit no interest in their performances. Their attention is fixated on the screen displaying Qin Chen, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. As he enters the 7th layer of space, it appears to be devoid of anything significant. Upon his arrival, viewers notice an eerie absence of surroundings. Only Qin Chen remains. However, something catches their eye, a painting. Someone suddenly points to a corner of the screen. The crowd collectively gasps as they discern a painting suspended in mid-air, though its details are elusive, barely discernible without careful scrutiny. This is the final challenge specifically devised by the war god. Su Pengfei remarks, gazing intently at the artwork. The mention of the war god stirs astonishment among the onlookers. It has been ages since he last made an appearance, and he seldom involves himself in military affairs. The last time he intervened was decades ago during the catastrophic level 10 beast rampage. Who would have imagined that a mere selection of stellar generals would prompt him to personally establish a challenge? Chapter 57. The young god of war, this final challenge, serves both as a test and an opportunity. Su Pengfei gazed at the elusive painting and remarked, originally, the great god of war established this trial on a whim. If, during the future selection of stellar generals, someone truly manages to reach this level, it may indeed be a fortuitous encounter. Who would have thought that in the very first session, a prodigy would emerge? The selection of stellar generals embodies the will of the god of war. Yet merely passing the initial assessment does not guarantee a place in his heart as a true stellar general. Even if one were to surpass the 6th level, it would not suffice to be recognized by the god of war as a stellar general. One must ascend to the 7th level and genuinely seize the opportunity he has left behind. Su Pengfei looked at Qin Chen's image, filled with anticipation. If you possess the ability to grasp that chance, you shall etch an impression in the heart of the god of war, amidst the fissures, upon entering the 7th level. Qin Chen beheld the floating painting. Is this the god of war? He approached cautiously, observing the image of an elderly man clad in military attire. His expression was solemn, and even through mere likeness, the vitality in his eyes was palpable, almost lifelike. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the painting, racing towards Qin Chen. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively reacted. Bang! The force sent him staggering backward. A formidable attack of 3-star intensity. Qin Chen was taken aback. Just a singular essence was more powerful than his own punch. At that moment, several more energies converged upon him, prompting Qin Chen to unleash his blazing fist technique. Striking relentlessly. Bang! Bang! Each punch dispersed the energies, and once calm returned, he found himself retreating to the edge of the spatial wall, mere steps away from being completely expelled. Yet at that instant, the painting fell silent, ceasing its assault. Then, the figure of the elderly man in the painting appeared to move. As Qin Chen observed closely, he suddenly felt as though his consciousness had traversed into another realm. Before him stood a youthful apparition, carefree in demeanor, yet Qin Chen sensed an undeniable pressure emanating from him. This was the god of war in his youth. As Qin Chen scrutinized the youth, he noted the striking resemblance to the god of war, albeit with a touch of innocence and a lack of restraint. In a flash, the youthful god of war surged towards Qin Chen, arriving before him in an instant, his fist already launching an attack. With a swift movement, Qin Chen dodged and countered with a pointed strike. Bang! Both figures staggered back, the youth looking at Qin Chen in astonishment. With a flick of his hand, he seemed to expel the chilling essence that had penetrated within. Qin Chen, equally astonished, regarded the figure before him. 3-star. This was the ethereal image of the youthful god of war, and notably, he was not dual element. He possessed only the fire element. Just how formidable is the dual 9-star, or rather, the martial sage, to have specifically left behind his youthful apparition in this realm. Qin Chen gained a renewed understanding of the formidable power of the martial sage. The opponent had left behind only a fire-based illusion, while the other elemental manifestations were absent. Suddenly, the youthful apparition charged forward once more. Qin Chen, undeterred, advanced as well, eager to ascertain the true strength of a single-element war god at the 3-star level. As they closed the distance to a mere 2 meters, Qin Chen was abruptly engulfed by an overwhelming surge of volatile fire elements. It felt as though he were bathed in flames, these fiery forces ravenously eroding his very being. Domain. Qin Chen's expression shifted dramatically. The young war god had already comprehended the domain of fire at the 3-star level. In that moment, Qin Chen finally comprehended why this war god had ascended to the dual-element 9-star rank. Such talent is indeed exceedingly rare among all of humanity. The domain of fire is typically grasped only upon breaking through to the 4-star level, elucidating the vast chasm between the 3-star and 4-star ranks. The 4-star signifies elemental domains, while the 7-star masters delve into the true essence of elements. The fact that a 3-star individual had attained mastery over elemental domains left Qin Chen astounded. Boom! Qin Chen unleashed a powerful punch. The young war god waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of invisible fire elements that surged toward Qin Chen, causing discomfort in his body and momentarily stalling his fist. Within my domain, I am invincible. The youthful war god spoke for the first time, devoid of emotion, as if reciting a program. Invincible. Did you ever inquire of me? Qin Chen chuckled softly and commanded ice. Instantly, his body seemed to activate the ice element, colliding fiercely with the fire elements. Wind. Simultaneously, the wind elements began to stir. In that instant, the torment inflicted by the fire elements on Qin Chen's form diminished significantly. Today, I shall defeat the young war god. Qin Chen surged forward with fervor. Despite the young war god's 3-star status, he only wielded a single element, while Qin Chen possessed mastery over 4 elements, with his fire element having surpassed the 2-star threshold, rendering their advantages nearly equal. The two figures collided violently. In the command room, onlookers beheld Qin Chen standing motionless in the 7th layer of space. What was he doing? An officer queried in confusion. No one responded, as none knew what transpired with Qin Chen or the nature of this trial. Even Su Pengfei furrowed his brow, having previously witnessed Qin Chen withstand the challenge. He believed he had passed the war god's test. Now, however, he found it difficult to comprehend. Zhang Chong and Yu Lu had both failed. Meanwhile, in 2 other scenes, Zhang Chong and Yu Lu, when faced with the powerful aura of the painting, were swiftly expelled from the 7th layer of space after the initial strike, retreating to the 6th layer. Furthermore, when they attempted to re-enter the 7th layer, they found it utterly impossible, thus concluding their assessment. Outside the fissure, Zhang Chong and Yu Lu emerged almost simultaneously, exchanging glances, with Zhang Chong breaking into a smile. As for Yu Lu, his expression slightly altered upon noticing that the injuries on his opponent were evidently less severe than his own, suggesting that the other party had likely navigated the 6th layer of space with considerably greater ease. Has everyone emerged? Zhang Chong inquired, directing his gaze towards the crowd ahead. He paid particular attention to Bai Tao, observing that the latter's complexion was pale and the wounds on his body had been treated, indicating he had sustained significant damage. Secretly shaking his head, Zhang Chong reflected that he had previously regarded Bai Tao as the sole source of potential pressure. However, he now realized that the distance between them was greater than he had anticipated. It was Yu Lu who had caught him off guard, though ultimately he still felt superior. Soon, he positioned himself at the forefront of the group, arranged in a line. Yu Lu also took note of Bai Tao's condition, his eyes reflecting a mixture of regret and joy. The joy stemmed from the confirmation of his superiority over Bai Tao, while the regret arose from the realization that this time, the coveted star would likely elude him. Chapter 58. The Realm of Fire in the 7th layer of the space. Qin Chen wielded a fiery fist in one hand and an icy finger in the other, his form flickering with the influence of the wind element. Boom! Thud! One fist struck the young military god, while a finger pressed against his forehead. Ultimately, the young military god proved no match for Qin Chen and began to fade away. Just as he vanished, his ethereal form suddenly transformed into a stream of energy that surged into Qin Chen's body. Qin Chen was taken aback. This was not merely a flow of energy, it was a torrent of information, vast and profound. He quickly seated himself, and, as he digested this information, he gradually accelerated his understanding of the fire element. Strictly speaking, this so-called information was the military god's comprehension of the fire element during his time as a 3-star warrior. One branch of the military goddess prowess was indeed fire-based. These insights were clearly a fortuitous opportunity for him, precious cultivation experience, now bestowed upon Qin Chen in such a miraculous manner. It resembled the transmission of martial arts knowledge seen in wuxia films, but rather than a technique. It was an exchange of experience, a sharing of the military god's understanding of the fire element during his time as a 3-star warrior. The realm of fire. Qin Chen was filled with exhilaration. The essence of this information was the military god's comprehension of the realm of fire during his 3-star warrior phase. Was he to grasp the realm of fire, even as a 2-star warrior? Qin Chen felt a surge of excitement. With this experience, he could swiftly comprehend the realm of fire. Once he possessed this realm, his power would ascend to new heights. He promptly focused on assimilating this information. Outside the fissure, everyone had lined up, awaiting the announcement of the rankings. The results of the star selection would be revealed shortly, and anticipation mingled with tension among the crowd. Amidst the throng, Bai Tao covertly observed Zhang Chong and Yu Lu. Noticing their conditions, his expression darkened. The injuries they bore were evidently lighter than his, particularly Zhang Chong, whose initial ranking had surpassed his own. Now, having emerged from the fissure later than him, it was clear that Zhang Chong had successfully passed the 6th trial. It seemed the title of star had eluded him this time. Would he place 2nd or 3rd? He began to speculate about his own ranking. As for Yu Lu, he could not ascertain whether the latter had passed the 6th trial or had withdrawn midway, given Yu Li's considerably lower original ranking. Just then, the female officer approached from the direction of the command room. The crowd noticed she held a new list in her hands. Here it comes, the rankings are likely out. This time, the list was compiled by several generals, and their discerning eyes would determine our true capabilities, who is strong and who is weak. All would be clarified. Who do you think will be the star? One person whispered suddenly. No one responded, for many had little hope for the title of star and were instead more concerned with whether their own rankings had improved. The female officer stepped forward, surveying the crowd. The rankings are now available and are in my hands. Overall, everyone performed admirably, living up to your genius status. Thus, I implore you all, regardless of your rankings, to neither be prideful nor disheartened. Now, I shall announce the results of this assessment. As silence enveloped the room, a palpable tension arose among the participants. Even Zhang Chong, who was certain of his first-place position, found it difficult to maintain his composure. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the stillness. Report. The collective anticipation of the crowd was abruptly deflated by this interruption, as they turned to glare at the source. Li Yun, feeling the weight of their gazes, flushed with embarrassment. Speak, the female officer commanded, her attention now directed at him. Commander, one individual has yet to emerge. Li Yun responded. The crowd fell silent, momentarily perplexed, as they began to count the participants, realizing that indeed one person was missing, leaving only 17. Who is it? Expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Although there was still ample time before the assessment's conclusion, it was evident that those who had succeeded had already done so, while those who had failed had likely withdrawn voluntarily. Surely, this individual isn't resorting to the written examination? Someone muttered in discontent. In the written assessment, candidates could utilize the full duration to ponder over questions, and perhaps a sudden insight might arise, allowing them to review their answers. However, the practical assessment was entirely different. Failure was conclusive, with no opportunity for a second attempt. Zhang Chong, Yu Lu, and Bai Tao felt a tightening in their chests. It seems to be a certain Qin Chen, ranked 11th, someone suddenly announced. Ranked 11th? What is he doing? Has he perished within? Upon hearing the 11th rank, the crowd dismissed the concern, and Zhang Chong and his companions exhaled in relief. 11th place posed no threat. Yet, Li Yun felt a pang of worry as he recalled encouraging Qin Chen, suggesting he might break into the top 10. Could it be that he truly perished in pursuit of that goal? Guilt washed over him as he gazed at the fissure. Silence. The female officer bellowed. The rankings are now finalized. We need not wait for the last individual, as it will not affect the standings. 18th, Li Liang. 17th, Wang Chun. The officer read the names swiftly, eliciting a mix of jubilation and dismay among the audience. As the rankings progressed, the tension among the lower-ranked participants intensified. 4th, Bai Tao. The moment Bai Tao's name was announced, astonishment swept through the crowd, and almost in unison, their gazes shifted towards him. Bai Tao's already pallid complexion drained of color. How is this possible? How could I be 4th? He was unable to comprehend. His minimum expectation had been 3rd. 4th had never crossed his mind. Even Yu Lu and Zhang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Tao in 4th. Who could be among the top 3? Suddenly, realization struck the crowd. One participant had yet to emerge. Impossible. This thought erupted in unison among them. 3rd. Just then, the female officer's voice rang out like an incantation, startling everyone, particularly Yu Lu and Zhang Chong, who trembled in anticipation. Yude. In an instant, Yu Li's mind went blank. Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong's face transformed dramatically. Impossible, impossible. He muttered incessantly. Silence. The female officer commanded coldly. This ranking has been collectively determined by several superiors in the command room. If anyone has an objection, you may wait until the last person has emerged before voicing your concerns. Her words instilled a profound quietude among all present. Zhang Chang, Yu Lu, and Bai Tao displayed visible discontent, while Li Yun remained utterly bewildered. He had believed that Qin Chen had perished in pursuit of a top 10 position. Yet here he stood, having achieved first place. Chapter 59. The 2-meter no-go zone. Dragon Blood, why has he not emerged yet? The assessment time is drawing near. Initially, everyone anticipated Qin Chen's situation, curious as to why he remained inside. However, as time progressed, impatience began to surface among the crowd. It had been too long. Out of the 3-hour test duration, over 2 hours had already elapsed. Was the opponent truly making progress? Zhang Chang fixated on the crack, his expression grave. He was supposed to be his star general, yet now he found himself in second place. He yearned to discern the capabilities of this individual who had eclipsed him. At that moment, a figure emerged from the fissure. Upon seeing him, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and even the female officer's gaze sharpened in surprise. He resembled a fireball. Someone whispered in disbelief. Though Qin Chen appeared to be merely human, devoid of any peculiar traits, they inexplicably felt as if they were confronting a raging inferno, as though he were a burning sun. After stepping out, Qin Chen noticed the throng gathering and began to advance towards them. Zhang Chang, positioned in the front row, fixated on him as he approached, eager to gauge whether this first-place contender was indeed as formidable as rumored. However, just as Qin Chen approached within 2 meters of him, Zhang Chang's expression shifted dramatically. Countless fire elements surged towards him, enveloping him in an instant, leaving him disoriented. In the next moment, he felt overwhelmed and instinctively began to retreat, only to find relief once he had distanced himself 2 meters from Qin Chen, at which point the terrifying fire elements dissipated. Zhang Chang was retreating. The onlookers were astonished as they witnessed Zhang Chang step back, while Qin Chen continued to close the distance. To the spectators, it appeared as though Zhang Chang was engaged in a silent contest with Qin Chen. Yet with each step Qin Chen took, Zhang Chang was forced to retreat. The battle had yet to commence, yet it seemed Zhang Chang had already lost. Domain. At this moment, the female officer was deeply shaken by the unfolding situation. Zhang Chang could not approach within 2 meters of Qin Chen. The only explanation was the existence of a domain. Qin Chen had inadvertently activated the fire domain, establishing a 2-meter no-go zone. This domain proved to be highly effective against the onlookers. Suddenly, Qin Chen withdrew the domain. Having assimilated the insights of the young military genius and drawing from his vast experience, he had comprehended the fire domain within the fissure. Just moments ago, he was validating the uniqueness of this domain, and it had indeed not disappointed him. Even the formidable Zhang Chang, a 2-star powerhouse, was unable to withstand it. Once he retracted the domain, Qin Chen strode directly into the crowd. As he passed by Zhang Chang, the latter exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Qin Chen eventually stopped beside Li Yun. Qin Chen, are you the first? Li Yun inquired, gazing at him in perplexity. If I'm not mistaken, it should be so. You all cannot take it away. Qin Chen replied calmly with a nod. Is it true? You were ranked 11th previously? Did you deliberately conceal your strength? Li Yun asked. Qin Chen shook his head, not out of intent, but merely reflecting the instructor's behavior. With such individuals, was it truly necessary for me to conceal my strength and catch them off guard? Li Yun's body quivered instantaneously. Among these individuals was himself, and that statement struck like a thunderbolt, piercing to the very core of his being. At that moment, the female officer, observing Qin Chen's resolute stance, finally raised her voice. First, from the military department, the inaugural star of war, Qin Chen. Upon her announcement, she surveyed the crowd, only to find silence. Everyone remained still, enveloped in an unexpected hush. If anyone has questions, now is the time to voice them, she proclaimed loudly. Still, no one spoke. Some individuals furtively glanced toward Zhang Chang, particularly Yu Lu and Bai Tao, both eager for him to utter something. Yet, they were met with disappointment as Zhang Chang stood there, unresponsive. They were not fools. Zhang Chang's earlier demeanor had been too peculiar. Since there were no queries raised, they naturally refrained from speaking up. After all, the Star of War was not theirs to claim. If there are no questions, we shall disperse. Arrangements for your rewards will follow. The female officer waved her hand. Although she had mentioned that only the top 3 would receive rewards, there would still be some consolation prizes for those behind them. The crowd began to disperse, and the female officer approached Qin Chen directly. Come with me. The superior wishes to see you. Soon, Qin Chen followed her to a room, where the female officer promptly exited. Upon pushing open the door, Qin Chen found Su Pengfei seated within. Su Pengfei beckoned him over, gesturing for him to find a place to sit. Once Qin Chen settled, Su Pengfei got straight to the point. Are you a tri-system? Qin Chen nodded affirmatively. Yes. How did you achieve that? I have a master. Before he could finish, Su Pengfei raised his hand, interrupting him. Yang Shui informed me about your master. Has he succeeded? At these words, Qin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Shui truly was a good person. He had feared skepticism, yet it appeared that her words had dispelled any doubts. Yes, but also no. Not waiting for Su Pengfei to inquire further, he continued. The potion developed by my master succeeded only within me. He has tested it on numerous others, all of whom failed. Thus, he is still conducting research. Su Pengfei nodded, recognizing that since there had been success, true results could not be far off. Perhaps Qin Chen could only agree. As the first tri-system, this is remarkable. You must seize this opportunity. Su Pengfei suddenly spoke with earnestness. Qin Chen, puzzled, replied, Does the superior not think that pursuing a tri-system is a waste of time? In high school, if one is dual system, teachers often advise focusing on one until reaching a bottleneck before pursuing another. Yet, Su Pengfei seemed to advocate the opposite. Su Pengfei chuckled, what a waste of time. Possessing dual systems, or even a tri-system like yours, why would one abandon cultivation? That would be the true waste of talent. Those who temporarily abandon a particular path are either foolish or malevolent. The journey of a warrior is to surmount all obstacles. Moreover, possessing multiple affinities is not a hindrance, but an opportunity. The personnel of our military never perceive multiple affinities as a burden. His words were imbued with profound seriousness and utmost gravity, leading Qin Chen to develop a newfound respect for the military. Very well. You need not overthink the matter of multiple affinities. Su Pengfei gestured dismissively and continued. You are the Star of Generals this time, and have successfully passed the 7th level of the military goddess trial. Therefore, in addition to the rewards traditionally bestowed upon the Star of Generals, I can grant you one additional request. Pray, tell me, what you desire. Qin Chen's heart leapt with joy. He had not anticipated an extra reward. He promptly inquired, Chief, I would first like to understand what the reward for the Star of Generals entails. He needed clarity, for if his request overlapped with the reward, he would be at a disadvantage. Su Pengfei smiled and declared, Dragon Blood. Chapter 60. The Star of Destiny and the bountiful reward of Dragon's Blood. Qin Chen was perplexed by the mention of Dragon's Blood. His initial thought revolved around the mythical blood of dragons, yet such a notion was clearly implausible. Nevertheless, the very name suggested that this dragon's blood was indeed extraordinary. It was not the mythical creature people often envisioned, but rather the blood of a pinnacle level 9 demonic beast, the Black Earth Dragon, as explained by Su Pengfei. Pinnacle level 9? Qin Chen gasped in astonishment. You must understand that the most prized possession of any extraordinary beast is its beast crystal, Su Pengfei remarked, observing Qin Chen's reaction. Qin Chen nodded, aware of the numerous applications of beast crystals in crafting various weapons and equipment, as well as in research. Many contemporary martial arts were inspired by beast crystals, which could also transform human cultivation methods, allowing some individuals to attain dual-element capabilities. However, not every demonic beast possessed a beast crystal, which contributed to its rarity. The blood of demonic beasts, particularly those ranked at level 4 or above, was also exceedingly valuable. It is essential to note that every demonic beast has blood, and the primary function of this blood is to enhance the physical prowess of martial artists. Qin Chen acknowledged this, as he understood that the greatest advantage of demonic beasts lay in their superior physical strength compared to human warriors. The primary focus of human martial artists was to master body-refining martial arts, Yet such disciplines were scarce and notoriously difficult to practice. Although Qin Chen had possessed the star refinement body technique for some time, his progress had been minimal. Chief, the blood of a pinnacle level 9 demonic beast must be quite rare. Why is it being offered now? Qin Chen inquired with curiosity. The military's expenditure this time could only be described as a veritable river of blood, Su Pengfei replied. How many 9-star warriors are there throughout the Dragon Kingdom? The number of demonic beasts is also limited. Otherwise, humanity would have long been defeated. Indeed, the blood of pinnacle level 9 demonic beasts is scarce. And that of the Black Earth Dragon is even more so. It can be said that, at present, the military, and indeed the entire Dragon Kingdom, possesses only one vial of this blood. Moreover, I must inform you that the blood of the Black Earth Dragon is among the most effective of all demonic beast blood. Qin Chen was even more astonished. If that is the case, why is it being offered as a reward now? Su Pengfei discerned the source of his bewilderment. This is the military's first star selection event. Initially, had he not appeared, Zhang Chong would have claimed first place, and the reward would have been a mere fraction of a dragon's blood. Now, I can assure you, you may absorb as much as you can. Is it truly that generous? Qin Chen exclaimed, taken aback by the disparity in treatment. This is the will of the war god. You have inherited his legacy, so it is only fitting that you receive an even greater opportunity. Su Pengfei regarded Qin Chen with a hint of envy. For he himself was an 8-star warrior, yet could not attain the opportunities bestowed by the war god. Your fortune is indeed remarkable, or rather, your innate talent has afforded you such a privilege. It is essential to recognize that this dragon's blood is no ordinary Black Earth Dragon. It is a beast on the verge of transcending to a martial saint. It was the esteemed war god who expended considerable resources to slay it. Thus I hope that you will eventually enter the military, not to diminish the war goddess' esteem for you. To relinquish such a grand opportunity is, frankly speaking, somewhat disheartening for Su Pengfei himself. Had he the authority to decide, he would undoubtedly choose otherwise. After all, Qin Chen has yet to join the military, and the future remains uncertain. I will give it thorough consideration. Qin Chen nodded, refraining from expressing a definitive stance. Indeed, Su Pengfei nodded in agreement. By the way, I previously mentioned that I would grant you a request. Do share what it is that you desire. The so-called request is, of course, a form of reward. I seek beast crystals. The more the better, Qin Chen stated plainly. You speak with great audacity, exhibiting no modesty at all. Su Pengfei chuckled. Is this due to the research of your master? He had heard from Yang Shui that Qin Chen's mysterious master has a continuous need for beast crystals, so it is no surprise. However, Qin Chen's consideration for his master brings him solace. At least he is not an ungrateful individual. Even if Qin Chen does not enter the military, the favor still remains. Yes, my master is immensely significant to me. Without him, there would be no present version of myself. Thus, I am deeply invested in his research. Qin Chen declared, his demeanor unwavering. Pray tell, what type of beast crystals do you require? Su Pengfei wasted no time. Elated, Qin Chen promptly produced a list he had prepared in advance. Upon receiving the list, Su Pengfei's eyes widened in astonishment. The list was succinct. Earth type, wind type, ice type, fire type, beast crystals, the more the better. How's that sound? Not too burdensome, I hope? Qin Chen smiled. Burdensome? Do you think beast crystals grow like cabbages? Su Pengfei was at a loss for words upon hearing Qin Chen's request. The military indeed possesses the largest stock of beast crystals among all factions in the Dragon Kingdom, yet it also experiences the greatest consumption. Many beast crystals have already been utilized for various equipment. Although there is some inventory, it is not as if one can simply acquire as many as desired. Here's the deal. I can offer you a reward of 50 million, which is the maximum reward the Western Theater can provide. You may convert this into beast crystals. For first-tier beast crystals, regardless of type, I will offer you 500,000 each. For second tier, 1 million. And for third tier, 2 million. You may draft a specific list based on these prices. As for beast crystals above the third tier, I cannot provide them at this moment, as there are procedures involved which will require considerable time. If you're willing to wait, that option remains open. Su Pengfei elucidated to Qin Chen. Qin Chen nodded and began drafting his list, silently calculating his needs. Minutes later, he produced a detailed list, omitting any mention of beast crystals above the third tier. A third-level beast crystal is valued at 2 million, while a fourth level would likely double that, rendering it entirely unnecessary. At present, his cultivation is insufficient to warrant such an expenditure. Su Pengfei glanced at the list and inquired if only these 4 elemental types were needed. The crystals listed were solely of fire, wind, ice, and earth elements, with no other types present. Qin Chen nodded, affirming that these would suffice. His primary budget is merely 50 million, and his master has instructed him to focus on 3 elemental types: wind, fire, and ice. As for the earth element, his master suggested occasional exploration, hence a few of those would also be required. Su Pengfei did not dwell on it, recognizing his own lack of expertise in research. Very well, I shall prepare the items as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, he retrieved a medal from his possession. It was the Star General medal. With this, one becomes a Star General in the military, equivalent to a rank of Major General. Should Qin Chen formally enter the military in the future, his rank would be that of Major General. Qin Chen accepted the medal, and in that moment, notifications chimed. Ding! You have completed the 3rd stage of the Star General mission. Ding! Your reward has been granted. All Star General missions completed. Additional reward. A martial arts manual. Chapter 61. Earth System 1 Star. Starry Skin. After Su Pengfei's departure, Qin Chen turned his attention to the system rewards. He promptly retrieved 3 fragments of the Earth Elemental Mark and swallowed them whole. The elemental marks began to be digested rapidly. Ding! Successfully devoured Earth Elemental Mark fragment. Your Earth System mark has reached perfection. In that instant, Qin Chen distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his physical form due to the influence of the Earth element. His combat power surged, breaking through the formidable barrier of 6,000, taking another step closer to the threshold of 4 stars. Name: Qin Chen. Fire System Realm. 2 stars. 3rd Divine Pattern Progress 10. Wind System Realm. 1 star. 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0. Ice System Realm. 1 star. 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0. Earth System Realm. 1 star. 2nd Divine Pattern Progress 0. Combat Power 6,300. He then glanced at the additional rewards, curious about the martial arts bestowed upon him. With a mere thought, the information about the martial arts flooded into his mind. Martial Arts Introduction. Earth Spirit Armor. A 7th grade martial art, exclusively for Earth warriors. The information was swiftly assimilated, revealing yet another 7th grade martial art. This technique was defensive in nature. Once mastered, it could instantly manifest a layer of sturdy earth armor upon the surface of the body. With the Starry Body Refinement technique combined with the Earth Spirit Armor, Qin Chen couldn't help but muse to himself about his own formidable prowess. It was truly impossible to remain low-key. The Starry Body Refinement technique, a 9th grade martial art, significantly strengthened one's physical form, while the Earth Spirit Armor provided external defense. Under this dual protection, even a genuine 4-star warrior would find it exceedingly challenging to breach his defenses. Moreover, there was the dragon blood to anticipate. Qin Chen felt a surge of excitement. The dragon blood also augmented physical strength, complementing the Starry Body Refinement technique. He speculated that absorbing the dragon blood would likely accelerate the progress of the Starry Body Refinement technique. The first volume of the Starry Body Refinement technique, the Starry Body, is divided into Starry Skin, Starry Bones, and Starry Blood. Currently, he had yet to fully master the Starry Skin. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the profound effects that dragon blood might bestow upon him. That night, Qin Chen refrained from training and instead succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, he was led by a soldier to the command room. Inside, 3 major generals, 2 lieutenant generals, and Su Pengfei were present, along with 3 instructors, one of whom was Yang Shui. After Qin Chen positioned himself between Yu Lu and Zhang Chong, Su Pengfei spoke. This time, your rewards consist of beast blood. You're all aware of the specific type of beast blood from yesterday's briefing. Now, your instructors will take you for soaking. How much you absorb depends on your own capabilities. Upon finishing, the 3 major generals produced small vials from their persons. Each vial contained beast blood, ready for immediate use. The small vials were handed over to the three instructors, including Yang Shui. Qin Chen gazed at the vial with astonishment. It appeared to be a wondrous spatial container, seemingly small, yet possibly accommodating several cubic meters within. The vessel, which Qin Chen had encountered during his cultural studies, is a remarkable creation that humanity has long endeavored to understand. Known as a spatial bottle, akin to a spatial bag, it represents the latest achievements in human research, yet, to date, the largest has only reached 5 cubic meters. Naturally, the martial sage possesses his own means of spatial storage, while these innovations are intended for the martial practitioners beneath him. "Let us proceed," exclaimed Yang Shui, after acquiring the dragon's blood, as she turned to Qin Chen and exited the command room. Noticing her departure, Qin Chen hurriedly followed. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a chamber containing a pre-prepared wooden barrel. Yang Shui approached the barrel directly, uncorked a small vial, and began to pour the dragon's blood into it. Observing the viscous liquid cascading into the barrel, Qin Chen noted that when it reached a third full, Yang Shui recapped the vial. "Don't be stingy. Fill it to the brim." Qin Chen remarked upon seeing the insufficient amount. "Fill it to the brim? Do you think it's just water?" Yang Shui retorted sharply. "This is the blood of a 9th-level beast. There is quite a substantial quantity in one creature, yet this barrel is only capable of holding so much. That will suffice. Then, the commander has stated that I may absorb as much as I can, so fill it up. It's not a problem," Qin Chen insisted, reaching for the vial. Yang Shui swiftly stepped back. "Let us finish absorbing what you have first. The blood of a 9th-level beast is extremely volatile. A moment of carelessness could cause your body to rupture. Moreover, if there is too much, you won't be able to absorb it all, which would be wasteful." Seeing Yang Shui's stubbornness, Qin Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, he glared. "I hereby command you to fill it to the brim." After all, he was now a constellation star with the rank of Major General, while Yang Shui held merely the rank of Colonel. Yet, Yang Shui merely rolled her eyes at him before turning to leave. Qin Chen shook his head in resignation and approached the barrel, attempting to grasp the contents. The system did not respond. It seemed that even devouring the dragon's blood would yield no results. Realizing this, he removed his clothing and stepped into the barrel. Upon entering, Qin Chen immediately felt a surge of energy permeating through every pore of his body. How wondrous! This energy is astonishingly pure. He was taken aback. At that moment, he comprehended why many researchers were fervently studying the crystals of exotic beasts. If the blood of these creatures is so extraordinary, then the crystals must undoubtedly be the most valuable subjects of research. As Qin Chen lingered longer in the blood, he sensed an increasing fortification of his body. However, upon reaching his limits, the star refining body technique unexpectedly began to operate autonomously. The energy from the blood began to intensify his skin exponentially. Within mere minutes, his skin transformed repeatedly. He could not resist the urge to touch it, as if he were feeling a layer of iron plating. Before long, the energy in the blood within the barrel diminished significantly, and shortly thereafter, it was completely expended. His skin had achieved a level of strength he had never previously imagined. The Star Refining Body Technique, Volume 1, Starry Skin, is still lacking a bit. He was astonished. This technique was indeed formidable, and such robust skin still had not reached its full potential. "Instructor Yang," Qin Chen called out. "What is it?" Yang Shui pushed open the door and impatiently inquired. "Add dragon's blood." "Add what?" "First, let us absorb it before we discuss further." "It's gone." Qin Chen shrugged his shoulders. Yang Shui furrowed her brows, but proceeded to the wooden barrel. Only then did she realize that the dragon's blood had completely transformed, devoid of any trace of spiritual essence. Has it truly been consumed? She gasped in astonishment. This is far too swift. Merely a few minutes have passed. Previously, Su Pengfei had informed her that dragon's blood was exceedingly domineering. For an ordinary warrior like Zhang Chang, merely applying a small amount to the skin sufficed. However, Qin Chen was exceptional, yet she had only been instructed to pour out 1/3 of the contents. Su Pengfei believed that 1/3 would allow Qin Chen to soak for several hours, fully sufficient to elevate his physical capabilities to their utmost limits. Yet now, She began to suspect that Su Pengfei was merely conserving the dragon's blood. Chapter 62. The Celestial Bone. One punch to break thousands. Wait a moment. Yang Shui turned to leave. She found herself in a predicament. Su Pengfei had instructed her to utilize only 1/3 of it, and she dared not act recklessly. This substance was not something she could afford to misuse. In the command room, Su Pengfei abruptly rose to his feet. What did you say? It's all consumed? Yes. It's all gone, Yang Shui confirmed with a nod. Then we must replenish it. I find him quite formidable, Su Pengfei declared sternly. There was no alternative. He had previously boasted that Qin Chen could absorb as much as he could. Now, Qin Chen was indeed absorbing, and the dragon blood was still available. There was no turning back. All right. With Su Pengfei's approval, Yang Shui nodded. Wait, I will accompany you. I refuse to believe he can absorb that much, Su Pengfei added. The two quickly arrived at Qin Chen's quarters. Yang Shui wasted no time and began to drain the lifeless blood from the wooden tub. Young instructor, perhaps we should summon Chief Su? Qin Chen said softly, glancing at his own body. I'm not afraid. Why should you be? Yang Shui retorted, though her heart raced with anticipation. It was her first time scrutinizing a man in such a manner, yet she maintained an air of indifference to assert her authority. With no other option, Qin Chen fell silent. Soon enough, the energy-infused dragon blood was fully drained, and Yang Shui retrieved a small vial to pour in more dragon blood. Again, only 1/3. Qin Chen said nothing further and resumed his absorption. Boom! As he absorbed half of the dragon blood's energy, he felt his skin reach its limits. The celestial body refinement technique began to operate fervently, guiding the remaining energy into his bones and incessantly tempering them. Minutes passed, and the energy in the wooden tub was completely consumed. Young instructor, continue, Qin Chen called out once more. At this moment, Su Pengfei could no longer contain himself and stepped up to the tub. Upon seeing the entirely lifeless dragon blood, his expression darkened instantly. Are you a gold-eating beast? He snapped. The dragon blood that Qin Chen had just consumed was worth at least hundreds of millions, and it was a rare commodity. Even if there were other beast blood of equal value, the effects might differ. Chief won't have second thoughts, will he? Qin Chen hastily inquired. He now realized the staggering worth of the dragon blood. That mere 10 minutes could save him countless hours of cultivation. The celestial body refinement technique was notoriously difficult to master. Reaching the celestial bone would require an immense amount of time through gradual practice. Now, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, as such chances were rare. Regret? Am I the kind of person who has regrets? Su Pengfei's heart ached. Yet he still spoke. Kid, if you don't join the military in the future, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Having spoken, he swiftly seized the small vial from Yang Shui's hand and drained its contents in one decisive gulp. Savor it. Let it consume you, he chuckled, then resumed his absorption. In another room, Zhang Chong was also consuming the blood of a beast, albeit that of a 7th-grade creature. At this moment, within the wooden barrel, Zhang Chong endured the excruciating agony wrought by the blood, his physical strength incessantly augmenting. Suddenly, the barrel erupted, the lifeless blood splattering in all directions. Dressed once more, the delight in Zhang Chong's eyes was unmistakable. Although he had not yet breached the 3-star threshold, his current might surpass 2,000 combat power with a mere punch. At this juncture, he brimmed with confidence and could not help but ponder about Qin Chen. Am I his rival now? Soon he shook his head. Deep down, he acknowledged that he was still not a match for Qin Chen, recalling the formidable pressure Qin Chen had exuded when he approached him. A sense of despair inevitably welled within him. Instructor, Zhang Chong turned to Song Li. Which room is Qin Chen in? Song Li, aware of Zhang Chong's desire to compete discreetly with Qin Chen, replied, It's next door. Nodding, Zhang Chong exited his room and approached the door of Qin Chen's chamber. At that moment, Yulu was also present, and they both gazed at Qin Chen within the room. Boom! Just then, Qin Chen completed the absorption of the final dragon blood energy and rose from the barrel, which astonishingly exploded on its own. Regrettably, the star bone was still a tad shy of perfection. He felt a twinge of disappointment, but upon reflection, he recognized that the star bone was inherently more challenging to cultivate than the star skin. Achieving this level was commendable in itself. After donning his clothes, he glanced at Yang Shui. Instructor Yang, brace yourself for my punch. With that, he charged forth like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, delivering a thunderous punch towards Yang Shui. His fist, engulfed in terrifying flames, resembled the emergence of a sun. Yang Shui's expression shifted, and she swiftly retaliated with a punch of her own. Bang! The tremendous forces collided, sending Qin Chen staggering backward, while Yang Shui remained steadfast, though her face exhibited unprecedented astonishment. Instructor Yang, you truly are formidable. Qin Chen steadied himself and remarked. Formidable? You are a freak. Yang Shui couldn't help but exclaim. Su Pengfei, standing nearby, voiced his confusion, having only gleaned a rough understanding from their exchange. He knew that the specifics were best comprehended by those directly involved. Commander, that punch of his has already reached the 4-star threshold. Yang Shui elucidated. What? Zhang Chong and Yu Lu at the door exclaimed in astonishment. The 4-star threshold equated to 10,000 combat power. Just moments ago, Zhang Chong had pondered whether he was a rival to Qin Chen. Now, he realized how naive his thoughts had been. Meanwhile, Yu Lu, previously oblivious to the extent of Qin Chen's prowess, was now trembling all over, having caught the nuance in Zhang Chong's demeanor. The 4-star threshold. Even Su Pengfei was astonished. He discerned that Qin Chen had not experienced a breakthrough in cultivation. His fire attribute remained at 2 stars. He could comprehend a scenario where, even if the 3 attributes surpassed 3 stars and his combat power exceeded 4 stars, it would still be understandable. However, to witness someone at 2 stars breach the threshold of 4 stars was simply unfathomable. After all, the disparity between 3 stars and 4 stars is substantial, especially when one leaps 2 levels from 2 stars. It certainly justified the entirety of my vial of dragon's blood. Su Pengfei ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. He has already left us far behind. Zhang Chong murmured. Yulun nodded in agreement, noting that it was not merely behind. They could hardly see the taillights anymore. They too were prodigies of their province. Yet in comparison to Qin Chen, the thought alone was disheartening. Did you hear that just now? The commander mentioned that he absorbed an entire vial of blood. Yulu whispered. Zhang Chong nodded. Fortune is available to all. And although our beast's blood may not be as exceptional as his, what is more infuriating is that he absorbed far more than we did. The two lamented, realizing that despite the despair they already felt, the greater despair lay in the fact that opportunities presented before them were fully seized by him, while they could only grasp a fraction. Chapter 63. A surge in power, 5-star combat strength upon returning to his dormitory. Qin Chen noticed Li Yun hastily sitting up in bed. You seem rather apprehensive of me, Qin Chen remarked, observing Li Yun's demeanor. It's not exactly fear, just a bit nervous, Li Yun replied, unable to meet Qin Chen's gaze. Qin Chen smiled, understanding that Li Yun's character was inherently introverted and shy. Given the terrifying display he had just exhibited, such a reaction was entirely forgivable. I'm not a monstrous beast. Relax a little and get some rest, Qin Chen said, approaching him and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Li Yun let out a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously before sinking back into a deep slumber. The recent assessment had indeed drained him significantly, and it was essential for them to rest before their instructors would escort them back to their respective cities. Qin Chen intended to rest as well, but his phone rang. Upon answering, Su Pengfei informed him that the beast crystals he had requested had arrived and instructed him to collect them from the command room. A few minutes later, he arrived at the command room, where Su Pengfei sat with a suitcase on the table before him. Here are the beast crystals you requested, Su Pengfei said, tapping the suitcase. Qin Chen eagerly approached the table. With a click, the suitcase opened to reveal a neat arrangement of beast crystals within. 10 Grade 1 Wind, Ice, and Earth Beast crystals, each valued at 15 million. 10 Grade 2 Beast crystals of each type, worth 30 million, and 9 Grade 2 Fire Beast crystals, valued at 9 million. The total value amounted to 54 million. Kid, you're 4 million short, Su Pengfei remarked with a smile. This reward was provided by the Western Military District, valued at 50 million. However, Qin Chen had previously requested that he try to gather the full amount. Su Pengfei, finding Qin Chen particularly likable, had obliged, even dipping into his own funds to make up the difference. Is 4 million really a concern for you, sir? Qin Chen closed the suitcase with a grin. Of course. 4 million isn't pocket change. Su Pengfei replied, slightly exasperated. Although he held the rank of general, 4 million was still a considerable sum, especially since the beast crystals he had previously obtained from slain beasts had already been utilized, and the resources required for martial cultivation were immense. This 4 million represented nearly all of his reserves. Don't be so stingy, General. Qin Chen lifted the suitcase and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he turned back and said, Thank you, sir. Get out of here, you rascal. Su Pengfei waved him off, chuckling. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Chen found Li Yun already snoring. He approached his bed and opened the suitcase, first selecting a Grade 1 Wind Beast Crystal. Grade 1 Wind Beast Crystal can be devoured for use by wind martial artists only. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it whole. As the beast crystal was digested, he could distinctly sense the second divine pattern rapidly coalescing upon the wind element mark. Subsequently, he continued to pick up and devour one beast crystal after another. With a soft chime, your wind element mark's second divine pattern reaches completion. Boom! The power within surged wildly, and the dormitory seemed to be caressed by countless gentle breezes before settling into tranquility. Qin Chen glanced at the peacefully slumbering Li Yun and smiled. The wind realm had ascended to 2 stars. After briefly savoring his enhanced strength, he continued to grasp the second-level wind beast crystal. Soon, he effortlessly broke through to 3 stars in the wind realm. Next, he picked up the ice beast crystal. Rapidly, he advanced in the ice realm until he reached 2 stars, causing the temperature in the entire dormitory to plummet. Li Yun turned over in his sleep, and just as Qin Chen anticipated he would awaken, the steady sound of snoring returned. He slept quite soundly. Seeing Li Yun remained undisturbed, Qin Chen wasted no time and began to devour the earth beast crystal. Before long, the dormitory was filled with earth elements, and a suffocating sensation suddenly emerged. Li Yun's snoring ceased abruptly, but the feeling of suffocation quickly dissipated, allowing him to continue his deep slumber. Qin Chen shook his head. He had never seen anyone sleep so deeply. Now, for the second-level fire beast crystal, he seized the fire beast crystal and began to consume it one by one, as the third divine pattern on the fire mark rapidly coalesced. Boom! When the progress of the divine pattern reached completion, the temperature in the dormitory soared, and the oxygen in the air felt as if it had been entirely consumed by flames, creating an even more intense sensation of suffocation than before. What was happening? Li Yun suddenly bolted upright in bed, bewildered and scanning his surroundings. His face turned pale. Moments ago, it felt as if someone had tightened their grip around his throat, rendering him breathless. It's nothing. You were just dreaming. Qin Chen quickly concealed the fire elements that had erupted during his breakthrough. Dreaming? Li Yun castionat parplaksha. Yet, he had indeed been immersed in a pleasant dream, and that feeling had been overwhelmingly real. He had almost believed he would perish, and even now, the lingering fear remained. You just missed witnessing the rise of an extraordinary talent. Qin Chen added. What do you mean? Li Yun inquired, still confused. Qin Chen smiled, but did not respond, instead directing his gaze towards his system. Name, Qin Shan Fire Realm. 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress. 0, Wind Realm. 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress. 0, Ice Realm. 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress. 0, Earth Realm. 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress. 0, Combat Power. 83. 000. Upon observing his combat power, Qin Chen was astounded. He had broken through the 5-star threshold. For martial artists, once they reached 4 stars, the leap in combat power was substantial, and upon becoming a grandmaster, it was truly formidable. Thus, as one progressed further, it became increasingly challenging to engage in battles beyond their level shortly after a breakthrough. Even among those at the same level, a newly advanced warrior often struggled to surpass those who had enjoyed their breakthroughs longer. Now, having just achieved 3 stars, Qin Chen could not only fight above his level, but had directly surpassed 2 levels. With breakthroughs in all 4 realms, combined with the effects of the starry body refinement technique manifesting after his cultivation breakthrough, reaching the 5-star threshold was not surprising at all. Qin Chen pondered this. The peculiarity of the star refinement body technique lies in the fact that the higher one's cultivation, the more pronounced its effects become. At this moment, he found himself contemplating more about that military god from the army. The disparity in combat power between 4 stars and 5 stars is already significant. One can only imagine the terrifying chasm that exists between 9 stars and a martial sage. However, the opponent possessing dual 9 stars is tantamount to being a martial sage. And that is truly daunting. He must either have some extraordinary trump card or have already reached the pinnacle of 9 stars, perhaps even verging on martial sage. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable. Qin Chen thought resolutely. Qin Chen, what is the matter with you? Li Yun inquired as he noticed Qin Chen lost in thought. Awakened from his reverie, Qin Chen shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, Li Yun, would you like to learn about my strength? Qin Chen suddenly asked. How would I go about that? Li Yun responded, genuinely curious about Qin Chen's capabilities. Although Qin Chen had claimed first place this time, aside from the officers, no one had witnessed his specific performance. Very simply, come, unleash your utmost strength and strike me with a punch, Qin Chen declared. Huh? Li Yun looked perplexed. Come on, is that for real? Indeed, let it happen, Qin Chen affirmed with a nod. Li Yun, feeling a surge of anxiety, nevertheless nodded in agreement. Be careful. With that, he charged towards Qin Chen, aiming a punch directly at his chest. Strike now, Li Yun shouted, noticing that Qin Chen remained stationary. But his fist was already beyond the point of return. Bang! The punch struck Qin Chen's chest, causing his expression to shift dramatically, as though his fist had collided with a solid mass of iron. Then, he observed Qin Chen's body tremble slightly, and, in an instant, he was sent flying out through the door. Bang! Aye! Li Yun's head tilted, his eyes filled with terror before he lost consciousness. Chapter 64. The 9 Sacred Academies. Yu Yang's request the following day. What shall we prepare for next? On the helicopter, Yang Shui inquired of Qin Chen. What else is there to prepare for but the impending college entrance examination? It is fast approaching, and during this time, I intend to stay at home and cherish moments with my parents, Qin Chen replied without a second thought. With the college entrance examination drawing near, although he had yet to decide which university to attend, it was certain that it would not be in Rome City. Once he left, it would likely be a considerable amount of time before he could return. Furthermore, it was also time to pay a visit to the Zhao family. Since the demise of Zhao Quan and Zhao Yang, the Zhao family had become remarkably quiet, yet he understood that Zhao Wanshi would not easily relinquish his desire for revenge, and he could not allow such an adversary to remain alive. After the college entrance examination, which martial academy do you plan to attend? Yang Sui asked curiously. With Qin Chen's current prowess, he could apply to any martial academy in Dragon Country. Do you have any recommendations, Instructor Yang? Qin Chen inquired. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui replied, that ultimately depends on you. Let me share some insights about the martial academies in Dragon Country. Before Qin Chen could respond, she continued. There are numerous martial academies in Dragon Country, but the most prestigious ones amount to 9. Qin Chen nodded. He was aware of this fact. These 9 martial academies, referred to as the Sacred Academies, were established by one of the martial saints of Dragon Country, Suzhen. The names of the academies are straightforward, ranging from the First Sacred Academy to the 9th Sacred Academy. According to Qin Chen's understanding, the heads of these 9 Sacred Academies are all 8-star Grandmaster martial artists, with the overall head being Su Wuxing. Among them, the first 5 Sacred Academies are located in the capital, while the latter 4 are situated in the Magic City. Each year, the 9th Sacred Academy attracts the best candidates, with nearly half of the provincial top scholars enrolling there. Conversely, the First Sacred Academy is the least favorable. To my knowledge, they haven't recruited a provincial top scholar in 10 years, with their best candidates being merely city scholars. Yang Shui briefly outlined the annual admissions circumstances. In truth, the quality of the Sacred Academies can be discerned from their enrollment statistics. Naturally, all 9 Sacred Academies are esteemed, and even the least among them cannot be deemed significantly inferior, as each year, every academy enrolls only a few thousand students. Therefore, across the 9 academies, the total enrollment in Dragon Country amounts to merely around 10,000 individuals, each of whom can be considered an elite. If I were to attend the least favorable First Sacred Academy, would I have a chance to earn rewards? Qin Chen asked tentatively. It would be challenging. Yang Shui shook her head. The 9 sacred academies do not actively seek out students. After all, they only enroll a select number each year. Even if you were the top scholar nationwide, it would not particularly impress them. They could afford to lose a genius or two. Remember, the sacred academies differ from my military department. The military requires prodigies, but the academies do not have such pressing needs, as they merely focus on martial education and do not require an abundance of instructors. All right, Qin Chen nodded, though he remained undeterred and still intended to give it a try. In truth, the relationship between the sacred academies and the military department is quite amicable, as many individuals in the military are alumni of the martial academies. Thus, it matters little which sacred institution you choose to join. However, if you seek to challenge yourself, the 9th Sacred Institute in the Magic City is the place to be, where you will find a congregation of prodigies. Yang Shui made this suggestion, though she did not press the matter, for Qin Chen has his own methods of cultivation. Whether he opts for the 9th Sacred Institute, embracing the pressure, or the First Sacred Institute, where he may find ease, ultimately rests upon his own decision. Qin Chen nodded, formulating a plan in his mind. As they spoke, the helicopter arrived at the summit of Ming Mountain. The genius training camp had yet to conclude, and Luo Bin had returned early. Upon hearing the roar of the helicopter, he dashed outside. Ah, the Star General has arrived. Luo Bin exclaimed with a sarcastic tone upon seeing Qin Chen. Stand at attention, Qin Chen shouted as he disembarked. Instinctively, Luo Bin straightened his posture, but his expression darkened almost immediately. It was quite embarrassing. Although Qin Chen held the rank of Major General, he had yet to officially enter the military camp and wield any real authority, rendering his title somewhat nominal. Ha! Qin Chen laughed heartily, a true soldier. Unlike some others, he cast a sidelong glance at Yang Shui, only to find her unresponsive. At that moment, the other participants of the genius training camp, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Boss! Zhou Lei exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he sprinted towards Qin Chen, arms outstretched for an embrace. However, Qin Chen swiftly kicked him back. Greetings, everyone. It's been a while. Qin Chen addressed the group, noticing the changes in them. They had grown darker in complexion, yet stronger in ability. Congratulations, Qin Chen. Congratulations. They all greeted him one by one. Eventually, only one person remained, Yu Yang, standing at a distance, hesitating before approaching. Qin Chen, and I follow you? He inquired. The declaration left everyone astonished, their gazes fixed on Yu Yang. Qin Chen frowned. He knew Yu Yang well and recognized his pride. Previously, when Zhao Yang sought his assistance, Yu Yang had declined, even in the face of the Zhao family's formidable presence. Yet now, he openly expressed a desire to follow Qin Chen in front of everyone, a most surprising turn of events. Yu Yang, what is the matter with you? Even Luo Bin and Yang Shui looked at him in confusion. It's nothing, Yu Yang shook his head, explaining, Qin Chen is now a Star General. Following him is not disgraceful. His words did not resonate with the others. Despite Qin Chen's status, he remained an underage student with only a 2-star cultivation level. A genius, regardless of potential, could not simply choose to follow anyone, especially someone with such a background, leaving others perplexed. Shall we speak privately? Qin Chen suggested, sensing that Yu Yang had deeper motives. All right. The two quickly made their way to a secluded spot. The others, witnessing this, refrained from following, yet speculated among themselves. Speak. What is it? Qin Chen prompted. At that moment, Yu Yang's expression abruptly shifted, his eyes filled with profound hatred as he slowly uttered, My father is dead. Qin Chen's countenance changed. Do you recall the last time Zhao Yang called me? Yu Yang inquired. Qin Chen instantly grasped the implication. The Zhao family? Yu Yang nodded. On that day, I had warned my father to be wary of the Zhao family. Yet unexpectedly, calamity struck. You are a martial artist. Your family should be quite safe. Qin Chen remarked. His determination to become a martial artist was rooted in the desire to shield his family from the Zhao family's retribution. Yu Yang, too, was a martial artist, Although his residence may not boast the same security as Qinghe Garden, it was undoubtedly safe enough to deter any assault from the Zhao family. Yu Yang shook his head. My father was acquainted with Zhao Wanshi, and, as a businessman, he frequently traveled. Thus, Zhao Wanshi had ample opportunity to target my father. Qin Chen's expression darkened, realizing that this matter was ultimately connected to him. He refrained from inquiring how Yu Yang's father had met his demise, merely stating, "Has the City Lord's Mansion or the Martial Arts Association been informed?" The City Lord's Mansion and the Martial Arts Association were under the same jurisdiction, and in such cases, the City Lord's Mansion would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to investigate. An investigation was conducted, but no evidence was found. However, I am certain that Zhao Wanshi is responsible, Yu Yang asserted confidently. Qin Chen nodded. He recognized that Yu Yang was not one to speak frivolously and believed that Zhao Wanshi was indeed the perpetrator. I shall pay a visit to the Zhao family, Qin Chen declared, patting Yu Yang on the shoulder. As for the matter of companionship, he did not acquiesce. He had no need for any lackeys. Zhou Lei was merely a source of amusement, not a genuine follower. Chapter 65 Preparations before visiting the Zhao family. Yu Yang's expression changed abruptly. He had mentioned this matter to Qin Chen not to rush him to the Zhao family, for Zhao Wanshi was still a 4-star warrior, and Qin Chen's presence would serve no purpose. Moreover, without evidence, even a visit would yield no results, openly committing murder within the city, regardless of Qin Chen's status as a star warrior, was impossible. If you seek vengeance, prepare yourself. I can wait for you until tomorrow to descend the mountain together. Qin Chen did not elaborate, but calmly replied, "Very well." Yu Yang refrained from further comments. He understood Qin Chen well enough to know that he would not engage in meaningless actions without assurance. Should he go, even if he could not eliminate Zhao Wanshi, he undoubtedly had other intentions. After Yu Yang made his preparations, Yang Shui approached Qin Chen. "Is it about the Zhao family?" Qin Chen looked at her in surprise. Impressed by Yang Sui's keen intellect, she was aware of Zhao Yang's incident and knew Yu Yang was involved, yet her quick deduction still astonished Qin Chen. "I know Yu Yang well. If he speaks of following you, something significant must have occurred. However, I must caution you that Zhao Wanshi's 4 stars are not merely a product of medicinal enhancement. It will be prudent to wait until your cultivation has improved before making any plans," Yang Shui advised. Following Zhao Liang's death, she had investigated the Zhao family and was quite familiar with Zhao Wanshi's circumstances. On the surface, Qin Chen nodded in agreement without offering any explanation. Whether a 4-star Zhao Wanshi could be defeated with a single punch remained uncertain. The next morning, Yu Yang promptly exited the genius training camp and descended the mountain alongside Qin Chen. "You should return home briefly, have a meal with your family, and comfort them. Inform them that, barring any unforeseen events, Zhao Wanshi will meet his demise today." Upon arriving in the city, Qin Chen instructed Yu Yang as he exited the taxi. Yu Yang gazed at Qin Chen in astonishment, unable to comprehend the source of his confidence. Initially, he had presumed that Qin Chen might seek assistance from the military to discreetly eliminate Zhao Wanshi, yet he had not seen Qin Chen consult anyone. Instead, he was heading directly to the Zhao family. Clearly, he intended to confront the adversary openly. However, the only means of doing so would be through a challenge as a warrior. Yet, Zhao Wanshi could refuse, and even if he accepted, how would Qin Chen respond? "By the way, arrive at the Zhao family by noon. Do not be late," Qin Chen reminded him before entering the Qinghe Garden community. Yu Yang watched Qin Chen's retreating figure, certain he would not be tardy. Upon returning home, Qin Chen found his parents seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. The couple now enjoyed a leisurely life. Yet during this period, Qin Chen had advised them to remain within the community, even hiring someone to procure groceries. He had initially considered hiring a housekeeper, but as a retired soldier, Qin Dai and Li Xiufan, accustomed to hardship, found it difficult to adjust. The housekeeper had been dismissed after only 2 days. "Xiaochen, why are you back?" The couple exclaimed in surprise and joy upon seeing Qin Chen enter the room. "Yes, I have returned. The selection for the Star Warriors has concluded, and I am back to prepare for the college entrance examination," Qin Chen affirmed. "Concluded? What was the outcome?" Qin Dai inquired eagerly. The matter of the Star of Generals had been discussed by Qin Chen with them over the phone, and Qin Dai was exceedingly concerned about the outcome. Naturally, he had been selected. Qin Chen smiled and produced the medal, just as Li Xiufen reached out to take it. Qin Dai quickly interjected, "Don't touch it." "What are you doing?" Li Xiufen responda, "Displayasa." Qin Dai stood up, carefully holding the medal in his hands. This is the inaugural Star of General's medal from the military. Although it carries only symbolic significance, its implications are profound. With this, my son will be recognized as a true Major General upon entering the military. You wouldn't understand, he added. In all my years in the military, I only encountered a Major General once. Do you realize that? Qin Dai was somewhat agitated, flipping the medal back and forth as if it were a priceless treasure. I don't understand, but you certainly do. Li Xiufen raturta sharply. Ignoring her, Qin Dai turned to Qin Chen. You intend to join the military, don't you? Join what military? Li Xiufen interjected. With our son's achievements, he could secure a respectable position at the Rongqing Martial Arts Association. What do you know? Qin Dai exclaimed. A man should join the military. Qin Chen quickly intervened, stating that it was too early to discuss such matters and suggested they wait until after graduation. By the way, where's the evidence against the Zhao family for what they did to Dad? Xiao Chun you want? Qin Dai suddenly recalled something, looking at Qin Chen in astonishment. Yes, the Zhao family must pay the price. Over the past year, in hopes of seeing the Zhao family punished, Li Xiufen had been gathering evidence, but it was insufficient to make them truly suffer, which is why she had withheld it. However, Dad, there are no buts. I know the evidence is lacking. What I seek is not their official punishment, but a personal reckoning. Qin Chen interrupted. Qin Dai and Li Xiufen, being straightforward individuals, believed that the Zhao family's consequences should stem from societal norms. Yet, Qin Chen desired something different. After several attempts on his life, they ought to be punished by his own hand. Very well. Qin Dai finally nodded, entrusting this matter to Qin Chen. His recent conduct had sufficiently demonstrated that he was not a reckless person. Li Xiufen did not fully comprehend, but recognized that her son was preparing to take action against the Zhao family. Her disdain for them ran deep, and she chose not to say more. Soon, they presented the evidence they had collected over the past year, which consisted of straightforward items. Upon receiving it, Qin Chen wasted no time and stepped out, retrieving his phone. Qin Chen, what made you think to call me? Su Hua's voice came through as soon as the call connected. I'm back, Director Su. Please provide me with the contact number for Mayor Zhou. I need to discuss something with him, Qin Chen stated directly, bypassing any formalities. Mayor Zhou's number? Su Hua replied, his tone tinged with curiosity, but he refrained from probing further. All right, jot this down. After hanging up, Qin Chen dialed the number without delay. Hello. On the other end of the line, the voice of Lord Zhou resonated, a direct line to his private number. Lord Zhou, this is Qin Chen. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Qin Chen, you have returned? The surprise in Lord Zhou's tone was unmistakable. As the lord of the city and a prodigy of Rong City, he had always kept a close watch on Qin Chen during his time at the Genius Training Camp, even following the process of the stellar selection closely. However, he had not anticipated Qin Chen's swift return. Indeed, Lord, I wish to request your assistance, Qin Chen stated plainly. A smile echoed through the phone as Lord Zhou replied. The foremost genius of Rong City, the first star of the military's inaugural stellar selection. This is a favor that few could dare to ask. Speak freely. I shall do my utmost if it lies within my capabilities. Qin Chen smiled, recognizing that in the eyes of many in Rong City, Lord Zhou was an unattainable figure, one of the rare six-star powerhouses. In the past, Qin Chen too had perceived him as beyond reach, but as his own reputation grew, he realized that such figures were not as distant as they once seemed. I wish to visit the Rong City prison to seek out Yuan Hao, Qin Chen articulated. Chapter 66. One day, I shall trample this rule underfoot. Yuan Hao a year ago was bribed by Zhao Quan and subsequently drove into Qin Dai. Logically, a family as influential as the Zhao clan would not take such risks for a mere ferocious beast crystal. However, upon discovering that both Zhao Quan and Zhao Liang relied on drugs to bolster their cultivation, he understood the rationale behind their actions. Zhao Quan, it seemed, had long succumbed to this twisted nature, frequently engaging in acts of coercion and plunder. After the incident involving Qin Yuan Hao is apprehended and sentenced to life imprisonment. In this parallel world, a life sentence was indeed without hope for parole. Thus, Yuan Hao resigned himself to his fate, secretly relying on the Zhao family for support, and refrained from acknowledging Zhao Quan's involvement. Half an hour later, Qin Chen arrived at the gates of the Rongqing prison. As he stepped out of the car, he noticed a man in uniform waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Chen, the man approached him and inquired, "Qin Chen?" Qin Chen nodded. The man instantly became cordial, stating, "The city lord informed me of your arrival and instructed me to wait for you. Additionally, Yuan Hao has already requested to see you. By the way, my name is Zhou Kai, the warden here." "Thank you, Warden Zhou," Qin Chen replied with a nod. The two soon entered the prison, and, as they walked through, several guards were astonished to witness the warden personally escorting a visitor. Minutes later, they arrived at a visitation room. "He is inside," the warden announced. Qin Chen nodded and pushed the door open, finding a man in prison garb seated within. As the man looked up, Qin Chen immediately asked, "Do you remember me?" Yuan Hao stared at him, recognizing him as the son of Qin. How could he forget Qin Chen, the son of the very man he had once tried to harm? "Good. You remember. You must know why I have come to see you today," Qin Chen stated, taking a seat directly across from him. Yuan Hao's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation. He had formed a conjecture, but chose to remain silent. With a smile, Qin Chen continued, "Over the past year, you have refrained from revealing your benefactor. Quite commendable. Do you know who this gentleman beside me is?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao finally raised his gaze, and upon recognizing Zhou Kai, he promptly stood up, exclaiming, "Warden!" Though he had never conversed with Zhou Kai during his imprisonment, he was certainly aware of his authority. At that moment, when he looked back at Qin Chen, his expression transformed entirely, now laced with a hint of terror. "Can we speak now?" Qin Chen asked calmly. Yuan Hao's complexion fluctuated dramatically before he finally spoke. "If I tell you, will there be a chance for me to get out?" In prison, the Zhao family had ensured that he lived relatively comfortably, never particularly targeting him, and in fact, he had fared better than many. However, if Zhou Kai intended to take action, his situation would be dire. Even the Zhao family could not protect him here, for the warden held ultimate authority. The prospect of being discreetly released was entirely feasible. "No," Qin Chen replied without hesitation. "Not only will you not be released, but after this, your sentence will be changed to death." "What?" Yuan Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Qin Chen with incredulity, questioning, "Why should I speak?" Qin Chen smiled, replying, "Because if you remain silent, your suffering will be insufferable." The moment those words escaped his lips, a chilling dread surged through Yuan Hao, straight to the crown of his head. He turned to Zhou Kai, hoping to find some semblance of dissent regarding Qin Chen's statement. Yet to his dismay, Zhou Kai's face remained impassive, as if he had heard nothing at all. "You have 3 seconds." Qin Chen's voice turned frigid. "I will speak," Zhou Kai declared without hesitation. Initially, it was indeed Zhao Quan. "No," Qin Chen interrupted sharply, shaking his head. "It was Zhao Wanshi. Zhao Quan is already deceased and of no consequence. To confront Zhao Wanshi now, we must place the blame squarely upon him." Yuan Hao stared at Qin Chen in shock, then shifted his gaze back to Zhou Kai. This was a blatant attempt to transfer culpability, yet he noted that Zhou Kai remained silent. In that moment, he grasped the terrifying extent of Qin Chen's influence, compelling a prison warden to personally engage and dictate the narrative, something the Zhao family could never hope to rival. "Yes, it is Zhao Wanshi," Yuan Hao conceded, his spirit thoroughly deflated. "Well done," Qin Chen exclaimed as he rose to his feet. He then turned to Zhou Kai, producing the evidence he had meticulously prepared, and remarked with a smile, "Director Zhou, with his confession and this evidence, we can definitively implicate Zhao Wanshi in the matters concerning my father, correct?" Zhou Kai merely cast a glance at the documentation and nodded affirmatively. Conclusive evidence. Qin Chen acknowledged this with a nod, reflecting on the stark reality that when he had yet to achieve prominence, the evidence he had gathered was of little use. Even Zhou Kai's admission would likely have had minimal impact. However, now, this evidence had become invaluable, transforming into irrefutable proof, a testament to the advantages of one's status. This was not a fault of Zhou Kai's nor anyone else's. It was simply the nature of the world. Now, I shall call the city lord's mansion to have them apprehend Zhao Wanshi, Zhou Kai stated. He could see that Qin Chen was eager for Zhao Wanshi to face retribution. Qin Chen smiled. Apprehend? Why arrest him? We are all martial artists, and we should adhere to the rules of martial artists. Rules of martial artists? Zhou Kai paused in surprise before nodding in understanding. In the Dragon Kingdom, there exists a principle that martial artists must not kill indiscriminately. If such an act is discovered, there are two methods for resolution. First, one may resort to official channels to apprehend the perpetrator, allowing the authorities to determine the appropriate punishment for the murderer. Second, one may opt for a martial challenge, where the victim can confront the assailant in a contest devoid of rules, where life and death are at stake. The first method is primarily for instances involving ordinary citizens, as they cannot employ the second method, serving as a safeguard for the common folk. The second method, however, applies to martial artists, allowing them the respect to seek vengeance on their own terms. Moreover, the victim may enlist others to fight on their behalf, provided they can persuade someone, even a grandmaster, who cannot refuse the challenge. This code was established by the four martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom, and only they possessed the authority to overturn it. This is precisely why Qin Chen took the trouble to visit the prison, and only after becoming a celestial general did he do so. It was the only way for Zhou Kai and even the city lord's mansion to grant him such deference. Only with Zhou Kai's endorsement and personal accompaniment would Yuan Hao relinquish his final resistance. Were it not for this custom, Qin Chen could have simply gone directly to the Zhao family. One day, this convention shall be trampled beneath my feet, Qin Chen mused. His path as a martial artist was clear. Beneath the martial saint, there existed no bottleneck, as long as he remained alive. Reaching the 9 stars was merely a matter of time. However, the journey to becoming a martial saint was shrouded in mystery, leaving him uncertain. Yet, with his multifaceted abilities, attaining 9 stars would render him comparable to Xian Nantian, enabling him to disregard conventions effortlessly. Since I have some free time, I shall take a look as well, Zhou Kai remarked with a smile. He was eager to witness whom Qin Chen had enlisted to confront Zhao Wanshi. If a master from the military were to intervene, this endeavor would indeed hold great significance. The involvement of a master, even as an observer, would yield invaluable insights. Chapter 67. The gathering of influential figures in Rongqing. After leaving the Rongqing prison, Qin Chen boarded the car driven by Zhou Kai and headed towards the Zhao family. At this moment, Yu Yang had already arrived at the Zhao residence, holding a box in his hands while standing in the courtyard, where several of Zhao family's bodyguards, at the tempered body realm, lay sprawled on the ground. However, before him stood a second-tier martial artist, blocking his path and preventing him from advancing any further. Inside the villa's grand hall, an elderly man and a young man were seated. Are you not going to handle this? The elder inquired, casting a furrowed brow towards Zhao Wanshi. Zhao Wanshi shook his head dismissively. There is no need. Let him make a scene. It would be best if he cannot restrain himself from killing someone. That way, I can deal with him directly. Indeed, Yu Yang's father was killed by him, and while Yu Yang possessed considerable talent, he ultimately remained a lingering threat. Zhao Wanshi desired for Yu Yang's turmoil to escalate, ideally leading to murder. Otherwise, even if he intervened now, he could not directly eliminate Yu Yang. If he could not do so, he naturally would refrain from acting. You summoned me here today merely to observe him? The elder inquired calmly. Meng Lao, are you familiar with Qin Chen? Zhao Wanshi posed the question. It was evident that his interest lay not with Yu Yang, but with Qin Chen. Meng Lao nodded, acknowledging, of course, I heard about the recent city announcement. Is it just for second-tier martial artists? Zhao Wanshi shook his head in exasperation, recognizing the other's indifference toward such matters. Thus, it was understandable that Meng Lao was unaware of Qin Chen's subsequent developments. He elaborated, Qin Chen's second-tier status is a thing of the past. He later entered the Rongqing Genius Training Camp, where my sons, Zhao Quan and Zhao Liang, were both slain by him. Following that, he participated in the military's General Star selection, and he returned just yesterday. He swiftly recounted the events of the General Star selection. explaining that ever since learning that it was Qin Chen who had killed Zhao Quan, he had been keeping a close watch on him. After Zhao Liang's death, he expended considerable resources to gather information on Qin Chen and even sought to surveil Qin Chen's parents. However, he was unable to act in Qinghe Garden, so he had focused his attention primarily on Qin Chen himself during this period. Even if he has returned, what of it? You, a fourth tier, should not fear him. Meng Lao remarked softly, his eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Disdain for Zhao Wansher's cautious demeanor. He understood that Zhao Wansher had achieved his current status through his meticulousness. However, in his view, a fourth-tier martial artist who exhibited such excessive caution in the presence of an underage opponent was not merely cautious but rather cowardly. I do not fear him, Zhao Wansher asserted, shaking his head. Currently, Qin Chen is valued by the military, and I fear that their personnel may act on his behalf. Is this the true purpose of your joining my Chongqing Martial Arts Academy? Meng Lao scrutinized Zhao Wansher, his tone growing noticeably cold. As the head of the Rongqing branch of the Chongqing Martial Arts Academy, he had welcomed Zhao Wansher's earlier admission. However, it now seemed that Zhao Wansher was attempting to exploit the academy as his own stronghold. In a moment of urgency, Zhao Wansher quickly spoke, "Elder Meng, you have misunderstood. My decision to join the Chongqing Martial Arts School is primarily for my own reasons. With both of my sons deceased and my wife having left, I am the sole survivor of the Zhao family. Joining the martial arts school was a personal choice, but now, faced with the matter of Qin Chen, I have no choice but to seek your assistance." Elder Meng regarded him with a discerning gaze, not entirely convinced by Zhao's words. "Nevertheless," he replied, "since I have agreed to your joining, should Qin Chen enlist a formidable opponent, I will intervene. However, remember this, from this point onward, your life belongs to the Chongqing Martial Arts School. The school may assist you in certain matters, but you must also be prepared to sacrifice for it." "Thank you, Elder Meng." Zhao Wansher felt a sense of relief wash over him. While Qin Chen might have gathered evidence to counter him, Zhao possessed his own proof. His son had been slain by Qin Chen, allowing him to also seek help. Meng Chongqing, now a 6-star martial artist, could handle any adversary that was not a master, unless Qin Chen himself chose to confront him directly. Zhao Wansher's mind was already racing with strategies to incite Qin Chen into taking action. Suddenly, a figure hurtled through the air, crashing through the window and landing before the two men. "Master Zhao, Qin Chen is here to visit," a voice called from outside. Zhao Wansher's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly rose and made his way outside. Meng Chongqing furrowed his brow and stood as well. Upon reaching the villa's courtyard, Zhao Wansher saw Qin Chen standing alongside Yu Yang, with a man in police uniform beside them. "Director Zhou, you're here as well," Zhao Wansher remarked upon recognizing Zhou Kai, instantly grasping the situation. It seemed that Qin Chen had indeed acquired evidence and pinned the blame on him. "Come take a look." Zhou Kai smiled. Zhao Wansher ignored him and turned his attention to Qin Chen. "You are quite bold to come without military personnel. How could one become a strong warrior without a measure of boldness?" Qin Chen replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, young man, you make a valid point. However, great boldness may also lead to peril." Just then, Meng Chongqing stepped forward. "Director Zhou," he said, casting a glance at Zhou Kai, "I must remind you that Zhao Wansher is now affiliated with the Chongqing Martial Arts School. Do you intend to take action?" Zhou Kai's expression changed. As a mere 5-star martial artist, he had not anticipated that Qin Chen would arrive without reinforcements, leaving him in a difficult position. Qin Chen was valued by the city lord and could not be allowed to perish here, yet he was no match for Meng Chongqing. What a lively scene! Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the courtyard, followed by the imposing figure of a robust man with a square face, striding forth with each step exuding remarkable solidity. "Mayor Zhou." Zhao Wansher's pupils constricted. The mayor of Rongqing had personally arrived. Meng Chongqing's expression shifted, for Zhou Taekwon was renowned throughout the Dragon Kingdom for his iron fists, and even he felt a twinge of apprehension. "Meng Curator, it has been quite some time. I apologize for the last encounter. I inadvertently caused you to cough up blood." "Ha ha!" Zhou Taekwon bellowed with laughter. Meng Chongqing's face turned ashen, recalling that last incident from several years ago during the martial arts conference in Rongqing. Qin Chen gazed at Mayor Zhou in astonishment, surprised to learn of such an occurrence. As Zhou Taiquan approached Qin Chen, he whispered, "Why didn't you invite anyone?" He had assumed Qin Chen had summoned personnel from the military, and he had come merely to observe the spectacle, unaware that Qin Chen had braved the situation alone, displaying remarkable audacity. Just as Qin Chen was about to respond, another voice echoed from outside. "Young Zhou, it is rather unprincipled of you to bring up Curator Meng's sorrowful past." As the words settled, an elderly gentleman clad in a long robe entered. Zhu Yuan. Upon seeing him, Meng Changqing's countenance shifted entirely. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanshi's expression darkened. The president of the Rongqing Martial Arts Association had also made his appearance. Qin Chen, witnessing Zhu Yuan's arrival, found himself at a loss for words. He had intended to intervene personally, yet all three six-star figures from Rongqing had emerged, complicating matters significantly. Chapter 68. The icy finger sends the Zhao family patriarch to his demise. Zhu Yuan strode directly before Qin Chen, not summoning the military personnel to intervene. Like Zhou Taiquan, he had merely come to observe the spectacle. Both were seasoned six-star martial artists, and perhaps witnessing the actions of a master would enlighten them on the path of mastery, allowing them to break through their current limitations. "I didn't ask for assistance," Qin Chen replied with a shrug. "Very well," Zhu Yuan gestured dismissively. He was uncertain of Qin Chen's hidden strengths. Perhaps the military had bestowed some formidable weapons upon him. However, he knew that no matter how powerful the weapon, it remained an external tool, and the greater its might, the more challenging it would be to wield for one with lesser cultivation. Thus, if Qin Chen sought to rely on external means to eliminate Zhao Wanshi, he would need an element of fortune. A misstep could lead to his own demise. "Choose between me and Zhou, Meng Changqing," Zhu Yuan declared. "We can certainly bring him to his knees." His voice, though intentionally lowered, resonated clearly for all to hear. "Zhu Yuan," Meng Changqing exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. Zhu Yuan turned his gaze toward Meng Changqing. "What, do you doubt my capabilities?" "Frankly, I am inclined to intervene simply because I cannot abide the Longqing Martial Arts Academy. This is the established order, should Qin Chen require assistance. I shall gladly make you submit before eliminating Zhao Wanshi." In that moment, Zhu Yuan seemed transformed, shedding the reserved demeanor he had displayed during his visit to Qin Chen's residence. It was evident that he harbored a deep disdain for the individuals associated with the Longqing Martial Arts Academy. Qin Chen pondered this perspective. The four major forces of Longhua were as follows: the military, engaged in frontline combat to secure the nation's safety; the Martial Artists Association and the Lord's Office, which served to manage and protect martial artists, maintaining societal order; and the Martial Academy, dedicated to nurturing talent and ensuring the continuity of martial arts in Longhua. Conversely, the Longqing Martial Arts Academy primarily pursued private interests. While they had indeed trained numerous martial artists, these were often individuals who paid to learn, and even those who remained within the academy did so for personal gain. It could be argued that the military, the Martial Artists Association, and the Martial Academy were indispensable. Their absence could plunge Longhua into turmoil, whereas the Longqing Martial Arts Academy's departure would not yield significant repercussions. "Well then, whom do you choose?" Zhu Yuan inquired, his gaze fixed on Qin Chen. Zhou Taiquan also turned his attention to Qin Chen, awaiting his decision. Although the opportunity to witness a master in action was lost, taking matters into his own hands while perhaps earning a favor was still quite appealing. Qin Chen stepped forward, addressing the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to clarify my purpose for today. It is to eliminate Zhao Wanshi. I possess ample evidence of his wrongdoing against my father. Furthermore, Zhao Quan and Zhao Liang were complicit in my father's plight. Thus I acknowledge that I am responsible for their demise." Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell silent, listening intently. The enmity between Qin Chen and Zhao Wanshi was irreconcilable. No one could intervene effectively. Yet, Qin Chen had already resolved how he would execute his plan. "This is my path as a martial artist," he declared earnestly. Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan's expressions shifted simultaneously. What does he intend to do? Zhou Taiquan furrowed his brow. Zhu Yuan shook his head. At this moment, he perceived an unwavering resolve in Qin Chen's eyes, suggesting that even their attempts to dissuade him would be futile. With a sigh within, he could only observe how the situation would unfold next. At that moment, Qin Chen turned to Meng Chongqing. "Director Meng, I shall take matters into my own hands today. Will you intervene?" Meng Chongqing regarded Qin Chen with an unprecedented solemnity. It was at this moment that he discerned the true terror of Qin Chen, not stemming from his cultivation level, but from the unyielding determination that exuded an intangible aura. This young man possessed the demeanor of a master. His heart trembled at the revelation. At this juncture, he yearned to act personally to eliminate the opponent. Yet he was restrained. Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan were present, and should he intervene, they would certainly retaliate. "Why should I impede your actions?" Meng Chongqing quietly remarked, fixing his gaze on Qin Chen. Subsequently, he leaned closer to Zhao Wanshi, whispering, "Eliminate him." Zhao Wanshi felt an exhilarating thrill surge within him. Qin Chen had audaciously escalated to the challenge of confronting a 4-star opponent with merely 2 stars. "Young man, I shall facilitate your demise." Zhao Wanshi stepped forward, confronting Qin Chen, his heart brimming with barely contained excitement. To slay Qin Chen would not only avenge his 2 sons, but would also mark him as the first to vanquish the foremost prodigy of Rongqing, ensuring his name would resonate through the ages. Let's hope the Zhao family leader can indeed fulfill this. Qin Chen stood resolutely, calmly observing the advancing figure before him. "So, you desire death." Noticing Qin Chen's stillness, Zhao Wanshi spoke softly. "Do you feel the pressure of the 4 stars?" Yet, Qin Chen remained unmoved, his countenance remarkably serene. In fact, a smile played upon his lips as he replied, "I do not sense the pressure of 4 stars. Rather, I feel the thrill of impending slaughter. No, I do not regard you as a person. To be precise, it is the exhilaration of the kill." "Ha!" Zhao Wanshi laughed heartily. "Are you prepared?" "Prepared indeed. But tell me, are you ready to embrace death, Zhao family leader?" Zhao Wanshi's expression turned frigid. "Embrace death? I have long been prepared." "Very well." Before Zhao Wanshi could finish his sentence, an overwhelming chill seemed to emanate from Qin Chen's body. The surrounding temperature plummeted to a bone-chilling degree. Simultaneously, it felt as if his physique had expanded, his skin hardening to the toughness of iron. In an instant, his bones shimmered with a faint golden hue, a ferocious power threatening to erupt from within him. Element of ice. Starry body refinement. At this moment, the terrifying force radiating from Qin Chen engulfed the entire arena. Yu Yang, with a look of horror, began to retreat incessantly, while even Zhou Kai's expression shifted dramatically as he too stepped back. The 3 6-stars transitioned from shock to bewilderment, astonishment, and disbelief. "Ice finger." Qin Chen raised a finger, instantly turning it to ice. "I shall send the Zhao family leader to his final rest." With that declaration, Qin Chen pointed decisively, taking a step forward to confront Zhao Wanshi. Zhao Wanshi felt an overwhelming sense of deathly threat, his complexion shifting dramatically as his body instinctively recoiled. Yet before he could take a single step back, Qin Chen had already materialized at his side, and in the next instant, a finger descended upon his forehead. Bang! His body was propelled away by an irresistible force. During the trajectory of his flight, an intense chill surged within him, instantly freezing his blood and vital organs. He longed to scream in desperation, but no sound escaped his lips, his eyes filled solely with terror. Almost immediately, a layer of frost enveloped his exterior. Boom! As his body crashed to the ground, a sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering ice, and shortly thereafter, his form disintegrated into fragments. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Chapter 69. The hidden card is one's own strength. A few individuals gazed into the distance, where the frost gradually melted, revealing the dismembered body of Zhao Wanshi. His blood slowly seeping forth, sending chills through their spines. Ugh! Yu Yang retched, unable to contain himself despite having previously vanquished otherworldly beasts. The scene was too gruesome. You! Meng Chongqing turned his gaze towards Qin Chen. His expression transformed entirely. A youth, not yet 18, had effortlessly dispatched the 4-star Zhao Wanshi with a single strike. More terrifying was the method employed, brutal and bloodthirsty, while the perpetrator exhibited an unsettling calmness. "Director Ming, you seem quite enraged," Qin Chen remarked slowly, observing him. He understood Meng Chongqing to be a man of limited tolerance. Today, it seemed that the director harbored some resentment towards him, given that Zhao Wanshi had just recently joined the Chongqing Martial Arts Academy, only to be slain before their eyes. Even if there were past grievances, one could not expect Meng's temperament to remain unperturbed. "Oomph." Meng Chongqing snorted coldly, flicking his wrist, then casting a glance at Zhou Taixian and Zhu Yuan before striding out of the villa courtyard. "Director Meng, safe travels," Qin Chen called out. His voice roused the two esteemed figures of Rome City from their shock. They looked at Qin Chen as if he were an anomaly. It was impossible to merely label him a genius. Another Xia Junshin? This was the immediate thought that crossed their minds. It was exceedingly difficult for martial artists to surpass their ranks, yet Xian Nantian had achieved it, and now Qin Chen had as well. "Qin Chen, what level of cultivation do you possess?" Zhou Taixian was bewildered. He knew that Qin Chen had broken through to 2 stars during the stellar selection and possessed mastery over 3 systems. However, that alone should not have enabled him to defeat Zhao Wanshi, let alone kill him in an instant. Qin Chen smiled, casually mentioning that he had fortuitously broken through to 3 stars on his return, which had emboldened him to confront the Zhao family. He did not specify that he had completely reached 3 stars, being intentionally ambiguous, yet he had not uttered a falsehood. 3 stars? By sheer chance? Zhou Taixian and Zhu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this mere coincidence, as if one could simply sip water and attain such a breakthrough? Forget it. He is an enigma beyond comprehension. Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He was too weary to speculate. The evidence lay plainly before them. Qin Chen had decimated a 4-star opponent. Moreover, Zhao Wanshi was not a novice in the 4-star realm. In terms of combat prowess, he had certainly reached a benchmark of at least 30,000. The hidden card, it turned out to be his own strength. Zhu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. The concerns he and Zhou Taixian had harbored were utterly unfounded. Qin Chen had not relied on formidable weapons provided by the military, but rather on an intrinsic power that none had anticipated. Well then, let us depart. Others will come to handle matters concerning the Zhao family. This chapter is now closed. Zhou Taixian stated. He and Zhu Yuan both understood that a great weight had long pressed upon Qin Chen's heart, a weight symbolized by the Zhao family. With Zhao Wanshi's demise, the issues concerning the Zhao family had finally reached resolution. Qin Chen nodded. However, internally, he did not feel as tranquil as he appeared. Zhao Wanshi was gone, yet one individual from the Zhao family remained unseen. Zhao Wanshi's woman, Huang Lingsu. The individual in question is merely an ordinary person who has departed from the Zhao family. To others, he may seem devoid of any threat. However, Qin Chen harbors a different perspective, even if he poses no direct danger. The loss of 2 sons and a husband has undeniably instilled within her a profound and inexorable hatred. One can never predict what the future may hold. Thus, for Qin Chen, it is paramount to eliminate any potential threat entirely. Approaching Yang, he whispered in his ear, Zhao Wanshi is dead. Although you did not take his life yourself, vengeance has nonetheless been served. Furthermore, Huang Lingsu must be investigated. Whether you choose to confront her directly or relay any information to me, it is crucial that you locate her. Qin Chen then clasped Yu Yang's shoulder before departing the villa alongside Zhu Yuan, Zhou Taijun, and Zhou Kai. Yu Yang observed Qin Chen's retreating figure and imperceptibly nodded. Previously, he had considered following Qin Chen, but now, sensing that the offer had not been extended, he understood that his presence was not welcomed. Perhaps it was due to his perceived inadequacies that he resolved to find Huang Lingsu and prove his worth. Turning his attention back to the dismembered remains of Zhao Wanshi, he approached the shattered body while clutching a small box. Father, Zhao Wanshi has met his end. Your vengeance has been fulfilled. Henceforth, I shall embark on my own martial journey. The Yu family will no longer engage in commerce, but will instead dedicate ourselves to the martial arts. A newfound resolve gleamed in Yu Yang's eyes. In this society, Merchants, especially those from affluent families, may seem to hold esteemed positions, yet in comparison to martial artists, they are inconsequential. Even within the orderly confines of the Dragon Kingdom, martial practitioners are regarded as superior, and taking a life is not a formidable task. Shall we head to the city lord's residence for a celebratory feast? Zhou Taijun jested as the four exited the villa. What celebration are you planning with Zhao Wanshi's demise? Zhu Yuan retorted, then turned to Qin Chen. Your family must be awaiting your return. Hurry back and assure them of your safety. Zhu Yuan, being the elder, exhibited a level of discernment and understanding that Zhou Taijun lacked. He could see that Qin Chen wished to return home directly. Thank you sincerely for your assistance, my friends. Qin Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the trio. Zhou Kai did not retreat when Meng Changqing emerged, and the presence of Zhou Taijun and Zhu Yuan bolstered his confidence. The unexpected arrival of Meng Changqing had taken him by surprise. Had it not been for these individuals, and had Meng Changqing acted recklessly, the situation could have escalated unfavorably. Of course, the likelihood of such a scenario was slim. Zhao Wanshi would not have summoned Meng Changqing to intervene unless Zhou Kai's strength had been exposed. However, the possibility still lingered. At this moment, he recalled Zhou Lei. Given the lad's approach, he would likely seek out a multitude of experts for assistance. Yet, that was not his path. Qin Chen shook his head. Each individual possesses their own martial way. Some are cautious, even remaining in hiding. He, however, is neither reckless nor excessively cautious to the point of invulnerability. There is no absolute right or wrong, only what is suitable. By the way, President Zhu, I wish to seek certification as a martial artist. Qin Chen proclaimed suddenly. At present, his certification stands at merely 2 stars. Should he refrain from pursuing further certification, it would equate to a monthly financial loss. Certification? What more is there to certify? I shall grant you 4 stars directly. The certificate will be delivered to you. Zhu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Securing 4 stars is a swift affair, rendering further complications unnecessary. 4 stars, is that insufficient? What? Upon Qin Chen's utterance, the 3 individuals simultaneously turned their astonished gazes towards him. Do you possess 5-star combat prowess? Zhu Yuan could not help but inquire. Indeed, the punch Qin Chen had delivered to Zhao Wanshi exuded an undeniable 5-star pressure. However, the precise extent remained indiscernible. Furthermore, Qin Chen had employed martial arts, characterized by explosive power rather than the typical combat strength evaluated by the Martial Arts Association. And now, Qin Chen declares that 4 stars are inadequate. He did not perceive Qin Chen as boasting, for there was no need for such pretense. Just now, I could have effortlessly struck Zhao Wanshi down with a single blow. Qin Chen remarked nonchalantly. His resort to martial arts was merely to ascertain the magnitude of his own explosive strength, as the system had already provided an assessment of his usual combat capability. This, the hearts of the 3, which had only just regained composure, were once again shaken. I grant you 5 stars. Zhu Yuan waved his hand and turned to depart. He felt an overwhelming desire to distance himself from Qin Chen. 6 stars were already reaching the limits of his mental endurance. Ah. Zhou Taishian laughed heartily, patting Qin Chen on the back. Truly worthy of being called Brother Qin. With that, he too turned to leave, casting a glance at Zhou Kai, indicating for him to see Qin Chen off. Chapter 70. Boasting in front of his son's idol ultimately, it was Zhou Kai who drove him back to Qinghe Garden. Throughout the journey, Zhou Kai exhibited a demeanor markedly different from before. He seemed at a loss for suitable conversation topics. Despite being a martial artist of 5 stars himself, an inexplicable tension enveloped him. Qin Chen, however, remained unfazed, taking the initiative to speak and even leaving his phone number for Zhou Kai, thereby narrowing the distance between them. Upon returning home, both Qin De and Li Xiufan were seated on the sofa. This time, they were not watching television. Rather, they awaited Qin Chen's return with palpable anxiety. Upon seeing him enter, they both rose to their feet. Are you all right? Li Xiufan inquired, her concern evident as she approached Qin Chen. Although Qin De remained silent, the worry etched on his face was unmistakable. Qin Chen shook his head reassuringly. I'm fine. That's good to hear. Li Xiaofan exhaled in relief. Qin Dai continued to fixate on Qin Chen, who smiled back. No need to worry, it's all resolved. From now on, the Zhao family, associated with Zhao Wanshi, will no longer pose a threat to Rongqing. However, Mom and Dad, it's best if you avoid going out of the community for a while, Qin Chen added, mindful of the uncertainties surrounding Huang Lingsu, as there was no guarantee that she wouldn't create further complications. There's really no need to go out anyway. Qinghe Garden is vast enough for us to explore. Qin Dai nodded in agreement. Having previously suffered injuries, he rarely ventured outside, and Li Xiaofan shared a similar habit. Now that they were somewhat better, they had grown accustomed to staying in, especially since they had yet to thoroughly explore the expansive Qinghe Garden. Once the college entrance examination is over, I'll take you both on a trip, Qin Chen suddenly proposed. The two were taken aback, and Li Xiaofan responded, where we go? Although she feigned indifference, her delight was unmistakable. Where we headed? Qin Dai asked directly. First to the Magic City, then to Kyoto. Depending on the circumstances, Qin Chen replied without hesitation. However, this trip was not merely for leisure. It was imperative for him to witness the sacred institute of the Magic City and engage in discussions there. Should he ultimately decide against entering that institution, he would then proceed to Kyoto for further exploration. That sounds good. Qin Dai nodded. He understood that once Qin Chen completed his college entrance examination and enrolled in the martial academy, his visits would become infrequent. Given Qin Chen's current potential, should he join the military in the future, his returns would likely be even rarer. In the ensuing days, Qin Chen seldom ventured outside, predominantly remaining at home, save for a single visit to the Shanghai Martial Arts Academy. Presently, the academy was experiencing an extraordinary boom, with half of the street occupied by Wang Hai, who had not forcibly taken over. Rather, the other academies had willingly joined forces with him. Soon, June arrived. Besides Children's Day, there were several significant occasions, notably the college entrance examination that involved millions. In Long Country, the examination was divided into martial and literary tests. The martial examination occurred first, lasting only 1 day, followed by the literary examination, which spanned 3 days. This arrangement aimed to provide an opportunity for those who failed the martial exam or felt dissatisfied with their performance to continue with the literary examination, thus preserving their hopes for the future in martial arts. If one performs well in the literary examination upon graduation, securing a stable job will lead to a commendable life, albeit simple, yet tranquil. On June 5th, Qin Chen visited his school to collect his examination admission ticket. Simultaneously, a message arrived on his phone, informing him of the location and identification number for the martial arts examination. Time truly flies. Glancing at the system, Qin Chen shook his head. During this period, he had not neglected his training. However, the results were not substantial. Despite possessing top-tier talents in all 4 elemental categories, the collective training had significantly slowed his progress, rendering his abilities roughly equivalent to that of an individual with an S-grade talent in a single category. On June 6th, he awoke early. Qin Dai and Li Xiaofan offered to drive him to the examination venue, but he politely declined. As he put it, only children require the accompaniment of adults. After stepping outside, Qin Chen first sought a breakfast shop to have a bite before leisurely hailing a cab to the examination site. The martial arts examination venue was quite centralized, located at the Rongqing Sports Center. There were 2 sports centers in Rongqing, and his was at the first one. Young man, are you also headed for the martial arts examination? The taxi driver inquired warmly. Indeed, Qin Chen nodded. The driver glanced at him, noting his apparent calmness. You seem quite relaxed. You must have confidence. He continued, my son has taken the martial arts exam today as well, and like you, he is unfazed. He assures me there is no doubt he will be accepted into a martial arts school. As the driver spoke, a sense of pride radiated from him. His son's admission to a martial arts school could potentially transform their future. Your son is impressive, Qin Chen remarked. He is doing well enough. As long as he gets into a martial arts school, it will be a source of great honor for our family. The driver replied with a smile. Despite his words, he was evidently pleased with his son's accomplishments. Throughout the journey, Qin Chen listened to the driver extolling his son's virtues. even mentioning that he ranked among the top 10 in their school. "Is your son Liao Yang?" Qin Chen asked, taken aback upon hearing the driver mention the name. "You must be from the same school. It seems you know him," the driver chuckled. "P.S. waiting for me, just up ahead. I'll introduce you when we arrive." Sure enough, a young figure appeared by the roadside after about 10 minutes. The taxi gradually came to a stop. "Dad, why did you take so long?" The youth exclaimed as he opened the passenger door and climbed in, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "Since it's on the way, I thought I'd pick someone up. By the way, he asked from your school. I think you know him," the driver responded with a grin. The young man turned in surprise to the back seat, and upon recognizing Qin Chen, his expression shifted dramatically. "Qin Chen, is that you?" Liao Yang almost shouted, vividly recalling the moment he had been sent flying by a single punch during an earlier combat class. "What?" he asked Qin Chen. The driver gasped, nearly losing grip on the steering wheel. He was certainly aware of Qin Chen, having heard the city announcements, and Liao Yang often spoke of him, each mention laced with admiration. Here he was, boasting about his son in the presence of his idol. Reflecting on his recent conversation with Qin Chen, he instinctively pressed the accelerator, quickening his pace. "Liao, it's been a while," Qin Chen greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while," Liao Yang replied, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Despite having been struck before, he bore no ill feelings. After all, it was a practical training course. Moreover, tales of Qin Chen's remarkable feats had circulated back to the school, leading him to feel honored to have participated in the course alongside him. In the current landscape of number 1 high school, Qin Chen had become a legend among students, a figure difficult to encounter. Before long, the taxi halted not far from the number 1 sports center. "How much do I owe you?" Qin Chen inquired. "No need. No need," the driver promptly declined. Qin Chen took out 50 yuan and placed it on the back seat before alighting. "Qin Chen, what is your number?" As they walked towards the entrance of the sports center, Liao Yang asked. "Number 78. Mine is 935. I heard from the teacher that there will be 100 people in each group, so I'll go find mine," he replied. "All right," Qin Chen nodded. After Liao Yang departed, Qin Chen arrived at the entrance of the sports center and was met with a sea of people. Notably, the parents seemed to outnumber the students. "Son, do your best on the exam. Your mother and I have prepared a surprise for you." "Daughter, don't be nervous. I believe you will perform well." "What? You forgot your exam admission ticket? What are you doing?" Various clamorous voices echoed around Qin Chen. Shaking his head, he approached the staff, presented his admission ticket, and entered the sports center. Chapter 71. The atmosphere in this peculiar venue was quite unusual, as an eccentric proctor presided over the examination. Upon entering the examination hall, Qin Chen noted the numerous directional signs and the plethora of staff members available for inquiries. He effortlessly located his designated group. Upon arrival, he observed a considerable queue forming, with a room ahead marked 1 to 100, indicating the candidates, numbered from 1 to 100, would undergo their assessment there. The martial arts examination was straightforward, consisting of 2 components, regular combat prowess and explosive strength. The former held greater significance, as the Martial Academy prioritized it during admissions, given that it represented an individual's potential. In contrast, explosive strength, while assessed, was deemed less critical since it pertained to martial training. Before the assembly of candidates stood 2 examiners and 2 security personnel maintaining order. "No whispering among yourselves. There are 20 minutes until the official start of the examination. Use this time to prepare and calm your nerves," one of the examiners announced loudly. Additionally, from this moment, candidates numbered 1 to 10 will form the first group, and so forth. After the examination begins, we will escort you into the examination room in batches. Instantly, the candidates began to line up according to their numbers. However, it seemed that the palpable tension had caused a sudden bout of confusion among the crowd. Qin Chen found himself jostled repeatedly amidst the throng, causing him to furrow his brow. Suddenly, his domain of fire activated. In the next instant, anyone approaching within 2 meters of him was met with an overwhelming, searing discomfort. Soon, a space cleared around him, and the gazes of those nearby shifted in astonishment. "What is happening over there?" the examiner inquired, noticing the unusual void surrounding Qin Chen, his brow furrowing in concern. He approached and seized the arm of a nearby candidate, reprimanding, with such ample space. Do you not know to stand properly? And you, he continued, pointing at each candidate with a visibly displeased expression. He had served as an examiner for several years and had never encountered such a lack of common sense in a candidate. Examiner, it is not that I refuse to move. It is that place. It feels very strange, one candidate hastily replied. Several others nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment that proximity to Qin Chen felt akin to being thrust into a furnace, roasting them from the inside out. The examiner's brow knitted tighter. What is so strange? He questioned, before stepping closer to Qin Chen, only to have his expression drastically change upon nearing the 2-meter mark. The domain, he exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Qin Chen. As a 4-star examiner, although he had not fully mastered the domain, he recognized unmistakably that this was the fire domain. A prodigy indeed. I have been assigned to supervise a true anomaly, he thought, forcing himself to suppress the tumult of emotions stirring within him. He addressed Qin Chen politely. Classmate, please rein it in. Once Qin Chen surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that all candidates were lined up, he finally retracted his domain. The examiner exhaled in relief, curiosity about Qin Chen's true identity beginning to pique his interest. All right, everyone, step forward and line up, he called to the candidates. Gradually they approached, relieved to find that the peculiar sensation had dissipated. Time passed slowly, moment by moment. 20 minutes later, 100 candidates had gathered, arranged in 10 lines. First line, follow me, the examiner bellowed. Soon, the 10 individuals from the first line entered the examination room, accompanied by 2 examiners. The remaining candidates remained silent, exuding an atmosphere thick with tension. Unlike the literary examination, whose results take time to be revealed and whose difficulty varies year by year, the martial arts examination yields immediate results. The admission criteria for the Martial Academy have remained unchanged over the years, making it clear, right after the exam, who would be accepted into the martial school and what level of institution they might attend. After a brief interval of approximately 10 minutes, the first group of candidates exited the examination room. Qin Chen observed the mixed expressions among the 10 individuals. Some were elated while others appeared distressed, clearly indicating that some had performed exceptionally well, while others, perhaps due to anxiety, had not met their own expectations. Second group, the examiner glanced at the second line and called out. Subsequently, the second group entered, and after another brief period of around 10 minutes, they too emerged without incident. The process continued smoothly with the third and fourth groups. Finally, the examiner emerged and turned toward the 8th group. 8th group, instantly, Qin Chen and his companions followed one by one into the examination room. Upon entering, Qin Chen surveyed his surroundings. There was nothing particularly special about the room. A single combat power testing device stood at the front, alongside an examiner dedicated to recording scores. The size of the room resembled that of an ordinary classroom, accommodating a dozen individuals, which made it feel rather spacious. Now, please take out your admission tickets. One of the examiners began collecting them. After gathering the tickets, he proceeded to read names from them. We will now commence the assessment. First up, Zhengya. The girl at the front, upon hearing her name, stepped forward. The examiner looked at her and reassured, "Don't be nervous. Just showcase your usual capabilities. For now, without using any martial arts or techniques, deliver your strongest punch." He pointed towards the combat power testing device. Though not yet a first-star warrior and lacking martial arts skills, she had learned various striking techniques in her high school combat classes. The initial test was purely a basic assessment of combat power, devoid of any technique. The girl nodded, took a deep breath, and delivered her punch. Boom! The testing device emitted a series of sounds, with a number fluctuating on its display before finally stabilizing at 76. The examiner turned to the recording staff and uttered a remark, then addressed the girl. Now utilize your techniques and deliver your strongest punch. Seeing that her combat power was evidently below the threshold for a warrior, she could only rely on her technique for this attempt. The girl nodded, took a moment to gather herself, and then struck again. 122, the examiner exclaimed. All right, you may step aside and wait. He gestured towards the vacant spot beside him, then addressed the individuals in line. Next, one after another, the They stepped forward to undergo the assessment, and it became evident that nearly everyone's typical combat strength fell below 100. Not a single peak body refinement practitioner was present. At that moment, Qin Chen acutely sensed the vast disparity between himself and the others. Recently, he had either been amidst prodigies or surrounded by influential figures, and now, in stark contrast, he found himself among ordinary students. The difference was glaringly apparent. 8th Qin Chen. Upon hearing his name, the examiner raised his gaze. The examiners were not locals, but were brought in from other cities to prevent biases stemming from familiarity. Thus, they were unfamiliar with Qin Chen. However, having previously witnessed Qin Chen's prowess, the examiner felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness and excitement within. Qin Chen stepped confidently to the combat strength testing apparatus and came to a halt. As I mentioned earlier, you heard me. Deliver a punch reflecting your usual combat strength. The examiner reiterated. Chapter 72. What should we do now that it's destroyed? Qin Chen gazed at the power testing device before him and spoke. I suggest we replace it. This apparatus, brand new and devoid of any faults, was nonetheless a level 1 tester, capable only of measuring combat power up to 4 stars, with a maximum threshold of 10,000. Should one surpass this limit, it would fail to yield an accurate reading. Replace it? The examiner was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with surprise. Meanwhile, another examiner, tasked with maintaining order and recording results, furrowed his brow. Yes, let's switch it out. I fear this machine may not accurately reflect my strength, Qin Chen elaborated. However, before the examiner could respond, a student behind him could no longer contain himself. Classmate, hurry up and take the test. With his turn approaching, the unexpected request from Qin Chen transformed his previously resigned attitude into a palpable tension. While Qin Chen might boast, such bravado could evidently affect his performance. The examiner in charge of maintaining order barked, silence. He then turned to Qin Chen, urging, please proceed with your assessment. We have many others waiting. Although only 2 groups remained behind him, several more awaited in the sports center, resulting in a considerable workload. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Qin Chen. Having overseen the examinations of several cohorts, he had encountered many boastful students, yet none were as audacious as Qin Chen, whose exaggerations typically correlated with the poorest results. Let the examination commence. The chief examiner was aware of Qin Chen's domain, recognizing him as a formidable talent. However, the comprehension of one's domain did not enhance combat power. It merely established a personal realm within a certain vicinity. Thus, even if Qin Chen were a 3-star individual who had grasped his domain, the testing device should still withstand his prowess. Very well. Qin Chen was disinclined to offer further explanations. He positioned himself before the power testing apparatus and delivered a casual punch. Several examiners observed his strike, noting its lack of force, and internally shook their heads, dismissing him as yet another braggart. Just as they formed this judgment, Qin Chen's fist connected with the testing device. A resounding bang echoed, startling everyone present. As they regained their composure, they witnessed the device as display numbers soaring uncontrollably. 100, 1000, 3000. The closest chief examiner felt a sharp pang of disbelief. 8000, 10,000. Upon reaching the 10,000 mark, the device seemed to falter, ceasing its readings. Just as the crowd was processing the astonishing spectacle, a thunderous explosion erupted. The power testing device shattered, releasing a plume of white smoke before emitting a series of beeps, ultimately falling silent. My word, the 2 students behind Qin Chen jumped in alarm. The other students, having completed their tests, abandoned their previous positions and rushed towards the device, their faces etched with shock. The chief examiner stood frozen in place, thinking, I knew it. I should have anticipated this. Meanwhile, the examiner responsible for maintaining order fell utterly silent, gazing at Qin Chen as one might regard a creature of the extraordinary. As for the examiner recording the results, his fingers paused above the keyboard, motionless. Let's change it, Qin Chen said, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Not wishing to waste time, he found that the delay had only increased. The chief examiner, realizing his oversight in not heeding Qin Chen's suggestion, felt a twinge of regret. What shall we do now? The two students behind him asked, their expressions reflecting shock and confusion. The testing device was gone. How could they proceed? Everyone, quiet down and form an orderly line. You all, step forward and stand properly. The chief examiner commanded with authority. Once tranquility returned, he turned to the orderly examiner. Go to the equipment room and fetch a level 2 testing device as swiftly as possible. Time was indeed slipping away. As examiners, they had their responsibilities, and the martial arts examination needed to be completed within a single day. Understood. The orderly examiner nodded vigorously. Outside the examination room, the remaining two groups of candidates stared at the door bewildered. What on earth just happened? Is anyone hurt? Someone asked, their complexion shifting with concern. If a fatality occurred during the martial arts assessment, it would be unprecedented. Just then, they saw an examiner emerge from the room. Examiner, what transpired? Someone inquired urgently. The examiner glanced over. Everyone line up properly. There's nothing to worry about. The assessment will resume shortly. With that, he hurried towards the equipment room at the sports center. Approximately 20 minutes later, the examiner returned, accompanied by several staff members who were carrying two brand new testing devices. They switched the testing devices. The two groups of waiting students exclaimed in surprise. Surely no one blew up the testing device? Now, they realized that the earlier explosion must have been the device itself malfunctioning. Indeed, look, someone pointed at one of the devices. The crowd noted that the two devices had distinct differences. One was evidently more advanced than the other. Incredible. Inside the examination room, the new testing devices were set in place, and Qin Chen stepped up to the level 2 testing device. Can we begin? He inquired. The examiner nodded eagerly, yes. We can. Remarkably, he instinctively took a step back. Qin Chen focused intently on the combat power tester, his fists clenched. This time, he was serious. The level 2 device could measure combat power below 7 stars, which was more than sufficient. With a resounding punch, numbers instantly illuminated the tester. The onlookers held their breath as the figures rapidly escalated, reaching 10,000, then 20,000, and 30,000, climbing in increments of 10,000. In the examination room, the only sounds were the heavy breaths of the audience and the incessant beeping of the device. 85,000. When the final number settled, the two students behind Qin Chen gasped in astonishment. Silence. Stand properly. The chief examiner glared at the two, taken aback that they had interrupted him. 85,000. He turned to face the examiner and reported his readiness. It was only then that the examiner realized what was happening and diligently entered Qin Chen's usual combat power into the computer. The chief examiner glanced at Qin Chen. Swallowing hard, with a combat power of 85,000, he could be struck down with a single blow. Student Qin, now deliver your most powerful punch, he said earnestly, taking a step back, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Chen nodded, and in an instant, his breathing transformed. The breath of flames technique surged forth. His fist gradually glowed a fiery red, resembling molten iron. Sunfire fist. His skin hardened to the toughness of steel, and his bones began to shift. A faint golden hue emerging. Stellar body refinement. Golden bones. Boom! A terrifying force struck the testing apparatus, producing a thunderous sound. The other students undergoing the assessment changed color, instinctively covering their ears. The testing device, which had just been calibrated, began to tremble violently. Everyone fixated on the apparatus, their eyelids not daring to flutter. Chapter 73. Bidding farewell to youth, welcoming maturity too. More than double. As the numbers danced wildly before finally settling at 180,000, all eyes widened in disbelief. This figure surpassed the usual combat power by more than twofold. How could this be possible? The three examiners were utterly bewildered. The examiner responsible for recording the data stood up and approached the testing device. Typically, an ordinary person's explosive power, even when trained in martial arts, would only see a modest increase. Reaching double was nearly the limit. Yet, Qin Chen had directly exceeded that threshold, nearing 6-star status. Once again, the crowd turned their gaze towards Qin Chen, rendered speechless by their astonishment. A 6-star combat power of 200,000 was the baseline, a threshold that could be sustained for considerable durations. However, explosive power depletes rapidly. Yet, considering Qin Chen's age and the fact that he was only participating in the college entrance examination, it was simply outrageous. This was the collective thought echoing in everyone's minds. Qin Chen surveyed his combat power and nodded with satisfaction. Having achieved a breakthrough to 3 stars in all 4 elemental systems and refined his physique through the stellar body refinement technique, he had not specifically measured his explosive power since defeating Zhao Wanshi. Although he had employed martial arts in that confrontation, it was ice-based, and in terms of raw power, it paled in comparison to fire. Thus, while the 180,000 in explosive power was indeed surprising, it fell within his expectations. There remained a considerable gap to the 6-star threshold. As he pondered this, he could not help but shake his head slightly. Yet to those observing, this gesture sent them into a frenzy. He was dissatisfied. "Would you like to try again?" The chief examiner suddenly inquired, momentarily disregarding any concerns about time constraints. The examiner responsible for maintaining order nodded in agreement, urging for another attempt. A freak of nature, such as him, could boast about this for a lifetime. Qin Chen shook his head. No need, it would just waste time. The examiner's expression shifted, and he quickly insisted, "It won't waste time." Previously, he could assert that Qin Chen was delaying the process due to his authority as an examiner. However, now, facing a talent of Qin Chen's caliber, whose strength already overshadowed his own, his position had become a mere joke. In the realm of the strong, respect and reverence were paramount, regardless of one's title. "It's all right, really." Qin Chen waved his hand dismissively. His explosive power was what it was. Further tests would yield only minor fluctuations, rendering them unnecessary. As for the examiner's thoughts, he paid them no mind. "Very well, you may rest for now. It will conclude shortly," the chief examiner declared, bound by his responsibilities and unable to allow Qin Chen to leave prematurely. Qin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Next, the chief examiner continued to call out names, but it was evident that his enthusiasm had waned. The subsequent 2 candidates exhibited no remarkable abilities, with the highest only achieving late-stage body refinement. Their combat and explosive power measuring at 82 and 135, respectively. In comparison to Qin Chen, the gap was astonishingly vast, rendering the results almost unbearable to witness. Once everything concluded, the chief examiner looked at all present and announced, "Your results have been uploaded to the internet. Specifically, an official ranking will be released nationwide in about 2 weeks. At that time, you will be able to enter your examination number to ascertain your position." He continued, "Now that you are aware of your scores, take this opportunity to contemplate which martial arts academy you wish to attend. I wish you all a bright future." After speaking, he cast a glance at Qin Chen, knowing that his words were directed more towards others. For Qin Chen, any martial arts academy would suffice, as his future was already limitless. Soon, the chief examiner led everyone out of the examination room. Qin Chen did not linger. Upon exiting, he made his way directly towards the entrance of the sports center. Meanwhile, the atmosphere became lively, as the 9th group was called into the examination room. The 10th group turned their gazes towards the students who had just undergone assessment alongside Qin Chen. What had transpired? Indeed, was that explosion truly caused by the equipment being destroyed? Though they had speculated, the absence of first-hand experience left them curiously questioning. The students who had been assessed with Qin Chen watched his departing figure and slowly remarked, "We have witnessed the birth of the national martial arts champion." The speaker could not help but exhibit a hint of pride. Reflecting on that terrifying score, the title of national champion was undoubtedly secured. Those who had assessed alongside Qin Chen felt a sense of honor in their association with him. The mention of a national champion left the students of the last group utterly bewildered. "Dad, Mom, what brings you here?" Upon exiting the sports center, Qin Chen spotted Qin De and Li Xiufen waiting at the entrance. Although he said not to come, we couldn't help but worry about such an important event as the martial arts examination. Qin De replied, "How did you fare, son?" Li Xiufen inkirate ajarli. Qin Chen smiled. "I have become a star. What difficulty could there be in the martial arts examination? Let's go home." That evening, Li Xiufan prepared an extravagant feast. Although Qin Dai suggested dining out, Li Xiufan declined. Qin Chen felt this was unnecessary. Having cooked for a lifetime, Li Xiufan's dishes, though perhaps not as refined as those from a restaurant, surpassed them in flavor. During this meal, Qin Dai unexpectedly indulged in some wine, and Li Xiufan did not intervene. After dinner, once back in his room, Qin Chen received a call from Wang Hai. Qin Chen, now that the examination is over, how about gathering with some close friends? Wang Hai suggested on the other end of the line. After considering, Qin Chen declined, stating, "There's really no point in gathering." He reflected that he had very few close relationships during school, and now the only person he occasionally contacted was Wang Hai. The others had nearly vanished from his life. Perhaps it was his newfound status as a genius that caused others to distance themselves, but whatever the reason, it had become a reality. Though Qin Chen felt a tinge of regret, he recognized the inevitability of reality. He could not consistently reach out to others. Well then, on the other end of the line, Wang Hai's tone turned resigned, clearly understanding this truth. "By the way, how did your exam go today?" "I must say, I performed exceptionally well, but alas, I can still only attend an ordinary martial arts academy. I have decided to manage the martial arts school instead." Wang Hai spoke of his martial arts examination with evident pride. Initially, he had no intention of enrolling in a martial arts academy, so he felt no pressure, which ultimately led to his outstanding performance. "I did reasonably well," Qin Chen replied with a smile. "Your reasonably well equates to the 9 great holy academies, doesn't it? Don't overthink it. The martial arts school has great prospects. I am still an honorary martial artist at the Shanghai Martial Arts School, so do not tarnish my reputation," Qin Chen stated earnestly. "Rest assured, the Shanghai Martial Arts School is bustling with applicants, truly living up to its name," Wang Hai reassured him. "By the way, if you achieve an extraordinary result this time, I might just strike it rich, haha." Wang Hai lauet li. Qin Chen shook his head, and after ending the call, he collapsed into a deep slumber. Today, he intended to indulge in a leisurely sleep, bidding farewell to his high school years and youthful days, as he prepared to embrace his youth. Chapter 74. What are these two up to? Early the next morning, at the City Lord's mansion, in the City Lord's office, Zhou Taiquan had just arrived at work when a subordinate rushed in. "City Lord! City Lord!" The subordinate burst into the office, forgetting even to knock. "What is it?" So flustered, Zhou Taiquan furrowed his brow. Despite his imposing physique at the Zhao family villa, he maintained a serious demeanor while working at the City Lord's mansion, where all his subordinates were expected to adhere to decorum. However, at this moment, the subordinate was beyond caring for formalities. "City Lord, the martial arts examination has concluded, and one of the chief examiners called." The subordinate hurriedly reported. The martial arts examination, although intended to last a day, had actually taken a day and a night, only concluding this morning. "Why would they call after the exam?" Zhou Taiquan inquired, puzzled. "It's explosive. The results are explosive," the subordinate exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Without waiting for Zhou Taiquan to ask further, he continued, "Qin Chen's results are astounding. He shattered the testing device with a combat power of 85,000 and an explosive force of 180,000. His voice trembled with excitement. 85,000? 180,000? Zhou Tiechuan's heart raced at the revelation. "City Lord, you heard correctly. I confirmed it multiple times, and it is indeed accurate." The chief examiner, who made the call, was also trembling as he spoke. The subordinate, noticing Zhou Tiechuan's shock, was oblivious to the tremor in his own voice. 180,000 in explosive force, haha. Zhou Taiquan laughed heartily. It was clear now why Qin Chen had the audacity to venture alone into the Zhao family. He must have felt a sense of confidence when he went there unaccompanied. Even if Meng Chongqing personally confronted him, with such strength, he could easily make his escape. While 6-star fighters are formidable, they are significantly weaker than the current Qin Chen. The Zhao family villa was not remote. When Meng Chongqing made his move, Qin Chen would have had every opportunity to escape unscathed. Once outside the villa, Meng Chongqing would have hesitated to act, which meant that even if he and Zhu Yuan had not intervened that day, Qin Chen would not have been trapped there. "Prepare the carriage," Zhou Taiquan commanded his subordinate. "The city lord wishes to." The subordinate asked, puzzled. "Of course. To pay a visit to the national martial arts champion," Zhou Taiquan declared loudly. "City lord, The national rankings have not yet been released, the subordinate reminded him cautiously. The rankings are first compiled at the city level, then the provincial level, and finally confirmed by the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association before the national champion is determined. Zhou Taiquan glanced at his subordinate. Rankings? With such results, do we still need to wait? This is not merely the champion of this session. It has shattered historical records. If this isn't the champion, then I shall write my name backward, he exclaimed emphatically. What are you still standing around for? Prepare the carriage. His voice boomed at the end. Yes, the subordinate, not daring to hesitate any longer, turned promptly to prepare the carriage. Just as Zhou Taiquan was about to leave, he glanced back at the office. He couldn't go empty-handed. A gift was in order. It is said that this young man has a mysterious master who possesses a fondness for beast crystals. Conveniently, there exists a level 3 wind attribute beast crystal, which shall suffice. He approached a cabinet and retrieved a delicate wooden box before exiting the office. Although merely a level 3 crystal, it holds a value of 2 million. A reasonable gift for a private presentation. At the Martial Arts Association, Su Hua had arrived at the office early in the morning. Just then, the phone rang, causing him to furrow his brow. The caller seemed to be timing their call precisely for this moment. Hello, Su Hua answered, his tone laced with impatience, a symptom of the workday blues that often plagued him in the early hours. Director Su, is that you? I am the chief examiner for the martial arts assessment in Rongqing. There is a matter I need to inform the Martial Arts Association here in Rongqing. Came the voice from the other end. Typically, significant events during the assessment are communicated to the city's Lord's office and the Martial Arts Association. What is the situation? Su Hua felt a tightening in his chest, as if he had already anticipated the news. Upon hearing the two numbers, he leapt from his chair, turning to dash towards the president's office. President, the martial arts assessment data for Qin Chen has come through, he exclaimed loudly upon entering the office. Just tell me, Zhu Yuan replied, somewhat irritated. He had already gauged Qin Chen's rough capabilities and had been prepared, which is why he hadn't inquired directly from Qin Chen the previous day. Therefore, Su Hua's astonishment did not take him by surprise. Taking a deep breath, Su Hua stated, 85,000 and 180,000. What? Zhu Yuan's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. He abruptly turned his head. What did you say? President, Qin Chen's scores are 85,000 and 180,000. But I suspect there might be an error, Su Hua replied, perplexed. Zhu Yuan paid him no heed. This explosive power. Could this young man have transformed into an extraordinary beast? Earlier, when Qin Chen requested a 5-star certification, Zhu Yuan could accept his regular combat power of 85,000. However, this explosive capability was entirely unexpected and far exceeded his imagination. Hurry, prepare a vehicle. We cannot delay. Zhou Taixian must be aware of this as well. Zhu Yuan commanded urgently. He glanced around the office, needing to procure a gift. I have a level 3 ice attribute beast crystal, which is perfect. It is said that this young man is exceptionally filial to his master and has an ongoing need for beast crystals. He quickly retrieved the neatly wrapped crystal and made his way outside. In the future, Qin Chen may not necessarily join the Martial Arts Association. Yet they are both from Rongqing, and it would be a missed opportunity for him and Zhou Taixian to forge a connection with someone destined to become a master. In Rongqing, if the Lord's office and the Martial Arts Association hold the highest renown, then the provincial government of Jiang Province is the most revered establishment. This is where the strongest individual in Rongqing resides, Jiang Qingshan, the provincial governor and the 7-star master. Simultaneously, Zhou Taixian and Zhu Yuan departed from their usual workplaces in a conspicuous manner aboard a public vehicle, drawing the attention of the provincial government. What are these two individuals up to? Jiang Qingshan sat in the provincial governor's office, his face adorned with confusion as he listened to his subordinate's report. The simultaneous and urgent departure of 2 6-star martial artists struck him as peculiar. Investigate this matter and ascertain whether something significant has transpired in Rongqing. Jiang Qingshan gestured dismissively and instructed his subordinate. As the governor of a province, he was often preoccupied, despite his primary office being located in Rongqing. He frequently traversed various cities within Jiang Province. Consequently, he was not well informed about many local affairs, particularly regarding youthful prodigies, which he had scarcely paid attention to. Although the martial arts examination was indeed a momentous event, it did not warrant his constant vigilance. Chapter 75. The arrival of influential figures at the entrance of Qin Chen's residence. There lies a modest square, surrounded by various exercise equipment. Qin Dai has nearly regained his health. Thus Li Xiufan now accompanies him daily for workouts in this locale, where numerous martial artist families also congregate for leisure and exercise. Over time, the elderly couple has become acquainted with several individuals, often engaging in light-hearted conversations. At this moment, Qin Dai is vigorously pedaling on a leg press machine while Li Xiufan chats with a few women nearby. Alas, my son mentioned that his performance in yesterday's martial arts examination was mediocre. It seems the hope of entering the Sacred Academy is rather bleak, lamented a plump woman, shaking her head with a tone that lacked true disappointment. Hope is still hope. Why the sigh? Countless parents in Rongqing would envy your son, interjected a slender woman, her voice laced with irritation. What troubles you? The others inquired, turning their attention to her. My son told me he did not achieve his desired results in this examination. He was far too anxious. It seems his future accomplishments will depend on his father. Perhaps once his father retires, we shall have to move out of this Qinghe garden. The slender woman explained. Move out? Li Xiufan exclaimed in surprise upon overhearing their conversation. The slender woman, noticing her reaction, elaborated, You may not be aware, as you have just moved in, but Qinghe Garden is a prestigious enclave in Rongqing. Without a family member in a significant position, one lacks the eligibility to reside here. However, if one has made substantial contributions, even if they must relocate, the authorities will ensure alternative arrangements are made. The only drawback is that compared to Qinghe Garden, other places simply cannot compete. My current concern is for my son. If he does not strive harder, he may only end up in the neighboring community, she lamented. Upon hearing this, Li Xiufan discreetly scoffed. The neighboring community is also a top-tier residential area in Rongqing. The woman's comments were not a derision of her son, but rather a veiled compliment. My daughter is in the same boat. Several women present began to voice their thoughts on their children. Despite their words of discontent, the underlying sentiment was unmistakable. The atmosphere transformed into an arena of unspoken accolades. Li Xiufan and Qin Dai, being humble and relatively new to the community, often listened to others without mentioning their own son. By the way, Xiufan, your son also participated in the martial arts examination yesterday, did he not? How'd he fare? The women inquired simultaneously, their curiosity piqued. They were aware that Li Xiufan and Qin Dai had gained entry to Qinghe Garden through their son, but had never learned who he was. Xiufan and Da Qiao must have a remarkable son to live in Qinghe Garden. Surely, he must have excelled in the Sacred Academy, the plump woman remarked with a smile. I truly do not know, Li Xiufan replied honestly, shaking her head. She was genuinely unaware of what the Sacred Academy entailed. Only knowing that Qin Chen had mentioned his performance was commendable. My son will undoubtedly gain admission to the Sacred Academy. As Qin Dai, who had been exercising nearby, paused and spoke, Li Xiufan found herself perplexed. However, the seasoned soldier understood the arduous journey to ascend to the ranks of the illustrious. The Sacred Academy was not a place one could enter casually. A few women merely chuckled at this. Their previous banter had been polite, for the Sacred Academy was not so easily accessible. Li Xiufan and Qin Dai had indeed gained entry to King Yuan through their son, suggesting he must be exceptional. Nevertheless, the Sacred Academy only admitted around 10,000 candidates nationwide each year. Such odds were incomparable to those of King Yuan. Qin Dai's statement evoked a sense of narrow-mindedness, lacking any grandeur. By the way, Sister Xiufan, what is your son's name? A plump woman inquired with a sudden smile. With such a formidable son, he must surely be renowned. His name is Qin, Li Xiufan began, but her words were abruptly interrupted by the blaring of a car horn. The crowd's expressions shifted to astonishment as they observed a vehicle driving in, honking its horn. Is that the city lord's carriage? Someone exclaimed upon recognizing the approaching vehicle. Being relatives of martial artists, they were well aware of such matters. Yet, why would the city lord's carriage arrive here? The Martial Arts Association has also come. Before anyone could fully process the situation, another vehicle followed suit. Could something significant be happening? Liu Ye, Didn't you mention that your husband resigned from the city lord's office to join the military? Could it be that he has distinguished himself on the front lines? The slender woman suddenly turned to the plump one, posing the question. Distinguished? But he just left 2 days ago, the plump woman replied uncertainly. 2 days could still yield commendations. Otherwise, why would the city lord's office and the Martial Arts Association come here? The slender woman asserted. It was entirely plausible that the military could commission the city lord's office and the Martial Arts Association to present awards to families for achievements on the front lines, especially since her husband had previously served at the city lord's office, making this scenario quite feasible. The plump woman felt a surge of joy, unable to suppress a hint of pride on her face. Soon, both vehicles discharged a person each, one with a stern, square face radiating authority, and the other, clad in a long robe, appeared elderly yet exuded an aura unmatched by ordinary individuals. It was the city lord and President Zhu. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon recognizing the two figures. At that moment, the two prominent individuals turned their gaze towards them and, astonishingly, approached. Lu Jia, hurry, they are coming. Several women urged the plump woman forward, while the slender woman pulled Li Xiofan to the back. Suddenly, another horn blared, causing the onlookers to stare in disbelief. Even Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taixian halted, and upon seeing the vehicle, both men pivoted and stepped aside. The women stood in shock. The provincial governor is here. The slender woman spoke with a quiver in her voice. The provincial governor's vehicle was unmistakable, with its conspicuously prominent license plate. What a significant achievement this must entail. Even with their vast experience, they found it difficult to comprehend the unfolding situation. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt, and a man clad in a Zhongshan suit gracefully emerged. The moment the crowd laid eyes on him, an inexplicable tremor coursed through their bodies. The intangible aura of mastery he exuded instantaneously captivated everyone present. As the man approached Zhou Taiquan and Zhu Yuan, each of his steps seemed to resonate with the very rhythm of their heartbeats. It was rumored that Jiang Province's governor was older than President Zhu, yet he appeared even younger than Mayor Zhou. A voice murmured in the background. Jiang Qingshan reached the front of Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taiquan, stating, "If I do not inquire about your intentions today, I would be outpaced, and the dignity of the provincial governor would be utterly compromised." Zhou Taiquan chuckled. "You're usually so occupied. Is it truly necessary for you to attend this matter personally? It hardly seems warranted." Despite his jest, he felt a modicum of trepidation towards Jiang Qingshan. The title of master instilled a sense of reverence in him. Warranted? Jiang Qingshan shot him a glare. He had just instructed his subordinates to investigate the recent events and had discovered that Rongqing had produced such an extraordinary genius. Upon hearing the data from the martial arts examination, he was taken aback and wasted no time in setting out, fearing that he might miss a crucial moment. It had been ages since Jiang Province had seen a national martial arts champion, let alone one who shattered all historical records. As the provincial governor, it was imperative for him to be present, and he could not afford to arrive later than others, lest it convey a lack of seriousness. Which house? Jiang Qingshan glanced at the residential complex. "Let us first meet the family members," Zhu Yuan suggested, directing his gaze towards where Li Xiofan and the others were located. Jiang Qingshan nodded and took the lead. However, before they could progress very far, another horn blared, causing the expressions of the crowd to shift dramatically. Chapter 76. The certain top scholar has the military department arrived as well? Upon sighting the military vehicle, Jiang Qingshan was taken aback. Even he could not conceal his astonishment. Who could be arriving? Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian also fixed their gaze intently on the approaching vehicle. Meanwhile, the women present were caught in waves of shock. "Sister Lu, what remarkable achievement has your husband accomplished for the military to send someone personally?" asked several women as they turned their attention to the plump woman. The military had significant responsibilities, thus acts of valor were typically delegated. To have a provincial governor delegate was already extraordinary, yet a personal visit surpassed their comprehension. They awaited to see who would emerge. At that moment, the military vehicle came to a halt, and a soldier stood at the door, which opened slowly. A man clad in military attire descended. "3 stars, General." Their hearts quivered at the sight of the man bearing 3 stars on his shoulders. On the other side, Qin Chen and his companions stood upright upon witnessing Su Pengfei's arrival, their eyes fixed upon him. Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian were unfamiliar with Su Pengfei, yet they were not oblivious to his prowess, an 8-star warrior. In the military, ascending to the rank of general required not only merit but also the power of an 8-star. Old Jiang, long time no see. Su Pengfei approached the trio, nodding first to Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian, and then addressing Qin Chen. "What brings you here?" Qin Chen asked, puzzled. He recalled that at this moment, the front line was in chaos due to the rampaging beasts, and Su Pengfei should be commanding there. With a smile, Su Pengfei replied, "As a member of the military with such accomplishments, I naturally had to come." "Is that so certain?" Qin Chen chuckled. "Are you attempting to poach someone?" Su Pengfei raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Let us give it a try." Qin Chen nodded. Unlike Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijian, he was not naive. If he could secure Qin Chen's entry into the provincial government, he would certainly strive for it. Su Pengfei laughed. "In your location, you won't be able to hold on to such a formidable individual." He was unconcerned about Qin Shen's intentions regarding Qin Chen. Although Qin Chen had not declared allegiance to any faction, based on Su Pengfei's understanding, joining the military was the most fitting choice. He perceived Qin Chen as someone who would only select the path most suited to his martial arts journey. To him, Qin Chen was resolute and decisive, and the front line was the optimal choice. He would not settle for mere rearward positions. "I'm not here to debate. We will know once we meet him." Qin Chen dismissed any philosophical discourse, affirming that ultimately, it was up to Qin Chen's decision. "Very well, let us go meet him," Su Pengfei said confidently. "My family is over there. Let us go greet them." Zhu Yuan glanced once more towards the area where Li Xiufen was located. The group then made their way over. They're coming. Did you hear? We are to meet the family. Sister Lu, quick, go forward to greet them." The thin woman urged the plump woman forward, pushing her along. Meanwhile, Li Xiufen and Qin Dai had been completely squeezed to the back, ignored by everyone. The plump woman, surnamed Lu, observed the arrival of numerous dignitaries, her heart racing with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. As a few approached her, she extended her hand and began to speak. "Esteemed leaders." "Madam, would you kindly step aside?" Zhou Taijian interjected. The woman was momentarily frozen, her mind blank. Observing her immobility, the dignitaries did not chastise her, but simply passed by. Those behind, realizing the prominent figures were not seeking the plump woman, were taken aback and began to make way. Li Xiufen and Qin Dai were also present. Although they were acquainted with Zhu Yuan, they had no intention of greeting him at that moment. Yet, Zhu Yuan turned to them and waved, "Ms. Li, Mr. Qin." Buzz. At that instant, the crowd surrounding the couple shifted their expressions, turning to look, nearly losing their balance. It was then that Li Xiufen and Qin Dai stepped forward, asking, "President Zhu, are you looking for us?" Zhu Yuan smiled. "Of course, we have all come to find you and your remarkable son, the national martial arts champion, Qin Chen." His words echoed in the ears of all present, resonating with a low yet impactful clarity. "Is our martial arts champion at home?" Zhu Yuan inquired, his tone calm and cheerful. The astonished couple quickly nodded. "Yes, he is. I will call him down right away. This rascal claims he wants to commemorate some lost youth, and is still asleep." Li Xiufen hastily turned to ascend the stairs. "Ha! This lad is amusing." Su Pengfei chuckled at Li Xiufen's remark, prompting laughter from the others. It was evident that Qin Chen had a carefree spirit, having slept in even after the martial arts examination, as if he did not take it seriously at all. "No need to fetch him. Just lead the way." "We shall go meet him," Su Pengfei suggested. Instantly, the group followed Li Xiufen and Qin Dai towards one of the rooms. They trailed behind the couple. For even though Zhu Yuan knew the place, he refrained from taking the lead, respecting the family of the champion. As they departed, the expressions of the women who had previously conversed with Li Xiufen shifted dramatically. The national martial arts champion? Hadn't the rankings yet been released? Particularly, one slender woman trembled at the memory of Qin Dai's earlier assertion about her son's potential to enter the sacred academy, recalling her previous demeanor. In the living room, upon hearing the commotion, Qin Chen had already risen. So, who shall speak first? Su Pengfei looked around at the assembled guests. Though they had all arrived simultaneously, they had not come together. Thus, one must articulate their purpose. Mayor Zhou, you may begin, Jiang Qingshan directed towards Zhou Taiquan. Zhou Taiquan, feeling no need for formality, addressed Qin Chen directly. My purpose is straightforward, to present a gift. This time, the national champion hails from Rongqing, and, given our acquaintance, it is only fitting that I pay my respects. Without further ado, he produced the gift he had brought. This is a beast crystal for you, a personal offering. The rewards from the city lord's office will be finalized once the rankings are officially announced. As he spoke, he pushed the box in front of Qin Chen. Wait a moment, you mentioned that the national martial arts champion ranking takes half a month, right? Qin Chen inquired. Half a month? That is the official ranking. With your results, what are you waiting for? Zhou Taiquan replied, exasperated. Even if he wished to wait, the others would not, by the time they arrived. He would undoubtedly be the last, completely lacking in sincerity. What if, at that point, it turns out to be otherwise? Wouldn't that be a farce? Qin Chen chuckled. The results had yet to be announced, and to prematurely award prizes would indeed be impressive, but if not, it would leave many prominent figures in an embarrassing situation. If that's the case, we can simply treat it as awarding the provincial champion. If that is not applicable, then we can award the city champion. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Jiang Qingshan laughed heartily. Of course, this was all in jest, for Qin Chen's achievements were already a certainty. Qin Chen smiled and unreservedly accepted the box. I'm just like Zhou Taiquan, Zhu Yuan remarked, placing his own gift directly on the table. Qin Chen felt a surge of joy within. This box was clearly designed to contain beast crystals, indicating that his mysterious master was once again playing a significant role. At that moment, Qin Chen was tempted to fabricate another master. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to Jiang Qingshan and Su Pengfei. Since they had come, it would be remiss not to arrive with offerings. Chapter 77. Let them test my path. As a warrior, Qin Chen felt that since a prominent figure had arrived, he need not be overly courteous when receiving gifts, as these were rewards earned through his own accomplishments. Reflecting on his earlier days, he realized that such treatment was unattainable without his current success. Thus, he accepted the gifts without any burden. Perhaps there were ulterior motives behind some of these offerings, such as those from Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taixian, who presented gifts as a means of forging connections. In his mind, accepting them was inconsequential. As for any favors or obligations, he felt no need to dwell on them. If a day came when they faced difficulties, he would assist if possible. If not, it would be accepted as fate, adhering to his own heart's guidance. Jiang Qingshan observed Qin Chen's expression and chuckled, sensing his fondness for beast crystals. His understanding of Qin Chen was rather limited. This visit had prompted him to gather some information, hence he had not prepared any gifts in advance. He reached into his pocket and produced a bank card containing 20 million. Qin Chen smiled upon hearing this and reached for the card. 20 million was a substantial amount. At the price of 2 million for a third-tier beast crystal, he could procure 10, allowing him to elevate one of his systems directly to 4 stars. Qin Chen, would you be willing to join my provincial government? Jiang Qingshan suddenly inquired. Qin Chen's hand froze mid-motion. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Qingshan and replied, Governor, I have yet to make a decision on this matter. Internally, he was inclined toward the military, yet he refrained from voicing this, as the timing was not right. Having just completed the college entrance examination, the future remained uncertain. Rest assured, this is a reward from the provincial government for your martial examination, not a personal gift from me. Therefore, no matter what your ultimate decision may be, it remains yours, Jiang Qingshan reassured him with a smile. At this moment, he had come to understand a bit more about Qin Chen. His heart was steadfast, unwilling to forsake his ideals for mere gain. Su Pengfei, observing the exchange, smiled knowingly. He had anticipated this outcome. It was clear to him that Qin Chen aspired to join the military, making it improbable for him to align with another faction at this time. Even if he wished to prompt Qin Chen for an immediate decision, he knew he could not, let alone Jiang Qingshan. In the end, Qin Chen accepted the bank card, which had the password written on the back, and after storing it away, he turned his attention to Su Pengfei. Greetings, Chief. Qin Chen suddenly saluted with military respect. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what gift this esteemed figure, the most powerful presence in the room, had brought for him. If it was substantial, perhaps he could simultaneously elevate 2 of his systems to 4 stars after this encounter. Su Pengfei returned the salute and smiled. Rest assured, this time, I certainly brought you a reward. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen smiled as Su Pengfei continued. As this was your martial examination, it bears little relation to the Western theater, and thus the theater did not provide you with any rewards. Consider this a personal gift from me. For a million, he declared, before sitting back without further action. Where is it? Qin Chen was momentarily taken aback. I've given it to you. Have you forgotten? Su Pengfei replied with a chuckle. As Qin Chen came to his senses, a shadow fell over his expression. He recalled the previous star selection, where the value of the beast crystal had surged by 4 million. At that time, Su Pengfei had mentioned that it was privately advanced to him, and now it seemed to have been offset. The chief truly possesses a magnanimous spirit. Qin Chen could not help but exclaim. Ha! Su Pengfei laughed heartily. In truth, he had been in a precarious situation, while tens of thousands posed no issue. As an 8-star martial artist and a general in the military, presenting less than others would have been utterly humiliating. However, with millions on the line, he simply did not have it. He decided to mention the initial 4 million, thus preserving his dignity. Subsequently, the group conversed for a while longer, after which Zhou Taiquan, Zhu Yuan, and Jiang Qingshan took their leave, leaving only Su Pengfei behind. He turned to Qin Chen and inquired if he had decided which martial arts academy to enter. Qin Chen shook his head. He planned to visit Magic City in a couple of days. If all went well there, he would enroll in the 9th Sacred Academy. If not, he would head to the capital to gather some insight. You are indeed well prepared. Su Pengfei nodded, appreciating Qin Chen's approach of gathering information before making decisions. He was a person of foresight rather than one who merely heeds the opinions of others. While you're in Magic City, you might as well visit Luo Bin. Su Pengfei suddenly suggested. Lieutenant Luo? He is in Magic City? Qin Chen inquired, puzzled. Luo Bin should be stationed in the Western Theater, whereas Magic City belongs to the Southern Theater. Originally from Magic City, Luo Bin had joined the military and was assigned to the Western Theater, but this time he had applied to return to Magic City. Given the circumstances, the military approved his transfer back. There must be a reason, Qin Chen remarked. Having spent so much time in the Western Theater and formed numerous bonds, he wouldn't have applied to return without cause. Although the Western Theater was closer to home, the military's regulations were stringent. Returning home was not as simple as it seemed, and genuine leave could be obtained from the Western Theater as well. Su Pengfei nodded. That fellow had a girlfriend before entering the military, and after all these years, they have yet to marry. It seems the pressure from her side has become unbearable, and with this transfer back, he can also take a break to tie the knot, eventually settling in the Southern Theater. That's wonderful. Qin Chen agreed. Having a family nearby after marriage certainly holds great merit. If you happen to be in Magic City during his wedding, you should certainly attend, Su Pengfei advised. Qin Chen nodded. As Luo Bin had been his instructor, he held him in high regard. Although their contact had waned over time, they shared a familiarity that surpassed that with other students from the Genius Training Camp. He had shown him kindness in the past, and if fate allowed their paths to cross, it would be only right to extend his blessings. Well then, I shall not impede you any longer. I must take my leave. Su Pengfei rose, bidding farewell to Qin De and Li Xiufen before stepping out. Qin Chen followed him to the car, seeing him off. Indeed, my young friend, upon entering the martial arts academy, one must embrace humility. While as a newcomer, you may surpass your peers, even those in their second year. The third year may present unforeseen challenges, and by the fourth year, you will undoubtedly encounter those more formidable than yourself. Should you become overly ostentatious, you risk becoming a target, or worse, facing physical confrontation. Do not forget that I am a star of the Western War Zone. After Su Pengfei finished speaking, the car roared to life and drove toward the community's exit. Qin Chen chuckled softly. Su Pengfei's words served as a cautionary reminder. Life at the Martial Arts Academy is not as tranquil as that of the Arts College. It is a realm populated by martial artists, many of whom possess a fierce competitive spirit. Let them come. I shall refine my path as a warrior. Qin Chen smiled. Chapter 78. The initiation of a divine task. After bidding farewell to Su Pengfei, Qin Chen did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured to the energy marketplace, where he expended a staggering 2 million, acquiring 10 third-tier fire beast crystals. This endeavor consumed a full 3 hours of his time, as the marketplace required some time to procure the necessary stock. It was not until noon that he finally returned home, whereupon he hastily partook of a meal before eagerly retreating to his chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, he ingested the 10 beast crystals one by one. Within him, the fourth fire divine pattern began to coalesce rapidly. Ding! Your fourth fire divine pattern has reached perfection. With the system's notification resonating within him, Qin Chen could distinctly sense the surge of fire energy coursing through his being. Subsequently, instead of immediately consulting the system, he unwrapped the gifts sent by Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijun. Each had bestowed upon him a third-tier beast crystal, though not particularly abundant. These tokens were imbued with personal significance. Conversely, the 2 million from Jiang Qingshan represented the provincial government, a form of reward. This distinction stemmed from his closer rapport with Zhu Yuan and Zhou Taijun, in contrast to his more tenuous acquaintance with Jiang Qingshan. It was evident that Jiang Qingshan harbored no intention of deliberately ingratiating himself with Qin Chen, especially after the latter had declined the opportunity to enter the provincial government. After absorbing the 2 beast crystals, he finally turned his attention to the system. Name: Qin Chen Fire Realm. 4 stars, 5th Divine Pattern Progress. 0, Wind Realm. 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress. 14, Ice Realm. 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress. 14, Earth Realm. 3 stars, 4th Divine Pattern Progress. 4, Combat Power. 130. 000 indeed. As one progresses, the increase in combat power with each breakthrough becomes increasingly substantial. At this rate, even if the other 3 realms did not advance as significantly as the Fire Realm, they would undoubtedly surpass the 6-star threshold. Gazing at his own combat prowess, Qin Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, he recognized a flaw in his cultivation approach. He had previously devoted effort to cultivating his fire divine pattern, yet consuming 9 crystals had proven insufficient for an upgrade. While 10 crystals did facilitate an enhancement, it rendered his prior efforts somewhat wasteful. Henceforth, he resolved to focus singularly on one realm, allowing the beast crystals to suffice for the others. Ding! The host has entered the 4-star realm, surpassing the initial threshold. The path of the warrior is gradually entering a phase of refinement. Divine tasks are now being initiated. Task 1. Before entering the Martial Academy, achieve a breakthrough to 4 stars in any one of the remaining 3 realms. Reward: 1 4th-tier Fire Beast Crystal, Simple Mode. Task 2. Before entering the Martial Academy, achieve breakthroughs to 4 stars in any 2 of the remaining 3 realms. Reward: 2 4th-tier Fire Beast Crystals, Difficult Mode. Task 3. Before entering the Martial Academy, attain 4 stars in all 4 realms. Reward: 3 4th-tier Beast Crystals from each realm. Hell Mode. Task 4. Before entering the Martial Academy, elevate 1 realm to 5 stars while the remaining 3 reach 4 stars. Reward: 1 enhancement elixir for Wood Realm sensitivity and a martial arts package, Divine Mode. The Wood Realm has arrived. Qin Chen gazed at the task before him, feeling a stir within. The first 2 missions held no allure for him, their rewards far too meager. The third was somewhat appealing, yet it still fell short of enabling a direct breakthrough in his cultivation, and he could eventually attain it through his own efforts. Only the final task concerning the wood element piqued his interest. If missed, there was no certainty of it reappearing in the future. However, the challenge it presented was formidable. As Qin Chen scrutinized the task details, he noted that there remained just over 2 months before entering the Martial Academy. Within this limited time frame, he not only needed to achieve a complete breakthrough to 4 stars, but one of those breakthroughs must reach 5 stars. It is worth noting that a level 4 beast crystal costs 400,000, while a level 5 beast crystal commands an even steeper price of 800,000. Regardless, he must acquire the wood element. The wood element is crucial. Although it is merely an auxiliary system, its contribution to combat prowess may seem minimal. Yet, This assistance is not for others, but for oneself. With the wood element, his recovery rate in battle, whether from injury or consumption, would significantly improve. Thus, this element bears immense significance for Qin Chen. Moreover, he currently possesses the fire element for strong attacks, the wind element for agility, the ice element for both offense and defense, and the earth element for pure defense. With the addition of the wood element, one could assert that his martial path is now flawless. Should he acquire other elements thereafter, it would elevate his foundation to even greater heights. He resolved to visit the magic capital at once. Qin Chen promptly decided to embark on an early journey. Although termed a vacation, his true intention was to explore the possibility of reaping benefits from the Ninth Holy Academy. Subsequently, he accepted task 4. 3 days later, Qin Chen and his family emerged from the magic capital airport. Observing the grandeur of this monumental city, Qin Dai and Li Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement. The hotel is already booked. I will take you there to rest first. Tomorrow, we shall visit the tourist attractions, Qin Chen announced. All right. No rush, no rush. Li Xiaofan nodded in agreement. They had arisen early to catch a flight, enduring approximately 2 hours of travel, which had indeed left them fatigued. Shortly after escorting them to the reserved hotel, Qin Chen ventured out once more. Stay safe. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Qin Chen addressed a man who had appeared before him. In various cities, there exists a profession dedicated to personal protection, with many practitioners hailing from martial arts academies. Of course, such protection comes at a considerable cost. Qin Chen had enlisted a 4-star martial artist, requiring a fee of 100,000 for a single day's protection. Rest assured, I am a professional, the man assured earnestly. Qin Chen nodded. In truth, he had no pressing need for such measures. However, caution was prudent, especially since Zhao Wanchu's woman had yet to be found. Upon exiting the hotel, Qin Chen hailed a taxi and proceeded directly to the entrance of the Ninth Holy Academy. As soon as he alighted, he was struck by awe, raising his gaze to the Academy's grand entrance. He noted its towering height of over 100 meters and its impressive width spanning several hundred meters. Above the grand doorway, the 4 characters representing the Ninth Holy Academy loomed majestically, each stroke sharp as a blade. The inscriptions adorning the doors of the 9 Holy Academies were penned by their founder, Su Zhen, also known as the martial sage Su. As he cast his gaze towards the entrance, a single word encapsulated his thoughts: vast. Only at the horizon of his sight did a few structures emerge, while the surrounding expanse lay desolately empty. Though the Sacred Academy had yet to commence its holiday, he was astonished to find no student in sight within its premises. He turned his attention to a nearby martial arts academy, also among the top 100 institutions in the Dragon Nation. However, in comparison to the 9th Sacred Academy, it appeared as a mere cottage juxtaposed against a grand villa. What must the students of that school think as they stepped outside, glancing across at their imposing neighbor? Qin Chen shook his head. The architectural arrangement was undoubtedly a blow to the aspirations of the Martial Academy students. Hello, I seek Director Hu, he stated, gathering his composure as he approached the security booth and addressed one of the guards inside. It must be said, the security personnel at the Sacred Academy were of a different caliber. The guard regarded Qin Chen with a discerning eye, refraining from mocking him for his youth or his direct approach in seeking the director. After inquiring a few details, the guard made a phone call upon seeing the star insignia Qin Chen presented. Chapter 79. The Ninth Holy Institute. Principal's Office. The esteemed principal of the Ninth Holy Institute, Master Hu Tianming, an 8-star Grandmaster, hung up the phone with a smile. Principal, what news do you have? A director from the Institute inquired. The 4-star of war has arrived, Hu Tianming replied slowly. The 4th has also come. Ha! Principal, it appears that this time, all 4 of the inaugural stars of war will be admitted into our 9th Holy Institute. The director exclaimed with laughter. Since the military's 4 battle zones selected their stars, 3 of them had expressed their intention to join the 9th Holy Institute, with the most recent arrival just 2 days prior. Moreover, these individuals came of their own accord. The Institute had not sent anyone to recruit them in advance. Naturally, our 9th Holy Institute is the strongest. Hu Tianming maintained his composure, not overly exhilarated by the news. Though the 4 stars of war from Long Country are undoubtedly exceptional talents, the Ninth Holy Institute is never short of brilliance. Thus, if they choose to join, he is pleased. If they do not, he harbors no regrets. Take him there, Hu Tianming instructed the director. Understood. The director promptly turned and departed. At the entrance, a security guard greeted him. Young man, you're the 4th military star seeking the principal. Though addressed as Sir, Qin Chen could sense that the guard was likely a martial artist. Have the other stars from different battle zones already visited? Qin Chen furrowed his brows. The guard nodded. Yes, they have come, and they have all confirmed their intention to enter the Ninth Holy Institute. Do you know the purpose of their visit? Qin Chen continued to inquire. Those 3, having become stars of war in their respective zones, surely possess considerable strength. There would be no need for them to make a special trip to enter. They could simply register later. The guard shook his head. I'm just a security guard, so I don't have much specific knowledge. Could it be they're also seeking benefits? Qin Chen suddenly realized that it was not merely his own speculation. These individuals were all striving to secure the greatest advantages for themselves. Are you Qin Chen? Just then, a voice emerged from outside the duty room. Qin Chen turned to see a man. Hello, Qin student. I am Tao Yong, the director of the water department at the Ninth Holy Institute. The principal is awaiting you. All right. Qin Chen rose and exited the duty room. Following Tao Yong, they walked for nearly 20 minutes before finally arriving at the principal's office. Upon entering, Qin Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the man seated within. The man appeared unremarkable, with an ordinary appearance and attire. However, just one glance imparted an intangible pressure. It was akin to the sensation he experienced upon first encountering Su Pengfei. Agomastere Soha. Qin Chen took a deep breath and approached the principal. Greetings, Principal Hu. Hu Tianming looked up at Qin Chen. Qin Chen, star of war from the Western Battle Zone, please take a seat. He gestured towards the chair opposite him. Once Qin Chen was seated, Hu Tianming continued. Now, please share your purpose for visiting. Qin Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he inquired, Director Hu, have the other 3 generals arrived? Hu Tianming smiled and nodded. May I ask, Director, what brings them here? Qin Chen asked, his curiosity piqued. If these individuals were also pursuing their own interests, it would be prudent for him to understand their motivations before revealing his own, allowing for a fair comparison. I shall not conceal the truth from you, Hu Tianming began candidly. The 3 of them approached me seeking access to the 9th Sacred Academy, hoping for special training resources. However, I declined their request. He regarded Qin Chen and continued. Their approach indicates a desire to enter the 9th Sacred Academy. Otherwise, why would they not seek resources from the other academies? Therefore, wanting to join the 9th Sacred Academy while simultaneously seeking special treatment. Why should I acquiesce? Upon hearing this, Qin Chen maintained a stoic expression. He understood that this statement implicitly conveyed that there was no point in making requests, as they would similarly be denied. Nevertheless, as they were top-tier prodigies, he had promised them that if any of them could ascend to the 9th Sacred Academy's rankings within 6 months, he would grant their requests. I extend the same promise to you, Hu Tianming said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Qin Chen. Thank you, Director. Qin Chen nodded appreciatively. Just as Hu Tianming was about to speak, Qin Chen abruptly stood up. I apologize for the interruption, but I must take my leave. With that, he turned and walked toward the office door. 6 months was a luxury he could not afford to wait. Hu Tianming furrowed his brow as he observed Qin Chen's departure. Qin Chen, Director Hu? Qin Chen turned back. I have something to say. Hu Tianming began slowly. Please go ahead. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Tianming remarked, geniuses, particularly those of exceptional caliber, possess a certain pride, and that is understandable. However, pride should not be mistaken for arrogance. With that, he fell silent, offering this insight as a gentle reminder to Qin Chen. Whether he heeded it or not was of little consequence to him. Qin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your guidance, Director. I have something to say as well. Qin Chen suddenly interjected. Do share. The 9th Sacred Academy lacks timely information, he stated before turning and exiting the office. Hu Tianming slightly shook his head upon hearing Qin Chen's words. Director, is he really leaving just like that? Tao Yong asked, astonished. Throughout the encounter, Qin Chen had not articulated what resources he required. In fact, he had spoken only a few words from beginning to end. To travel such a distance only to depart without any negotiation was in stark contrast to the previous 3 generals. He understood that I would not acquiesce. Hence he refrained from further discussion. Hu Tianming replied with a smile. What about his final remark? Tao Yong pondered, trying to comprehend Qin Chen's parting words. Quite simple. We are aware of the strength he possessed when he became a general. 3 attributes, with his fire attribute already at 2 stars. His comment about our lack of information was merely a reference to his killing a 4-star warrior after leaving the battle zone. Assuming I was unaware, Hu Tianming explained, shaking his head. When the stars of a northern theater first sought him out, he conducted an investigation into their circumstances and naturally came to understand Qin Chen. Having slain a 4-star adversary, his innate talent is indeed formidable, befitting a star of command. However, now that the 3 other stars have assimilated their rewards, they too have attained 3 stars, and with their recent training, it is likely that they can easily contend with an average 4-star opponent. Tao Yong spoke slowly. Hu Tianming nodded, which is precisely why I describe him as arrogant. There are 4 stars of command, and the other 3 are no less capable than he, possessing a greater understanding of humility. Unfortunately, it seems he has not taken this to heart. Indeed, upon entering our 9th Holy Academy, he may very well match the other 3, yet if he remains outside, he will likely be surpassed in no time. The growth of a genius is a matter of timing. A single misstep leads to a cascade of delays. Tao Yong revealed a look of regret. Chapter 80, his pride. I shall tread upon, young man. How are you? Inquired the security guard at the duty room of the 9th Sacred Academy as Qin Chen approached the entrance. Turning his gaze, Qin Chen smiled and asked, Sir, how long have you worked here? 10 years. The elder guard pondered for a moment before responding. 10 years. When you started, the 9th Sacred Academy was already the foremost among the 9 Sacred Academies, wasn't it? Indeed, the year I joined, the 9th Sacred Academy surpassed the others in enrollment quality. Each subsequent year, it only improved, eventually earning the title of the Premier Academy. The guard replied earnestly, admiration evident in his expression. The 9th Sacred Academy, being the last to be established, managed to rise above and dominate the other 8 academies, a feat not easily achieved. It is noteworthy that 10 years ago, no academy had maintained its dominance for a decade. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Chen remarked, Sir, I believe it is time to reconsider the title of the 9th Sacred Academy as the best. He lifted his gaze towards the 4 prominent characters on the gate before stepping out. While Hu Tianming had accused him of arrogance, Qin Chen disagreed. He merely sought resources commensurate with his talent and strength to expedite his growth. Moreover, he had yet to express his needs. Yet the other party had indirectly conveyed a refusal without even inquiring. Perhaps, as the strongest academy, they possessed such confidence. But Qin Chen felt he had not received the respect he deserved. The 9th Sacred Academy had held the top position for 10 consecutive years, leading them to subconsciously believe they would always remain the best. This, he mused, epitomized true arrogance. The elder guard was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his composure, Qin Chen had already distanced himself. Just as Qin Chen was about to return to his hotel, he received a call from Luo Bin. You scoundrel, you come to Magic City without informing me. If it weren't for Yang Shui, I would have been none the wiser. Isn't this an opportunity for your romantic escapade? Qin Chen chuckled. What romantic escapade? We haven't even begun. Where are you? I'm coming to find you, Luo Bin replied. Just exited the 9th Sacred Academy, and I'm not familiar with this area. You tell me the place, and I'll take a cab, Qin Chen suggested. Half an hour later, Qin Chen arrived at a CAF and spotted Luo Bin seated in a corner. You just mentioned you left the 9th Sacred Academy. Have you decided to enroll there? As soon as he sat down, Luo Bin inquired with curiosity. He was aware that Qin Chen had yet to make a decision regarding which academy to attend. This visit was likely a blend of tourism and exploration of the academies. Shaking his head, Qin Chen replied, they did not agree. What? Luo Bin exclaimed, incredulous. Are they out of their minds? Qin Chen's martial examination had been closely monitored by the Western War Zone. As soon as the examination concluded, they were already aware of his results. Although he had returned to Magic City, he had also inquired with Yang Shui, and despite Qin Chen's remarkable achievements, they had chosen to decline him. Even if the Ninth Sacred Academy is impressive, they can't be that foolish, he reflected. It can be said that if Qin Chen were to enter the Ninth Sacred Academy, its prestigious reputation would resonate even more profoundly, further widening the gap between itself and the other sacred academies. Additionally, in the next admission cycle, it is likely that numerous prodigies will choose to apply here due to Qin Chen's influence. To decline such an opportunity would essentially be to relinquish it to the other academies. They are not mad. It is merely that I am not yet formidable enough. A faint smile graced Qin Chen's lips. Luo Bin, momentarily at a loss for words, realized that with Qin Chen's combat prowess, he could easily incapacitate him with a single blow. The Ninth Sacred Academy is indeed impressive, yet he was certain that even the current first-year students, advancing to their second year next year, would not possess Qin Chen's strength. Enough about me. Let us discuss you instead. When do you plan to marry? Qin Chen inquired. Luo Bin shook his head. I am uncertain. Qin Chen furrowed his brow. What is the matter? You were transferred here precisely for this reason, were you not? He could discern that Luo Bin was preoccupied with something on his mind. The situation has changed, compelling me to request a transfer back, Luo Bin replied, shaking his head. However, he did not disclose the details, remaining silent. Instructor Luo. Yes. Qin Chen observed his despondency and spoke earnestly. You have been my instructor, and you have imparted to us, the trainees of the Genius Training Camp, that a warrior must possess a steadfast heart. When faced with difficulties, one must seek solutions. There is no obstacle insurmountable. Life and endeavors are no different. You are a fifth-level warrior. Your achievements surpass those of countless others. Yet now, it seems you have forgotten the lessons you taught us, along with your own martial spirit. Luo Bin remained silent for a long while before finally responding. Some matters cannot simply be resolved with a steadfast heart. Pray enlighten me. I am curious to know what troubles you so deeply. Qin Chen urged. In his memory, Luo Bin had always been a vibrant individual, and the contrast to his current state was stark. With a sigh, Luo Bin eventually spoke. My girlfriend, Chun Xiaoqing, is also from Modu. I returned with the intention of marrying her, but encountered some obstacles. Her parents? The Chen family is a prominent clan? Qin Chen queried. Such circumstances are not uncommon in reality. Luo Bin, a lieutenant colonel in the war zone, held a status that surpassed many. Unless the Chen family was exceptionally powerful, ordinary individuals would not pose significant hindrances. However, Luo Bin shook his head. Not exactly. Her father, Chen Ji, is a 6-star warrior and has always held a favorable opinion of me. The main issue lies with his brother, Chen Yu. Qin Chen was taken aback as Luo Bin continued. Originally, no one in their family opposed our union, and Chen Yu was quite supportive. However, as he matured, his talent became increasingly formidable, culminating in his recent ascension as a star general in the Southern War Zone. Consequently, he believes I am unworthy of his sister. Qin Chen frowned. In the Chun family, does he hold the final say? Indeed, his talent is highly valued by the Chun family. Thus, his words carry significant weight. Luo Bin responded. Qin Chen nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. After all, a family with a 6-star warrior producing a star of exceptional talent could undoubtedly alter the fate of the Chen clan. As for Chen Xiaoqing, what were her thoughts? Qin Chen inquired. She certainly wishes to be with me. However, she is not a biological member of the Chen family. The Chen family adopted her when she was young, and they have shown her considerable kindness, leaving her in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Qin Chen chose not to press further. This matter is indeed complicated. Even a lieutenant colonel has faced disdain, and given the extraordinary talent of the other party, altering their perspective seems quite challenging. Instructor Luo, you're on leave lately, aren't you? Qin Chen suddenly asked. Yes, I have a month off. It's still early, why do you ask? Luo Bin replied, perplexed. Tomorrow, I plan to take my parents to Star Island for a bit of fun. You should join us and bring your girlfriend along, Qin Chen suggested with a smile. He continued, it's only reasonable to take your girlfriend out for some enjoyment. Isn't it? Luo Bin chuckled wryly. I would love to, but I haven't had the chance to take her out yet, and whenever we are together, that Xinyu fellow always tags along. He had no choice, otherwise. He would have brought Chen Xiaoqing with him today to meet Qin Chen. Qin Chen grinned. That is precisely what I want. What do you mean? Luo Bin asked in astonishment. Qin Chen replied with a smile. Doesn't he look down on you? Let him see how your students compare to his. I shall trample on his pride. Chapter 81. Star Island, Void Rift Star Island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, is a picturesque locale, especially enchanting during the summer months when visitors can frolic by the water's edge. The island boasts few public facilities and sparse architecture, preserving its natural beauty, making it one of the rare five-star scenic spots in the magical metropolis. On board the vessel heading to Star Island, a young and lovely female tour guide is enthusiastically sharing information about the island. However, many of the tourists seem disinterested, engrossed instead in their own conversations. At the boat's edge, Luo Bin and Chen Xiaoqing are animatedly pointing at the ocean, laughing together. Meanwhile, Qin Dehe and Li Xiufan, embarking on their first journey, have rushed to the bow of the ship, eagerly gazing around, brimming with excitement. Qin Chen, seated in his spot, faces a youth of similar age. Are you the star of the Western Theater Command? The young man inquires, his expression cool. Indeed, Qin Chen replies with a nod. Was Luo Bin your instructor? Yes, Qin Chen affirms once more. Remarkable that he could cultivate a star student, Chen Yu remarks, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Do you harbor any grievances against him? Qin Chen questions, his gaze steady. No grievances, merely a belief that his future achievements may be limited. My sister deserves someone far more exceptional, Chen Yu responds candidly. Qin Chen scrutinizes him closely, initially expecting an individual brimming with pride. Yet, he soon realizes that Chen Yu, despite his outward arrogance, is ultimately just a recent high school graduate. He is not like Hu Tianming, who embodies true pride and dismisses others entirely. Instructor Luo is a level 5 martial artist. You must be merely a level 3. Why the disdain? Qin Chen chuckles. Chen Yu glances at him, acknowledging that while Qin Chen may currently surpass him, he possesses the potential of a grandmaster and is determined to rise beyond mere mastery. And he asserts, will never attain grandmaster status. His tone is grave. However, acknowledging him as your instructor suggests he possesses unique qualities. I understand why you summoned us today, and I want to make things difficult for him. As long as you prove stronger than I shall no longer impede my sister's affairs. But if you are not my match, then he must cease his pursuit of her. Chen Yu speaks with unwavering confidence, eager to gauge Qin Chen's abilities. Since both are stars, should Qin Chen prove formidable, it would reflect positively on Luo Bin. Should he falter, he would have no grounds for complaint. Instructor Luo, did you hear that? Qin Chen turns to address Luo Bin at the boat's edge. I heard, haha, indeed, Luo Bin exclaims joyfully. At this moment, he is filled with excitement, believing that Qin Chen will easily triumph over Chen Yu. Observing Luo Bin's reaction, Chen Yu's brow furrows in concern, while Chen Xiaoqing, standing beside Luo Bin, whispers in astonishment, can he truly defeat my brother? Chen Xiaoqing was profoundly astonished. It is worth noting that Chen Yu had already attained the rank of a third-tier warrior, and among his peers, he was certainly not lacking in prowess. At such a young age, achieving this level of accomplishment is a rarity throughout the entire Dragon Nation. She observed Qin Chen, who appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking any distinctive traits. Moreover, Qin Chen's parents were also quite ordinary, and from such a humble background, nurturing a prodigy would be a formidable challenge. As for my student, well, you shall see in due course, Luo Bin struggled to articulate. If he were to reveal now that Qin Chen could easily dispatch him, a fifth-tier warrior, with a single punch, it would likely be met with disbelief. As Qin Chen and his companions journeyed to Star Island, a new wave of visitors had begun to arrive. Among them were a man and a woman, dressed casually, yet their demeanor set them apart from the rest. After finally getting a break, you bring me to this place for entertainment? The woman appeared disinterested in Star Island, trailing behind the tour group with a lack of enthusiasm. The man quickly defended. There aren't many people here, yet it's not deserted either. The scenery is splendid, is truly an ideal location. The woman cast him a sidelong glance, disinclined to respond. Both hailing from a southern combat zone, they seldom had time off. Initially, they had planned to visit the man's home and meet his family, but he, like a wooden statue, insisted there was no rush, leaving her exasperated. Liang Lei, Let us go explore the other side of the island. The man took the woman's hand, and soon they climbed a high slope, arriving at the island's opposite side. Just as they were about to head towards the beach, a sudden, resounding roar echoed from afar. Their expressions shifted in alarm as they turned toward the source of the sound. Beast! How could there be a beast here? The woman's face paled upon spotting a black wolf. The man scrutinized the area behind the wolf, and gradually, his pupils constricted. A rift in the void. A new rift in the void, he stammered. Quickly, alert everyone on the island to evacuate. I will attempt to contain the beast's spread, he shouted urgently. But I will be fine. This rift has just manifested. It will take considerable time to fully open. Right now, it is merely a small breach, and the beasts emerging are of a lower tier. You must notify the combat zone immediately and ensure the evacuation of everyone on the island. We may still have time. Without further hesitation, the man dashed toward the rift. Upon confronting the black wolf, he swiftly dispatched it with a single blow and positioned himself resolutely before the rift. Bracing for the impending threat, Liang Lei, having resolved her doubts, retrieved her phone and, while running, began to notify the combat zone. Come on. The man's gaze remained fixed on the rift, his expression grave. The void rift, having only just appeared, was not inherently terrifying, based on past experiences. During the initial 10 minutes, only beasts below Tier 3 would manifest. After 10 minutes, Tier 4 and 5 beasts would begin to emerge. If fortune favored them, peace might return after an hour. If not, Tier 6 beasts could materialize. After a prolonged period, no aberrant beasts would manifest. It was only when the fissure had widened to 100 meters that the true emergence of level 6 and above aberrant beasts would occur, marking the inaugural uprising of these creatures. One could only hope that level 6 would not appear, and that level 5 would also be scarce. The man silently prayed within himself. As merely a 5-star warrior, he could at best contend with a single level 5 aberrant beast. Should 2 appear simultaneously, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand them. Meanwhile, the military had received word that reinforcements would arrive in approximately 1 hour. Thus, the level and number of aberrant beasts were of paramount importance. Should he falter, these creatures would spread uncontrollably, leading to considerable complications. At that moment, it finally arrived. The tour group to which Qin Chen belonged had reached the island's edge. Once the vessel came to a halt, everyone began disembarking, stepping onto the Star Island. Chapter 82. The futility of slaying beasts below level 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from wandering about. Allow me to elucidate the situation here before you are granted the liberty to explore. The beautiful tour guide, observing the excitement of the crowd upon their arrival on the island, shouted through her megaphone. Just as the group was about to proceed, a commotion erupted ahead, followed by a throng of individuals rushing towards them, each exhibiting signs of panic. What is happening? The team led by Qin Chen immediately fell into a state of alarm. Hurry, we must leave the island. A voice bellowed. Qin Chen noticed that among the panicking crowd was a woman, desperately attempting to maintain order, urging the fleeing people to refrain from scattering. He could see the urgency etched on her face. Quickly, board the ship. There are aberrant creatures. The woman shouted at Qin Chen and his companions. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions bewildered. Realizing their inaction, the woman brandished an identification badge. Raising it high as she shouted again, I am Major Liang Lei from the Southern Combat Zone. A new rift has appeared, and aberrant creatures have emerged. Turn around and board the ship at once. Hurry. The color drained from Luo Bin's face as he began to pull people along in the chaos. At last, the crowd reacted, turning hastily towards the ship. The scene quickly descended into turmoil. However, they had just arrived on the island, thus the vessel was conveniently close at hand, avoiding any mishaps. Mom, Dad, it seems our excursion today is for naught. Please board the ship and stay with Chun Shaoqing. Do not wander off, Qin Chen instructed. Chun Shaoqing, being a first-level warrior, will be capable of handling any potential troubles, ensuring a level of calmness superior to that of ordinary individuals. Son, Li Xiaofan sensed that Qin Chen intended to remain behind. Her eyes filled with worry. Dad, take good care of Mom, Qin Chen urged, casting a glance at Qin De. Though his father was not as robust as in his youth, His military experience endowed him with a sense of composure. "Do not worry, just be careful," Qin Chen reassured, grasping Li Xiufan's hand as they made their way to the ship. Meanwhile, with Luo Bin's assistance, tourists and the island's inhabitants were boarding the vessel one after another. Before long, only Qin Chen, Luo Bin, and Chen remained. "Come on, you three, get on the ship," Liang Lei urged, glancing at the trio. Without further ado, Luo Bin presented his identification, stating Lieutenant Colonel from the Western Combat Zone. Although he had been reassigned, he still considered himself part of the Western Combat Zone. Chen Yu then revealed his medal, proclaiming General Star of the Southern Combat Zone. Chen Yu. Qin Chen, however, did not display a medal. Instead, he asserted, General Star of the Western Combat Zone, Qin Chen. Where's the rift? Lead the way. Excellent, excellent, Liang Lei exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Colonels in the military are predominantly 5th-level warriors, and generals are 3rd level, still capable of providing assistance. Follow me. With that, Liang Lei turned and sprinted towards the opposite side of the island. This time, there is no need for us to battle. The one who slays the most beasts shall be the victor, Chen Yu addressed Qin Chen. Agreed. Qin Chen nodded. Meanwhile, outside the fissure, beneath the man's feet lay numerous carcasses of the beasts. These creatures were not formidable. The majority were of the 1st or 2nd rank, with only a few 3rd-rank beasts present. At that moment, the man was drenched in blood, his gaze fixated on the fissure, fully aware that beasts of rank 4 and above were about to emerge. Let us hope the 5th rank does not appear too soon. His heart raced as he stared at the fissure. From the onset of battle to this moment, several minutes had elapsed. If the 5th rank beast appeared too early, it would herald the arrival of more, and should 2 appear simultaneously, it would spell doom for him. However, while hope is a beautiful notion, reality proved to be harsh. The fissure suddenly began to tremble, and in an instant, a beast burst forth. A 2-headed leopard. The man's complexion paled dramatically upon seeing the beast. The 2-headed leopard, a 5th-rank creature, possessed both strength and speed among its kind. To his despair, as the 2-headed leopard emerged, the fissure continued to quake. And soon 5 4th-rank beasts followed suit, along with several others of lower rank, totaling dozens. It seemed he was destined to perish here today. He cast a quick glance behind him, silently pleading, "Please don't come back." With a roar, the 2-headed leopard lunged at him. The man swiftly turned, determined that even if he were to die today, he would hold him off for at least a minute. With a resounding thud, he stepped forward and threw a punch at the 2-headed leopard. The impact sent both man and beast staggering backward. However, at that moment, the lower-ranked beasts had already charged forth, attacking him fiercely. Simultaneously, the 5th-ranked beast regained its footing and also rushed towards him. Ah! In that instant, the man laughed aloud. "I shall guard this post alone. Though I may falter, I shall not retreat." Thus began a fierce battle between him and the horde of beasts. He succeeded in delivering a fatal blow to a 2nd-ranked beast, yet the sheer number of adversaries led to countless wounds adorning his body. The 5th-ranked beast, eyes glinting with bloodlust, focused on him. Despite being pushed back by the relentless assault of the beasts, he pressed onward. At that moment, the 5th-ranked beast let out a deafening roar and pounced. "Go on," a voice called out. The man jolted, not daring to turn around, as he shouted urgently, "What are you doing here? Hurry and leave." As he finished speaking, his pupils dilated. The 2-headed leopard was now mere moments away from him, and he found himself devoid of any ability to defend. Suddenly, the 2-headed leopard was knocked back by a powerful punch. Guan Han turned in astonishment. "Western Battle Zone," Luo Bin, the newcomer, declared. "Can you still fight? If so, go take on the others." Guan Han was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Although injured, he could still vanquish the lower-ranked beasts. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his gaze towards the other beasts. "Guan Han, are you all right?" Liang Lei approached him. "I'm fine. I won't die," Guan Han replied, shaking his head. Liang Lei breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That is Major Luo Bin, and the other 2 are the stars of the battle zone." Guan Han nodded, lamenting that there were no level 6 experts here for assistance. Level 5 beasts have already emerged, and I fear that not only will more level 5s appear, but perhaps even level 6s as well. His expression darkened. Luo Bin can deal with the two-headed leopard, while anything below level 4 can be handled by them. The current beast can be managed for the time being. However, we still need to buy 40 minutes, and if a level 5 appears again, it will be troublesome. If a level 6 shows up, we will have no chance of survival. By some time, calculate the duration, Liang Lei urged. Guan Han nodded. It seemed they would mostly meet their end here today. But as soldiers, they had fulfilled their duty. Qin Chen, keep track of the number and level of the beasts you kill. Once this is over, report it directly. Chen Yu instructed before charging into the throng of beasts below level 3. Roar. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when the fissure trembled once more, the roars of beasts echoing from within. Suddenly, 2 level 5 beasts burst forth, followed by an unknown number of beasts below level 5. Luo Bin, engaged in combat with the two-headed leopard, turned pale. Guan Han and Liang Lei's pupils constricted as they stared at the 2 level 5 beasts, a glimmer of resolute acceptance of their fate crossing their faces. Chen Yu halted abruptly, a flicker of fear crossing his features. Meanwhile, Qin Chen narrowed his eyes, finding it rather uninteresting to pursue anything below level 3. With that, he made his way towards the fissure. Chapter 83. A single man at the gate. What are you trying to do? Upon witnessing Qin Chen's actions, Chen Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Let me tell you, he warned, do not act recklessly just to prove your superiority over me. Even if you perish, I shall never consent to Luo Bin being with my sister. At that moment, Guan Han and Liang Lei also took notice of Qin Chen. Come back, Guan Han shouted. Liang Lei's face reflected urgency. They had not anticipated that a star of war could possess such a volatile temperament, directly approaching the fissure's edge. Yet in an instant, their eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Chen had reached the fissure's mouth and, with a single punch, struck the first monstrous beast that emerged. Bang! The creature exploded as if it were mere tofu. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Chen unleashed a second punch, resulting in another deafening sound as the beast's blood splattered, its headless corpse crashing to the ground. This left Liang Lei and Guan Han in a state of shock. Was that truly a 5th-level beast? This question echoed simultaneously in their minds. However, as seasoned military personnel who had faced countless battlefields, they could not mistake it. It was indeed a 5th-level beast. A star of war. Was this truly a star of the Western Combat Zone? Guan Han's heart struggled to accept this reality. Meanwhile, Chen Yu stood frozen, grappling with the same incredulity. Was it genuinely a 5th-level beast? No, it cannot be a 5th-level beast, he exclaimed, propelled by a sense of defiance as he charged towards the fissure's edge. Chen Yu, what are you doing? Luo Bin bellowed. If he can kill, so can I. Chen Yu declared loudly. Nonsense. Get back. Qin Chen's foundational combat strength has surpassed 80,000. Luo Bin shouted while battling a two-headed leopard. Buzz! Chen Yu's mind went blank, his body involuntarily halting. 80,000. Foundational strength? Luo Bin's words resonated incessantly in his head. After Qin Chen dispatched 2 5th-level beasts, he swiftly appeared beside Luo Bin, delivering a punch that sent the two-headed leopard crashing to the ground, incapacitated. At that moment, Qin Chen returned to the fissure's edge, declaring, "Leave those beasts to you." He then positioned himself, watching as waves of lesser beasts surged forth. In an instant, he plunged into the throng of creatures. The onlookers beheld his figure, fists flying as each strike fell the beast. In no time, the creatures emerging from the fissure could not keep pace with his slaughter. Finally, Luo Bin and the others cleared the earlier beasts and turned their gaze towards the fissure. Should we assist? Liang Lei inquired, observing the overwhelming advantage Qin Chen held over the beasts. No, let's not interfere with him, Luo Bin replied after a moment's hesitation. You mentioned his foundational strength exceeding 80,000, yet he just defeated 5th-level beasts without employing any martial arts, Guan Han noted. One punch to kill a 5th-level beast, with a strength just above 80,000, seems implausible. Perhaps he has grown even stronger. Luo Bin mused thoughtfully. Robins had grown numb to Qin Chen's increasing strength. This power, the foundational combat capability, must have surpassed 100,000. Guan Han exclaimed in astonishment. As a 5-star warrior, he had only recently broken through. His battle power, slightly above 80,000. If it were him, he could only contend with the recently encountered level 5 beast. At least over 100,000. Robbins nodded in agreement. His own strength had exceeded 90,000, yet after battling the two-headed leopard, he merely held the upper hand. To achieve a kill would require considerable time. In contrast, Qin Chen had felled it with a single punch, nearly delivering a fatal blow. His combat prowess was undoubtedly over 100,000. Enough of this. Qin Yu finally could no longer contain himself. The evidence of Qin Chen's strength was glaringly apparent, leaving little space for debate. He turned to Robbins, questioning whether he truly was a star general. This was his primary concern. How could there be such a disparity among those of the same rank? He suspected that Robbins might have enlisted the help of some ancient expert to mislead him. It was well known that once a warrior reached the master level, they could maintain their appearance and, in some cases, even reverse aging. Robbins glanced at Chun Yu and remarked, in the first cohort of star generals, there are only 4 of us. The reason you 3 earned this title is simply because you have yet to engage with him in the same battlefield. If the military were to select only one, you would merely be embellishments, or perhaps not even worthy of that. Robbins offered no regard for his future brother-in-law. Yet his words rang true. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu offered no rebuttal. He merely fixated on Qin Chen amidst the throng of beasts, mercilessly reaping their lives, rendered speechless. At that moment, he reflected on the absurdity of his previous pride, stemming from obtaining the title of Star General. Robbins shot him a sidelong glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chun Yu's pride was utterly shattered by Qin Chen. Amidst the beasts, Qin Chen reveled in the thrill of battle. With every creature he vanquished, his blood surged with fervor. At this moment, he was ablaze with a passion for combat. A battle intent unlike anything he had ever experienced before began to manifest. His domain of fire quietly unfurled, slowing the movements of these beasts. The golden bones from the star refinement body technique continuously supplied him with energy, making him feel as if he were an eternal motion machine. At this point, his consumption was negligible. This was the essence of what a warrior should embody. He was resolute in his determination to join the military. With a resounding crash, he obliterated a level 3 beast with a single punch, further solidifying his resolve to enter the military. Not for any other reason, but for the path of a warrior. Suddenly, a colossal roar echoed from the rift, unlike anything ever heard before. A level 6 beast had emerged. Robbins and the others' expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing that roar. According to their calculations, the military would not arrive for another 20 minutes. The appearance of a level 6 beast could very well alter the course of battle. Together, Guan Han began to speak, but before he could finish, they witnessed Qin Chen at the rift's entrance unleash a punch. The fist, enveloped in raging flames, caused even the lower-level beasts surrounding him to prostrate themselves on the ground. Boom! A cloud of crimson mist erupted, only to be swiftly consumed by flames before it could fully disperse. The 6th-tier beast, which had just revealed itself, was reduced to a headless corpse. The bodies of a few individuals rushing forward suddenly came to a halt, their faces etched with astonishment. Over 200,000 in explosive power, Liang Lei exclaimed in shock. To annihilate a 6th-tier creature with a single punch, a force of at least 20,000 would be requisite, if not more. The exact measure was beyond estimation. Chun Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being trembling. Luo Bin, too, wore an expression of incredulity. Just a few days into the martial examination, how much stronger had he become? Or was he concealing his true prowess during the assessment? Doubts began to plague his mind. He had thought himself to be the one most familiar with Qin Chen, only to realize he understood him not at all. Chapter 84. A single person as a master come forth. At this moment, after vanquishing the 6th-level beast, Qin Chen, sensing the relentless surge of beasts emerging from the rift, stood resolute, unwavering. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, one beast after another charged forth, at times 2 or 3 emerging simultaneously. Moments later, Qin Chen found himself engulfed by a multitude of beasts. Among them were 7 or 8 5th-level beasts, including several of the pinnacle 5th level, while dozens of fourth-level beasts swarmed, and those below fourth level numbered in the hundreds. Finally, an exhilarating battle awaited. Amidst the throng of beasts, Qin Chen remained calm, and at that instant, a layer of gray armor began to materialize on his skin, enveloping him from head to toe. Earth-type 7th grade martial art, Earth Spirit Armor. Simultaneously, the golden bones within him had reached their utmost release, radiating golden light as if it would pierce through his skin. Fiery Sun. Boom! A single punch sent a pinnacle 5th level beast flying, crashing into a throng of other beasts. Ice. Bang! A finger struck an approaching beast, and in an instant, it began to roll frantically, encasing any beast it collided with in a layer of ice. Some of the beasts seized the opportunity to assault his body. However, under the dual defense of the Earth Spirit Armor and the Star Refinement Body Technique, he felt no response whatsoever. "Are you merely tickling me?" Qin Chen exclaimed. In that moment, he resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, rampaging through the swarm of beasts. In the distance, Luo Bin and his companions could not see Qin Chen, yet they beheld the beasts toppling like stalks of straw, ceaselessly falling. Time passed, and after Qin Chen dispatched the last beast, he stood still, gazing at the rift, seemingly awaiting the next wave. However, the rift gradually settled into tranquility, with no further beasts emerging. The next surge would likely await the rift's complete opening, heralding a beast uprising, which would require considerable time. Observing the rift, Qin Chen ultimately quelled the urge to enter. The void rift, until thoroughly eradicated, concealed unknown perils within. Even esteemed masters had entered and never returned. The continuous use of martial arts had taken its toll. Qin Chen assessed his physical state, noting a slight pallor on his face. "Once I possess the wood element, my combat endurance will significantly enhance. Such battles, even if they come in succession, will pose no issue." He found himself increasingly looking forward to the arrival of the wood element. In the distance, his companions gazed upon the countless corpses of beasts surrounding Qin Chen, feeling a chill run down their spines. A singular phrase surged into their minds: a lone warrior guarding the pass. Apart from shock, there was only awe. Is he still human? Guan Han could not help but speak. In his eyes, Qin Chen's strength lay not solely in his terrifying explosiveness, but also in his remarkable endurance to continue fighting. As a 5-star martial artist, he found himself constrained and embroiled in trouble against a 5th-level beast accompanied by lesser foes. However, Qin Chen is different. His explosive power allows him to directly vanquish his opponents, enabling him to continue battling other extraordinary beasts without faltering. This illustrates a significant and terrifying disparity. It can be said that among all those he knows, many possess Qin Chen's combat prowess, yet none exhibit such explosive force, and even fewer possess the capability for sustained combat. Should he later join the military, he could single-handedly contend with a myriad of beasts. The thought sent chills down Guan Han's spine. A solitary individual could equate to an entire battalion. Meanwhile, Chen Yu stood there in a daze, utterly bewildered. "Is he truly a star of war?" he inquired again, his eyes reflecting confusion. Luo Bin cast a glance at him and smiled faintly, aware that this time, Qin Chen had not only crushed his pride, but had entirely subdued him. "He is a star of war, just like you a star of war," Luo Bin affirmed with a nod. "Damn the star of war," Chen Yu suddenly exclaimed, his frustration spilling over. "Is this truly a star of war? It is entirely different. That is not a star of war, but rather a life-harvesting machine." At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The crowd looked up to see military helicopters approaching, flying towards them. "Reinforcements have arrived," Liang Lai spoke softly. They then turned their gaze back to Qin Chen, realizing that reinforcements might no longer be necessary. The helicopters swiftly lowered ropes, and one by one, soldiers descended. From one of the helicopters, a figure plummeted from the sky, utilizing no external apparatus. Boom! The figure landed on the ground with a resounding impact, standing firm, adorned with 2 stars, a master general. Guan Han and Liang Lei rushed forward at once. "General Wan." They saluted with utmost respect. Luo Bin approached as well. "Sir." Wan Qinju nodded, surveying the surroundings. "What transpired? Have you resolved the situation?" He noticed the absence of any extraordinary beasts, only the countless carcasses strewn about, and a young man standing amidst them, piquing his curiosity. "Sir, the extraordinary beasts that emerged from the rift have all been dealt with." Guanhan was the first to respond. "Indeed, this rift should only be of A level or below. No 6th level extraordinary beasts have appeared," Wan Qianjue remarked slowly. "Rifts are categorized by levels. Those of A level and below do not spawn 6th level extraordinary beasts upon their emergence. Conversely, S-level rifts and above are prone to the appearance of such formidable creatures, with the likelihood increasing with the rift's level. Sir, 6th level extraordinary beasts did appear." Liang Galai suddenly interjected. Wan Qianjue was taken aback. "You encountered 6th level beasts, yet you managed to eliminate them?" He expressed astonishment, given that tackling 6th level beasts, alongside several 5th and 4th level beasts, with merely a handful of individuals below 6 stars, would be an insurmountable challenge. "Sir, it was not us who eliminated them. It was him," Liang Lei said, pointing towards Qin Chen, who stood atop the corpses of the extraordinary beasts in the distance. "What?" Wan Qianjue exclaimed in shock. He glanced at Liang Lei, then turned to the others, realizing they bore no semblance of deceit. However, Qin Chen's figure was immediately recognizable as that of a mere youth. He did not inquire further about the others, instead instructing the warriors to wait while he approached Qin Chen directly. As he drew nearer, a sense of astonishment welled up within him, intensifying with each step. One overwhelming aura of slaughter. Was this his first experience in slaying a beast? In the midst of prolonged battles, one typically learns to suppress their bloodlust. Yet, Qin Chen exuded a ferocity reminiscent of a novice in the act of killing for the first time. "Calm yourself," Wan Ju urged inwardly. At that moment, Qin Chen turned to face him, and the murderous intent surrounding him gradually began to dissipate. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in the contemplation of this bloodthirst and digesting the recent combat experience. Now, awakened by Wan Jianju's presence, he sensed the waning of his own bloodlust. Wan Jianju nodded to himself, observing Qin Chen and realizing, "This is your first time slaying a beast. Your first time killing so many." Qin Chen responded affirmatively. "Still a student? I just completed the martial arts examination." Their exchange was remarkably straightforward, with Wan Jianju posing questions and Qin Chen providing answers, devoid of any superfluous topics. Chapter 85. I shall not enter the 9th Academy upon hearing Qin Chen mention the completion of his martial arts examination. Wan Qianjue felt a profound shock within. "Would you be willing to join my Southern Combat Zone?" he inquired. "Commander, I'm a star of the Western Combat Zone." Qin Chen promptly responded. "A star of the Western Combat Zone?" Wan Qianjue was taken aback, then turned his gaze towards Chunyu in the distance. He recognized Chunyu, a star of the Southern Combat Zone. However, the disparity was immense. "We are all part of the military well." Wan Qianjue chose not to pursue this topic further. He then regarded the multitude of beast corpses strewn across the ground and the rift in the void. "From this point onward, we shall take charge here, while you alone guard the rift, preventing this disaster. Speak, what is it that you desire?" Without Qin Chen, not only would those few on the island perish, but should the beasts enter the sea and, subsequently, the cities, countless ordinary lives would be lost. Thus, Qin Chen's contributions were significant, and the military ought to bestow appropriate rewards. Upon hearing the mention of rewards, Qin Chen's heart surged with joy as he declared, "Commander, I am the one who dispatched these beasts, and I hope the beast crystals will also belong to me." "Of course," Wan Qianju nodded. "Additionally, I require beast crystals as well. The specific reasons can be easily investigated if you wish to know." Subsequently, Qin Chen detailed precisely what types and quantities of beast crystals he needed, stating a sum sufficient to elevate him to a 9-star martial artist across all systems. Wan Qianjue's expression darkened upon hearing his words. "Do you think beast crystals are as plentiful as cabbages, available in whatever quantity you desire?" He glared at Qin Chen, nearly losing his composure, for the value of the crystals he mentioned would bankrupt the Southern Combat Zone. Indeed, it was unattainable. Qin Chen silently shook his head, his aspirations of directly breaking through to 9 stars in all systems utterly dashed. Observing Qin Chen's disappointment, Wan Qinjue found himself at a loss for words. The beasts you have slain, we will quickly extract their beast crystals, and you will receive the equivalent of what you are owed. Furthermore, we will convert the first and second levels into the third level, as per your request. Lastly, I will report your contributions. And the Southern Combat Zone will grant you a certain reward. Provide me with an address, and it shall be delivered to you in 2 days. Thank you, Commander. Qin Chen promptly replied, providing the name of the hotel where he was staying. Following this encounter, even if he could not complete the system task, he felt he had made considerable progress. With over 1,000 beasts, the normal ratio suggested around 100 would contain beast crystals. Most would be of the first and second levels, thus yielding even fewer when converted to the third level. However, if the Southern Combat Zone were to offer additional rewards, it would be entirely possible for him to elevate all 3 remaining systems to 4 stars. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would achieve breakthroughs in 2 systems, significantly alleviating the pressure of his tasks. Next, we shall clear the scene and construct high walls. Henceforth, this place shall no longer be a tourist attraction, but rather one of the subdivisions of the Southern Combat Zone. Qin Chen. As Wan Qinjue gazed at Qin Chen, he spoke earnestly. The emergence of this fissure was safeguarded by your steadfastness during the most critical hour. Thus, you share a unique bond with it, and you're always welcome to return. Upon hearing these words, Qin Chen was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly grasped the implication. It was an invitation for him to join the military and to be stationed here in the future. I will consider it, Qin Chen replied with a nod. Wan Qinjue smiled. Very well. Off you go. They are still awaiting you. Qin Chen wasted no further time and turned to join Luo Bin and the others. While some soldiers approached from that direction, Wan Qinjue continued to watch as Qin Chen departed, and once Qin Chen and his companions boarded the ship, he summoned a soldier. Procure his information post-haste, and keep a vigilant watch on him. The moment he joins the military, ensure to bring him to me. He must be assigned to my Southern Theater. Such talent deserves to be in the Southern Theater, Wan Qinjue commanded decisively. The soldier, taken aback, immediately responded, yes. On the ship returning to Magic City, Luo Bin, Guanhan, and Liang Lei sat together. Luo Bin was eager to learn about the Southern Theater, as he was about to enter it soon. Meanwhile, Qin Chen sat across from Chenyu. The two remained silent, though Chenyu occasionally cast a glance at Qin Chen, seemingly wanting to speak, yet hesitating. Are we still comparing? Qin Chen suddenly inquired. Chenyu instinctively flinched. Comparing what? After a moment, he confessed, I lost. I will no longer concern myself with my sister's matters. Qin Chen chuckled. Instructor Luo is actually quite commendable. As for your assertion that he cannot become a grandmaster, that remains to be seen. The future is uncertain. Are you so confident that you can truly become a grandmaster? Even I dare not make such a claim. Chenyu replied. I know. Chenyu nodded. To be a grandmaster, one must follow the path of the grandmaster. Without certainty in one's own path, one cannot ascend to that status. At this moment, his pride was utterly diminished in the presence of Qin Chen. After a brief silence, he suddenly asked, will you enter the 9th Sacred Academy? No. Qin Chen shook his head. Why not? Chenyu questioned, puzzled. A newcomer like you surely deserves a place in the 9th Academy. The 9th Academy is vast. It does not require my presence. Qin Chen responded with a smile. Chenyu scrutinized Qin Chen closely, failing to comprehend his reasoning. They lapsed into silence once again. Before long, they returned to Magic City. Son, are you all right? As soon as they disembarked, Li Xiofan and Qin De approached Qin Chen, examining him closely. I'm fine. The newly opened fissure poses minimal danger. That's good to hear. Li Xiofan sighed in relief. Qin Chen turned to Chen Xiaoqing. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your help. Chen Xiaoqing's face flushed, and she glanced at the silent Chenyu before softly replying, it's no trouble. I initially intended for uncle and aunt to rest at a certain location while waiting for you, but they insisted on staying here. Qin Chen chuckled. It's all right. That's just how they are. It was certainly impossible for Li Xiofan and Qin De to rest without having seen him return. What do you plan to do next? Luo Bin inquired, gazing at Qin Chen. I intend to entertain my parents for a couple of days, and thereafter, we shall proceed to the imperial capital. Qin Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. He needed to wait for 2 days for the Southern War Zone to deliver the beast crystals. He had no intention of visiting the other 3 sacred institutes in Magic City. Instead, he would head straight to the imperial capital and take a stroll through the first sacred institute. Since the strongest institute had rejected him, he thought it might be worthwhile to try his luck at the weakest one. If he could indeed gain admission and, as a student of the weakest institute, manage to defeat the strongest student from the most powerful institute, it could prove to be an exhilarating experience. I shall return to the hotel first. Qin Chen declined Luo Bin's offer to accompany them, and, with Li Xiofan and Qin De in tow, made his way towards the hotel. He opted not to take a taxi, choosing instead to meander through the streets of Magic City. As Qin Chen walked away, Qin Yu turned to Luo Bin and asked, "Why does he not enter the 9th Institute? Surely it cannot be too large. I find that hard to believe." "I'm not entirely sure, but he mentioned that the 9th Institute rejected him," Luo Bin replied slowly. Chen Yu's expression shifted, and after a lengthy pause, he declared, "If that is the case, I shall not enter the 9th Institute either." Chapter 86. The Acquisition of Beast Crystals, a bountiful harvest in the subsequent 2 days. Qin Chen accompanied his parents on a leisurely exploration of various attractions in the Magic City, encountering no further unexpected events. On the 3rd day, a soldier from the Southern Combat Zone arrived at the hotel to seek him out. In the hotel lobby, the soldier exclaimed, "Commander," upon spotting Qin Chen. Although Qin Chen had yet to formally enter the military, the title of commander was fitting given his esteemed reputation. "Please, have a seat," Qin Chen gestured, and once they were seated, the soldier placed a briefcase on the table before him. "Commander, during your recent endeavors, you successfully eliminated 512 first-tier beasts, resulting in 40 beast crystals, all of which have been exchanged for 8 third-tier crystals," the soldier began to report. Qin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. While it was generally expected to obtain 10 crystals for every 10 beasts, this was not an absolute measure. Thus, acquiring 40 crystals from 512 beasts was quite reasonable. Moreover, when evaluated monetarily, the 40 first-tier beast crystals would amount to 20 million, while the 8 third-tier crystals would total 16 million, seemingly a disadvantageous exchange. However, this assessment was rather simplistic, for higher-tier beast crystals were increasingly difficult to procure. Converting all first-tier crystals into currency would require considerable time and effort, and even then, finding the desired type of third-tier crystals was not guaranteed. Furthermore, the average price for first-tier beast crystals was 500,000 each, though prices vary by type. For instance, fire-type crystals were priced at 500,000 each, while ice-type could reach 520,000, and lightning types were even higher, whereas water-type crystals were less expensive. Therefore, this exchange was equitable, resulting neither in loss nor gain. Additionally, the soldier reported that Qin Chen had vanquished a total of 305 second-tier beasts, yielding 24 second-tier crystals, which were exchanged for 9 third-tier crystals. He had also eliminated 183 third-tier beasts, resulting in 12 crystals, while 5 third-tier beasts provided 4 crystals, and 11 fifth-tier beasts yielded 1 crystal. Remarkably, he had encountered 1 sixth-tier beast but acquired no crystals from it. After the soldier meticulously detailed the figures, Qin Chen nodded appreciatively. The total value of the beast crystals amounted to a staggering, some exceeding 100 million. "Commander, the various types of beast crystals have been exchanged according to your specifications. Among them, 29 third-tier crystals were converted into 9 each of ice, wind, and earth types, with the remaining 2 crystals deducted as handling fees. The 4 fourth-tier crystals have been exchanged for fire-type crystals. The 2 fifth-tier crystals were converted into 4 fourth-tier fire-type crystals. Commander, would you kindly sign here?" After presenting a detailed inventory, the soldier awaited Qin Chen's signature. Upon glancing over the document, Qin Chen affixed his signature. Subsequently, the soldier closed the briefcase and handed it to Qin Chen, before retrieving another box from the ground. "This is your reward from the Southern Combat Zone," he announced. The soldier spoke, casting a glance towards Qin Chen. "Commander, with the emergence of a new fisher, the Southern Theater will allocate significant resources henceforth. As for the rewards..." He hesitated, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face before continuing. "However, our marshal has stated that the Southern Theater owes you a favor. In the future, Regardless of your presence in the Southern Theater, whenever there is a need, we shall certainly support you. Qin Chen smiled, for he had already surmised that the forthcoming reward would not be substantial. The new fissure lay within the Southern Theater's jurisdiction, and thus the responsibility rested squarely upon them. The initial necessity of erecting high walls would incur considerable expenses, alongside the need for various equipment and miscellaneous costs. Even Qin Chen could scarcely fathom the total expenditure required to stabilize the new fissure. Hence, he felt no disappointment whatsoever. That's quite all right. Qin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Although he had a pressing need for beast crystals, the financial obligations surrounding the new fissure took precedence. The fact that the Southern Theater could offer any rewards at all was already a significant gesture of goodwill, a sentiment he acknowledged. I express my gratitude on behalf of the Southern Theater commander. The soldier stood up and saluted Qin Chen. His action immediately attracted the attention of those present in the hall. However, upon noticing the casual attire of both men, some shook their heads in disdain. One murmured, "The youth of today truly dare to play any role." After voicing this, they turned their attention elsewhere. "Return and inform Marshal Li that the Southern Theater owes me nothing." Qin Chen rose and returned the salute. He had encountered a new fissure, and it was his duty to prevent the spread of the aberrant beasts. A responsibility he would fulfill regardless of his need for beast crystals. After all, he was a star of the military. He could not simply flee upon witnessing a fissure. As a formidable figure at the 9-star Golden Body realm, the Marshal's mention of a favor was indeed enticing. Yet Qin Chen understood that it must be earned through merit. The acknowledgement of his contributions was a mark of respect, and he would not accept it lightly. Moreover, by asserting that he owed no favor to the Southern Theater, he knew it would leave a deeper impression in their minds. At that moment, the soldier's gaze towards Qin Chen brimmed with profound respect. After the soldier departed, Qin Chen returned to his hotel room. He opened 2 boxes simultaneously. One contained 35 beast crystals, while the other held merely 3. Yet these were distinguished by 4 markings, signifying that all 3 were level 4 beast crystals. Furthermore, as per his request, they were all of the fire element. These 3 level 4 beast crystals, valued at approximately 12 million, were indeed modest compared to the merits he had earned. It was evident that the Southern Theater was experiencing financial constraints. "Let us begin." Qin Chen inhaled deeply, anticipation swelling within him. This moment would mark another surge in his power following his selection as a military star. He picked up a level 3 ice-type beast crystal. Then, akin to consuming jelly beans, he incessantly swallowed them, and immediately, the system began to resonate incessantly. Upon devouring all 9, the 4th divine pattern of the ice mark achieved perfection. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. After a few minutes, once his ice cultivation firmly stabilized at 4 stars, it gradually returned to normal. Subsequently, without any delay, he commenced devouring the wind essence. Shortly thereafter, with the system's notification, the 4th divine pattern of the wind achieved perfection. After solidifying that, he proceeded to the earth essence. This time, after consuming the 9 earth essences, he did not reach perfection. Instead, he attained a progress of 94. The remaining 6% could easily be completed before entering the Martial Academy, posing no concern. Qin Chen did not experience any emotional fluctuations due to the earth essence's failure to break through. A few minutes later, he gazed at the remaining fire essence crystals and suddenly erupted with joy. "I am about to complete the task." Qin Chen observed that there were a total of 11 crystals, with each crystal contributing a 10% increase in progress, plus an additional 1. It was a delightful surprise. Eagerly, Qin Chen seized a level 4 fire essence crystal and swallowed a whole. As he digested the energy of the crystal, he focused on the 5th divine pattern of the fire mark. When the energy was fully assimilated and the divine pattern ceased to coalesce, his expression abruptly froze. Chapter 87. The 9th Academy is vast. It does not lack my presence, damn it. Qin Chen couldn't help but curse. After devouring 10 4th-level fire-type beast crystals, the progress of condensing the 5th divine pattern reached 50. This meant that each crystal contributed a mere 5%, a reduction by half from before. At this moment, Qin Chen had come to a realization. During body refinement, one premium ferocious beast crystal had propelled his progress to approximately 60. However, upon entering the martial artist realm, in the initial 3 stars, each beast crystal contributed 10%. Once he reached the 4-star level, it dwindled to 5%. As one advanced further, the progress would only diminish. Upon reaching the master level, it was likely to decrease even more. Shaking his head, he consumed the remaining 4th-level Fire-type beast crystal, which elevated the progress of the Fire-type divine pattern to 55. Only then did he glance at the system information. Name, Qin Chen Fire Realm. 4 stars, 5th divine pattern progress 55. Wind Realm. 4 stars, 5th divine pattern progress 0. Ice Realm. 4 stars, 5th divine pattern progress 0. Earth Realm. 3 stars, 4th divine pattern progress 94. Combat power 220. 000. Observing his combat power surpassing 600. 000. Qin Chen felt little surprise, given that both the Wind and Ice realms had directly breached the 4-star threshold. The Earth realm had also reached its pinnacle at 3 stars, while the Fire realm was equivalent to the mid-4-star level. Now, my explosive power is estimated to reach 500. 000. A glimmer flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. An explosive power of 500. 000 already surpassed many 6-star martial artists. However, there remained a considerable distance to the master level. Based on his conjecture, the combat power threshold for masters should be around 1 million. Masters, after all, had solidified their martial path and stepped onto the road of the strong, representing a significant chasm among martial artists and serving as a pillar for humanity's martial practitioners. The phrase "masters behold mountains and rivers" is not merely a saying. Currently, the primary objective was to elevate the Fire realm to 5 stars. Qin Chen scrutinized the information and formulated a training plan. He felt no pressure regarding the Earth realm, but for the Fire realm, without a strategy, it was certain he would not complete the task according to the normal training pace. Tomorrow, I shall head to the imperial capital. He was determined not to delay. Immediately, he opened a flight booking website and reserved a flight for the following day before commencing his training. The next day, at precisely noon, at Magic City Airport, Qin Chen spotted Luo been approaching and remarked, "Didn't I tell you not to come?" After booking his ticket the day before, he had instructed Luo bin not to see him off